The protagonist, Cheng Lei, was once an unremarkable outcast of society, perpetually exploited by others. After an unexpected rebirth, he gradually comes to a profound realization. With a transformed mindset and perspective to view the world, he discovers an abundance of opportunities and women surrounding him. Thus, he resolves to wholeheartedly embrace the joys of life in this new existence. Chapter 1. No one pays heed, even if you scream at the top of your lungs. Sister-in-law, do not turn around. I am your elder brother. This was the first phrase Su Yuan heard upon being awakened. Elder brother? Zhang Chao. Hadn't he just been apprehended for his misdeeds yesterday? Could it be that I'd stayed up too late last night, leaving me dazed? I distinctly remember sleeping alone in my room, and yet, how could there suddenly be a man beside my bed? Moreover, the man gripping her arm possessed bulging muscles and pronounced veins, radiating an overwhelming strength, clearly not the over 40 Zhang Chao. Su Yuan instantly became alert and turned her head. Outside, a tempest raged, and a flash of lightning illuminated the room in its entirety. Though it was merely a fleeting moment, Su Yuan had already discerned the man's visage. Cheng Lei. He was drenched, his hair and clothes dripping incessantly, his complexion somewhat pallid. Yet, his tall and handsome appearance remained entirely unchanged. It is I, sister-in-law. Cheng Lei grinned, his expression tinged with playful reproach. Did I not instruct you to refrain from turning around? Why are you so disobedient? Su Yuan bit her lip, striving to stabilize her wavering resolve against the overwhelming force, and admonished him with effort. Are you tired of living? I am the woman of your elder brother, Zhang Chao. Ah, what a splendid woman of elder brother Zhang Chao. Ha ha! Cheng Lei, upon hearing her words, laughed maniacally amidst the stormy night. Did you not enjoy enticing me with your flirtations before? Now you pretend. I am indeed the woman of Zhang Chao. Su Yuan was, in fact, Zhang Chao's woman, or rather, one of his outlets for carnal desires. When Cheng Lei was 17 or 18, he had followed the nearly 40-year-old Zhang Chao through the streets and alleys of West City. Influenced by contemporary films and dramas, the youthful Cheng Lei valued brotherhood above life itself. He was formidable in combat and exceptionally obedient, swiftly aiding Zhang Chao in establishing a stronghold in West City. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Chao amassed wealth and, along with Cheng Lei and others, half-robbed and half-swindled a female boss to secure a factory, subsequently establishing a trading company. At that time, the profits from selling products abroad were exceedingly high. Within just 2 or 3 years, Zhang Chao had risen to the status of Zhang General. Su Yuan became one of the women he maintained after acquiring wealth, and she was indeed the one he found most captivating. To satiate his primal urges at any moment, Zhang Chao even purchased this villa in the suburbs of West City for her to reside in. A few hours later, the sultry atmosphere in the room gradually dissipated. Su Yuan languidly lay on the bed, playfully sticking out her tongue, her heart racing uncontrollably. She felt as if the previous hours had been a cycle of death and rebirth, countless times over. Yet, it was so exhilarating that she found it irresistible. After regaining some strength, she gazed at Cheng Lei, her eyes shimmering like water. Xiao Cheng, do you realize that what you just did was perilous? Perilous? Cheng Lei regarded her with a greedy gaze. Nothing compares to a sister-in-law's allure, and nothing is more delightful than dumplings. With a sister-in-law as delectable as you, I shall embrace any danger. With a mischievous grin, he patted Su Yuan's slender waist. Enough chatter. Let us continue. How vexing. Su Yuan smiled seductively. What delectable sister-in-law. You have it backwards. Then, feigning a pitiful expression, she warned, if you continue like this, I shall scream. If elder brother Zhang Chao hears, he will surely deal with you. Despite her verbal threats, Su Yuan's body betrayed her, as she deliberately turned, extending her flawless legs from beneath the covers. Cheng Lei licked his lips, admiring the sight before him. Long, straight legs, and skin as white as snow. Truly enticing. Hehehe. What elder brother? What Zhang Chao? I do not care. Go ahead and shout. Tonight, even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will respond. This frenzied night, the sounds of wind and thunder raged on, drowning out all other noises in West City. When dawn broke, Su Yuan rose early and hastily donned her nightgown. As she took her first step, she inhaled sharply, halting in her tracks. Cheng Lei, you truly are a mad dog. Your strikes are ruthless. After a moment's hesitation, she steadied herself against the wall and approached the door, opening it just a crack. She cautiously peeked through the gap, glancing left and right, then turned back to whisper, Xiao Cheng, there is no one outside. You must leave quickly. If someone sees you, Zhang Chao will undoubtedly kill you. Zhang Chao. Cheng Lei remained sprawled on the bed, enjoying a cigarette. He exhaled a puff of smoke, wearing an air of indifference. Hee. Zhang Chao will not be returning. Su Yuan was taken aback. What did you say? Cheng Lei remained unmoved, regarding her with disdain. I said, Zhang Chao will not be returning. Su Yuan hastily pressed for clarification. How do you know? How do I know? Cheng Lei's expression shifted, plunging into contemplation. Of course I know. I was once harmed by Zhang Chao. I am reborn. Cheng Lei had come from a poor family and had dropped out of school before graduating, returning to his hometown. Upon his return, his family could not offer him any assistance, and he was left to squander his days with a group of ruffians. His days were filled with fighting and stealing, and he was frequently summoned to the police station. His parents repeatedly paid to bail him out, quickly exhausting their savings. Though nothing catastrophic occurred, his parents ultimately passed away from the stress he caused. Later, elder brother Zhang Chao found him. Although he was called elder brother, Zhang Chao had no money. He was merely an older societal rogue. However, his age and experience allowed him to tightly control Cheng Lei and several other young rascals. A few calls of brother, coupled with occasional outings to dine and boast, ensured that Cheng Lei and other small-time delinquents remained steadfastly by his side. Not only did he possess the ability to garner loyalty, but he also thrived by leveraging the efforts of Cheng Lei and others, ultimately flourishing in his endeavors. He eventually ascended to the status of a prominent owner of a large foreign trade company, entirely rehabilitating himself into a law-abiding and successful individual. After becoming a wealthy magnate, he could no longer indulge in the sordid affairs he once did personally. Cheng Lei, accompanied by his underlings, tirelessly worked behind the scenes to cover up his misdeeds, engaging in countless nefarious activities. As their financial gains multiplied, Zhang Chao's notoriety also grew exponentially. The disgraceful and vile past was completely obscured, and he became a well-known figure in the West City. He was an idol to Cheng Lei, who fantasized about one day achieving the same wealth and numerous romantic conquests. Whenever Cheng Lei made a request, Zhang Chao would raise his glass at the dining table, saying, "Brother, let me toast you on behalf of my elder brother. Brother, my achievements today are largely thanks to you. You know the kind of person I, Zhang Chao, am. I will never forget you. Let's not dwell on pleasantries, brother. Everything is encapsulated in this wine. Now let us toast. Brother, you are aware that our company has recently embarked on a new project, and the funds are somewhat strained. However, rest assured, once we navigate through these next 2 years, I will certainly share the profits with you." Every time Cheng Lei heard this, his heart brimmed with joy, knowing that his elder brother was loyal and would undoubtedly share the wealth with him in the future. Chapter 2. The Scoundrel Brother. As time progressed, society advanced, and life became increasingly stable and harmonious. Individuals, like Cheng Lei, who were merely brawlers and remnants of society, found themselves with little utility. Yet, Zhang Chao did not entirely discard him. Instead, he retained Cheng Lei in his company as a part-time worker. Zhang Chao prospered immensely, while Cheng Lei, obedient and compliant, had ultimately devolved into the most insignificant of laborers. He had heard plenty of insincere platitudes, yet reaped no tangible benefits, save for a meager salary that barely sufficed to stave off hunger. Nearly a decade had elapsed since he began this laborious existence. Cheng Lei, now unkempt with a scruffy beard, had long since lost the youthful vigor he once possessed. His meager wages merely allowed him to survive, and the weight of life's stresses had extinguished the spark that once animated his youth. One fateful afternoon, as if struck by a sudden recollection, Zhang Chao approached him. "Brother, how long have we been together?" Cheng Lei's face was etched with weariness as he lifted his gaze, his eyes devoid of life. "If memory serves, it has been 13 years, Zhang Zong." The clarity of his recollection stemmed from the fact that he was but days away from his 30th birthday, yet remained penniless. Zhang Chao had forbidden Cheng Lei from addressing him as Big Brother for several years now, for he had risen to prominence as a well-known businessman in the area, and such a title was beneath him. Observing the dullness in Cheng Lei's eyes, Zhang Chao's sincerity shone through as he patted his shoulder. "In my heart, we shall forever be brothers. These years have seen me fail you. Henceforth, you may call me Big Brother once more." Cheng Lei felt a surge of emotion, his voice thick with tears. "Be Big Brother. At last, you remember me. Do you have any idea how long I have awaited this moment?" Zhang Chao extended his large hand, giving Cheng Lei's shoulder a reassuring pat. "Brother, I find myself in a bit of trouble, and I need to impose upon you." Cheng Lei rubbed his nose and inquired, "What is it? Speak freely, Big Brother." Zhang Chao sighed deeply and spoke slowly. "I have gotten myself into a predicament and may need to serve some time in prison. However, the company is on the brink of expansion and cannot do without me. I would like you to take my place." Cheng Lei bowed his head, lost in contemplation. Such matters were not unfamiliar during their early days together. They had often engaged in brawls and misdeeds, finding themselves incarcerated countless times. Yet, those incidents were trivial. Family would pay the fines, and they would be released. However, things were different since Zhang Chao established his company. As it grew, he inevitably offended numerous individuals, And these were not the sort of people who could be swayed by trivialities. Many resorted to brutal methods, and should something arise, he would not only face fines and reparations, but also a mandatory stint in prison. Zhang Chao, being the company's owner, could not afford to be imprisoned as it would jeopardize the company's future. Thus, he relied on his subordinates to bear the brunt of the blame. Noticing Cheng Lei's silence, Zhang Chao grew anxious. "Brother, do say something." Cheng Lei snapped back to reality, lifting his gaze with indifference. "How serious is this matter? How long will it take to resolve?" Zhang Chao offered Cheng Lei a cigarette, lighting one for himself, and taking a deep drag. "Rest assured, it is not grave. I estimate a few months at most." Hearing this, Cheng Lei lowered his head once more, contemplating how many months he had left to endure. While his parents were alive, they had repeatedly paid to extricate him, exhausting their savings, only to see him remain on a path of destruction. With society having stabilized for many years, scoundrels like him found themselves utterly irrelevant. To make ends meet, he could only drift through life in Zhang Chao's company. The company did not lack for his contributions, ensuring he would not go hungry, yet he possessed neither qualifications nor skills beyond his propensity for fighting. Consequently, the meager salary designated for him was pitifully small. Of course, by being frugal, he could manage to eat and stay warm. However, finding a wife and starting a family was an insurmountable challenge. Who would willingly endure a dreary life alongside someone like him? Seeing Cheng Lei hesitate, Zhang Chao took another deep drag from his cigarette. "Brother, once you serve your time and are released, I will ensure that the finances owed to you over the years are duly settled." Cheng Lei's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Will that money be enough for me to marry?" "It will certainly suffice. Do you think I would shortchange you?" Zhang Chao replied with unwavering certainty. Cheng Lei's spirits lifted. "Big brother, can you assist me? I wish to find someone as beautiful as sister-in-law." Zhang Chao thumped his chest confidently. "Fear not, I shall see to it. I possess ample resources to aid you." "Excellent." Cheng Lei clapped his hands enthusiastically. "Rest assured, I shall handle everything." He expressed this not only to Zhang Chao, but also to the presiding judge. "Enough of this. I did everything myself, and no one else is involved." Without any dissent, the trial concluded, resulting in an immediate life sentence. Wasn't it supposed to be just a few months? Cheng Lei was utterly stunned. Upon his initial incarceration, he stifled his emotions, convinced that the bond of brotherhood would compel Zhang Chao to spend money to secure his release. The prospect of receiving funds to marry a beautiful woman like sister-in-law filled him with hope. As time passed, however, his optimism waned. No one came to visit him, not even Zhang Chao, let alone pay for his release. 3 years later, his once fierce and combative nature could no longer be contained, and he teetered on the brink of madness. He lashed out at anyone who dared to cross his path, viciously attacking anyone who even slightly provoked him. Those around him kept their distance, referring to him as a mad dog, yet when face to face, they dared not utter a word. Inmates living with him dared not sleep until he was fast asleep, fearing that even a snore might disturb him. His ferocity in combat was unmatched whenever he struck. It was either injury or mutilation. A new inmate, unaware of his reputation, made the mistake of gazing at him too long and nearly lost an eye for his insolence. Time and again, he found himself in solitary confinement, yet he showed no remorse. Why didn't he do it? Let me out. Who would believe his fabrications? He was already a menace within the prison walls, let alone outside. 5 more years passed, and Cheng Lei was utterly disillusioned. What brotherhood? What loyalty? All mere empty words. Zhang Chao had only been exploiting him. This scoundrel cared for profit alone, devoid of any sense of brotherhood. Cheng Lei, who had always valued loyalty, could never have imagined that Zhang Chao could be so callous until the bitter truth was laid bare before him. His spirit shattered completely. "Let me out. Zhang Chao. You beast, you scoundrel. Damn you, I will kill you." His eyes reddened as he erupted in a frenzy, attacking those around him in a desperate attempt to escape amidst the chaos. He broke the wrist of a thief, kicked the leg of a tall inmate, and then tore the pants off a violent offender, inflicting grievous harm. "You beast, I will kill you. I yearn for women, yet cannot have them, while you plague them outside. Do you have any idea how I have endured these past few years?" That man writhed on the ground in agony, howling like a madman. No one dared to intervene. Any attempt to do so would result in severe injury. Chaos reigned at the scene. The prison guards arrived swiftly. Cheng Lei's eyes were bloodshot, and he could no longer distinguish friend from foe. Whoever dared approach him was met with his ferocity. Initially, several canisters of tear gas were unleashed upon him, rendering him unable to see. Subsequently, a wall of riot shields closed in on him, while electric batons incessantly jabbed at his body. Before long, he could no longer withstand the onslaught. Saliva dripped continuously from the corners of his mouth. After several rounds of intense electric shocks, he finally collapsed to the ground, his eyes bulging bloodshot and wide. Chapter 3. The resurgence of a strong man inflicting grievous bodily harm and assaulting an officer. There was no doubt he would face execution. It was only when he felt the cold, dark muzzle of a gun aimed at the back of his head that Cheng Lei's madness subsided and clarity returned. In mere minutes, his life flashed before his eyes like a film. How foolish I have been throughout my existence. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him, but it was too late. The bullet brutally pierced through his skull, ending his haphazard life. His consciousness detached from his body, plunging into an abyss of darkness. Time passed, how long? He could not tell, before Cheng Lei regained awareness and opened his eyes. A highway? A bus? Had he merely fallen asleep on the vehicle and experienced a nightmare? No, that was impossible. Every frame of his past life was vividly clear. This was no dream. He had been reborn. Moments later. The bus exited the ramp and entered a service area. Outside, a tempest raged. Cheng Lei, unfazed, stumbled off in a daze. He found a bench and sat down despondently, allowing the rain to pelt his face as he processed the bewildering events transpiring around him. I did not take the fall. I was not sentenced to life imprisonment. That scoundrel Zhang Chao must have received a life sentence instead. Alas, I can no longer personally exact my revenge on you. Cheng Lei, during his time in prison, had spent sleepless nights devising countless methods to torture Zhang Chao. Now, all those plans were rendered useless. You, scoundrel, may as well remain confined. Cheng Lei rose, peering through the curtain of rain, quickly recognizing his surroundings, the service area on the outskirts of West City. After much contemplation, he concluded that there was but one destination, the nearby row of villas. Each time Zhang Chao traveled for work, he would indulge his primal desires there. Brother, did you not promise to help me find a woman as beautiful as your sister-in-law? Now that you're trapped inside, how can you assist me? Perhaps the women around you could serve as substitutes. Cheng Lei's gaze fixated on the villas, igniting a burning desire within him. Su Yuan, the exquisite seductress. You shall be the first. Tonight, you are fortunate. I shall dedicate all my years of savings to you. Returning to his thoughts, Cheng Lei regarded Su Yuan with a playful expression. We shall continue upon our return. He anxiously tapped on the empty bed beside him. What? Su Yuan glanced at him, her expression turning hostile. Who do you think you are? When did it become your place to command me? You are merely Zhang Chao's underling, to put it bluntly. Just a dog. If you had not performed adequately last night, I would have already thrown you out of here. Cheng Lei, regarding last night's events, I can choose to overlook them. I will give you a reprieve, but you must leave this place immediately and take your belongings with you. Ha ha ha. Su Yuan's attitude did not incite a shred of anger within Cheng Lei. Rather, it filled him with a sense of exhilaration. This woman is truly magnificent, even in anger. She is utterly captivating. He greedily admired Su Yuan's beauty, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Upon witnessing Cheng Lei's demeanor, Su Yuan felt a pang of panic. What is wrong with him? Has he gone mad? A few seconds later, Cheng Lei ceased his sinister grin, yet his eyes turned icy. You insolent wench. You clearly do not grasp the gravity of the situation. You, a worthless harlot, are at the mercy of whoever possesses wealth, and yet you dare to act superior. I do not disdain your filth. I have devoted all my years of savings to you, and instead of gratitude, you seek to cast me aside. Do you think I am still that foolish, Cheng Lei? You do not deserve to reside in such a luxurious villa. Zhang Chao, that scoundrel, has never shared a single dime of the money I earned for him, yet he allows you to dwell in such opulence. You must have whispered sweet nothings into his ear. Do not presume he will come to your rescue. Even if he were here, he would merely stand by and watch. Cheng Lei seized the lamp from the bedside table without hesitation and hurled it at Su Yuan. The lamp remained plugged in, its cord yanked from the wall, sparking as it struck Su Yuan's head, sending her crashing to the floor. Without waiting for her to rise, he pointed to his own eyes. You filthy harlot. Look at me. As he spoke, he casually picked up an ashtray, toying with it in his hand. My temper is quite volatile at the moment. If this glass ashtray were to strike your head, I wonder what the outcome would be. I suspect that the crimson blossoms of blood would be quite magnificent. You do not wish to provoke my wrath, do you? Return obediently, and I shall pretend you have said nothing. Su Yuan instinctively began to inch away, her gaze following Cheng Lei's hand until it locked onto his eyes. Just one glance, and she quickly averted her gaze, unable to meet his stare. What is this gaze? It is devoid of emotion, as if I were gazing upon a corpse. Su Yuan finally understood why Zhang Chao had always entrusted Cheng Lei with tasks. He was terrifying. Like a demon risen from the depths of hell, a side of him never before revealed in her presence. Trembling, Su Yuan holded, fearing that any further movement would result in her demise at his hands. Cheng Lei leaped from the bed, the blanket sliding off to reveal his flawless physique. Muscles rippling like a powerful leopard. Harlot, my temper is genuinely severe right now. If you have any sense, return to me quickly, and I shall spare you today. Su Yuan, trembling, stood up. Sheng, no, Lei Jie. Please spare me. I beg you. After our conversation last night, my lips are swollen and chafed. Please, spare me. Cheng Lei's gaze was icy. Where do you get all these excuses? I have endured countless hardships and sufferings in prison. Your pain pales in comparison. Seeing that Su Yuan remained motionless, Cheng Lei licked his lips and raised his voice again. I will give you 3 seconds. If you do not return by the time the countdown ends, do not blame me for being ruthless. Beginning the countdown, 3. Su Yuan's tears fell uncontrollably, her terror mounting. 2. After hesitating for a second, Su Yuan finally pushed herself off the wall and shakily returned. 1. Exactly. Cheng Lei set down the ashtray. This is how it should be. As long as you obey, I will cherish you. How could I ever lay a hand on you? As the sun rose over the villa area on the outskirts of West City, the sound of animated conversation echoed loudly. For several consecutive days, they remained indoors. The villa is equipped with a refrigerator and a storage room, brimming with a plethora of culinary delights. Moreover, Cheng Lei is not picky. Anything he consumes is far superior to the fare served in prison. Over the past few days, Su Yuan has experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Her initial anger and rejection have transformed into a profound attachment. Lei Gu, shouldn't we take a break for a few days? She now naturally calls Cheng Lei Gu, despite being slightly older than him. After all, Cheng Lei embodies the quintessential sunny young man. Hey! Cheng Lei lifted Su Yuan's chin, gazing at her exquisite face. It was surprising to see her concern for him. The effort he had exerted over the past few days had not been in vain. After observing her for a moment, it seemed that her concern was sincere. He rolled out of bed and walked to the living room mirror, examining his reflection. Over the past few days, he had not felt the slightest fatigue. He was brimming with boundless energy. The mirror revealed a physique defined and robust, his skin glowing with health. Now, he possessed the memories of his previous life, along with a body more formidable than before. It appeared that not only had he been reborn, but he had also been endowed with extraordinary gifts. Such a splendid body must not go to waste. In this lifetime, he resolved never to act foolishly again. He was determined to fully enjoy the beautiful experiences this world has to offer. With this thought, he turned back to Su Yuan and returned to her side. Chapter 4. Just you all are so infuriating. That evening, Cheng Lei lay on the bed, leaning against the headboard while smoking, his mind racing with myriad thoughts. Who should his next woman be? Although he had been reveling in the pleasures of the past few days, a man is often inclined to seek variety after indulging in a single dish for too long. The sound of water in the bathroom ceased, and Su Yuan emerged barefoot. Clearly, she had become addicted to Cheng Lei. Clad in a sensual silk nightgown, she gracefully approached him. Her long, smooth legs peeked out from beneath the hem of her nightgown, exuding an irresistible allure. Lei Gu, I've finished my shower, and there's still hot water. Would you like to wash up? Over the past few days, she had thoroughly figured Cheng Lei out. Though he possessed brute strength, his techniques were rather limited. While his offensive was potent, it lacked any finesse or strategy. He reminded her somewhat of the character Duan Yu from novels, possessing formidable inner strength, yet only mastering a sporadic technique. If he had a wider array of skills, she wouldn't have found herself so completely captivated over these days. Fortunately, he was perceptive and had the good fortune of encountering her, Wang Yiyin. After several days of practice, he had made considerable progress. I'll wash up later. Cheng Lei found himself mesmerized by the seductive and enchanting Su Yuan, swallowing hard as he gazed at her. This woman was undeniably provocative. Even the notoriously frugal Zhang Chao could afford such a luxurious villa to keep her. Her capabilities were evident. Enough is enough. Cheng Lei abruptly pulled her into his embrace. Just as an urgent knocking resonated from downstairs, Su Yuan and Cheng Lei exchanged puzzled glances, both shaking their heads in silent confusion. This place shouldn't have any visitors. This villa was specifically purchased by Zhang Chao for Su Yuan to reside in, and Cheng Lei had never been inside. He had only driven Zhang Chao here a few times, and although he was aware of the location, he had never entered the house. Moreover, it was already nighttime. How could anyone possibly come here? Could it be that Su Yuan was secretly keeping someone on the side behind Zhang Chao as back? Regardless of who it was, they had interrupted his enjoyment, and he was ready to make them regret it. Cheng Lei quickly donned his clothes, preparing to head downstairs. Voices filtered through the door. Baby, I'm here. Hurry down and let me in. I forgot my keys. Please open the door. I missed you so much these past few days. Upon hearing that voice, a wave of anger surged within Cheng Lei. Zhang Chao, There was no mistaking that voice. Su Yuan recognized it too and hurriedly replied, "I'm in the shower. Darling, please wait a moment." As she spoke, she rushed back into the bathroom and turned on the shower, then emerged with a questioning look directed at Cheng Lei. "Didn't you say that Zhang Chao wouldn't be back? What is going on?" Cheng Lei was equally bewildered. "Damn, not only have I been reborn, but the script has also changed? I wasn't sentenced to life imprisonment. So shouldn't it be Zhang Chao facing that fate?" Suddenly, he recalled the reflection he had seen in the mirror. "Damn, I wasn't this young when I was sentenced to life. The timeline is off." He had been so preoccupied with enjoyment that he hadn't paid attention to the year. Pulling out his phone, he glanced at the screen. July 19th, 2012. This was the third year of Zhang Chao's rise to prominence. At this time, there had been no fatalities. He had merely injured a fellow competitor in the leg, and had been caught on camera. After paying a fine and a few days of detention, he would be released. Cheng Lei clenched his teeth, his fists tightening until his knuckles turned white. "All right, you scoundrel, my chance for revenge has arrived. I'm going to kill you. Kill you." The thought of murder echoed relentlessly in Cheng Lei's mind. If this had been the day he first regained his life, he would have undoubtedly acted on such impulses. However, after enjoying life for a few days, he had grown less impulsive. He had become more composed than in his previous life, and another thought surged into his mind, pushing aside the notion of killing Zhang Chao. "No, if I kill him now, I'll surely be apprehended again. At that point, it would either be the death penalty or life imprisonment. Since I have been reborn, how could I possibly repeat the same mistakes? No, I refuse to return to prison. I want to live to experience the beauty of life. Revenge can take different forms, but not this one. With so many women in this world and countless beautiful experiences, how could I easily give up? I will target him, infiltrate his circle, and go after his wife, lovers, secretary, and employees. I will spare no one. I shall ensure his family is torn apart and his life is ruined. Not only do I seek women, but I also desire wealth and status. In short, I want it all." Cheng Lei gradually relaxed his fists and gave Su Yuan a meaningful glance, signaling her to open the door. He then returned to the bedroom and dressed. Su Yuan shrugged helplessly, intentionally stepping under the shower head to drench herself, and without drying off, she slipped into her nightgown. She descended the stairs, still dripping wet. "I just finished showering, darling. Are you still out there?" Zhang Chao's impatient voice immediately rang out from outside the door. "I'm here, baby. Hurry and open the door. I can't wait any longer." The thought of being pressed against that loathsome old man made Su Yuan's stomach churn. Yet, there was no choice. Every profession has its ethics. She steadied her nerves, a smile returning to her face as she unlocked the door. The moment Zhang Chao heard the lock click, he rushed in and immediately lunged at Su Yuan, showering her face and hair with fervent kisses. "Baby, I missed you so much, you scoundrel. I just finished showering, and now you made me dirty again." Su Yuan pushed Zhang Chao away, desperately wiping her face clean of his saliva with her sleeve. Accompanied by the dilution of saliva, a wave of foul odor assaulted the nostrils. "Are you a dog? Can't you engage in any semblance of human activity, incessantly licking your face? Why not lick somewhere else?" Cheng Lei cracked the bedroom door open, grinning as he observed the scene unfolding downstairs, feeling a surge of revulsion. What a struggle it is. Every profession has its challenges. Although this particular line of work may seem lucrative and effortless, it is indeed beyond the capabilities of an ordinary woman. Zhang Chao, however, paid no heed. He forcefully pulled Su Yuan's head into his embrace. "I've been cooped up in there for several days, and I missed you terribly, darling. You have no idea how difficult it has been for me these past few days. The moment I emerged today, I came straight here without even returning home. I've been subsisting on food that scarcely resembles a meal. Look, my lips are inflamed. My temper is quite flared. You must help me cool down. Damn it." Su Yuan cursed inwardly, turning her face away to gaze toward the bedroom. Her expression reflected utter despondency. "Fine, fine, fine. You pack of worthless men. Is this how you play? This one is irritable. That one is irritable. Do you take me for honeysuckle?" Cheng Lei chuckled, winking at Su Yuan. "You may attend to this scoundrel and help him cool off. I shall take my leave." After a careful survey of his surroundings, ensuring nothing was left behind, he donned his coat and leaped through the open window. At this height, the second floor posed no challenge for the youthful Cheng Lei. After all, during his younger days, he had frequently scaled walls to break and enter, engaging in various petty crimes. This modest distance was hardly a hindrance for him. Once he landed in the courtyard, he did not immediately depart, but instead lingered in the shadows, quietly listening to the commotion above. Chapter 5. This pot I shall not scrub. The reason Cheng Lei did not leave immediately was his fear that Su Yuan would divulge the events of the past few days. Should the matter be prematurely exposed, he would be forced to alter his strategy. However, his concerns were unfounded. As Su Yuan and Zhang Chao exchanged only a few words before the room was filled with the sounds of exertion, the neighbors nearby, seated by the roadside enjoying the evening air, gradually slowed the rhythm of their fans, each straining to listen. The noise was minimal. It seemed the evening's meal had not been substantial, leaving them lacking in energy for their workout. Ha ha ha. You're talking nonsense. It's been nearly a week. What kind of man can sustain such a regimen every day for a week? After a brief interval, Zhang Chao descended the stairs with haste, tightening his belt as he rushed out of the courtyard. The sound of a car engine roared to life and quickly faded into the distance. Cheng Lei let out a cold snort, revealing himself from the corner of the shadows. It was just as it had always been. The driver waited outside, and now he was likely heading home. Cheng Lei silently thanked his luck for not having stepped out of the courtyard earlier, for he would have certainly been spotted by Zhang Chao's driver. In the past, Cheng Lei had driven for Zhang Chao, and each time he would wait in the courtyard. The heavens were indeed aiding him. It appeared that Zhang Chao had forgotten his keys, preventing him from bringing the car inside. After waiting a few more moments, having considered that nothing had been overlooked, Cheng Lei strode out of the courtyard and onto the main road. He casually lit a cigarette, savoring its smoke. Tonight, he was resolute in not returning home. That scoundrel Zhang Chao, lacking in hygiene, was surely spitting into the pot. This pot, I shall not scrub it. Where to go now? Cheng Lei surveyed his surroundings while smoking. This area lay on the outskirts of the West City, far from bustling activity. The only place of any significance nearby was the West City service area, less than a kilometer away from where he had disembarked. He decided to catch a taxi there, head back to the city, and then figure out how to return home. With this thought, he finished his cigarette with a determined drag, extinguished the butt, and made his way to the West City service area. Although the distance was short, it was already quite late when he left the villa. Upon reaching the service area, he glanced at his phone and noted that it was precisely 1:30 a.m. A cursory glance revealed an empty service area, devoid of a single legitimate taxi. However, a few shabby cars were parked beyond the guardrail, with several burly drivers gathered together, chatting. Cheng Lei, accustomed to conducting business outside, recognized them as local unlicensed taxi drivers, who flocked to the service area at night to prey upon unsuspecting customers. It would be several years before society improved enough to rid the area of them. Money. Cheng Lei patted down his pockets, ultimately retrieving even the coins he had. Counting them, he found a total of 33 yuan and 7 jiao. A notification on his phone indicated a bank card balance of 713 yuan. A substantial amount, yet surrounded by desolate roads and barren weeds. There was no ATM in sight, and he had no card on him to withdraw any funds. Cheng Lei scrolled through his WeChat, but the payment function was evidently not available at this time. It seemed that WeChat had yet to introduce this service. Damn it, I should have asked that wretched woman for a few hundred yuan. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed improper to behave like a kept man. Damn it, what kind of life was I living in my youth, impoverished to the core? One of the chatting black taxi drivers spotted Cheng Lei, and a bald man approached him first, wearing a smug expression. Where to, brother? Hop in my car, and we'll be off. Cheng Lei looked up at him, his face a mask of flab and a rogue demeanor, his entire body dripping with sweat, his shirt clinging to him, filthy and foul. There was no need for further inquiry. This was clearly a local thug, a quintessential black taxi driver. There was no choice but to take the black cab. How much to the city? Though he asked, Cheng Lei already had an idea. In this era, for a journey of less than 20 kilometers, a legitimate taxi would normally charge no more than 40 yuan. 90. How much? Cheng Lei tilted his head, unsure if he had misheard. The bald man pulled a grimy hand from his pocket, extending a finger to indicate 90. That's the price. What the hell? Cheng Lei's lips trembled in disbelief. I knew you were crooked, but I hadn't anticipated such blatant extortion. The men nearby laughed, clearly approving of the price, suggesting a fixed rate among them. There was no need to get angry or provoke them. If worst came to worst, he could spend the night in the service area lobby. Cheng Lei thought this to himself, choosing to ignore them and stepping aside to fiddle with his phone. The bald man glanced at Cheng Lei moving away and approached him again. It's pointless. Don't waste your time. What? Cheng Lei surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was indeed the only one present, confirming that the bald man was addressing him. I'm telling you, calling out 1T help. They wouldn't dare come over. Not even in broad daylight would those cowards venture here. Cheng Lei understood. He was merely playing with his phone, but the bald man mistakenly believed he was calling a taxi. In this age, despite ongoing crackdowns against organized crime, such entities had not completely vanished. These small factions still thrived in this remote little city, brazen as ever. The collection of protection fees and the coercive sales tactics are the handiwork of this group. Damn, these are remnants of my past dealings. Cheng Lei has been indulging himself these past few days, his temperament considerably tempered compared to before. There is no need to stoop to their level. He turned away and retreated to the other side to immerse himself in his phone. Brilliant headlights illuminated the ramp as a roaring coach bus thundered into the service area. A group of men beside a sedan quickly beckoned the bald man over. A business opportunity had arrived. The bald man spat vehemently, glancing sideways at Cheng Lei with a glare before returning to his companions. With a screeching halt, the bus came to a stop. A cardboard sign bearing the name of the town was propped against the windshield. Changji, Weixian. It was a vehicle passing through Xiqing. Disembarking passengers here. Before the passengers could even step off, several unlicensed taxi drivers had already surrounded the door. Gome. No other cars are available. Get in my car, and we'll be on our way. A few individuals disembarked, starting with a middle-aged man, followed by a young couple, and finally, two young men, one short and one stout. The taxi drivers encircled them. Where to, brothers? Beautiful lady, hop in my car, let us go. The middle-aged man glanced at them, said nothing, and simply squeezed past to leave. Someone must have been waiting for him outside the railing. Only the young couple and the two youths appeared bewildered, gazing warily at the imposing figures surrounding them. Cheng Lei put his phone away and, with his hands in his pockets, observed the scene, particularly fixating on the soul girl. After spending so long in prison surrounded by men, the sight of a woman instantly captivated him. The drop-off area was somewhat distant from the streetlights, obscuring the girl's features. He could only discern her figure and attire. She stood a stately 7 meters tall, clad in a yellow short-sleeved t-shirt, form-fitting cotton shorts, and white sneakers. Her long, slender legs shimmered alluringly in the dim light. Cheng Lei's gaze was thoroughly ensnared by those exquisite legs. Those legs I could indulge in for a year. The boy beside her was even taller, easily reaching 9 meters. While his height was impressive, he was excessively thin, lacking the masculine build one would expect. Cheng Lei cursed inwardly, frustrated that such splendid legs were wasted on a boy like him. The young man held the girl's hand with one arm and clutched a small purse in the other, glancing nervously at the burly taxi driver surrounding them. The two youths, short and stout, stood at a distance from the couple, indicating they were not part of the same group. Curiously, the girl seemed the most composed among them. Ignoring the taxi drivers, she approached the two youths and posed a series of questions. Where are you heading? Are you going to the city? If so, how about we share a ride? Seeing her calm demeanor, the two youths felt somewhat reassured and were about to nod in agreement when the bald driver strode over, positioning himself between the four of them. Who said you could share a ride? No carpooling. Everyone goes their own way. Why can't we share a ride? The girl retorted, her anger rising. The bald driver sneered. No sharing means no sharing. There's no need for explanations. What I say goes. Enough talking. The young man, anxious, urgently tugged at the girl to avoid trouble. In a fit of frustration, she shrugged off his hold. What are you afraid of, you big man? You're so tall. Determined, she declared, I'm going to share a ride, and I'll see if they dare to do anything to me. The young man felt the sting of her words, his face flushed with embarrassment and anger rising within him. He looked up, his gaze hardening as he glared at the burly taxi drivers, ready to speak. But in an instant, he wilted, lips sealed tight and head bowed. The ferocity in their eyes was far more intimidating than his bravado. Seeing his demeanor, the girl's irritation intensified. You're useless. She ignored him completely, bypassing the bald driver to once again address the two youths. Are you willing to share a ride? The two young men exchanged glances, each wearing a look of embarrassment, mirroring the young man's fear. In the dead of night, surrounded by wild grass and desolation, faced with such intimidating figures, who would dare provoke them? Another taxi driver, sporting a gleaming gold chain around his neck, rushed over and pointed a finger at the two youths, bellowing, You two better get in the car without causing me any trouble, or you'll regret it. Spittle flew from his mouth, splattering the two youths. Realizing the situation was deteriorating, the two youths hurriedly climbed into the silver Santana belonging to the man with the gold chain. Damn it, why do they insist on pushing my buttons? If I get angry, it'll be one car per person. Back in the car, the gold chain driver continued to rant angrily, then revved the engine and sped off down a side road, disappearing in an instant. Bunch of cowards, the girl muttered under her breath, feeling quite dejected. As she surveyed her surroundings, her eyes brightened upon spotting Cheng Lei across the way. She approached him in a few quick strides and asked, Hey there, where are you headed? If you're going to the city, would you like to share a ride? Hey there? Cheng Lei glanced around, realizing she was indeed speaking to him, as there was no one else nearby. After a moment, he understood. He often forgot he had been reborn. He was still young. Youthful or not, being called little brother felt somewhat irksome. Back in his day, he was always addressed as Brother Lei wherever he went. Standing so close, he finally got a good look at the girl. She appeared to be around 21 or 22, quite beautiful, with a sweet and innocent demeanor. In contrast to the alluring Su Yuan, she belonged to an entirely different category. Cheng Lei fished some coins from his pocket and waved them. I would be more than willing to share a ride with you, but I only have 30 yuan on me. I just inquired, and the fare to the city is 90. If we share, it wouldn't be fair to you. Not unfair at all. It's perfectly fair, the girl exclaimed cheerfully, waving her arms as she called for her companion to hurry over. There are two of us. Each of us can contribute 30, making 90 in total. Well then, Cheng Lei replied with a hearty smile, moved by her spirited nature, his mood lifting considerably. Just as he was beginning to feel elated, the bald driver approached once more. 150. It's past 2 now, so the price has gone up. Also, you must ride separately, 1 car for each of you. Cheng Lei felt a surge of anger, furrowing his brow. But he refrained from speaking up. He didn't want to resort to violence. If it came to it, he could endure a night here. It was no great misfortune. The young man stepped forward, speaking softly to the bald driver. Brother, can my girlfriend and I ride in the same car? We won't share a ride anymore. Is that all right? The bald driver remained silent, tilting his head to assess him, then pointed to his own Chevrolet with his thumb. The meaning was clear. He had consented. The young man nodded gratefully and quickly pulled the girl along toward the bald driver's car. The girl was even angrier now, shaking off the young man's hand once more. If you're going, go on your own. I'm determined to share a ride. Are you going or not? The bald man cast a derisive glance at the young boy, his face brimming with mockery. Come on, why aren't you leaving? The young boy hastily attempted once more to grasp the girl's hand. Stop causing a scene. We finally agreed to leave, so let us go. You, the girl, incensed, pointed a trembling finger at him. You are truly not a man. You lack any backbone. If you want to leave, go ahead on your own. I am determined to carpool today, and I want to see what they can do to me. Not a man, am I? The young boy felt his anger rise. Can't you see the situation? What if they decide to strike? I've never seen someone so cowardly, she retorted, shaking off his hand for the 3rd time and stepping directly in front of Cheng Lei. Hey, come with me. Let us get in the car together and see how they handle it. Cheng Lei stood silently, his gaze fixed intently on the group of unscrupulous taxi drivers. In a few years, perhaps they would think twice about resorting to violence, but for now, there was nothing this group wouldn't dare to do. The service area was located on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by desolate land, and at this moment, there were no surveillance cameras. The girl might not comprehend the gravity of the situation, but Cheng Lei was well aware that they would undoubtedly resort to violence. As expected, Cheng Lei remained silent, and the bald man approached. He pointed a finger at Cheng Lei's nose and began to curse him. Kid, you better get the hell out of my way. If you utter even a single word, I swear I'll beat you to death. Cheng Lei's temper flared instantly. From the moment he arrived, he had felt a profound discomfort. Now, this man was pushing his luck, calling him kid and arrogantly referring to himself as I. Initially, having been reborn, he was in high spirits and reluctant to stir up trouble. Yet, the other party was clearly looking for conflict. Cheng Lei's brows knitted tightly, his eyes turning icy. Who do you think you are, calling yourself I? And whom are you pointing at? Do you wish to lose that hand? Startled, the bald man hesitated. You dare talk back? As he met Cheng Lei's gaze, a chill coursed through him. What was this look? It was akin to that of a malevolent spirit. Though fear gripped him, he glanced back at his companions, suddenly emboldened. You think you can intimidate me? Just wait. If I don't beat the crap out of you, I won't be called West City Thunder Tiger. Cheng Lei snorted coldly, withdrawing his hand from his pocket. He regarded these men with utter disdain, flexing his fingers and cracking his neck, ready to strike. How dare this dog-like creature call himself Thunder Tiger? Truly formidable individuals seldom resorted to such ostentatious nicknames. Only those of lesser stature, desperate to maintain appearances, would adopt such intimidating monikers. While Cheng Lei was imprisoned, he had heard of certain self-proclaimed Dragon Lord, covered in tattoos, bullied an ordinary worker on the street only to be killed in retaliation. This incident had become a long-lasting joke among inmates. Just as Cheng Lei was about to make his move, he noticed that the girl had not fled. She stood resolutely beside him. Don't come any closer. I will call the police. She stammered, trembling as she took out her phone to dial. Cheng Lei shook his head inwardly. This girl had no understanding of the current predicament. The bald man laughed mockingly. Go ahead and call. I'm curious to see how quickly the police arrive and whether they can save you. You should leave. They aren't afraid. There are no officers on duty here. By the time the police arrive, they will have long since fled. Cheng Lei hastily urged her to step back. She was too naive, unaware of the world's dangers. Yet, she remained steadfast. This is my fault. I will stand with you no matter what. She called out to the young boy again. Su Ening, stop dawdling and come help. A burly man turned his gaze toward the young boy, who trembled and crouched down in fear. No, I want to help. Please don't hit me. Don't hurt Lon Lon. She doesn't know any better. I beg you. Cheng Lei was taken aback. Was this what constituted a man? In contrast, despite her shivering, the girl stood resolutely beside Cheng Lei, demonstrating a courage that far surpassed the young boy's. Cheng Lei made up his mind. She was a good person, and he could not allow her to suffer harm. He had to take action. Lingering any longer would make it difficult to protect her. Seizing the moment, Cheng Lei lunged forward, closing the distance to the bald man. Before the bald man could react, Cheng Lei seized his finger, twisting it forcefully backward at a 90-degree angle. The bald man didn't even have time to speak before he let out a wail. Following this, Cheng Lei delivered a powerful kick to his knee, sending him sprawling to the ground. What was that name you called yourself? Thunder what? Cheng Lei pressed the bald man's head against the ground. Oh, I remember now, Thunder Tiger. You dare to call yourself that in front of me? It hurts. It hurts. The bald man writhed helplessly, begging for mercy. Brother, please let me go. I realize my mistake. Cheng Lei voida sinistergri, tauntingly grinding the bald man's head against the gravel. I was in a good mood, and yet you, an ignorant fool, chose to provoke me. What do you think you are? How dare you come and bother me? The bald man's face was bloodied, and he pleaded incessantly for mercy. Chapter 7. If you lack power, do not engage. Witnessing the scene, one of the men shouted, "Go back and get weapons." Several burly men hurried back to their vehicle to fetch weapons. Cheng Lei cast a cold glance at them before delivering a knee strike to the bald man's abdomen. The bald man gasped, his body drenched in cold sweat, curling up and collapsing to the ground. Cheng Lei felt a lingering sense of satisfaction and pointed at a tall man with long hair wielding a metal pipe. Not satisfied yet. You come here. You're looking for trouble. The long-haired man rushed toward Cheng Lei, raising his weapon to bring down a fierce blow to Cheng Lei's neck. In an instant, Cheng Lei lifted his arm, firmly grasping the descending pipe. With a powerful grip, he held it tight. The long-haired man tugged twice, unable to free it, and then desperately used both hands to pull with all his might. Still, he could not budge it. Fear evident in his eyes as he trembled and said to his companions, "This kid is something else." Cheng Lei stood there, looking relaxed, even somewhat content. How could an ordinary person possess such strength? Was he a monster? Cheng Lei smiled ominously, exerting force to snatch the pipe away, then delivering a fierce kick to the long-haired man's face. The man flew backward like a rag doll, crashing to the ground and rolling several times before coming to a stop, blood gushing from his nose and mouth as he clutched his face and groaned. Two more men charged forward, one wielding a pipe and the other a baton. They exchanged glances and swung their weapons down toward Cheng Lei's head. In their eyes, Cheng Lei seemed peculiar. They needed to incapacitate him quickly to prevent being countered, as their earlier companion had been. A dull thud echoed as Cheng Lei swung the metal pipe, violently colliding with their weapons and sparking a shower of fire. The man wielding a baton had contorted it into a shape resembling a letter, propping it against his injured arm. Meanwhile, another man, who had been holding a metal pipe, had long since lost track of it. His arm had gone numb in an instant, a deep gash running between his thumb and forefinger, blood oozing incessantly. The two men stared in horror at Cheng Lei, bewildered by the monstrous figure before them. "Damn it, are you trying to kill me?" Cheng Lei forced a sinister smile, casually discarding the pipe. With each confrontation, his excitement only grew. Initially trembling with anticipation, it was not fear that coursed through him, but exhilaration. As his adrenaline surged, he lost all sense of restraint. To avoid any serious consequences, he discarded the pipe. Should he injure or kill someone, he would likely find himself in prison again. However, the absence of a weapon did not imply that Cheng Lei would refrain from attacking. He lunged forward, delivering two swift kicks, both connecting with the faces of the men. They flew through the air like ragdolls, crashing to the ground and tumbling several times, groans echoing around them. "Is there anyone else?" Cheng Lei surveyed the scene, noting only one individual remaining, a man in his 40s, not particularly robust, sporting glasses and a face etched with the marks of time's relentless passage. Cheng Lei pointed at him, stating, "Don't waste time. You're the last one left. Come here." Upon hearing Cheng Lei's call, the bespectacled man involuntarily swallowed, his heart skipping several beats. Was this man a monster? Everyone else around him, muscled and towering, had been effortlessly dispatched by Cheng Lei. Locking eyes with him sent a chill coursing through the man's veins, leaving him shivering uncontrollably. He wanted to flee, but his legs felt as if they were encased in cement. No matter how hard he tried, he could not budge an inch. "TSK." Cheng Lei frowned at his inaction. "Did I not tell you to come over? Can you not hear me?" I can't move," the bespectacled man stammered, trembling. Cheng Lei licked his lips, disappointment washing over him. Just when his interest peaked, they had become so immobile. Reluctantly, he strode closer to the man. "You lot, hiding in the dark corners of society. Only bully the weak and dare to put on a show in front of me? Seeking your own demise. This was all merely leftover play from his past. Do not mistake me for a coward now. Even in my previous life, dealing with scum like you was a matter of mere moments. The bespectacled man clutched a watermelon knife, approximately half a meter long, his palms slick with sweat as he gripped the handle tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably. Cheng Lei observed the weapon in his hands and shook his head. The man's posture revealed he had no idea how to wield such a knife. While intimidating and potentially lethal, it was cumbersome and difficult to conceal. Brandishing it suggested a lack of reliability. Typically, such a knife was used more for intimidation than actual combat. Some inexperienced fools might wield it in a fit of rage, but once drawn, it would inevitably lead to severe consequences, either death or imprisonment. Cheng Lei scoffed at the thought of using such a weapon, yet he found the design appealing. Approaching the bespectacled man, he extended 2 fingers and seized the knife's blade. With a slight tug, he effortlessly extracted it from the man's grip, tossing it into the air and catching it by the handle, twirling it playfully. After indulging in his amusement, he leveled the blade and lightly tapped the man's arm at the flat side. You really think you can handle a weapon of this length? Cheng Lei was not jesting. A watermelon knife was heavy and required strength to wield effectively. If mishandled, it could easily slip from one's grasp, leading to complications if it fell into the wrong hands. In his previous life, a companion had been skilled with such a knife despite lacking physical strength. Before engaging in any altercation, he would tightly bind the knife's handle to his hand with coarse burlap to prevent it from slipping away during use. The bespectacled man quivered as the blade touched him. I really can't. I was just pretending to look tough. Please, let me go. I have a family to support. Enough, Cheng Lei interrupted dismissively. Don't call me boss. I'm barely in my 20s, while you appear to be in your 40s. Even in my past life, I didn't reach that age. Moreover, who do you think I am? With such a cowardly demeanor, I would be embarrassed to have you as my subordinate. Cheng Lei's interest waned as he observed the man's pitiful state. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. The bespectacled man, quick to read the situation, fumbled for a lighter and respectfully ignited the cigarette for him. Cheng Lei took a leisurely drag, feeling considerably more at ease, exhaling a lazy smoke ring. At your age, with that level of courage, you dare to venture into this life? The bespectacled man wore a bitter expression. I don't want to, but I have a family to support. The money comes quicker here. Cheng Lei took another drag, advising him, why not find an honest job? This life is perilous. You could easily end up incarcerated. In there, people like you, lacking courage and strength, face a grim fate. Cheng Lei was not merely trying to intimidate him. Being a thug required certain qualities, bravery and ruthlessness. Lacking both, how could one survive in such an environment? Moreover, the government's crackdown on organized crime grew increasingly severe each year. This spineless individual risked being scapegoated if he did not withdraw promptly, leading to a disastrous end. Chapter 8. I'm afraid of the dark. The bespectacled man was taken aback. Although Cheng Lei was young, his words struck deeply. He resolved never to return to this life of crime after dark. It was indeed a disreputable affair. He had contemplated this before, but the lucrative profits and ease of earning money here had drawn him in. A single run here could yield as much as a legitimate taxi driver would earn half a day. After several years of this lifestyle, he had never encountered anyone like Cheng Lei, a freak who could effortlessly earn money in this manner. Despite the unclean nature of the profits, he had always felt uneasy. Cheng Lei's words resonated with him today, and he realized that while legitimate work might yield lesser earnings, it would at least grant him peace of mind. Additionally, he was ill-suited for this life. Every encounter left him trembling with fear. Cheng Lei handed the watermelon knife back to him, saying, if you don't know how to use this, just keep it at home for safekeeping. Better yet, keep a brick in your car for self-defense. The bespectacled man gazed at the knife in his hands, nodding repeatedly. I'll find a dumpster to dispose of it. You're right, I truly can't use it. He was about to toss it into a nearby trash bin when Cheng Lei called out again. The bespectacled man halted, awaiting Cheng Lei's words. After finishing his cigarette, Cheng Lei discarded the butt and extinguished it underfoot. What waste to throw away such a fine knife? It would serve well as a keepsake at home. Indeed, the bespectacled man replied, pulling several crumpled newspapers from his pocket to wrap the knife securely before tucking it into his coat. Which car is yours? Cheng Lei inquired once more. The bespectacled man strode confidently to a silver Santana, opening the rear door. This is mine. Please get in. I will take you to the city. Cheng Lei nodded with satisfaction, recognizing his aptitude for the situation, and promptly settled into the back seat, waving at a nearby girl. Little sister, are you getting in the car to the city? What are you dawdling for? The girl had been in a daze for a while, her mouth agape. Cheng Lei, observing her gaping mouth, felt a strange urge to place something inside it. Upon hearing Cheng Lei call her, the girl promptly closed her mouth, regained her composure, and took small steps to join him in the back seat of the car. "Brother, it turns out you are quite impressive," she said, extending her petite thumb towards Cheng Lei with a beaming smile before attempting to shut the door. Cheng Lei chuckled, gesturing outside. "Your little puppy is coming." The girl turned her head to see a small puppy standing up, racing towards the car, and trying to climb in beside her. "Get lost. How dare you come over here? Walk." She snatched the small bag from the puppy's grasp and kicked him aside with a firm shove before slamming the car door shut. "Driver, let's go," she instructed. Cheng Lei merely smiled, saying nothing. "Are you all settled?" The bespectacled man replied, starting the engine. With a swift press on the accelerator, the car veered onto a side road, quickly merging onto a smooth highway. The journey to the city would take a little over 10 minutes. Feeling somewhat bored, Cheng Lei rolled down the window, gazing outside as he lit a cigarette and took leisurely puffs. The girl's eyes remained fixed on Cheng Lei, sparkling with excitement. "Brother." She broke the silence. "Are you from West City? And what is your name? And you?" Cheng Lei slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke, not providing an answer, but instead probing with a counter-question. The girl immediately began responding, evidently lacking worldly experience. "My name is Lan Lan, and I hail from Jiang City. I just graduated from Jiang City University in June. I read online that West City is developing rapidly, making it easier to find a job here. So I came with Su Ening to see if we could secure employment." Suddenly, she burst into laughter. "Ha ha, little puppy. Su Ening is the little puppy you've been talking about. Such an apt description. How did you come up with that?" "Oh," Cheng Lei replied casually, not amused. It became clear to him that this girl was rather naive. She had just stepped out of school. Her straightforward and cheerful disposition, devoid of guile, would likely lead her to face hardships, as life was not as idyllic as one might envision. Of course, this was a necessary path in life. No one begins their journey fully enlightened, and everyone must endure setbacks. Cheng Lei found himself rather fond of her personality, yet he had much to accomplish. It would be wiser to keep such an innocent girl away from his less-than-ideal life. Thus, he merely offered perfunctory responses as she animatedly chatted away. Before long, they arrived at their destination. The bespectacled man parked the car on the roadside in West City Center. "Boss, we've arrived in the city." "Huh? How'd we get here so quickly?" Lan Lan looked at Cheng Lei with intense eyes, a hint of reluctance in her expression. "I still had so much to say. Why didn't that uncle take a longer route?" Cheng Lei pretended not to notice her gaze, pulling out cash from his pocket and handing it to the driver. "This is for the fare." The driver glanced at the money Cheng Lei offered but hesitated to accept it. Cheng Lei held his hand out for a moment before growing impatient. "Do you have a hearing problem? Did you not hear me speaking to you?" After a brief journey, this amount should suffice. If not, he could cover the difference himself. Realizing Cheng Lei's tone had shifted, the driver quickly accepted the money. It's enough. "Thank you." Cheng Lei opened the door and stepped out, casually waving his hand in farewell to the girl. He lit a cigarette, walking along as he smoked. Lan Lan hurriedly opened the car door and ran after him, catching up a few steps later. "Brother, wait. Is there something else?" Cheng Lei paused, still smoking. Without turning around, Lan Lan stepped forward to stand before him. "Brother, didn't you say you only had $30-some?" "Yes," Cheng Lei replied, admiring the girl before him. At 1.7 meters, she was just half a head shorter than him, youthful and beautiful. It would be disingenuous to claim she didn't stir something within him. "I just gave it all to the driver. What's the matter?" "Brother," Lan Lan bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before softly suggesting, "It's quite late now. And you didn't bring any money. Why not find a place to stay until morning?" Her voice dwindled to a whisper. "Such a good fortune?" Cheng Lei flicked the ash from his cigarette, gazing into Lan Lan's eyes. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "Sister, you are a lovely girl. However, I'm not a good person. I have many matters to attend to, and uncertainties may arise along the way. I wouldn't want to expose you to any risks." Lan Lan raised her chin, looking directly into Cheng Lei's eyes. "Brother, it's not that. It's just too late, and I'm afraid to stay alone. Why didn't you say so earlier? That would have made things clear." Cheng Lei replied, his tone casual. "In that case, find a place. I'll accompany you for the night, and we can chat comfortably in the air conditioning. I'll leave in the morning." Lan Lan Cheflin Avet, linking her arm with Cheng Lei's. "Brother, let us go." After a few steps, Cheng Lei paused again. "By the way, what about that Su Ening?" Lan Lan stood, her face indifferent. "You mean that little puppy? What a coward. He has money. Let him figure it out." The rest of the evening unfolded smoothly as Lan Lan found a nearby inn, where they shared a room, chatting and enjoying the air conditioning. Cheng Lei also took the opportunity to review the knowledge he had acquired over the past few days, becoming more adept in its application. When dawn broke, Cheng Lei rose and began dressing. Lan Lan lay comfortably in bed, watching him. "Brother, are you leaving already?" "Yes, Cheng Lei replied, putting on his shirt and then his pants. I need to hurry back. There are many things awaiting my attention. Lon Lon giggled, doubling over in laughter. Brother, didn't Tiyu just have a big night? Are you afraid I might come looking for you at home? Of course not. Cheng Lei chuckled at the thought. What's your name? Cheng Lei, he replied. Cheng Lei, Lan Lan Zipi. Brother, you said last night that I'm a good girl. Am I still one now? Indeed. Cheng Lei continued dressing. The world is complex, and judging others based solely on appearances is deceptive. What truly matters is the means by which one achieves their goals. Some concepts are profound, he added, noting her confused expression. Should I break up with that coward Su Yining? Lan Lan asked, but Cheng Lei remained silent. Matters of others' emotions should unfold naturally. Interference would yield no benefit. As the saying goes, it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to destroy a single marriage. And that encapsulated his thoughts on the matter. Chapter 9. If I give you money, just take it. Cheng Lei did not respond, prompting Lan Lan to continue. Su Yining is tall, handsome, and a skilled basketball player. Many girls like him. I never expected him to be such a coward. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. How delightful. Cheng Lei rose and made his way outside, pondering that there are advantages to being timid. At the very least, one avoids stirring up trouble. And you are also remarkable. So many girls admire him, yet he ultimately returns to you. Flattered by Cheng Lei's praise, Lan Lan beamed with joy. Brother, in which aspect do you think I excel? That aspect, Cheng Lei replied without thinking, the words slipping from his lips. Realizing the inappropriateness of his response, he hastily clarified. You possess a youthful sweetness and an admirable figure. I hardly believe you. Lan Lan tilted her head, a playful smile adorning her face. Upon reaching the doorway, Cheng Lei pulled out his cigarette case, glanced inside, and froze in place. Lan Lan, noticing his pause, seemed to comprehend. Brother, don't leave just yet. Wait for me. With that, she hurriedly donned her clothes, tidied herself up, and slipped on her slippers before dashing outside. A few minutes later, she returned, grasping Cheng Lei's large hand and shoving a pack of cigarettes into his palm. Brother, is this the right brand? I don't know much. I just judge by the color. Yes, that's the one. Cheng Lei felt a stir of emotion within. This girl was indeed wonderful. In his past life, he had squandered his days embroiled in violence and loyalty. Though men had offered him cigarettes and liquor, he had never truly appreciated a woman like her. The only ones who ever provided him with any emotional value were the karaoke princesses, whose performances were merely for the sake of tips, lacking genuine sincerity. After a brief silence, Cheng Lei returned to his desk, took a notepad, scribbled a number, tore it off, and handed it to Lan Lan. This is my phone number. If you ever encounter any trouble, just give me a call. While I cannot assist you in finding work, should anyone bully you, reach out to me. Lan Lan took her phone, diligently saved the number, labeling it as Cheng Lei brother. She then dialed the number, satisfied when she heard the ringtone echo from Cheng Lei's pocket. She couldn't bear to discard the note, tucking it into her pocket instead. Thank you, brother. Lan Lan expressed her uncontainable happiness. Having traveled thousands of kilometers to this city, though devoid of relatives and friends, she had gained a remarkably brave brother, which was splendid indeed. After a moment of reflection, she giggled, retrieved her small bag, and pulled out 200 yuan, placing it into Cheng Lei's hand. Brother, you have no cash on you. Take this. Absolutely not. Cheng Lei immediately refused. You are here to find a job. You haven't even secured one yet. How can you waste money? Take it back. If you keep insisting, I shall be displeased. Do I seem like someone without money? You are slapping my face with this. Lan Lan stuck out her tongue, reclaimed the money, and returned it to her bag, playfully apologizing. Brother, don't be angry, I was wrong, I'm sorry. Cheng Lei quickly forgave her, acknowledging her understanding and urging her not to repeat it. Afterward, he glanced at the cigarettes in his hand, tucked them into his pocket, and decided not to refuse them this time. With a smile and a wave, he stepped out the door. Lan Lan stretched her body and reclined back on her bed, staring at the ceiling, lost in contemplation. After a while, she flipped over and extracted the note from her pocket, tracing the digits with her delicate finger. Having such a formidable brother was indeed a blessing. After tossing and turning in bed for a spell, she sat up and retrieved her phone, unblocking a number from her blacklist. After a moment's hesitation, she pressed the call button. A ringing tone echoed, and a somewhat anxious voice came through the line. Lan Lan, why couldn't I reach you all night? I was so worried. Where have you been? And you? Where are you now? Lan Lan mirrored Cheng Lei's earlier response. I walked to the West City and am currently standing on Fuyuan Street, she replied, sticking out her tongue and muttering, Idiot. You had money. Why didn't you take a taxi? Didn't you tell me to walk? Su Yining's voice was laden with helplessness. Furthermore, Lan Lan, stop pet. Now you choose to be obedient? When I needed your help last night at the service area, where were you? What else could I say? Su Yining's voice trembled on the verge of tears. There were so many of them. I couldn't fight them off. Besides, I even pleaded on your behalf. And those people were too injured to drive. I couldn't find a taxi. This statement was indeed true. The others were severely injured and wouldn't be up for a while. Lon Lon retorted, should I thank you for interceding on my behalf then? That is not necessary. You are truly an idiot. Just go. Lon Lon hung up angrily, blocking the number once again. She had encountered oblivious men before, but never one so lacking in emotional intelligence, a pretty face that served no purpose. Meanwhile, Cheng Lei wandered the streets, feeling quite troubled. The West City was over 40 kilometers away from his home. Walking back was out of the question, and the bus fare of 8 yuan was reasonable. However, he found himself without a single cent. He rummaged through his pockets multiple times, uncovering neither money nor a bank card. He felt an urge to slap himself in frustration. Damn it, why didn't you take the money when offered? What are you trying to prove, suffering for the sake of pride? But then he reconsidered. A woman's money should not be taken lightly, especially not from one he had just met. Could he really accept such money? That would be akin to becoming a gigolo. As he smoked and wandered aimlessly, he pondered ways to acquire some cash. Turning a corner, he found himself in front of a recycling shop. His eyes lit up upon spotting a familiar face, a young man in his 20s, drenched in sweat, dragging a large sack, cautiously glancing around before entering the recycling store. Hee. Cheng Lei smirked. What luck to encounter you today. He lit another cigarette and stood at the entrance, waiting. The young man, named Qian Kai, was a former prison mate of Cheng Lei. He was a decent fellow, but rather lazy, often whiling away his days. Eventually, he teamed up with a group of accomplices, prowling construction sites to steal cables. Cheng Lei hadn't anticipated that Qian Kai would plunge into this line of work so soon. It explained why he received a 3-year sentence when he was caught. Qian Kai was quite astute, being the last among his crew to be apprehended. He had a delicate appearance, making him particularly popular in prison, especially in certain unspeakable ways. Fortunately, he was adept at navigating social situations. After a few unfortunate incidents, he learned to be more cautious. He followed Cheng Lei around like a devoted servant, and in return, Cheng Lei treated him as a younger brother. Of course, Cheng Lei had no interest in exploiting his vulnerabilities. He merely offered him protection. With Cheng Lei as a support, no one dared to bully him anymore. Although the downside was that his bowel movements were no longer as smooth as they once were. After enduring 3 years, he finally regained his freedom. As for whether he has reformed, that remains uncertain. For just a few years after he ventured out, Cheng Lei indulged in peanuts. After a brief interlude of over 10 minutes, Qian Kai swaggered out, wearing a smug expression. The moment he stepped outside, he lit a cigarette, humming a tune, and leisurely took a drag. Upon seeing his demeanor, Cheng Lei instantly discerned that he had successfully made a profitable transformation once again. Hey there, kid. Look at you so pleased with yourself. Cheng Lei circled around to his back and gave his shoulder a hearty slap. Brother, shall we have a word? Oyan Gui. Caught off guard, jumped in surprise, his entire body shuddering as he dropped his freshly lit cigarette on the ground. He hastily covered his pocket with his hand and turned to glance suspiciously at Cheng Lei. Damn, you startled me. Who are you? Upon realizing it was a stranger, he felt considerably relieved and retrieved the cigarette from the ground, placing it between his lips. Who are you calling brother? Do I know you? Cheng Lei chuckled at his reaction. Kid, you may not recognize me now, but I am someone of considerable notoriety, and I certainly know you. Soon enough, I'll have you squawking like a duck caught in a trap. If it weren't for me back in prison, your backside would have been as exposed as a sunflower. And here you are, trying to act tough. Your name is Qian Kai, isn't it? Cheng Lei casually draped an arm around his shoulder. I noticed that heavy bag you were dragging. How much cash did you exchange? Startled at having his name called out verbatim, Qian Kai quickly offered Cheng Lei a cigarette, and even went so far as to light it for him. Bro, my apologies for not recognizing such a prominent figure. May I ask your name? Cheng Lei, he replied, taking a puff and nonchalantly continuing. Cheng Lei. Qian Kai mumbled the name to himself, attempting to recall who Cheng Lei was, but found himself drawing a blank. He even racked his brain about a dog belonging to his great-uncle's granddaughter's kindergarten teacher. He could not come up with anyone named Cheng Lei. Bro, you're magnanimous. Please spare me. Whatever you need, just say the word. Cheng Lei nodded approvingly. All right then. Tell me, how much did you exchange just now? Grimacing. I can't say. Then I suppose I shall have to inquire myself. Cheng Lei said, loosening his grip on Qian Kai's shoulder and feigning a move toward the shop. Wait, don't. Qian Kai panicked, yanking Cheng Lei back. Not much. Just 2,000 yuan. The boss rounded it up for me. Cheng Lei took a deep drag from his cigarette, casting a raised eyebrow as he flicked the butt to the ground. Damn, 2,000. In my previous life, I followed Zhang Chao for half my days, and my monthly wage barely exceeded 2,000. You lot make money way too easily. Cut the crap. Give me half 1,000. Qian Kai's face turned a ghastly shade, resembling liver. What the hell? You're asking for half right off the bat. That is a bit much, isn't it? There's several of us, and we've been staking out for days. Last night, we barely slept, sneaking into the site, sawing and pulling all night. We went through a lot of trouble just to get this little bit of copper wire. After finally converting it into cash, you want to take half? Seeing his unwillingness, Cheng Lei firmly grasped his shoulder. Unwilling to part with it, are you? How about I take you to the police station for a little tea? Ouch, that hurts. Qian Kai yelped, desperately pleading, stop squeezing. I'll give it to you. Cheng Lei released his grip with a casual smile. Qian Kai rubbed his shoulder, slowly retrieving the money from his pocket, counting out 1,000 with a reluctant gaze. After a moment of hesitation, he handed it over to Cheng Lei. Cheng Lei accepted it without a second thought, stuffing it into his pocket. Change your ways. Find something legitimate to do. Keep stealing, and you'll find yourself in jail. What did you say? Qian Kai was too busy massaging his shoulder to catch it clearly. Cheng Lei pretended to count on his fingers, adopting a serious tone. I can read fortunes. I say if you steal again, you'll end up in prison. You're too delicate. It won't be pleasant for you in there. It's better to seek out honest work. Deep down, Cheng Lei had an additional thought. In this lifetime, I will never end up inside. No one is there to protect you. So ignore my advice and prepare for some harsh realities. Qian Kai shot Cheng Lei a sidelong glance before turning away. As Qian Kai moved further away, Cheng Lei called out once more, having taken your money, I naturally have the obligation to guide you. You should really consider changing your profession, otherwise you're bound to be caught. Once Qian Kai had confirmed his safe distance, he erupted into a tirade of curses. You damn fool. You robbed me of my money and now wish me to rot in jail? Damn it. It was understandable that he was furious. They were a quartet, and originally 2,000 was quite a sum. Now, with only 1,000 left, each would receive a mere 250. Cheng Lei found no inclination to engage in petty squabbles. He had conveyed all the necessary warnings. Whether or not they heeded them was entirely up to them. Regardless, he now had money and could head home. Strolling leisurely to the bus station, just as Cheng Lei was about to purchase a ticket, a voice shouted from behind. Damn it, don't walk away. Cheng Lei, is it? You've robbed me of my money. You must be tired of living. Stop right there. Cheng Lei turned to face the approaching figures. The Jinju, 4 brothers, old acquaintances from prison. Sun Zhaokai, Wang Haimin, Zhang Yi, and Qian Kai. Yes, they had all gathered. The precise calling of their names momentarily stunned the group. Qian Kai, who had initially lingered at the back, hastily pushed his way to the front. I told you he could read fortunes. You didn't believe me and insisted I had swallowed 1,000. Now do you believe me? His face was bruised and battered, clearly having just been on the receiving end of a beating. That doesn't matter. Sun Zhaokai delivered a swift slap to Qian Kai's neck. Who told you to use our money for fortune-telling? He then turned his gaze toward Cheng Lei. I don't care how you learned our names. Return the money now, or you'll regret it. Sun Zhaokai possessed some wit, realizing that if they were caught stealing cables, it would spell trouble for them all. Wang Haimin, however, was hot-headed and charged at Cheng Lei, shouting, Damn it, stop acting all mysterious. Hand over the money now, and you might suffer less. Sun Zhaokai hurriedly restrained Wang Haimin, urging him to calm down, but Wang Haimin disregarded him, shaking off Sun Zhaokai's hold. Cheng Lei's anger flared, his eyes turning cold. Chapter 11. Touching the leg comes at a price. Considering the 1,000 yuan at stake, Cheng Lei refrained from directly retaliating, allowing his anger to simmer down. He casually lit a cigarette, taking a drag and provocatively blowing out a smoke ring. The money is with me. It's just a matter of whether you have the skill to retrieve it. Shall I come to you, or will you come to me? The more Sun Zhaokai observed, the more he sensed something was amiss. Despite having 4 individuals on his side, Cheng Lei appeared completely unfazed. Yet, the thought of letting him walk away with their money was equally intolerable, and the more he contemplated, the more anxious he became. Cheng Lei, this sum of money is what we 4 painstakingly earned after days of effort. You haven't lifted a finger, yet you expect to take half? That doesn't seem fair. Stop wasting breath on him. Just take him down and reclaim our money. Wang Haimin had long been seething with rage and charged forward, delivering a kick aimed straight at Cheng Lei's chest. Cheng Lei merely sidestepped with nonchalance, evading the incoming blow. With a slight bow, he delivered a forceful knee strike to his opponent's abdomen. Wang Haimin let out a dry heave and collapsed on the ground, curling up in pain. The moment the agony struck, he broke out in a cold sweat, afraid to take a deep breath, unable to even utter a groan. Cheng Lei zmirkte coldly, flicked away the cigarette but from his fingers and grasped Wang Haimin by the collar, lifting him effortlessly, weighing over 100 kilograms. Wang Haimin resembled a mere chick in Cheng Lei's grasp. What were you shouting at me just now? Go to hell. My mother has been dead for many years. Do you think someone like you has the right to say such things? Shall I send you down to meet her? Wang Haimin gasped, unable to articulate a response. Sun Zhaokai, Zhang Yi, and Qian Kai stood by, dumbfounded and paralyzed with fear. Damn, he's so strong. Is he some kind of monster? A real-life Popeye? Passengers at the bus station began to gather, forming layers around the scene, murmuring amongst themselves. Wow, how does this young man possess such strength? His gaze is so sinister. We must hope nothing serious happens. Indeed, indeed. Perhaps we should call the police. Observing the situation, Sun Zhaokai hurried over to Cheng Lei, attempting to mediate. Brother, my companion here is rather thoughtless. Please let him go. We'll compensate you. Within a few brief minutes, he had grasped the gravity of the situation. Despite their numerical advantage, they were no match for a fight. Moreover, the crowd was growing larger by the moment, and the prospect of police involvement loomed ominously. It was better to concede and defuse the situation. Cheng Lei glanced around and recognized the potential for trouble if things escalated. He nodded slightly, tossing Wang Haimin back to Sun Zhaokai. Fine, I'll let him off this time. Just ensure his mouth doesn't run so freely in the future. Sun Zhaokai reached out to catch him, but lacking Cheng Lei's strength, Wang Haimin fell unceremoniously to the ground. Zhang Yi and Qian Kai rushed to assist, helping Wang Haimin to his feet. Cheng Lei observed them and added, I've accepted the money. Those few words of mine are worth that much. I'll have Qian Kai relay the message to you. Sun Zhaokai exchanged a glance with Qian Kai, said nothing further, and led Zhang Yi and Wang Haimin away. As they left, however, the crowd did not disperse, remaining tightly packed around Cheng Lei. What? Are you all just standing around with nothing to do? Scram! The onlookers felt their tempers flare, yet seeing Cheng Lei's earlier display of strength, they dared not confront him directly, ultimately retreating while muttering curses. Damn, he's strong. But what a lunatic. Cheng Lei lit another cigarette, leisurely savoring it before finally purchasing his bus ticket at the window. Although he had spent the night at a hotel with Lon Lon, he had not slept, and fatigue was weighing heavily upon him. He needed to catch up on rest. Once on a bus, he found a window seat, leaned back, and promptly fell asleep. Just as he was drifting into a comfortable slumber, he suddenly felt someone groping his thigh. What the hell? Who's this pervert? Unable to distinguish between genders. I'm a man. Cheng Lei angrily opened his eyes to find a pure and adorable face before him. A girl who appeared to be merely 18 or 19 sat beside him, her youthful countenance radiating sweetness. Upon noticing Cheng Lei's awakening, the girl flashed a bright smile. Cheng Lei felt his bones turn to jelly as he scrutinized her. She wore a blue and white sailor uniform, with a large blue bow tied at her chest and a blue pleated micro skirt that snugly accentuated her delicate, fair legs pressed against this. To add to the allure, she wore white knee-high socks and black leather shoes. This was the quintessential outfit that had filled Cheng Lei's schoolboy dreams. He had always been enchanted by girls who donned such attire in campus settings. Cheng Lei's gaze was irresistibly drawn to her legs. Little did he expect that, in addition to bestowing him with fortune, fate would also deliver such a delightful surprise. The girl, noticing Cheng Lei's attention, did not withdraw her hand but instead grew bolder. All right then, if you're that beautiful, go ahead and feel free. As she continued to smile at him and touch him, just as her hand reached a critical point, Cheng Lei's larger hand seized hers. Little sister, if you're going to touch my leg, do so modestly. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Cheng Lei lifted her delicate hand, revealing several bills wedged between her slender fingers, his remaining 900 yuan. Swiftly, he extended his other hand to reclaim the money, tucking it into his other pocket. What shall I do with you, being so young? Perhaps we should find a police station after we disembark, so the officers can enlighten you about the perils of theft, lest you stray down a misguided path. The girl, however, showed no fear at Cheng Lei's words. Her smile persisted, yet her eyes sparkled with mischief. Cheng Lei's unease grew as he discerned her intentions. Sure enough, before he could react, the girl began to scream, "Help! This man is a pervert. He's assaulted me." Her cry immediately attracted the attention of other passengers, who turned to face them. The girl raised her frail arms high, her delicate hand firmly grasped in Cheng Lei's larger one. "This man is a rogue. He's been squeezing my leg since we boarded, and now he's gone too far, trying to force my hand toward his private area. I'm so scared." As she spoke, her eyes welled with tears, her face a picture of distress. Cheng Lei inwardly cursed, recognizing her talent for theatrics. She was undoubtedly a first-rate actress. The other passengers glared at Cheng Lei with indignation. One man in particular began to shout, "This is outrageous. This is public transport, in broad daylight. You shameless scoundrel, you deserve a beating." Cheng Lei noted that this man, not yet 30, sported a messy hairstyle and appeared rough around the edges, but his physique was robust, and his voice boomed. Damn it, I've been dealing with punks lately. And this guy looks like just another small-time thug. Hearing the man with the messy hair speak, the other passengers responded in kind, casting disdainful glances at Cheng Lei. This is intolerable. With so many people around, how brazen can one be? Driver, take us straight to the police station. Have them arrest this filthy pervert. As the passengers clamored for action, the girl seemed to be further frightened, her cries growing louder and more desperate. Cheng Lei looked at her and released her hand. You must have graduated from a drama school, right? Which one? I might want to enroll too. With her hand now free, she quickly covered her face, continuing her faux sobs while whispering, Big brother, don't be so ungrateful. You enjoyed yourself for so long. Now you must pay the price. You've got quite the nerve. Just wait and see how I handle you. Rising to his feet, Cheng Lei pointed at the loudest accusers. I've taken note of all of you. Just wait. You'll see what happens next. Cheng Lei's experience had taught him that in such situations, one should not dwell on explanations, as they only serve to complicate matters further. The principle that kindness can lead to exploitation was evident. Demonstrating a willingness to confront them often proved to be a more effective deterrent. Many individuals boarded the bus alongside Cheng Lei at the main station, having already witnessed his methods. Upon hearing his threats, they obediently fell silent, leaving only a handful of fools to continue their chatter. You think you can act like a rogue and still have a leg to stand on? Drive this vehicle to the police station. Scum like you are in dire need of reformation. Chapter 12. The Overconfident Chickenhead. As the surrounding voices of accusation dwindled, the chickenhead spoke up once more. I propose we resolve this matter differently. The girl is still young. Such events, if publicized, could tarnish her reputation. Moreover, this vile rogue has yet to lay his hands on her. Perhaps he should compensate her as a form of emotional restitution. Upon hearing this, Cheng Lei immediately grasped the situation. You all are in cahoots, aren't you? One plays the thief while the other provides cover. Now that the theft has failed, you're resorting to this farce. Why not just steal outright instead of going through these motions? A few passengers nodded in agreement, deeming the proposal somewhat reasonable. Yet a greater number insisted that apprehending the rogue was the only way to find satisfaction. The driver ought to take the bus directly to the police station. From the outset, the driver had remained silent, attentively navigating the road. When urged by the passengers, he glanced in the rearview mirror and announced, Ahead lies a lengthy and bumpy mountain road. Please secure yourselves and fasten your seatbelts for safety. Cheng Lei, hearing the driver's words, understood the unspoken truth. In this era, drivers were familiar with these habitual thieves, yet felt powerless to intervene. These gangs would board and alight midway, escaping as soon as they succeeded. The driver knew them well, but was constrained by fear of retribution. After all, the passengers were strangers to one another, while the driver traversed this route daily. Under the pressure from the passengers, he could only subtly caution them to avoid misjudging the innocent. Cheng Lei nodded slightly at the driver's reflection, a gesture of gratitude, as he concocted a plan in his mind. In this day and age, petty thieves flourished in small cities like Xiqing, pilfering money, mobile phones, and jewelry. The driver's words, however, carried a hint of risk. It was until the widespread adoption of online payment systems that such petty crimes began to wane. During his time in prison, Cheng Lei dealt harshly with criminals, particularly with newcomers. Each type of offender required a unique approach. With thieves, he maintained a semblance of humanity, often instructing them to bring over 2 stools, placing one hand on top, and then letting them strike themselves, whether with a fist or a stool. Injuries would be inspected, and if they were unsatisfactory, the punishment would continue until they were deemed acceptable. Naturally, those who emerged bruised and swollen would not escape unscathed. Cheng Lei shook off his thoughts and addressed the driver. Sir, please pull over. He then glanced at the others, ultimately fixing his gaze on the chickenhead's face. You, chickenhead, and this young lady, you both seek money, do you not? Let us not waste any more time for the other passengers. How about we step outside to discuss an appropriate sum? Without hesitation, the driver found a safe spot to pull over and open the rear door. Having witnessed Cheng Lei's tactics while waiting for passengers, he complied without a word. All right. The chickenhead, seated near the back door, glared menacingly at Cheng Lei and descended from the bus. You dare call me chickenhead? Just wait until you're out of that vehicle. I'll deal with you then. Cheng Lei, possessing a physique that appeared slender in clothing but revealed muscle beneath, did not appear overweight. Upon seeing his build, the chickenhead felt confident he could take on 3 men, so he stepped out, ready to confront him. Cheng Lei took the girl's hand once more and moved towards the rear door. Come on, let us step outside and have a proper conversation. After all, they'd already been labeled as rogues, so why not fully embrace that role and seize the opportunity? Let go of me. I can walk on my own. The girl wriggled free from Cheng Lei's grip, standing up and following him towards a back door. Cheng Lei paid her no mind, striding confidently to the exit. Turning to inquire, "Are there any other accomplices who wish to join us?" Upon hearing Cheng Lei's question, the passengers exchanged glances, and after considering the driver's reaction, they swiftly understood the situation. The girl suddenly felt a sense of unease, wanting to retreat, but it was too late. Cheng Lei grinned wickedly, grasping her slender arm and dragging her off the bus. The moment the door closed, his demeanor shifted to one of cold intensity. Without uttering a word, he delivered a swift kick to the chicken head's back. Cheng Lei had a habit of striking first in fights, never hesitating or engaging in pointless chatter. He held a disdain for those who merely shouted. Often, the louder the clamoring, the less likely they were to engage in real conflict. If a fight was to ensue, it should be direct. Wasting time on insults was counterproductive. For him, issues that could be resolved through force required no further discussion. The chicken head, caught off guard, was propelled forward by Cheng Lei's unexpected strike, crashing several meters away and landing in a heap, face first into the dirt. Before he could regain his bearings, a powerful hand seized his neck, lifting him up. Cheng Lei grinned ominously. "Didn't you say you wanted to fight me back on the bus? Well, go on. Take your shot. And what else with that ridiculous hairstyle? Did you get a cloud-piercing arrow stuck in your head?" The chicken head sputtered as he expelled dirt and grass from his mouth. "Let go of me, you coward." But before he could finish, Cheng Lei slammed his head against a nearby lamppost. "Oh, what was that? Speak up. I can't hear you." Cheng Lei continued to drive his head against the pole, the impact rendering the chicken head dazed and unable to comprehend what was being said, consumed only by the pain. Since stepping off the bus, the chicken head had yet to turn around. He couldn't see Cheng Lei, but the girl in the sailor outfit witnessed everything unfold. In her mind, one thought prevailed. This man was a monster. Her companion, robust and imposing, likely weighed close to 200 pounds. Yet this seemingly fit man effortlessly lifted him by the throat. What else could he be but a monster? The girl's mouth fell agape, her face a mask of terror. She was so frightened that she couldn't even scream. For she not only witnessed the unfolding drama, but also locked eyes with Cheng Lei. His gaze was more terrifying than any horror movie villain. It was as if he had just clawed his way out of hell. After relishing the impact, Cheng Lei finally turned the chicken head to face him. "Why were you so silent earlier? Are you mute? I distinctly remember you speaking on the bus." Until this moment, the chicken head had been positioned at the back of the bus and had walked ahead after disembarking. Now, finally meeting Cheng Lei's icy stare, he felt a creeping dread. His eyes were devoid of emotion, as if he were gazing upon a corpse. Realizing his peril, he coughed violently, spitting out blood and dirt. "Big brother, please, no more. I understand my mistake." "Understand your mistake? I haven't had my fun yet." Cheng Lei spat on his nose. "Speak up. How shall we resolve this?" The chicken coop head trembled all over, answering in a flustered manner. "Let's just let it go. We don't want compensation." "You don't want it?" Cheng Lei glanced around. Not far off stood a dilapidated tin shack, with no other buildings in sight. "You say you don't want it, just like that?" "I haven't had my fill of fun yet." Tossing the chicken coop head aside, Cheng Lei pointed to the girl standing nearby. "You, come here, it's your turn now." The girl had already been frightened to tears, rooted to the spot in fear. Cheng Lei's expression darkened instantly. "Can't you hear me speaking?" Only upon seeing Cheng Lei's change in demeanor did the girl take a hesitant step forward, pleading, "Brother, I won't dare again. Please spare me." As she approached, Cheng Lei raised his hand, causing her to shudder in fright. Yet, he did not strike her. Instead, he wiped away her tears with a wicked grin. "What's this? No more acting?" He then gestured towards a nearby, abandoned tin shack. "Go inside." Reluctant to enter, the girl lifted her gaze to Cheng Lei's eyes and, ultimately, complied. Cheng Lei chuckled, walking up to slap the chicken coop head across the face, making him shiver. "You guard the entrance. At such a young age, straying from the right path is unacceptable. I must educate her properly." Chapter 13. A Call from Zhang Chao. The chicken coop head struggled to rise, attempting to resist. But Cheng Lei's large hand tightened around his neck, his gaze icy. "Am I speaking to you? Did you not hear?" The chicken coop head, meeting Cheng Lei's glare and feeling the iron grip around his neck, nodded incessantly like a chick pecking at rice. "Big brother, don't hit me. I understand now." Cheng Lei, satisfied, released his grip, his expression softening. "That's more like it. You must be obedient." With that, he turned and strode into the tin shack, slamming the door shut behind him. The education commenced immediately, and soon voices could be heard emanating from within. The girl, not yet 20, was easily led astray. Thus, Cheng Lei took a keen interest in her, imparting profound lessons and numerous principles. The girl listened intently, continuously affirming his words. Over an hour later, Cheng Lei emerged from the tin shack, having poured his heart into ensuring she found the right path. his lips nearly worn raw from speaking. Lighting a cigarette, he exhaled in satisfaction. Moments later, the girl emerged from the shack, her head hung low. The chicken coop head, with a head full of bumps, was relieved that the buzzing in his mind had ceased. He slumped at the entrance, glancing up at the two as they exited, opening his mouth but ultimately saying nothing. All right, we'll consider this matter settled, Cheng Lei declared, breaking the silence. You've both recognized your mistakes. From now on, you must walk the right path and contribute positively to society. Understood? The girl, her face flushed, replied softly. Cheng Lei finished his cigarette, extinguishing the butt beneath his foot. I'll take my leave now. Remember what I've said. He patted the chicken coop head's face and offered the girl a gentle smile as he walked down the main road. As they watched Cheng Lei disappear into the distance, the chicken coop head struggled to his feet, glaring fiercely at the girl. What the hell were you two doing in there? The girl, picking at her nails, muttered nothing. We were just talking. Nothing. The chicken coop head's eyes widened as he stepped closer, pointing at the bruises on her legs. Then where did these come from? The girl tugged at her skirt, attempting to cover her thighs, and retorted angrily. Why are you taking it out on me? He hasn't gone far. Why don't you confront him? With a heavy sigh, the chicken coop head trudged down the road, albeit in the opposite direction. After a moment, the girl stomped her foot in frustration and followed suit. Having dealt with these matters, it was already noon. The sun beat down mercilessly on the main road, causing Cheng Lei to sweat profusely. As he walked, he glanced back, muttering to himself, "Where's that bus? It's roasting me alive." Just then, his phone rang from his pocket. Irritated, he retrieved it, the screen displaying a call from Big Brother. Big Brother? Zhang Chao. In his previous life, Cheng Lei had saved Zhang Chao's number under that name. Ah, scoundrel, you finally called, he thought. This marked the first time he received a call from Zhang Chao since his rebirth. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he answered, bringing the phone to his ear. He remained silent, opting to gauge Zhang Chao's tone first. Only through his demeanor could Cheng Lei ascertain the current state of their relationship to devise an appropriate response. Brother, where are you now? Have you handled everything? Zhang Chao initiated the conversation, his tone seemingly unremarkable. Cheng Lei sneered inwardly at the feigned sincerity. Brother, how amusing. That sounds delightful. At this moment, it was the 3rd year since Zhang Chao founded his company, and in these 3 years, it had been his most profitable period, raking in immense profits. There were countless matters, both overt and covert, requiring Cheng Lei's attention, which was why he still referred to him as brother. In a few years, once matters stabilized, he would begin addressing him as Little Cheng. Eventually, as the company found its footing, he would no longer bother with Cheng Lei. Listening to this insincere brother, Cheng Lei felt nauseated, nearly exclaiming a curse aloud. Yet, for the sake of long-term strategy, he held his tongue. Zhang Chao now possessed substantial financial power, capable of burying Cheng Lei with money if he wished. To deal with him, one must first endure. Suppressing his discomfort, Cheng Lei calmly responded, Big Brother. Zhang Chao's voice brimmed with cheer, oblivious to any subtle changes in Cheng Lei's tone. Brother, I just got released yesterday. I've been away these past few days. How have you handled everything? Handled everything? Cheng Lei was entirely unaware of what tasks he was supposed to have completed, having woken up in a vehicle without any memory of the preceding events. Never mind, since I'm back in Xiqing, I must have dealt with it. Thus, he casually replied, all taken care of. Zhang Chao, on the other end of the line, grew more animated. Brother, I knew you'd manage it without a hitch. Ha ha ha. Where are you now? Will you make it back tonight? Cheng Lei checked the time. It was just past noon, and he confidently declared, yes. Great. Zhang Chao laughed heartily. Once you return today, you needn't come to the company. Get some rest, and come in early tomorrow. Lu Ru called this morning, saying that all 9 containers we shipped out over the past half-month have been paid for. The finance department has already received the payment, netting us over 50,000. You all have been working hard during this time. I, Zhang Chao, am not a selfish person. I've decided to allocate 10,000 for a team-building event at the Shigui Bay Leisure Resort, allowing everyone to relax properly. I've already spoken with the management. Family members are permitted. So tomorrow, we'll need to take 2 more vehicles. Besides mine and your sister-in-law's, you'll drive one, and Su Siggy will take another. After finishing his statement, Zhang Chao added, you can bring family members. Don't forget to bring your relatives and friends. Cheng Lei could no longer discern what Zhang Chao was saying afterward, as a surge of resentment surged through him. Once Zhang Chao concluded the call and hung up, Cheng Lei stood by the roadside, trembling with laughter. Bring family members. Ha ha ha. My family has long since been driven to death by my anger. I have gained nothing, all for the sake of your despicable career. I was such a fool back then, huh? Cars passing by, upon witnessing Cheng Lei's mania, gripped their steering wheels tightly and accelerated past, fearful of provoking this madman. It took a considerable amount of time for Cheng Lei to regain his composure. Zhang Chao, you wretched scoundrel, you have not changed one bit. The company primarily dealt in kitchen supplies, necessitating the procurement of semi-finished products and components from various factories, which are then assembled, packaged, and sold to foreign clients. Lacking any production workshops, it was essentially a shell company that thrived off others' efforts. The foreign clients were the lifeblood of the business. In his previous life, Cheng Lei worked for many years before unexpectedly discovering the company's profits. During the initial 4 or 5 years of the company's establishment, shipping a high container could yield a pure profit of 80,000 to 100,000, excluding tax refunds. As the goods were sent directly to foreign clients, they could also reclaim several points in tax refunds after shipment. Industry insiders revealed that at its peak, a single high container could bring in as much as 160,000 in pure profit. It was only many years later that many discovered this lucrative industry, leading to an explosion of foreign trade companies, which subsequently increased market competition and diminished profits. However, that time had not yet arrived. A rough calculation revealed that from 9 high containers that had return payments just yesterday, Zhang Chao had earned over $1 million. Yet he claimed it was merely 50,000. This feudal landlord's remnant would devour a person without spitting out the bones. In his previous life, Cheng Lei was solely concerned with loyalty and brotherhood, oblivious to market trends, making him an easy target for deception. Back then, after completing his work, Zhang Chao would call him back to load a container, and they would share a meal and a few drinks, which would satisfy him immensely. He had been such a fool then, easily appeased by such trivialities. Yet now, after experiencing a lifetime, he was no longer so easily deceived. Cheng Lei's gaze grew colder, but his heart became increasingly clear. The following day, Cheng Lei arrived at the company early and went directly to Zhang Chao's office. Zhang Chao was reclining in his office chair, humming a tune. Upon Cheng Lei's entrance, Zhang Chao removed his feet from the desk and sat upright. Brother, I never forget my roots. Though the earnings are modest, I must give back to you all. I have already arranged for Chen Qingqing to reserve the Shigui Bay Leisure Resort. We shall enjoy a day and night of fun. He gestured towards the keys of a Chang'an van on the desk. You drive this van, bring along a few employees and their families, and we shall set off. Chapter 14. The breathtakingly beautiful sister-in-law. What a noble sentiment to never forget one's roots. Cheng Lei glanced at the Chang'an Jinliuxing keys in his hand and silently added, giving back to us, how generous of you. To prevent ordinary employees from perceiving the current profits, Zhang Chao had invested considerable effort. Although the profits in recent years were outrageously high, averaging at least 1 to 2 million in pure profit per month, Zhang Chao stubbornly refrained from purchasing luxury vehicles. Not even the most basic BBA models. He preferred to invest in building houses, office buildings, and renovating warehouses, all to convey a false impression to ordinary employees. Though we ship a substantial amount, our profits are not high, and all the money I earn is reinvested into the company. Making money is not easy. We must unite and continue to strive. Cheng Lei calmly acknowledged with a nod, taking the keys and exiting. Whatever Zhang Chao said mattered little to him. He simply did not believe him. The company was now in its 3rd year with a limited management team. Including Zhang Chao and his wife, there were only 13 people. Adding a few family members brought the total to 21, with 2 sedans and 2 vans sufficient for their needs. Zhang Chao's driver was a young man in his 20s named Zhang Chang. Having been in the company for less than a year, he was adept at ingratiating himself with Zhang Chao, who, recognizing his potential, transferred him from the driver pool to drive for himself. He was responsible for driving Zhang Chao's Passat. Yan Kaiyun, Zhang Chao's wife and Cheng Lei's legitimate sister-in-law, possessed an air of elegance and treated Cheng Lei quite well. She drove her own Golf and also brought along several employees' family members. The other 2 vans were driven by Cheng Lei and Su Sigi. Su Sigi, whose real name was Su Yankai, had known Zhang Chao since learning to drive, being older than him and nearing 50 now. Zhang Chao referred to him as Su Sigi, and everyone else followed suit. In the year the company was founded, Su Yankai brought his wife to join Zhang Chao, working tirelessly alongside him. Over the years, he proved useful, and Zhang Chao treated him with courtesy, calling him Su Sigi. However, in a few years, he would degrade to calling him an old fool, as Zhang Chao would feel that he had outlived his usefulness and would desire him to leave the company. Zhang Chao, reluctant to witness his persistence until retirement, would resort to indirect insults, hoping to drive him away without revealing his true nature. When Cheng Lei ended up in prison in his previous life, Su Yankai had still been enduring and refusing to leave. He wondered if he had managed to hold on afterward. Having arranged the personnel in the vehicles, they set off. After more than an hour on the asphalt road, they finally entered the mountain paths, which were somewhat bumpy and they dare not drive too fast. After nearly 2 hours of jostling, they finally reached their destination. Although the road was rough, the mountain scenery was splendid, and the air was refreshing. Cheng Lei enjoyed the vistas during the drive and did not feel fatigued. Once everyone in the vehicle had disembarked, he too stepped out. Just as he locked the car door, he caught sight of his sister-in-law, Yin Kaiyun, stepping down from the Gulf. His gaze was instantly captivated and could not be torn away. Despite Zhang Chao being a scoundrel, his vision and luck were undeniably remarkable at such a young age. He had married a stunning wife. Sister-in-law Yin Kaiyun was undoubtedly an exquisite woman. Having been with Zhang Chao since she was 20, she was now approaching 30, a mother yet retaining her figure without any signs of decline. On the contrary, her charm had only intensified. Not only was she graceful, but she also possessed 5 striking features: a beautiful face, fair skin, ample bosom, long legs, and a curvaceous backside. Her jet black, wavy hair cascaded to her chest. Standing at 169 meters tall, adorned in a black, deep V, sleeveless fitted dress that accentuated her ample cleavage. The short skirt clung to her long, straight legs, which were sheathed in nude stockings, complemented by a pair of black high-heeled sandals. This ensemble delineated her perfect waist-to-hip ratio, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Yin Kaiyun noticed Cheng Lei's gaze lingering on her and gracefully approached him. "Xiao Lei, why have you been staring at me? Is there something wrong with my appearance?" Over the years, only 3 people had dared to call Cheng Lei Xiao Lei, and after the death of his parents, only Yin Kaiyun remained. Cheng Lei averted his gaze, feeling a bit awkward. "Nothing's wrong, sister-in-law. It's just that you are truly stunning, and I couldn't help but be mesmerized. Since when did you become so smooth-tongued?" Yin Kaiyun spun around gracefully, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Do you find my attire beautiful?" Cheng Lei swallowed hard, nodding emphatically. Over the years, Yin Kaiyun had cared for him as one would for a younger brother. Whether in daily life or when attending to business matters, she consistently offered her assistance, reminding him to prioritize his safety and not to overexert himself, emphasizing that survival was of utmost importance. After the demise of Cheng Lei's parents, Yin Kaiyun frequently reassured him. "Xiao Lei, from now on, you're my own brother. You have no family. I shall be your kin." Thus, in his previous life, Cheng Lei often harbored grievances towards Zhang Chao. Yet, he maintained a demeanor of utmost respect towards his sister-in-law, Yin Kaiyun. In this new life, he still felt a degree of restraint in her presence. To mask his discomfort, he fished out a cigarette from his pocket, hastily placing it between his lips. Just as he reached for his lighter, Yin Kaiyun had already produced a lit lighter and held it to Cheng Lei's mouth. "Sister-in-law, isn't this inappropriate?" he remarked, glancing nervously at the flickering flame, stepping back hastily. "It's perfectly appropriate. Come here," Yin Kaiyun replied with a sultry smile, extending her hand forward. Cheng Lei found himself unable to refuse, his gaze fixed intently upon her as he leaned in to ignite the cigarette. Yin Kaiyun cast a lingering look at him, her smile enchanting, before retreating. At that moment, Zhang Chao's Passat rolled in. Since Zhang Chao had been sleeping throughout the journey, Cheng drove slowly, cautious not to disturb him. Once parked, he gently opened the rear door and nudged the peacefully slumbering Zhang Chao. "Are we there?" Zhang Chao stretched lazily. "Yes, Brother Chao." Zhang Cheng replied with respectful deference, shielding the door to prevent Zhang Chao from bumping his head while exiting. Zhang Chao nodded with satisfaction and alighted, stretching as he began to organize. "Go ask if there are any large conference rooms. We need to hold a meeting first." "Understood, Brother Chao," Zhang Cheng acknowledged, bowing slightly as he went to make arrangements. This series of actions drew the attention of those around them. No wonder Zhang Cheng had gained Zhang Chao's favor. His demeanor was akin to that of a devoted dog, nearly wagging its tail. Cheng Lei is norted in these days. Another meeting, huh? They always go through this routine. With family members excluded and the sister-in-law out of the equation, there are only 12 of us. What could possibly warrant such discussions? In this day and age, why cling to feudalistic practices? It was true. If Zhang Chao were to exist in a feudal society, he would be a quintessential remnant of a landlord. His wealth was merely a stroke of good fortune. With his miserly nature towards those close to him, it would become increasingly difficult to find anyone genuinely willing to follow him in the coming years. He wished to be a tyrant, demanding servitude without offering any conditions in return. Cheng Lei had no interest in their theatrics. Seizing the remaining time, he chose to explore the surrounding scenery. Shirgui Bay Leisure Resort, a sanctuary far removed from the clamor of the city, exuded a unique charm. Surrounded by mountains, it featured a serene lake and an abundance of naturally growing forests. Additionally, there were numerous recreational activities, such as go-karting, swimming pools, and fishing areas. Cheng Lei ventured along the mountain path, his gaze sweeping over the accommodations nestled halfway up the mountain, where a myriad of buildings stood. Higher still, more luxurious mountain villas and starlit suites awaited. The owner of this establishment was undoubtedly astute, having invested significantly. Every detail was meticulously crafted to allow visitors to indulge in a leisurely lifestyle, breathe in the fresh mountain air, and temporarily escape the burdens of the world. Content. Cheng Lei closed his eyes, savoring the crisp mountain air. Lei Gu, a voice called from behind. Wait for me. I want to join you. Cheng Lei turned to see who it was and halted his steps. Among the attendees of this team-building event were two others aside from the management. Zhang Yingying from the finance department and Guo Qingqing from logistics. The latter, the sole employee of the newly established logistics department, was the one calling out to Cheng Lei. Guo Qingqing, 22 years old, had recently graduated and joined the company a few months prior. Standing at a petite height of 1.6 meters, she possessed delicate features and porcelain-like skin. Her hair tied in a high ponytail, clad in a pure white dress adorned with lace, radiating youthful exuberance. Chapter 15. Even as a dog, one must not bite recklessly. Cheng Lei glanced behind Guo Qingqing, puzzled. Why are you alone? Did you not bring a family member? Guo Qingqing blushed slightly, explaining, my parents went traveling, so I'm here by myself at work. Brother Cheng, I've only been here a few months and don't know anyone well. It's a bit dull being alone. May I accompany you? Cheng Lei scrutinized her closely. She was radiant, her skin smooth and luminous, exuding vitality from within. Though she lacked the mature allure of his sister-in-law, she possessed her own charm. If your parents are busy, surely your boyfriend must be free? Cheng Lei probed. Without hesitation, Guo Qingqing replied, I don't have a boyfriend yet. Have you ever dated? Of course. When I was in school, boys would line up from the school gate to the girls' dormitory just to ask me out. Cheng Lei tilted his head, amusement dancing in his eyes. That's quite the exaggeration. Admittedly, while perhaps embellished, Guo Qingqing's radiant complexion and beauty undoubtedly attracted many suitors. Let us go, she said, stepping closer and linking her arm with Cheng Lei's as they strolled down the mountain path. Cheng Lei relished the sensation of her delicate skin against him, while he lit a cigarette, indulging in the moment. Just a few steps later, Zhang Cheng's voice echoed from below. Colleagues, let the family members explore the scenery first. We are heading to the Huxiang Hall for a meeting. Brother Zhang has already arrived, so let us hurry. Cheng Lei cursed inwardly, irritated by the interruption. As he extinguished his cigarette, Guo Qingqing pouted adorably, clearly displeased. Yet, she still urged Cheng Lei, let us head back. Brother, we need to go to the meeting. Cheng Lei was reluctant, but as he still played the role of Zhang Chao's subordinate, he acquiesced to Guo Qingqing's insistence as she pulled him down the mountain. After a few steps, Guo Qingqing noticed Cheng Lei's lack of enthusiasm. Though she too was disinclined to attend, being a new employee, she couldn't afford to appear unprofessional. So, she quickly released his arm. Brother, if we walk like this, we'll definitely be late. I'm new and must perform well. I'll go ahead. With that, she waved goodbye and trotted down the mountain. Cheng Lei remained unfazed, leisurely enjoying the scenery, ultimately being the last to enter the Huxiang Hall. A cursory glance revealed that everyone was already seated, not only sitting upright, but each holding a notebook and pen. Cheng Lei chuckled. Wow, what a uniform arrangement. Is this supposed to be relaxation? It's merely a different venue to continue working? This is a regression in civilized society, a revival of feudalism. The culture of corporate corruption has reached its zenith in this moment. A group of exceptional employees who have wasted their education, all aware of Zhang Chao's penchant for posturing, each one currying favor while exploiting themselves. Cheng Lei never envisaged that a moment of relaxation would necessitate the presence of a notebook and a pen. When Zhang Chao noticed Cheng Lei's tardiness, a smile danced on his lips, yet a flicker of anger swiftly crossed his visage, though he stifled it. Nonetheless, this slight irritation did not escape the keen eyes of Zhang Cheng, who seized the opportunity to ingratiate himself. Zhang Cheng abruptly rose, glaring at Cheng Lei with indignation, and reprimanded him. Did I not instruct you to be quicker? What on earth is wrong with you? Do you possess any sense of urgency at all? Your procrastination is causing delays for everyone awaiting your arrival. Cheng Lei was momentarily taken aback. What? Is he addressing me? His disbelief was palpable as he glanced at Zhang Cheng, who was indeed fixated on him. You insufferable wretch, do you not recognize me? What gives you the audacity to berate me? Seeing Cheng Lei lost in thought, Zhang Cheng felt a surge of triumph, and was about to continue his tirade when Cheng Lei sprang onto the table, swiftly advancing toward him. With a resounding slap, he struck Zhang Cheng squarely on the face. Before Zhang Cheng could comprehend the situation, he was sent tumbling along with his chair, his face instantly swelling, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. Zhang Chao hurriedly rose, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhang Cheng, his face flashing with anger. The audacity to strike his subordinate. However, he inhaled deeply, regained his composure, and counseled, "Brother, let it go. He simply does not understand you." Does not understand me? This is a blatant display of contempt. He thinks he can bark at anyone simply because he is a lapdog for you. It's not yet time for you to disregard me. Cheng Lei retorted as he leaped down from the table, lighting a cigarette and taking a puff. He pointed his cigarette at the still recovering Zhang Cheng. "You insignificant wretch. Who do you think you are? When did it become your place to yap at me? I'll spare you today. But remember to choose your battles wisely in the future. Don't forget your own name." With that, Cheng Lei turned and walked away. As he approached Guo Qingqing, the young lady discreetly stuck out her tongue and gave him a thumbs up, noticing an empty seat next to Zhang Yingying in finance. Cheng Lei made his way there and sat down. At that moment, Zhang Cheng clambered to his feet, disregarding the blood on his face as he carefully adjusted his chair before retrieving a tissue to clean himself up. His eyes darted around, avoiding any direct gaze with Cheng Lei. He had known of Cheng Lei's high standing and fighting prowess since entering the company. Yet he had never anticipated that Cheng Lei would dare to lay a hand on him in front of Zhang Chao. Even more shocking was the fact that, despite Zhang Chao's evident fury, he chose to remain silent. As Cheng Lei settled down, Zhang Yingying quietly tore a page from her notebook, producing a pen and placing both items in front of him. Cheng Lei smiled at her. "Sister Yingying, thank you, but I won't be writing anything." Zhang Yingying leaned closer and whispered, "I know you want tea, but it's merely for appearances." Cheng Lei chuckled softly and said nothing further. Zhang Yingying, in her mid-20s, had been married for several years and had a 3-year-old son whom her husband was caring for outside. She led a remarkably disciplined life, enjoying fitness and running. Despite having given birth, her figure remained youthful. Not only was she disciplined in her personal life, but she approached her work with utmost seriousness. For this team-building event, she had donned a formal attire, a deep blue waistcoat, a white shirt, and matching trousers, complemented by mid-heeled shoes. Zhang Yingying typically exuded an aura of diligence and seriousness, often appearing unapproachable. Aside from Cheng Lei, another individual without a notebook was the assembly workshop director, Li Chong, who appeared bewildered and was scanning the room. Guo Qingqing, seated beside him, turned her face away from his scruffy appearance, clearly indicating her disinterest in providing him with paper. It was evident that not everyone shared Cheng Lei's popularity. He lacked the youthful charm that Cheng Lei possessed. Zhang Chao surveyed everyone and declared, "Now that we are all present, let us commence the meeting." He then turned to Cheng Lei, "Brother, it's time for the meeting. Extinguish your cigarette." With an air of reluctance, Cheng Lei took a long drag before tossing the cigarette, but to the ground and extinguishing it. He then reclined against the back of his chair, closing his eyes to rest. In his previous life, he had grown weary of such meetings. Significant matters were generally discussed in smaller gatherings, while trivialities were the only reasons to assemble everyone, primarily to flaunt authority and relish a sense of superiority. Zhang Chao began speaking, initially berating Li Chong. "The company is still in its developmental phase. As a member of the management team, you must remain vigilant at all times. Although this is a team-building event, it is crucial to document any pressing issues that may arise. If I suddenly require your assistance, you must be prepared to note it down. Yet here you are, utterly oblivious, unable to even bring a notebook. Are you completely devoid of intelligence?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Lei opened his eyes and caught Zhang Chao's gaze. "So this tirade was directed at me as well. How delightful." Cheng Lei remained unperturbed. "Speak as you wish, as long as you refrain from pointing at my nose. I shall consider your words nothing more than idle chatter. Now is not the time for confrontation. It would be unwise to escalate matters." After Zhang Chao concluded his reprimands, he shifted to less relevant topics before finally addressing the main agenda. "First, I would like to announce our achievements. After several weeks of hard work, all 9 of our high-value containers were successfully paid for 2 days ago. We collectively earned over 50,000, and I wish to share this joy with you all. Expressing my gratitude, each of you has contributed to this success. You all know my character. I, Zhang Chao, never forget my roots. Initially, I intended to distribute this money among you, but after careful consideration, now is not the time for such disbursements. Our company is just starting out and is in a critical growth phase, requiring funds in various areas. Therefore, I have decided against sharing the profits for now. As long as you remain with the company, you are all my brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters, why are we gathered here? Is it not to pursue a common goal and further develop our company? In the future, as the company flourishes, who will reap the benefits if not you? My dear colleagues, rest assured, as I mentioned earlier, I, Zhang Chao, will never forget your contributions. Therefore, I'm allocating 1/5 of the profits, 10,000, to treat you all to a delightful experience amidst this picturesque setting, allowing you to eat, play, and relax to your heart's content. After the meeting, let us enjoy ourselves thoroughly, and upon our return to the company, we shall continue to strive for a brighter future together. Zhang Chao's performance was heartfelt, stirring emotions among the employees, many of whom were moved to tears, unsure if their sentiments were genuine or feigned. Among them, a few naive souls were genuinely touched. Zhang Chao was truly a commendable boss, a model for all employers nationwide. He represented a refreshing force among landlords, a benchmark in the business world, a paragon among capitalists, and an exemplar for all bosses. As Zhang Chao concluded, applause erupted, resonating throughout the room. Except for Cheng Lei, everyone was clapping enthusiastically. Even several older employees were shedding tears. Cheng Lei sat there, indifferent, observing the fervor around him. Had it not been for the countless times I had heard this in my previous life, I might have been moved myself. In comparison, the acting of that young girl on the bus pales in comparison to Zhang Chao's talent. The Oscars owe Zhang Chao a Best Actor award. Zhang Chao is not a capitalist. He is merely a remnant of the feudal lords, fortunate enough to survive in contemporary society. With a profit of over $1 million, he audaciously claims it to be only 50,000 without so much as a blush. After the applause faded, the meeting concluded successfully, leading us to the dining and drinking segment. Under the cool shade of the trees by the stream, more than 20 individuals were divided into 2 tables, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. The estate's servers brought dish after dish to the table. While not a feast of rare delicacies, there was ample food and drink to satisfy. Zhang Chao's style of management is such that although he is reluctant to let his employees indulge in lavish meals, he allows them to feast on cheaper ingredients and drink copiously of inexpensive beer and liquor, even to the extent of drinking from the boxes. While dining and drinking are permissible, no one is allowed to negotiate with him. Should anyone desire a bonus or a raise, they are deemed short-sighted and lacking in vision. After a few drinks, Cheng Lei boldly stood up, cup in hand, and approached Zhang Chao. "Brother, am I not your comrade?" Zhang Chao immediately lifted his cup in response. "Indeed, you most certainly are." Cheng Lei continued, "Then I must have contributed significantly to your journey thus far, right?" Zhang Chao replied earnestly, "Absolutely, brother. Your contributions have been paramount to your achievements today." "Excellent," Cheng Lei exclaimed, raising his cup. "Brother, let us toast. I don't care about the others, but you must share the profits with me, right?" Zhang Chao was taken aback and placed his cup back on the table. Something feels off about this kid today. He seems harder to deceive. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Chao inquired, "Brother, is the company paying you your salary regularly?" Cheng Lei could not refute this and promptly replied, "Yes, every month." Zhang Chao chuckled, lifting his cup once more. "See, this is what I mean. Brother, we must think long-term. Now is the time to lay the groundwork. Suffering is a blessing. In the future, as I lead you to expand and strengthen the company, you will all be recognized as heroes. At that time, I will arrange for you a position as a shareholder in the company. Now let us drink." As Zhang Chao attempted to clink glasses with Cheng Lei withdrew his cup. "Heroes, shareholders, suffering is a blessing. What a farce." He scoffed. "To hell with grand ambitions. You paint a picture larger than the sun while only disbursing a meager 2,000 in salary each month. I merely wanted to test the waters. I did not expect you to be so untrustworthy." Cheng Lei tilted his cup and slowly poured the contents onto the ground, then lightly weighed the empty cup in his hand. "Zhang, since suffering is a blessing, I wish you prosperity as vast as the Eastern Sea." Zhang Chao was momentarily stunned, as were all around him. One of Zhang Chao's lackeys, Chiu Wei, rose in anger, but upon meeting Cheng Lei's gaze, he sat back down. Cheng Lei, unfazed, returned to his seat with his empty cup, refilling it and continuing to eat and drink. The 2 tables fell silent, with only the sounds of Cheng Lei consuming his meal breaking the stillness. "No worries, brothers, he has just had a bit too much to drink. Let us continue." Zhang Chao regained his composure and encouraged everyone to carry on. Gradually, the atmosphere at the table grew lively again, but Zhang Chao, observing Cheng Lei maintaining his composure at the opposite table, found his expression shifting continuously. The gathering, which began close to noon, continued until the sun dipped in the west. Guo Qingqing went to the front desk to secure rooms, handing out keys to those present. The sober attendees took their families to explore the surroundings, leaving only a few men at the table, still boasting. Zhang Chao poured himself more wine and moved to an empty seat beside Cheng Lei. "Brother, you needn't worry about money. I will certainly share it with you in the future. But you understand the current situation. The company is still developing and profits are low. Think of it as me borrowing from you to tide us over. In a few years, when finances are less strained, I will repay you double. How does that sound?" Cheng Lei looked at Zhang Chao, his expression devoid of emotion. Zhang Chao, oh Zhang Chao, you speak with such casualness, as if your words are mere gas. Cheng Lei realized he had acted impulsively earlier, nearly jeopardizing everything. Yet, there was a silver lining. He gained a deeper understanding of Zhang Chao, realizing he was still far from his level. To humiliate him in front of so many, and for him to swallow that humiliation, it revealed a depth of cunning. Cheng Lei knew Zhang Chao's character. He was someone who would seek retribution without fail. The only reason he was suppressing his anger now was that he still found Cheng Lei useful. Once he no longer needed him, he would surely retaliate tenfold. All right, brother. I trust you. After some thought, Cheng Lei decided to endure, raising his cup. That's the spirit, Zhang Chao exclaimed happily as they clinked glasses. Together as brothers. When a company flourishes, no one will be left out, especially you. They toasted, and Cheng laid down his drink. Zhang, you are right. Zhang Chao finished his drink as well, patting Cheng Lei's arm. We are brothers. Calling me Zhang is too formal. From now on, just call me brother. With a chuckle, he returned to his seat. The moment he turned away, the smile vanished, replaced by a menacing scowl. Kid, once I resolve my current troubles, I will deal with you. Cheng Lei, having eaten and drunk his fill, decided to return to his room to rest. He stood, bid farewell to the others, and took the key toward the accommodation area. After a brief walk, he arrived at the lodging area. The buildings were creatively designed, differing in size and shape, presenting an unusual charm. Cheng Lei found his assigned room according to the key and was about to enter when a woman called out to him from behind. Chapter 17. The sister-in-law's intentions. Xiao Lei. Yan Kaiyun stood not far behind him, beckoning him over. Upon realizing it was his sister-in-law, Cheng Lei approached without hesitation. Sister-in-law, what's the matter? Yan Kaiyun glanced around to ensure no one was nearby before asking, what was going on with you today? Why did you act like that? Cheng Lei found himself at a loss for words. He certainly could not divulge that he had been reborn and was aware of Zhang Chao's ongoing manipulation, culminating in his betrayal. Yan Kaiyun checked the surroundings once more, confirming their privacy before continuing. Where are you headed next? Cheng Lei hesitated. I'm not going anywhere, sister-in-law. Yan Kaiyun pulled Cheng Lei aside and said earnestly, Xiao Lei, you must leave your brother immediately and seek another path. Why? Cheng Lei was puzzled. Yan Kaiyun urged, I have been with your brother for 10 years. I know his character all too well. He is someone who holds grudges. You embarrassed him in front of so many people. Although he may not say anything now, he will surely remember it. Sooner or later, he will repay you tenfold. He has no sense of loyalty, only self-interest. Even I, should our interests ever conflict, will not be spared. Cheng Lei stared intently at Yan Kaiyun, noting that the worry etched on her face appeared all too genuine. There was just one thing he couldn't quite comprehend. Weren't she and Zhang Chao a married couple? Why was she so intent on helping him? Sister-in-law, why are you suddenly saying all this to me today? Yan Kaiyun gazed at Cheng Lei with deep affection, opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Cheng Lei grew increasingly perplexed. Sister-in-law, do you harbor some unspeakable concerns? Yan Kaiyun looked intently at Cheng Lei, her expression tinged with melancholy. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke again. I currently have no issues. Let's focus on your matters for now. I have witnessed your journey step by step. I am most acutely aware of the sacrifices you have made to achieve your present success. I cannot emulate your elder brother's cold-heartedness. When you lost your parents, I regarded myself as your sole family. However, my influence is limited, and I fear that in the future, should you encounter difficulties, I may be unable to assist you. At this juncture, Yan Kaiyun became visibly agitated, gripping Cheng Lei's hand tightly. Xiao Lei, you are capable and young. Heed my advice and distance yourself from your brother to seek another path. As long as you align yourself with the right people, you will surely excel in the future. Even a mundane existence is preferable to remaining by your brother's side. Cheng Lei was profoundly touched by Yan Kaiyun's words. It dawned on him that he was not the only one who understood Zhang Chao. Yet, how could he resign himself to leaving so easily? Did she not know that in his past life, Zhang Chao had caused his demise? Moreover, all of Zhang Chao's current accomplishments were the fruits of Cheng Lei's relentless efforts. Now that Zhang Chao had achieved fame and fortune, he felt he had gained nothing and could not simply depart in disgrace. He refused to leave. He intended to reclaim what was rightfully his and ensure that Zhang Chao paid a painful price. With this thought, Cheng Lei resolutely shook his head. Sister-in-law, please stop. I will not leave. If he dares to lay a hand on me, then I have nothing to fear. Why won't you listen? Yan Kaiyun vehemently shook off Cheng Lei's hand, tears welling in her eyes. The times have changed. Merely being able to fight is no longer sufficient. You do not possess his ruthlessness. You cannot outmaneuver him. Cheng Lei would not permit her to continue. He suddenly pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly. Sister-in-law, having you as family is enough for me. Promise me, regardless of what happens in the future, do not concern yourself with me. Prioritize your own safety. Yin Kaiyun allowed Cheng Lei to hold her closely without resistance. Feeling his strong, warm body, she found an indescribable sense of security. She now wished for no further words, only to quietly bask in the warmth of his embrace. After a considerable time, Cheng Lei finally released Yin Kaiyun. He gently caressed her cheek, uttering not a word. Before turning and entering his room, Yin Kaiyun stood there for a long while, tears of comfort spilling down her cheeks. Xiao Lei, you have finally changed from the person you once were. Cheng Lei, not one for heavy drinking, succumbed to sleep after a few drinks. He locked the door upon returning to his room, not even bothering to change, and fell asleep on the bed. Uncertain of how long he had been asleep, he was jolted awake by heavy knocking at the door. Cheng Lei, irritated, responded, "Who is it?" Just a moment. The knocking ceased. Reluctantly, Cheng Lei climbed out of bed, trudging to the door to open it. Standing outside was Chiu Wei, another of Zhang Chao's sycophants. Cheng Lei, brother Zhang wants you to come down for dinner. With that, he turned and walked away, not caring whether Cheng Lei had heard him. He was of the same ilk as Cheng Lei. Having spent a comparable amount of time with Zhang Chao, lacking any real talent, he was the type who spent his days pondering words, capable of ruminating over a single remark from Zhang Chao for days on end. Moreover, due to his seniority, he licked Zhang Chao's boots even more than Zhang Chang did, affectionately calling him Brother Zhang. All his thoughts were devoted to serving Zhang Chao and keeping him happy. Zhang Chao was particularly fond of this type, believing him to be more loyal than a dog, which is why, after the company was established, he entrusted the crucial procurement department to him. Cheng Lei returned to his bed and checked his phone. It was already 5 p.m. He had slept for a full 2 hours. Cheng Lei lingered in bed for a while longer before washing his face in the bathroom and heading down to the dining area at the foot of the mountain. Unsurprisingly, he was the last to arrive. The same group from noon was gathered once more, though the dishes had changed. In addition to stir-fried dishes, there were now grilled skewers. The owner of Shirgobei had fired up the grill, personally skewering and cooking the meat, the mouth-watering aroma wafting as the skewers were continually brought to the table. From a distance, Zhang Chao spotted Cheng Lei and stood up to beckon him over. "Brother, come sit down. We've been waiting for you to arrive. Tonight, we drink freely once more." Guo Qingqing, noticing Cheng Lei, quickly shifted aside to make space. "Lei Ge, come sit next to me." Cheng Lei was more than willing to sit beside her and walked directly to her side. Guo Qingqing first handed him a sizzling, oily skewer of meat, then proceeded to unwrap utensils and pour him a drink. "Brother, you should eat something before drinking." Cheng Lei was quite pleased by her attentive service and felt elated. "You know so much. Did your boyfriend teach you all this?" Guo Qingqing chuckled, unfazed. "I've already told you, I have no boyfriend. This is all taught to me by my father. He always said that if you drink on an empty stomach, you'll get drunk quickly, so you must eat something first." The grilled skewers were incredibly delicious. Before Cheng Lei could finish one, Guo Qingqing had already handed him another. Enjoying the food, Cheng Lei approached the owner of Shirgui Bay to compliment his grilling skills. "Boss, your technique is quite impressive." The owner looked up at Cheng Lei, chuckling. "The marinade is all my own recipe. If you find it tasty, I can grill you up some more." Cheng Lei pondered for a moment, then inquired, "Besides the skewers, what other specialties do you have?" The owner flipped the skewer in his hand, skillfully sprinkling it with a proprietary spice. "We also have crispy fried cicadas, crunchy scorpions, and deep-fried grasshoppers. They may not be rare delicacies, but they are unique to the mountains and quite flavorful. Would you care to try some?" Chiu Wei overheard this and glanced nervously at Zhang Chao. Seeing Zhang Chao was also listening, he quickly stood up. "Perhaps we should hold off. We ought to save some for the company. I think this food is sufficient. We shouldn't waste it." Cheng Lei instantly lost his composure. This sycophant was putting on a show again. Whenever they were on business trips, he indulged in lavish meals and stayed in expensive hotels. And yet now he pretended to be frugal in front of Zhang Chao. Damn it. Chapter 18. You will feel insecure without taking it off. What nonsense are you spouting? Cheng Lei stood up to interrupt Chiu Wei's performance. "It's not that expensive. Does our General Zhang really care about this little money? Don't be ridiculous, boss. Hurry up and prepare it." Yin Kaiyun repeatedly shot Cheng Lei warning glances, signaling him to cease his remarks. Cheng Lei outright ignored her, completely unconcerned. "Yes, let us try it." Zhang Chao also stood up to mediate. "When the brothers are out to have fun, we ought to eat well. Boss, prepare a portion for everyone to sample." "A portion?" Cheng Lei shook his head vigorously. "There are over 20 of us. One portion won't be enough. We need at least 5 portions, or at 1 tea suffice." "Indeed, then let us have 5 portions." The flesh on Zhang Chao's cheeks twitched. but he refrained from expressing his irritation, casting a sidelong glance at Cheng Lei before sitting back down. These dishes were not overly expensive, merely a few hundred yuan, a pittance for Zhang Chao. However, there exists a conundrum. Cheng Lei knows Zhang Chao's character all too well. Indeed, he possesses wealth. When it comes to spending on himself, he can squander as much as he desires. Yet, when it pertains to his employees, the situation changes drastically. He flinches even at the thought of parting with a single cent. These remnants of feudal landowners are inherently corrupt, devoid of any sense of camaraderie, and every penny expended must yield a return that is manifold. Cheng Lei is currently unable to challenge his fundamental nature, so he must commence with trifles, ensuring that Zhang Chao remains perpetually discomfort. The proprietor of the establishment finished grilling the last skewer, allowing it to drain of excess oil before placing it upon the table, then retreated to the kitchen to prepare mountain delicacies. A half hour later, the owner emerged from the kitchen, accompanied by several waitstaff, each carrying a platter. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, eliciting fervent sniffles from those seated at the table. Several dishes were laid out, glistening golden cicadas, crispy and delectable scorpions, and vibrantly charred grasshoppers. The diners eagerly raised their chopsticks, indulging in the feast while offering effusive praises. Delicious, truly delightful. These dishes served as perfect accompaniments to their drinks, enhancing the revelry. At that moment, pretense was cast aside. After all, it is the 21st century, and superficial pleasantries are merely for show, a performance for Zhang Chao's benefit. Everyone present had attended school to varying degrees. They were not fools. When not spending their own money, naturally, the more lavish the fare, the better. The atmosphere soared, and after 2 hours of drinking, they were all sweating profusely. Consuming scorpions inevitably incites an excess of yang energy, leading to a heightened body temperature. It would be strange not to sweat. Zhang Chao, ever boisterous, rose to his feet, shedding his shirt to reveal a prominent belly akin to that of a woman in her 8th month of pregnancy. Brothers, is it hot in here? Everyone, take off your shirts and drink. Zhang Cheng and Xiu Wei, fearing to lag behind, hurriedly stood and followed suit. Even a nearly 40-year-old Li Chong removed his shirt, revealing a row of protruding bellies. The only men remaining clothed were Cheng Lei and Zhang Yingying's husband, brother Liu Hang. Guo Qingqing nudged Cheng Lei with her elbow. Brother, everyone else has taken off their shirts. Aren't you going to join them? Cheng Lei shot her a sidelong glance. What's the rush? Are you eager to see? Guo Qingqing's cheeks flushed, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation as she replied, a little. Cheng Lei chuckled. If I take mine off, all eyes will be on me. Guo Qingqing stuck out her tongue and made a face. I don't believe you. You're just boasting. Cheng Lei picked up another scorpion, feeling the heat within his body, yet reluctant to remove his shirt. If you don't believe me, that's your concern, just gaze upon that row of bellies. Guo Qingqing grimaced. They're all unsightly. I'm not interested. Cheng Lei merely smiled, choosing to focus on his food and drink. Seeing that Cheng Lei remained clothed, Zhang Chao raised his glass and beckoned him to drink. Brother, you clearly haven't had enough. Come, let's share a toast. Cheng Lei remained seated, deliberately rubbing his belly. Zhang, my drinking capacity isn't commendable. I can't keep up. Zhang Chao, unfazed, insisted, take off your shirt. You could drink 3 more cups without issue. It's too hot. How can we not drink to our heart's content? Xiu Wei also stood up, affirming, indeed, let us raise our glasses together. We're all men here, no need for shyness. The others joined in, urging Cheng Lei to disrobe and continue drinking. Men can't refuse. Take it off. Cheng Lei finally relented, raising his hands to halt their coaxing. It's not that I don't want to, but I fear it might make you feel inferior. With that said, he removed his shirt and draped it over the back of his chair, standing tall. In an instant, all eyes at the table turned towards Cheng Lei, rendered speechless. His physique was reminiscent of a sculpted statue, with clearly defined muscles that were neither bulging nor excessive, particularly his abdomen, which bore no fat. Each of his 8 abs was sharply defined and neatly aligned. The only flaw was the multitude of scars adorning his body, the most fearsome of which ran from his pectorals down to his lower abdomen, a grotesque reminder of past battles. Yan Kaiyun, with her crimson lips, parted in surprise, her eyes widening. The usually serious Zhang Yingying halted, a spoon suspended midair, having forgotten to feed her child. Her husband, Liu Hang, promptly nudged her to regain her focus. A waitress approaching with tea also paused, her gaze transfixed on Cheng Lei until the teapot overflowed, scalding her foot, prompting her to hurriedly avert her eyes, her cheeks aflame. Seated beside Cheng Lei, Guo Qingqing instinctively reached out to touch his abdominal muscles, only to retract her hand abruptly upon realization. Cheng Lei, with a mischievous grin, teased. What are you doing? Trying to take advantage? I'll have to get even later. Guo Qingqing's face flushed crimson as she quickly turned away, muttering, "You rogue." Observing the reactions of those around him, Cheng Lei gently traced the longest scar on his body before lifting his glass. "Come on, let us toast, brothers and sisters." He downed the contents in one gulp and returned to his seat. There was no need for further explanation. Those with experience understood the origin of his scars, emblems of the countless fierce battles fought for Zhang Chao's enterprise. The longest scar, in particular, had nearly cost him his life. In contrast, newcomers like Zhang Cheng and sycophants like Qiu Wei, who thrived on flattery and opportunism, had managed to secure favorable positions within the company, their obsequiousness rendering them incapable of speaking up in Cheng Lei's presence. Sensing the awkwardness of the situation, Zhang Chao quickly sought to lighten the mood. "Come on, let us keep drinking. We're all brothers here." Others quickly regained their composure, raising their glasses in unison. And soon the atmosphere was lively once more. The owner of Shirgu Bay, noticing the revelry, activated the large screen on the makeshift stage, connecting the sound equipment and testing the microphone. "Esteemed patrons with spirits so high, would you care for some karaoke? It's complimentary. Sing to your heart's content." Zhang Chao, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, "Of course we must. After a good meal, it's time to have fun. And it's free, no need to spend." He pointed at Qiu Wei. "Brother, I know this is your forte. You go first." Qiu Wei, elated, rose to the stage. This was his moment to shine. He could not let such a golden opportunity slip by. Having practiced specifically for this occasion, he took the stage and launched into a rendition of My Good Brother, singing passionately about the cherished bonds of friendship. Once finished, Zhang Chao, feeling content, bellowed, "Sing another." Qiu Wei, not one to decline, chose another song, "The Gentle Breeze," reminiscent of old dreams. "In this life, we are brothers. In the next, we shall meet again." After his performance, Zhang Chao applauded enthusiastically, recognizing the value of someone like Qiu Wei, who could rally the employees and create a positive atmosphere. He relished this camaraderie among brothers, insisting that they must uphold loyalty to one another, but he would not be bound by the same expectations, especially when it came to financial matters. "Consider me your elder brother. Discussing money is short-sighted. One must possess vision beyond mere currency." Cheng Lei, feeling drowsy, stifled a yawn. Guo Qingqing nudged him once more with her elbow. "Brother, why don't you go up and sing?" Chapter 19, A Duet in Concert. Cheng Lei cast a sidelong glance at Guo Qingqing. "If you poke me again, I might just retaliate." Guo Qingqing's face turned crimson. "You're insufferable, brother. I merely mean for you to sing." Cheng Lei, feeling irritable, waved his hand dismissively. "Qingqing, I've noticed something." "What is it, brother?" "It's not at all pleasant having you sit beside me. You expect me to do everything." Guo Qingqing vigorously shook Cheng Lei's arm. "Brother, I'm just concerned you might be bored." "Look, you were nearly asleep." "Boredom won't make me sing," Cheng Lei retorted, promptly shutting his eyes to rest. After Qiu Wei completed 2 songs, the crowd erupted in cheers, urging Zhang Chao to perform. "Zhang, come on, sing one." Yes, Zhang, sing a song." Zhang Chao stood up, hands pressed down in a gesture of refusal. "I truly cannot sing. I'm content merely to listen. If anyone else wishes to sing, go ahead." The crowd was dissatisfied. "Zhang, just go up and sing." "Exactly. If you don't take the stage, how can we show our admiration? All this saliva on our tongues would go to waste." Seeing that he could not decline, Zhang Chao turned to Yin Kaiyun beside him and said, "Dear siblings, since you are so insistent, why don't you take the stage and sing a song?" Everyone's eyes brightened at Zhang Chao's suggestion. After all, flattery directed at anyone is still flattery, and it would have the same effect on Zhang Chao's wife. "Sister-in-law, why don't you sing a song?" "Yes, Yin Jia. Your singing is surely delightful." "Kaiyun Jia, please, we're all eagerly waiting to hear you." With an air of grace, Yin Kaiyun stood up, her delicate hand brushing over her skirt. "All right, I'll sing, but if I'm not good, please don't laugh at me." With that, she strode confidently onto the stage, her high heels accentuating her graceful movements. Her alluring poise, coupled with her tall and slender figure, was enchanting, each step resonating in the hearts of the men present. Regardless of gender, everyone's gaze was transfixed. She was simply too seductive. Cheng Lei, too, became alert. His eyes focused on her. Guo Qingqing beside him rolled her eyes. "You were just about to doze off, and now you are wide awake again." Cheng Lei, undeterred, mused. What does a girl your age understand? Which man wouldn't he be captivated by a woman as alluring as sister-in-law? Guo Qingqing glanced at Yin Kaiyun on stage, her face filled with envy. "Sister, Yin is truly beautiful. I wish I could be as tall as she is." Cheng Lei reassured her. "You both have your own charms. Your petite cuteness is radiant, and she envies you too." Indeed, women in this world possess their unique allure, whether in height or petite softness. Men appreciate both. Once on stage, Yin Kaiyun chose to sing a heartfelt exchange of deep affection. Her voice was gentle and captivating. In this world, perhaps there are others who can make me love freely for a while. Yet why do I take your fleeting affection so seriously? Cheng Lei listened, his heart in turmoil, feeling as though Yin Kaiyun was gazing at him throughout her performance, unsure if it was merely his imagination. Yin Kaiyun truly possessed a remarkable talent. Her singing was exquisite. After finishing one song, the crowd went wild, refusing to let her leave the stage, insisting she sing again. Yin Kaiyun had no choice but to select the first tear. For you, I shed my first tear. I've fallen in love with the taste of pain. When you kiss my trembling lips, my heart is suddenly torn apart. Upon concluding, the crowd still wouldn't relent, urging her to continue, enchanted by her voice. That won't do, Yin Kaiyun replied. If I sing again, someone must join me on stage. Everyone fell silent, exchanging glances, none daring to step forward. Cheng Lei contemplated taking the stage, but lacked the courage. After all, he would be singing with the wife of Zhang Chao. What if he mispronounced a word and offended Zhang Chao? It would be a disaster. Yin Kaiyun approached the front of the stage and beckoned to Cheng Lei. Xiao Lei, come up here. Let us sing together. Me? Cheng Lei was taken aback, slowly rising. Sister, that seems a bit inappropriate. Zhang Chao stood up and waved his hand. It's perfectly appropriate, brother. Who could be more fitting to accompany your sister-in-law? Singing is a splendid opportunity to enhance team cohesion and invigorate the atmosphere. It's a win-win. All right then. Cheng Lei ceased his protests and confidently walked up to the stage. Sister, what do you want to sing? Yin Kaiyun smiled gently. What is your forte? Cheng Lei shrugged nonchalantly. Sister, I can sing anything. Feel free to choose. Great. Yin Kaiyun promptly selected a song. Do you know this one? I do. Cheng Lei took the microphone, tested it, and prepared himself. As the melodious music began, Cheng Lei and Yin Kaiyun sang alternating lines. On days when the wind rises, we smile at falling flowers. In seasons when snow dances, we raise our cups to the moon. I hope you can love me until the earth is old and the sky is gone. I hope you can accompany me to the corners of the sea and the ends of the earth. Then they harmonized. I chose you, you chose me. Their singing was indeed beautiful. Yet as the lyrics resonated, the audience was momentarily stunned. Can this song really be sung with Zhang Chao's wife? However, Cheng Lei was oblivious, quickly immersing himself in the performance, finding a rhythm with Yin Kaiyun. Zhang Chao, meanwhile, was unbothered, applauding continuously and encouraging everyone to eat and drink. In truth, it wasn't a big deal. It was merely that the audience was overthinking the situation. Seeing Zhang Chao's reaction made many regret not taking the stage earlier. Indeed, being overly cautious was exhausting. After their duet, Yin Kaiyun excitedly patted Cheng Lei. Xiao Lei, you sang wonderfully. Cheng Lei smiled slightly. Sister, you too? Your voice is lovely. Upon hearing Cheng Lei's compliment, Yin Kaiyun's cheeks flushed, relieved her voice was masked by the music. You rascal, teasing me like that. Who compliments like this? Yet she was not angry. Rather, she was somewhat exhilarated. Shall we sing another? Let us. Cheng Lei's enthusiasm for karaoke was rekindled. Sister, pick another song. They proceeded to select a plethora of songs, transforming the gathering into a duet concert. The colleagues below enthusiastically applauded, no longer feeling it was inappropriate, especially since their singing was genuinely delightful. Others took turns singing a few numbers. Someone performed Chrysanthemum Remains, while another sang Signature Move. As the evening grew late, the gathering finally dispersed. Some headed home to rest, while others wandered to admire the night scenery. Cheng Lei, having napped sufficiently in the afternoon, felt no fatigue whatsoever. He meandered down a path toward a small lake. Upon reaching the lakeside, his phone rang. He checked the caller ID. It was Yin Kaiyun. Cheng Lei answered. Xiao Lei, are you asleep? Not yet, sister. What is the matter? Could you come out and walk with me? Cheng Lei hesitated momentarily. Yin Kaiyun quickly implored. I'm feeling a bit unsettled. Would you keep me company? All right. Cheng Lei felt his heart soften and agreed. Sister, where are you? I'm by the lake. At the lake? Cheng Lei was also at the lakeside. He looked across the water and soon spotted a blurred figure standing on the opposite bank. Sister, I see you. Wait there. I'm coming over. After hanging up, Cheng Lei hurriedly made his way across, soon arriving at the other side. Standing before him was indeed Yin Kaiyun, who had changed from her deep V sleeveless dress into a loose black evening gown, the hem swaying with the wind, accentuating her stunning beauty, making her appear even more alluring. Yin Kaiyun's complexion appeared untroubled, which allowed Cheng Lei to breathe a sigh of relief. Sister-in-law, why are you still awake at this late hour? Upon noticing Cheng Lei, Yin Kaiyun's furrowed brow relaxed, and a smile graced her lips. I cannot sleep, so I thought I would take a stroll. Cheng Lei initially intended to mention Zhang Chao, but hesitated and refrained from doing so. Where's your elder brother? He has had too much to drink and is already asleep, Yin Kaiyun replied, letting out a long sigh as she gazed towards the center of the lake. Xiao Lei, I feel like you're not the same as before. Indeed, I have died once. How could I remain unchanged? Cheng Lei was reluctant to delve into the matter further and shifted the conversation. Sister-in-law, do you have something on your mind? Yin Kaiyun did not respond. Her gaze fixed on the lake, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, she turned back to Cheng Lei, her eyes ablaze with intensity. Xiao Lei, I will ask you a question, and you must answer truthfully. All right, Cheng Lei replied without a second thought. What is it, sister-in-law? Yin Kaiyun took a step closer. Her piercing gaze locked onto him. Do you like me? What? Do you have any feelings for me? Chapter 20. A night of temptation. Cheng Lei found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to reply. In his rebirth, he had believed he could easily handle any woman, yet he found himself at a loss in front of Yin Kaiyun. She possessed both sensuality and grace. Any man would inevitably harbor feelings, and Cheng Lei was no exception. After much hesitation, he inhaled deeply and nodded emphatically. Yes. Upon hearing his response, Yin Kaiyun's eyes burned with fervor. 2 rosy blushes blossomed on her cheeks as she pointed towards the dense forest by the lakeside. Xiao Lei, do you think there are cicadas in there? Cheng Lei pondered for a moment before responding. It is summer now, the season for cicadas, so there must be plenty. Yin Kaiyun gently lifted her skirt and made her way towards the forest. The fried cicadas we had tonight were delightful. I want to catch a few to take back. Would you accompany me into the woods to catch cicadas? It's too dark inside. I wouldn't dare go alone. Of course, Cheng Lei replied, his eyes lighting up with excitement as he followed her in. After over an hour of searching, Yin Kaiyun finally linked her arm with Cheng Lei as they emerged from the depths of the forest. They had intended to stay longer, but the mosquitoes were overwhelming. Yin Kaiyun appeared somewhat fatigued, her evening gown slightly disheveled from the branches. Her fair legs, as pale as snow, were exposed, and her stockings were nowhere to be found. It was no surprise, as they had not brought a bag and had to use the stockings as makeshift container for the cicadas they had caught. Though her body was weary, Yin Kaiyun radiated happiness, her complexion flushed, indicating a bountiful catch. Reluctantly, she released Cheng Lei's arm. It's getting late. We must return early to rest for tomorrow. After saying this, she cast a lingering glance at Cheng Lei before walking along the lakeside path. Sister-in-law. Just a few steps away, Yin Kaiyun halted upon hearing Cheng Lei call her name. Xiao Lei, what's the matter? Do you miss me? No. Cheng Lei scratched his head. But could we refrain from going into the woods to catch cicadas next time? I've been bitten all over. Yin Kaiyun stared at him in disbelief, her irritation evident. Aren't I in the same boat? I haven't complained. Taking advantage and acting innocent. Just hurry back and get some rest, she replied, throwing him a gentle smile before turning away. Cheng Lei lingered on the bench by the lake for a moment longer before making his way back to the lodging area. By the time he returned, it was well past midnight. He encountered no colleagues along the way, only the fragrance of grass and the symphony of insects. Upon locating his designated house, just as he was about to unlock the door, he abruptly turned to face the shadow cast by the streetlight. Who's there? His voice was stern, fists clenched, eyes filled with vigilance. Come out. Brother, it's me. A timid figure stepped into the light, quickly rising to their feet. It was Guo Qingqing's voice. Cheng Lei scrutinized her closely, and indeed it was her. He relaxed, his tone softening. What are you doing here? Sneaking around at this hour? I knocked at your door for a long time, but you weren't there, so I waited by the roadside for you, Guo Qingqing explained, her small hand gripping Cheng Lei's arm tightly. Why did you come out here to wait for me? Cheng Lei inquired, puzzled by her presence. It's late. You should be sleeping. Guo Qingqing glanced around nervously and confessed. I was scared. Cheng Lei's curiosity piqued. Scared of what? There are strange noises everywhere. I'm frightened, she said, her voice trembling. Cheng Lei quickly understood. Of course, it's the countryside at night. The sounds of insects and birds are completely normal. You must be a city girl not accustomed to this. Isn't this your room arrangement? Didn't you have someone to share it with? Guo Qingqing replied, I arranged it myself. In our company, aside from Sister Yin, only Sister Ying and I are the 2 women. I didn't want to share a room with anyone else's family. So I asked Sister Ying to stay with me. Cheng Lei questioned, but if it's just the 2 of you, what are you afraid of? Guo Qingqing looked helpless. Sister Ying's husband called, saying their child woke up and needed her. Cheng Lei chuckled inwardly, thinking, the child is looking for mommy? More like her husband is looking for her. After all, Zhang Yingying maintained an impeccable figure. Cheng Lei's eyes roamed over Guo Qingqing, taking in her petite frame and delicate, fair skin, which only heightened his appetite. What are you doing? Guo Qingqing noticed Cheng Lei's gaze and tightened her grip on the pillow she was holding. I'm just scared and wanted some company. I warn you, I'm still a virgin. You can't act recklessly. Cheng Lei shook his head in resignation, releasing her arm. Then you should return to your room and sleep. You're dressed so lightly, and you're beautiful. I might not be able to restrain myself. You're joking, right? I'm just a normal man. Who could possibly resist? Since you disagree, I certainly cannot compel you. Guo Qingqing cast a glance at her attire, which indeed left much to be desired. She then raised her gaze to Cheng Lei, tall and handsome. And recalling the sight of his well-built physique when he disrobed during dinner, she felt a stir of emotions. In the presence of a young man, it was not just him. She herself could easily lose control. Lost in her thoughts, Cheng Lei had already approached the door of the room. Guo Qingqing hastily called out, "Wait, Cheng Lei opened the door and turned back, a teasing smile gracing his lips. "What? Do you wish to enter?" Guo Qingqing remained silent, biting her lip, using a pillow to shield her face from his view. After a moment's hesitation, she took small steps to his side and entered the room. Cheng Lei smirked cunningly, following her inside and shutting the door behind them. The night sky had yet to fade, and Guo Qingqing emerged from the room, crouching as she made her way back to her own quarters. After a few steps, she suddenly halted, crouching down and panting. It was all Sister Yingying's fault for abandoning her. Now look, she couldn't even walk properly. As she lamented, Cheng Lei emerged from the room, bare-chested, draped in a large bath towel, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He scooped Guo Qingqing into his arms. "Why did you come out without calling me?" Guo Qingqing nestled contentedly against him. "I already said it was my first time. You show no tenderness." Cheng Lei chuckled, gazing at the delicate Guo Qingqing in his embrace. "Then why didn't you shout?" "You." Guo Qingqing playfully punched his chest, her expression devoid of anger. "Did you give me a chance to speak? Hurry. Take me back to my room." Cheng Lei voida michia vosgri. How about we don't go back at all? Chapter 21. He lacks the capability. No. Guo Qingyin protestive. Struggling to escape Cheng Lei's grasp. "If others find out, just let me down so I can walk myself." "And if others find out, what of it?" Cheng Lei replied nonchalantly. "Being in a relationship isn't illegal." "No, it's different. This is a company-organized event. It would be utterly embarrassing if anyone found out. Regardless, it's not happening." Guo Qingqing pressed her face against Cheng Lei's chest, concealing her pretty face. "And it hurts. I can't do this for the next few days." Cheng Lei chuckled. "I'm just teasing you. I'll take you back right now." With that, he strode purposefully, carrying Guo Qingqing back to her room, unlocking the door with a key, and gently placing her on the bed. "You rest a bit longer. I'll head back to sleep too." Just before exiting, Cheng Lei, unable to resist, playfully pinched her. "The shape is quite nice, though a tad small. Get lost." Guo Qingqing swatted Cheng Lei's hand away. "Huh. I actually like it this way, childhood sweethearts." Cheng Lei laughed heartily as he left. Returning to his own room, he lay down for a moment before rising to wash up, completing his routine of using the bathroom, washing his face, brushing his teeth, and shaving in one seamless motion. Once presentable, he ventured to the dining area, where, as yesterday, others had already arrived. Cheng Lei scanned the crowd, but Guo Qingqing was nowhere in sight. His gaze ultimately resting on Yin Kaiyun, who was dressed casually in a lightweight long-sleeve, sun-protected jacket over a black sleeveless top and beige wide-leg pants, completed with white casual shoes. It seemed she had deliberately chosen a conservative outfit to conceal the welts from mosquito bites. Upon noticing Cheng Lei's gaze, Yin Kaiyun offered a gentle smile, her expression entirely composed. The others, however, merely glanced at Cheng Lei before turning their heads away, indifferent to his presence. They were engrossed in animated discussions about another intriguing topic. "This place isn't clean. There's a female ghost that screamed all night long. It was utterly chilling. Yes, it scared me to death. I spent the whole night with my head under the covers, and I'm never coming back again. Ghost, my foot. I specifically went out to listen last night. It was just someone getting busy. Damn, you're quite bold to go out and listen. Of course, right in our lodging area. But I couldn't tell which room it came from. So that's how it is. I thought there was a ghost, and it terrified me. But only our group stayed here last night." "Exactly. I didn't see any other tourists during dinner. It was our people." At this revelation, several heads turned toward Zhang Yingying and her husband Lu Hang, their faces alight with mischievous grins, each wearing an expression that said, "We understand." Although there were other couples present, such as Zhang Chao and Yin Kaiyun, no one dared to jest about them. Besides, they were not lodged here, but in the more luxurious Stargazer suite higher up. The only remaining possibility was indeed Zhang Yingying and Lu Hang. Lu Hang, under the scrutiny of so many eyes, felt his face flush crimson to the neck, awkwardly rubbing his hands together. "You're mistaken. It wasn't us." "Oomph." The usually stern Zhang Yingying suddenly huffed, her face a mask of displeasure. "Yes, right. It wasn't us. He lacks the capability." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. They had originally agreed to share a room with Qingqing, but but he insisted on leaving to answer a call about their son waking up, claiming it was especially romantic here. And what happened? It was indeed overly romantic, but in less than 5 minutes, the entire affair transpired. She had heard the sounds, and, while intrigued, she had only guessed the beginning, not the conclusion. The child had heard everything too, crying all night, and she had to tend to him, resulting in a sleepless night, which was utterly vexing. As Zhang Yingying recounted her grievances, the others struggled to suppress their laughter, their faces turning red. Lu Hang hung his head, feeling utterly embarrassed. Seeing his reaction, it became evident it was not them. So who could it be? The group exchanged glances, searching for clues. Just then, Guo Qingqing arrived, the last to come, even later than Cheng Lei. Today, she had also changed outfits, swapping her dress for a loose t-shirt and jeans. She walked slowly, wincing as if in pain. All eyes turned to her, filled with curiosity. Zhang Yingying approached her, genuinely concerned. What happened to you? Are you hurt? Guo Qingqing forced a smile, glancing around at the others before shooting Cheng Lei a glare. Last night, I wanted to catch cicadas in the woods, but I didn't see where I was stepping and accidentally fell, twisting my ankle. Yin Kaiyun frowned in contemplation, the situation increasingly suspicious. What a coincidence. You want to catch cicadas too? Haven't you had enough to eat? Her gaze swept across the faces of the group, ultimately landing on Cheng Lei. Suddenly, she had her answer. Based on her observations and personal experiences, the only man capable of causing such an injury was Cheng Lei. The others were all too soft to possess such strength. Zhang Chao stood up, inquiring with concern, Little Guo, is your injury serious? Should I arrange someone to accompany you to the hospital? He then turned to Cheng Lei, bro, you drive fast. Why don't you take Little Guo to the hospital? Huh? Cheng Lei was just lifting his head to avoid Yin Saiyun's gaze. Upon hearing Zhang Chao's remarks, Guo Qingqing hastily and awkwardly acquiesced. All right, I shall fetch the car at once. However, Guo Qingqing quickly gestured in refusal. I am perfectly fine. There is no need for a hospital visit. A bit of rest will suffice. Only after hearing Guo Qingqing's words did Zhang Chao take a seat. Very well, then, come and have a meal with us. Should you feel unwell at any point, do not hesitate to inform me. As Guo Qingqing mentioned the cicadas, the group, who had been engaged in a discussion moments prior, found a new topic to delve into. Last night, I intended to go to the woods by the lake to catch cicadas. However, the forest was haunted, and I was too frightened to enter. Why we keep circling back to ghosts? Have you ever attended school? Do you truly believe in such nonsense? Am I to deceive you? After dinner yesterday, while strolling by the lake, I suddenly heard a ghostly woman's wail emanating from the depths of the woods, which terrified me into fleeing. The forest is so dark and intimidating. Which woman would dare venture in at night? Surely, there must be spirits lurking there. Stop. Do not frighten me. Your words have made my hair stand on end. Hearing their conversation, Yin Kaiyun inexplicably grew irate and pounded the table. Hurry and eat. What nonsense are you spouting? We still have a journey ahead after our meal. The group, noticing Yin Saiyun's anger, promptly fell silent. After finishing breakfast, the group hurried back to pack their belongings and regroup. Zhang Yingying and Guo Qingqing were tasked with settling the bill at the villa, issuing invoices and inventorying items. Cheng Lei had nothing to pack and had already brought the car around to wait, though they had set out to relax. It had merely turned into a change of scenery for a meeting, followed by a meal and drinks, and a brief sleep in the mountains. Zhang Chao's manner was no surprise to anyone. Throughout the previous day, they had consumed meal after meal and were all quite fatigued. Once the items were loaded into the car, they reclined in their seats and dozed off. It could be said that this journey held little significance for them, except for Cheng Lei, who had gained much from it. Cheng Lei continued to drive the Chang'an Jinliuxing, feeling neither tired nor even slightly weary. On the contrary, he was somewhat exhilarated. Chapter 22. My sister-in-law seeks to compensate me. Since his rebirth, his seemingly supernatural physique felt almost otherworldly. His strength appeared inexhaustible, and his vitality was abundant. His endurance was truly formidable, improving with every exertion. After the guests had departed, the villa's little dog, having played to its heart's content, returned with a pair of torn stockings in its mouth. The owner exerted considerable effort to reclaim them, bringing them to his nose for a sniff. How delightful! Alas, they are ripped. His wife, who was sweeping the floor, noticed his actions, cast aside her broom, and crossed her arms. The owner, in a fit of indignation, tossed the stockings onto the floor and muttered to himself, what a lack of decorum. Stockings strewn about carelessly. Wonkai, where did you find these? Take me to see if there are any more stray items. By noon, Cheng Lei and the others arrived at the company. Zhang Chao neglected lunch entirely, allowing this so-called management team to disperse on their own, each seeking a place to eat before returning to work in the afternoon. They spent another afternoon at the office, and thus, Their delightful 2 days came to a definitive end. After work, Cheng Lei, feeling too lethargic to take the bus, strolled leisurely back home, then plopped down onto the only chair, gazing blankly at the emptiness of his home. This modest 2-bedroom apartment, aside from the bed in the bedroom, contained only a wardrobe and a set of tables and chairs. During his parents' lifetime, they had repeatedly redeemed him from this place, depleting their savings and selling off everything of value in the house. When he came to his senses, Cheng Lei quietly withdrew all his cash and tossed it onto the bed. Having spent some money on transport, meals, and cigarettes over the past 2 days, only $797 remained from the extorted funds he had acquired from the Jinju four brothers. There was another $907 in his bank account, summing up to a total of 1,704 yuan, which constituted his entire assets at present. Cheng Lei had endured immense suffering in his past life while imprisoned, and now, every moment was consumed by thoughts of women. Yet, what could he achieve with such a meager sum? A sense of restlessness began to brew within him. I must acquire wealth, copious amounts of wealth. This paltry sum is hardly sufficient for courting women, let alone for a hotel stay. In his previous life, poverty had consumed him entirely, leaving his thoughts far removed from the pursuit of money. Thus, he could only conceive of a few methods: real estate, lottery, and stocks. Both real estate and stocks required capital he did not possess, and he was unfamiliar with stock trading, leading him to dismiss that option. The lottery seemed equally absurd. Who would foresee their own rebirth and remember a winning ticket number in advance? The only notion that lingered was the investment in gold, which could double in value over the course of a decade. Regrettably, he had none in his possession. Ultimately, he concluded that there was but one viable means of acquiring wealth suited to him: to align himself with a wealthy woman and live off her generosity. Contemplating this, Cheng Lei stripped down and approached the wardrobe to gaze into the mirror. After scrutinizing himself from various angles, he self-deprecatingly remarked, "With this extraordinary physique, I just might stand a chance. But whom should he pursue?" As he pondered, his phone rang, and upon checking the screen, a smile broke across his face. A wealthy woman was indeed calling. It was a call from Yin Kaiyun, and he quickly answered. "Sister-in-law, what is it?" "Room 2701 at the Kaixin Hotel. Come quickly. I owe you a compensation," Yin Kaiyun said before abruptly hanging up. Cheng Lei had no opportunity to decline, nor would he have wished to do so. In his past life, he had incessantly yearned for women, and how could he now turn down an invitation from a woman, especially one as stunning as his sister-in-law? "Room 701? That sounds familiar." Cheng Lei repeated the number, as a fleeting memory flickered through his mind, elusive and intangible. "Never mind. I shan't dwell on it. I must seek out my sister-in-law." Slapping his forehead, he acknowledged his current state of yearning. With a ball in play, he must strike. Dressing quickly, he hailed a taxi and headed for the Kaixin Hotel. His funds had fallen below 1,700 yuan. The taxi driver, furrowing his brow, scrutinized Cheng Lei through the rearview mirror. Clad in rough work pants, inexpensive casual shoes, and a t-shirt, he wondered how someone like him could possibly afford to stay at such a high-end establishment. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "Brother, are you sure you meant to say the Kaixin Hotel? Perhaps you meant to go to the Kaixin Inn instead?" "Absolutely not," Cheng Lei replied, glancing at his attire and understanding the driver's skepticism. "What, do you look down on me?" The driver, unimpressed, retorted, "I was merely asking, concerned that you might have mixed up the address." It was evident that Cheng Lei's appearance did not project affluence. Those who were less fortunate often created more trouble. If they didn't clarify beforehand, he certainly wouldn't pay for any extra distance traveled in the event of a mistake. Cheng Lei furrowed his brow, his gaze turning icy. "I am indeed going to the Kaixin Hotel. Drive properly and spare me your unnecessary chatter. The fare is on you. If you annoy me, I might just smash your car." The driver, rolling his eyes, fell silent. He was unafraid of Cheng Lei damaging the vehicle. He was more concerned that Cheng Lei could not afford to compensate for the damages. After a brief journey of several minutes, they arrived at the Kaixin Hotel. Cheng Lei paid the fare and stepped out, standing at the entrance while lighting a cigarette, taking in the grandeur of the most luxurious hotel in the western city. The exterior was adorned with marble slabs and various searchlights, radiating brilliance and opulence. The lobby on the first floor featured a massive pane of thick glass facing outward, allowing a direct view into the elegantly decorated interior. The high ceilings and an array of crystal chandeliers illuminated the space with a dazzling glow. The opulent marble floor, reflecting the light from the chandelier above, intertwines to create a dazzling array of light and shadow. The entire hall is bright and spacious, exuding an aura of grandeur and luxury. Cheng Lei, smoking a cigarette, pondered silently. How much would it cost to build such a place? Is the wealth of these people simply falling from the sky? The taxi has yet to depart, The driver rolls down the window, wearing a mocking expression. Hey kid, didn't you say you weren't in the wrong place? Then why are you just standing at the entrance? I want to leave. I'll just watch you. Let us see how you manage to get inside after putting on airs with me. He keeps the engine running, preparing to mock Cheng Lei one last time before speeding off. After finishing his cigarette, Cheng Lei tosses the butt to the ground and extinguishes it with his foot, then strides into the Triumph Grand Hotel. Upon entering the lobby, he bypasses the front desk and heads straight for the elevator. Although he cannot afford to stay here, he is quite familiar with the place, having frequently come here to pick up and drop off clients for Zhang Chao in his previous life. The concierge at the front desk notices Cheng Lei making a beeline for the elevator and hurriedly approaches him. Good day, sir. May I inquire if you're a guest here? No. Cheng Lei halts his steps. Are you looking for someone then? Yes, I have a friend staying here, room 2701. Upon hearing this, the front desk manager checks the room records on the computer and dials the phone to room 2701. Esteemed guest, a gentleman claims to be here to see you. All right, understood. He replies several times before hanging up the phone, smiling at Cheng Lei. Sir, may I ask your surname? My surname is Cheng, Cheng Lei responds. Very well, Mr. Cheng. I apologize for the wait. The manager then turns to the concierge. Room 2701. Please grant this gentleman access to the elevator. The concierge acknowledges and opens the elevator, swiping the card and selecting the 27th floor, gesturing for Cheng Lei to enter. After you, sir. Cheng Lei nods and steps inside. No wonder they stopped him. It turns out one must swipe a card to access the upper floors. Without a room card, one cannot ride the elevator. Such grand hotels are indeed commendable. Though expensive, they provide a high level of security, making the cost worthwhile. Even if one were to engage in extramarital affairs here, there is no fear of being caught. Without a room card, one would have to climb the stairs. Climbing such heights would leave one utterly exhausted, lacking the strength to resist if caught. Outside, the taxi driver is flabbergasted. What the hell? How did he get up there? This poor loser actually belongs in such a hotel? Damn, the world is truly full of surprises, wasting my time. The driver angrily presses the accelerator, just as he is about to drive off. Ouch, my foot. A woman nearby falls, her basket dropping to the ground and vegetables scattering everywhere. Are you driving without looking? You ran into me. The driver opens the door to apologize. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Enough with the excuses. The woman lies down, declaring, $500, or this matter isn't settled. Chapter 23, Don't Speak, Love Me. Upon reaching the 27th floor, Cheng Lei exits the elevator and reads the directional signs on the wall. The corridor is adorned with thick carpeting, and the soundproofing of the rooms is excellent, enveloping everything in silence. Following the signs, he arrives at the door of room 2701 and lightly knocks. The door swings open promptly. Cheng Lei steps inside, noticing the absence of anyone, and turns to glance back. Yan Kaiyun emerges from the entrance, closing the heavy door behind her, then clicks the interior lock into place. Cheng Lei gazes at Yan Kaiyun, entranced by her beauty, and quickly greets her. Sister-in-law. Yan Kaiyun extends her delicate hand, gently tugging, causing her sheer nightgown to slip from her shoulder, revealing her smooth and alluring skin, adorned with seductive lingerie. Don't speak, love me. Cheng Lei's eyes widen, his mouth slightly agape, feeling a parched throat. Sister-in-law, aye. Before he can finish his sentence, his mouth is sealed shut, fitting perfectly against hers. Let us eat first, then we can talk. After more than 2 hours, Cheng Lei leaps off the bed, strides to the desk, grabs a bottle of purified water, twists off the cap, and drinks it down in one go. Ah, that is refreshing. I was parched just now. Having finished the bottle, he no longer feels as thirsty. Yan Kaiyun reclines on the bed, her gaze dreamy. Indeed, I was quite thirsty as well. Cheng Lei picks up another bottle of water and hands it to her. Sister-in-law, here is some for you. Yan Kaiyun rolls her eyes at him, playfully scolding, Fool, we're not talking about the same thing. I don't want any. After saying this, she pats the space beside her. Come here and lie next to me. Then I'll drink. Cheng Lei twists off the cap, finishes the second bottle, and returns to the bed, lying down beside Yan Kaiyun. She wraps her arms around Cheng Lei, resting her face against his muscular chest, her eyes half closed in satisfaction. Shall isn't this nice? No mosquitoes here. Are you content with this arrangement? Very much so. Cheng Lei nods vigorously. Yan Kaiyun points to herself, asking, Are you satisfied with my performance? Cheng Lei cradles her face and kisses her deeply. Sister-in-law, you are simply exquisite. I am utterly satisfied. Yan Kaiyun playfully bites his chest, casually defining, How many women have you seen in total? You just know how to flatter me. But you are indeed different from before. I've long wanted to give myself to you, but you. Yan Kaiyun trails off, leaving her words hanging. Cheng Lei reflects silently. In his previous life, he never married, always choosing loyalty over love, and in the end, gained nothing. Adding up the women from his past life, he realizes he has encountered more in these 2 weeks since his rebirth. He snaps back to reality, caressing Yin Kaiyun's smooth shoulder. Sister-in-law, why did you stop? What were you going to say about me? Yin Kaiyun replies softly, I just didn't dare to. Why not? Cheng Lei is taken aback. Couldn't you just seduce me? Yin Kaiyun props herself up on his chest, tapping his forehead lightly, giving him an annoyed look. Would I dare? You used to be as dense as a fool. If I tried to seduce you, not only would you refuse, but you'd likely tell Zhang Chao. Damn, that's excessive. After you say that, I feel like a complete idiot. Cheng Lei is stunned. Would I really do that? The thought of a brother's wife must not be wronged surfaces in his mind. He contemplates carefully. Based on his past behavior, he might indeed have acted that way. Damn it, I should have known better. Thank goodness I died. Living would have been too embarrassing. To hell with not wronging others. Now, I must be unapologetic. Upon hearing Yin Kaiyun mention Zhang Chao, Cheng Lei quickly inquires, Sister-in-law, why are you out tonight? Isn't Zhang Chao home? Yin Kaiyun turns over and sits up. He went to the company and left right away, saying he had to be out for a few days for some business. Oh, Cheng Lei responds. Yin Kaiyun continues. What business? He is clearly out with someone else. He has been keeping a few women on the side, thinking I wouldn't know. In truth, he is off to see those women. Cheng Lei sits up, wrapping his arms around Yin Kaiyun's shoulders to comfort her. Sister-in-law, so you're aware of all this? Of course I know, Yin Kaiyun replies indignantly. I just don't want to expose him, but I'm not foolish. For a decade, I bore him a daughter. And since then, my womb has remained silent. Now that he has acquired wealth, he yearns for a son, attributing the lack of movement to my shortcomings, and has resorted to spending money to support other women. At this point, Yin Kaiyun pinched Cheng Lei's arm with force. And you, I have truly wasted my care on you. You have long been aware of these matters, yet chose to withhold them from me. Cheng Lei winced in pain, hastily seizing Yin Kaiyun's mischievous hand. Sister-in-law, this issue lies within the confines of your marriage. Moreover, Zhang Chao is my elder brother. Divulging this would be akin to betraying him, and I cannot partake in such treachery. Then how is it that you can engage in this with me now? Yin Kaiyun faced Cheng Lei, her body turned towards him, her gaze filled with melancholy. Cheng Lei found himself at a loss for words. She was right. Such actions were ones he would never have contemplated in his previous life. However, circumstances had changed. Even if he forbade her, she would still pursue her desires, determined to reclaim what she had lost in the past. Unaware of Cheng Lei's thoughts, Yin Kaiyun continued, Xiao Lei, I find myself in a precarious situation. If Zhang Chao fathers a son with another woman, I shall be in a dire predicament. Given his nature, I would undoubtedly be cast out. Cheng Lei looked at Yin Kaiyun and nodded silently. She spoke the truth. Zhang Chao was indeed capable of such actions, having been with him for decades. He knew his modus operandi all too well. Sister-in-law, what are you afraid of? Even if Zhang Chao were to expel you, half of his fortune belongs to you. You are beautiful, intelligent, and possess charm. Finding someone better would pose no challenge for you. Yin Kaiyun sighed deeply. Xiao Lei, your perspective is overly simplistic. With his temperament, he would never part with a single penny. It would be a miracle if he left me without debts. Do you believe it is difficult to transfer assets? With the abundance of legal loopholes, it presents no challenge for him. Cheng Lei pondered her words. Yin Kaiyun was indeed correct. His understanding of these matters was woefully inadequate. Wealthy individuals are adept at manipulation, especially someone like Zhang Chao. To him, relationships are devoid of emotion, merely a matter of profit, for the sake of his interests. He would do anything. Cheng Lei was living proof of that. Sister-in-law, what do you intend to do? Yin Kaiyun did not respond, her eyes fervently fixed on Cheng Lei. Xiao Lei, I have a question, and I need your honest answer. Cheng Lei readily agreed. Of course, sister-in-law, ask away. Why have you suddenly stopped referring to Zhang Chao as Brother Zhang these past few days? Upon her questioning, Yin Kaiyun's gaze was unwavering, scrutinizing every nuance of Cheng Lei's expression. Cheng Lei turned his face away, evading her penetrating stare. Sister-in-law, I assure you, it is nothing. You are overthinking it. Yan Kaiyun couped Cheng Lei's face, compelling him to meet her gaze, her tone turning grave. Xiao Lei, we have shared nearly a decade together. You cannot hide the truth from me. I have observed your demeanor closely. Otherwise, I would not dare to entrust myself to you today. I consider you family, and I hope you feel the same about me. Please, tell me the reason. Cheng Lei sighed deeply, contemplating for a moment before slowly responding. It is because he is unworthy of such respect. Upon hearing Cheng Lei's answer, Yin Kaiyun's eyes burned with intensity as she gazed deeply into his. Xiao Lei, I must fight back. You must assist me. How can I help you? I must bear a son. You must help me achieve that. What? Cheng Lei was taken aback. That is out of the question. If I father a son, He will be my child, not one who calls that scoundrel Zhang Chao father. Absolutely not. Just as he was about to refuse, a sudden thought surged in his mind. Why not? If Yin Kaiyun were to bear me a son, it would facilitate the execution of all my plans against Zhang Chao. In that case, the child would be mine, and everything would become mine. How could I refuse? As this realization dawned upon him, Cheng Lei's gaze became fervent, filled with intense desire as he looked at Yin Kaiyun. To achieve his goal, he must conquer her, compelling her to submit. Chapter 24, Memories of Wealth. Sister Kaiyun, I have made my decision. I must assist you. Without waiting for Yin Kaiyun's reply, Cheng Lei boldly enveloped her in his embrace. Their negotiations concluded. It was past midnight. Yin Kaiyun lay on the bed, her expression languorous and alluring. After some time, the flush on her cheeks gradually faded, and she slowly sat up. Xiaolei, could you help me with my clothes? I feel a bit weak. Cheng Lei, reclining and smoking, sat up abruptly upon hearing her, asking, Isn't Zhang Chao out? At this hour, do you really intend to return? Yin Kaiyun took a considerable time to don her shirt, struggling to fasten the buttons. I must return. From now on, I must exercise double caution. I cannot afford any mistakes. Cheng Lei exhaled a satisfied puff of smoke. It was reassuring to know that she was more vigilant than he was. Thus, he could rest easy. Initially, he wished to offer her some advice, but it now seemed unnecessary. Both he and Yin Kaiyun needed to be doubly cautious. No one understood Zhang Chao's nature better than he did. Should he discover their secret, it would lead to a disastrous end. Cheng Lei extinguished his cigarette and rose to assist Yin Kaiyun with her clothing, his hands taking the opportunity to linger. Sister Kaiyun, let me escort you. Yin Kaiyun, already feeling weak, succumbed to his allure and nestled into his embrace. Why do you call me Sister Kaiyun now and not sister-in-law? Cheng Lei pressed a kiss to her cheek, smiling slightly. I do not wish for you to remain my sister-in-law. I desire you to be Cheng Lei's woman. Yin Kaiyun wrapped her arms around Cheng Lei's neck, returning his kiss before standing up. From now on, we must be extra careful. When in public, we should avoid walking together or going to the same places. In summary, either you arrive first or I leave first. Do you understand? Understood, Cheng Lei replied, though he added, but can you manage to leave? Are you well enough? Yin Kaiyun shot him a glance, flashing a playful smile. Do you think I am Guo Qingqing? While you may be strong, I'm also experienced. I can handle myself. Cheng Lei awkwardly scratched his head, chuckling, you caught me there. Do I need to guess? Yin Kaiyun retorted, rolling her eyes. I observed and knew it was you from the start. You are too much. You have no regard for the delicate nature of a woman. Yin Kaiyun donned her high heels and walked a few steps, her stride returning to normal. Guo Qingqing is merely a girl in her 20s. Unlike me, I'm approaching 30. You ought to cherish your body. Cheng Lei chuckled, feeling a bit sheepish for his earlier actions. Observing Yin Kaiyun walk steadily, he felt a sense of relief. She was indeed not as fragile as Guo Qingqing. A little fatigue seemed to fade with rest. Sister Kaiyun, I won't see you off. Please be careful on your way. Yin Kaiyun replied as she reached the door, suddenly recalling something and halting. Oh, one more thing. When I came, I ordered sashimi and grilled lamb kidneys, which are in the fridge and oven. I ordered them for you, fearing you might be hungry. Several hours had passed, rendering eating no longer an option. Listen carefully, do not move, absolutely refrain from eating. Do you understand? I understand, Cheng Lei nodded, perplexed by the insistence on such a simple matter. Upon hearing his compliance, Yin Kaiyun continued, I have already settled the accommodation fees. You may stay here for the night and depart tomorrow morning. With a gentle smile directed at Cheng Lei, she opened the door and stepped outside. Cheng Lei returned to his bed, lighting a cigarette and indulging in its comforting embrace. Yin Kaiyun, both beautiful and graceful, possessed a nurturing demeanor, making her a remarkable woman. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the room number tag resting on the table, and a realization struck him. He sprang from the bed, trembling as he approached the desk to grasp the tag. His eyes widened with intensity as he fixated on the room number, murmuring, at last, I remember what 701 signifies. Without pausing to don his clothes, he plopped in a chair and powered on his computer. He opened a web browser to search for an address and real estate information regarding a community called Hanlin Huafu in Xian City, Henan Province. After perusing the information for a while, Cheng Lei's face radiated with uncontainable excitement. He no longer had to worry about finances. Wasn't this a preparation for himself? This revelation harkened back to his previous life in prison. When he received a life sentence, he encountered an elderly inmate of refined demeanor. The old man, nearing 60, stood apart from the other prisoners, perpetually cheerful and enigmatic. He frequently extended his hand to Cheng Lei for a handshake, conversing in a relatable manner, akin to a benevolent elder. It is said that one does not strike a smiling face, although Cheng Lei felt vexed upon his arrival. He found himself intrigued by the old man. What was there to be joyful about while imprisoned, perpetually grinning like a fool? Was he perhaps deranged? Yet, the old man exuded an air of authority that belied any notion of folly. Curiosity led Cheng Lei to inquire about the old man's background and discovered that beneath his unassuming exterior lay a notorious embezzler, having misappropriated over 2 million. Sentenced to 9 years and 6 months while forfeiting all assets. His sentence was nearing completion, and in a few months he would be free. Cheng Lei scoffed at this revelation. What joy was there in being released at 60, devoid of a single penny? Would he resort to begging? Better to remain confined. In comparison, he believed he had reason to celebrate. Upon his release, he would possess wealth and companionship, indulging in a life of luxury. However, as months passed without any updates, Cheng Lei grew anxious. At this juncture, the old man was summoned for a retrial. Before departing, he once again grasped Cheng Lei's hand with a smile. "You endure here at your own pace. I must take my leave." Cheng Lei pulled his hand away, seething with anger. "You old fool, cease your laughter. Should I ever see you again, I'll tear that smile from your face." The old man departed, and Cheng Lei assumed he would not return. To his astonishment, just a few days later, the old man reappeared. Cheng Lei cursed under his breath, ready to confront him. However, upon seeing the old man, he found himself unable to act. "What has happened to you?" The old man's face was ashen, seemingly aged decades in mere days. His smile vanished, replaced by a countenance of despair. "I am done for, utterly finished." With these words, he numbly retreated to his cell, each step appearing as if he might collapse. What calamity had befallen him? Cheng Lei felt abandoned. In contrast, the old man's despair seemed more profound. Within days, the reason became evident. The old man's case had taken a turn. Further evidence of his ill-gotten gains had emerged, resulting in a retrial leading to a life sentence. He would never see freedom again. A few days later, the old man regained a semblance of spirit, able to speak once more. During an outdoor exercise session, he grasped Cheng Lei's hand, weeping uncontrollably. "My house in Hamlin Huafu has been auctioned off, Unit 701, Building 17. Cheng Lei withdrew his hand, dismissing the old man with disdain. "Your property was already confiscated. The house hasn't belonged to you for some time. What does it matter if it was auctioned?" The old man, tears streaming down his face, lamented, "Why are there such people in this world? You bought a house, discovered my money during renovations. And couldn't you have kept it discreetly? I wouldn't have blamed you for not returning it. But why call the authorities? Why must people be so foolish? Why? Tell me why." Chapter 25. A service too costly. The old man's sobs left him breathless, and Cheng Lei decided to let him be. "Were a few coins worth to cry over?" 7,700. The old man replied weakly, "I am utterly finished." Cheng Lei scoffed. "What? For such a paltry sum? You weep like this?" The old man looked up. "I meant 77 million. Cheng Lei was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief, his mouth agape. "Good heavens! Now I understand why you remained so cheerful even in prison. You have such wealth awaiting you upon release. You could do anything you wished. You concealed it well. Over 2 million led to a 9-year sentence. Yet you have 30 times that amount, and you're not facing execution. And you question why someone would report you? Is that a sum a mere commoner could dare to keep hidden? By my previous wages, it would take me 2,500 years to earn such money. In other words, I would have to work from the spring and autumn period to the present without spending a single cent to accumulate that fortune. If anyone deserves life imprisonment, it's you." Spitting. "Life imprisonment is lenient. You ought to be executed." The disparity between individuals was staggering. He felt he would never earn even 1/5 of the old man's fortune. With that, Cheng Lei stood, resolved to walk away, leaving the old man's fate to the winds. Days passed, and the old man's eyes grew clouded from tears, descending into madness. Months later, he succumbed to his fate. The only legacy he left Cheng Lei was memory, the address of that house, which Cheng Lei found impossible to forget, for the old man had incessantly repeated it during their time together. Collecting his thoughts, Cheng Lei deduced that it was now the 2nd year since the old man had entered prison. This meant that the house had not yet been auctioned, and even if it had likely not been sold. The money must still be there. Cheng Lei rejoiced. "Others may dare not take it, but I shall. That money is mine." He resolved to make a trip to Hunan province. After celebrating with exuberance and joy, Cheng Lei felt hunger pangs. He opened the refrigerator and retrieved a plate. Peeling away the plastic wrap, and foil revealed salmon laid atop a bed of ice. The layers of orange and white flesh were succulent and inviting, arousing his appetite. Was this considered stale? Yen Kaiyun was indeed extravagant. Was the life of the affluent so lavish? Such expensive salmon left untouched in the refrigerator for merely a few hours? Even if left outside, with that much ice beneath, it would still be perfectly edible. Cheng Lei paid no heed to the trivialities. He blended the mustard and soy sauce with finesse and indulged himself heartily. In no time, the entire platter of salmon was consumed. He licked his lips, still feeling a twinge of hunger. Ah, the lamb kidneys. He strolled over to the oven and retrieved the roasted delicacies. Unwrapping the foil, the succulent fat dripped onto the plate, and an intoxicating aroma swiftly enveloped the entire room. Cheng Lei devoured half a kidney in one bite, his mouth glistening with grease. Truly delightful. This dish suited his palate perfectly. While gnawing on the lamb kidney, he casually opened his browser, adeptly typed in a website, and clicked on a Japanese adult film. Watching while eating was sheer ecstasy. A few clicks of fast-forward later. Before the plot had even begun, Cheng Lei found himself growing restless, fixated on the raised tint in the film. What on earth are you doing, little brother? Wasn't I just satisfying you? What does it mean for you to get up again? Is this body under some sort of enchantment, consumed by such insatiable desires? I can hardly finish this one kidney, and I'm already in this state. He felt a wave of heat wash over him, pacing around the room in agitation. What to do? Yin Kaiyun had already returned home. It would be inappropriate to call her back. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the phone on his desk, and his eyes sparkled with a newfound idea. He swiftly picked up the phone and dialed the front desk. Upon connection, the gentle voice of the female receptionist greeted him. Good evening, esteemed guest. How may I assist you? I require service, he stated bluntly. Certainly, sir. What type of service do you require? Well, the kind of service you know. Cheng Lei's tone was tinged with impatience. Understood, sir. Allow me to present the options for you to choose from. Moist silk massage, 688 yuan for 40 minutes. Elegant and leisurely massage, 988 yuan for 50 minutes. Floral whisper angels gentle kiss, 1,588 yuan for 60 minutes. Rejuvenating nude SBA, 1,988 yuan for 100 minutes. While the phone continued to describe the offerings, Cheng Lei had long since tuned out. He pondered his financial situation and concluded, I am utterly unworthy. Sir, have you made your selection? Hello? Sir, are you still on the line? After some consideration, I think I will pass for now. It's better to handle this myself, he replied, hanging up before the receptionist could respond. Little brother, you'll have to endure tonight. Let me find something else for you to watch. Cheng Lei suppressed his bodily urges, aimlessly browsing various websites. His interest peaked when he stumbled upon the WeChat branch of TT Computer Company, Limited. He swiftly located Zhang's email address and composed a message. Dear Mr. Zhang, I hope this message finds you well. As a loyal user of your WeChat app, I would like to propose a suggestion. I recommend that you expedite the integration of bank card binding to facilitate online transfers and payment functionalities. The digital age has arrived, and this feature would undoubtedly be a groundbreaking innovation. Not only would it enhance user convenience, but it could also yield substantial profits for your company. To put another way, it might even reduce the number of petty thieves on the streets. Such a noble endeavor. I sincerely hope you will consider this proposal. After sending the email, Cheng Lei felt a sense of relief wash over him. They will undoubtedly implement this feature. I'm merely claiming a bit of credit and pushing the timeline forward. It's not a big deal. His spirits lifted somewhat, but his little brother was still very much awake. What now? Frustrated, he tossed the barely touched skewer of grilled lamb kidneys into the trash. I'd rather starve. Leave from here, then eat this again. Despite his anger, he realized this wouldn't do. With a flicker of hope, he dressed, pocketed his room key, and exited the hotel. It was nearly 2 in the morning, and the streets were desolate. Cheng Lei anxiously scratched his head, scanning his surroundings in search of a target. I need a woman. I can't hold on any longer. After several laps around the vicinity, he found no suitable candidates. At such an hour, who would be wandering the streets? With a sigh, he was about to return to the hotel when a woman across the road caught his eye. You're the one. This is my chance. Resolutely, he approached and intercepted her. The woman appeared quite young, perhaps no more than 20. Her figure was passable, standing at over 1.6 meters. Clad in a crop top, sleeveless jacket, ripped jeans, and platform shoes. Through the holes in her pants, he could see she wore fishnet stockings. However, her makeup was clearly cheap. Rough foundation, clumpy eyelashes, and garish lipstick. Her overall appearance was unremarkable. Goodness, a spirited little sister. You're the one. I can't afford to be picky. Hey, beautiful. Mind if I add you on WeChat? Chapter 26. Acting skills and amusing the young lady. The young lady surveyed Cheng Lei, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. You're quite handsome. I'm sorry, but I don't have WeChat, she replied, turning out her empty pockets. Young ladies these days are truly impoverished. Not only did she lack a phone, but even spare change was absent. Out at this hour, it was likely she hadn't eaten. Oh well. Cheng Lei felt a twinge of disappointment. As the spirited little sister brushed past him, he grabbed her arm once more. Why don't we share a kiss? You seem to have a mouth. Huh? The young lady's eyes widened in disbelief, still in a state of shock. Cheng Lei leaned in and forcefully kissed her. In that moment of discomfort, he was hardly discerning. Yet, the deep kiss extinguished any desire he harbored for her. The overwhelming stench of stale breath mixed with smoke compelled him to step back, gasping, "Thanks." Cheng Lei turned to leave, realizing the quality was far too low. He needed to make a hasty exit. "You can't leave." The young lady chased after him. "Let us discuss the price. If you run, I'll report you for sexual harassment." "Hey, you don't even have a phone to report me? Go ahead, report away." He dismissed her, continuing to flee. At that moment, a police car turned the corner, and Cheng Lei cursed inwardly, halting in his tracks. Of all times to encounter a night patrol. Reluctantly, he returned to face the young lady. "All right, what is the price?" Seeing the patrol car, the young lady smirked and raised 3 fingers. "Since you're handsome, 300, and you could do a bit more." Cheng Lei appraised her. Considering her lack of quality, one could indulge in 7 bowls of spicy hot pot for that price. Not interested. It's not worth it. With the police vehicle still nearby, he pondered his options. Suddenly, he recalled the girl on the bus, Anne Zhang Chao, and he decided to unleash his acting skills, tears welling in his eyes. "You see, when I was very young, I was born into this world. Right from birth. I was someone else's grandson. I was naked, with not a stitch of clothing. Less than a minute after my birth, I experienced my first act of violence. A woman in a white coat approached me and slapped my back so hard I cried immediately. Upon hearing this, the young sister felt a stirring in her heart. Tears cascading down her cheeks. How can you be so miserable? I too have grown up without care, lacking in food and clothing, and my studies were never taken seriously. Otherwise, I wouldn't still be wandering the streets at this late hour. How could you have suffered so much in your childhood? Truly, we are kindred spirits in our shared plight. Do not digress." Cheng Lei pretended to wipe his nose dramatically, carelessly smearing it on the young sister's shoulder. "At that time, I could hardly walk. Wherever I wished to go, I had to crawl. Despite such a dire situation, I did not utter a word of complaint until I was a year old. I didn't even know what suffering meant." At this juncture, Cheng Lei gazed skyward, allowing a moment of contemplation before lowering his head to meet the young sister's eyes, looking at her with deep affection. "Until tonight, I had not met you. You are the warm ray of light that illuminates my heart amidst this endless darkness. I have suddenly begun to comprehend that life is indeed warm, and my existence is filled with hope. Thank you for that heartfelt kiss you bestowed upon me." Cheng Lei extended his large hand, enveloping her in a firm embrace once more. The young sister, resting her head on Cheng Lei's shoulder, was already weeping profusely, utterly moved. "Never before has such a handsome man spoken such words to me. I had no idea I was such a wonderful girl." Cheng Lei released her, guiding her to a nearby large tree, allowing her to lean against it and continue weeping. "However, I never expected that such a good girl like you would ask me for money. I thought that since it was so late and you were still wandering about, you must be suffering greatly as well. Otherwise, a girl of your caliber would surely not ask me for money." The young sister nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her face. "How can I not be miserable? My circumstances are far worse than yours. Feel free to cry as much as you wish. It will bring you comfort," Cheng Lei consoled, patting her back. The young sister's inner turmoil was ignited by Cheng Lei's words, and she was overwhelmed with sorrow, collapsing against the tree trunk and weeping uncontrollably. "Finally, someone understands me. What kind of life have I endured? Being robbed 7 times for a bowl of spicy hot pot, going hungry 3 times a day, 9 times over 3 days. Who can claim to be more wretched than I?" After crying for a while, she finally spoke. "I've made my decision. I won't charge you any money. That kiss is a gift for you. If you wish to do something else, you may." No one responded to her. The young sister looked up in confusion, wiping her tears away. The street was desolate, and Cheng Lei had long vanished from sight. "Come back here, you deceitful scoundrel." The silence around her was profound, her feeble cries echoing in the emptiness. Cheng Lei hurried back to the hotel, entering his room, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. "That was close. But my dear brother, it seems I must apologize to you tonight." Tossing and turning until dawn, Cheng Lei felt a burning restlessness, unable to sleep for even a moment. Damn, what is happening? Is the power of a single kidney so formidable? Lying in bed, he stared at the unyielding flagpole, his expression one of resignation. "This won't do. I must get checked." He returned to his desk, opening his computer to search for nearby hospitals. West City Dingley Hospital, a boon for men. Come to our hospital for free testing, with numerous esteemed specialists available to safeguard your health. Cheng Lei's heart leaped with joy. Free? Excellent, I'll go there. Jotting down the address, he quickly dressed and went downstairs to check out his room. He pocketed his gun, sprinting towards the hospital. On the way, he remembered to call Zhang Chao. Zhang, I won't be coming to work this morning. I have something to attend to. What happened, brother? Zhang Chao's voice was muffled, clearly still waking up. Nothing serious. Just a personal matter I'll handle myself. All right then, call Guo Qingqing and let her know. Zhang Chao concluded the call, clearly having been out late the previous night. Call Guo Qingqing? Why should I inform her? Cheng Lei pondered, somevat puzzled. Damn, I see now. This stingy fellow wants to mark my attendance. He thought to himself, recalling how many matters he had handled for Zhang Chao in the past. Now, taking a half day off, he still needed to account for his attendance. Very well. Let the record show. With this in mind, Cheng Lei dialed Guo Qingqing's number. Scoundrel, she shouted as soon as the call connected. Scoundrel? Cheng Lei was taken aback. Why do you start off by insulting me? Insulting you is mild. Are you not responsible for your wrongdoings? It's been so long since you called. Cheng Lei found himself at a loss for words. He had indeed taken advantage of her blood, returning without a single call. Truly a scoundrel. He attempted to defend himself. I was just busy with matters. How about I accompany you tonight instead? No. Guo Qingqing's voice turned shy. That's not possible. Cheng Lei chuckled softly. How delicate you are. It pains my heart. Guo Qingqing's voice rose in anger. You're too harsh, you wretched scoundrel. Cheng Lei, feeling guilty, continued to reassure her. I promise to take it slow next time, all right? Guo Qingqing's tone softened. We'll settle this when we meet. Now, what is the matter? I need to take the morning off. Zhang Chao asked me to inform you. Oh, I see. Guo Qingqing's voice turned concerned. Is there anything you need help with? Chapter 27. Do I still have to take my pants off? Cheng Lei looked down at himself and replied, I would be more than happy for your assistance. But considering you just mentioned not being well, perhaps it's best to refrain. Get lost, scoundrel. Hurry up and die. I'll mark you late and deduct your wages. Cheng Lei was merely speaking truthfully, yet to Guo Qingqing, it sounded like he was teasing her deliberately. After she finished speaking, she abruptly hung up the phone. Upon arriving at West City Dingley Hospital, Cheng Lei's face turned sour as he stepped into the lobby. The allure of free services had drawn a crowd, and people were lined up all the way to the entrance. The queue was predominantly filled with middle-aged men over 40, with young men like Cheng Lei being a rare sight. Several nurses, clad in pink uniforms, bustled through the crowd, their hurried steps revealing their youth and beauty. Since he was already there, no matter how many people were ahead, he had to wait. To pass the time, Cheng Lei idly watched the nurses flit back and forth. After queuing for over half an hour, it was finally Cheng Lei's turn. The nurse at the reception desk glanced up at him, casually handing him a number ticket and gesturing towards the payment window. 150. Go pay over there. What? Cheng Lei was somewhat irked. The internet said it was free. The nurse, having encountered this reaction countless times, casually handed him a flyer from the desk. Take a close look. Free testing is only for men over 40. Are you old enough? Cheng Lei took the flyer and was instantly rendered speechless. Damn, why didn't you make the conditions clear? Who can read this tiny print? Though irritated, he couldn't lash out at the young nurses, all in their 20s. Having finally reached the front of the line, he resigned himself to paying the fee. Reluctantly, he approached the payment window and handed over his money. Now, left with only $1,500 in his pocket, he continued to the specialist outpatient queue. Thankfully, this time the hospital was not deceiving him. Indeed, there were numerous specialists available. It was as if they had sprung up from nowhere, for every room along the corridor housed one. A few minutes later, Cheng Lei found himself at the forefront of the queue. A sweet-looking young nurse at the door invited him into the room, following him inside and promptly locking the door behind them. Upon hearing the sound of the lock, Cheng Lei turned to glance at her. She possessed an innocent and charming appearance, adorned with a pink nurse's cap, dressed conservatively in a pink long coat, pink trousers, and white nurse's shoes. Was this a legitimate hospital? Why the need to lock the door? The young nurse smiled gently, extending her hand forward, and said, The doctor is over there. Following her indication, Cheng Lei's gaze fell upon a table cluttered with models of male anatomy, various materials and styles on display. As a man, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Seated behind the table was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Cheng Lei turned back to the young nurse, pondering to himself how well-versed these young ladies seemed to be. A nameplate on the table bore the name of the expert, Qi Chunjing. Qi gestured for Cheng Lei to step forward. Young man, what seems to be the problem? Have you come into contact with someone inappropriate? No. Cheng Lei hurriedly explained, pulling his hands from his pockets, causing his trousers to rise abruptly. It's just that I had some kidney skewers last night, and it turned into this. All right, let me have a look, Qi Chunjing said, donning a pair of rubber gloves. Please remove your trousers. What? Cheng Lei was taken aback. Qi urged again. Take off your trousers. I need to conduct an examination. Cheng Lei glanced back at the young nurse, standing by the door, and asked, Shouldn't you step out? The young nurse giggled, covering her mouth. Qi Chunjing chuckled as well. Young man, here you're the patient, and we are the medical staff. The doctor-patient relationship knows no gender. You need not concern yourself. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Lei unfastened his belt and lowered his trousers, but still attempted to cover himself with his hands. You doctors are really something. Even someone like me has to strip in front of you. Qi Chunjing observed and advised. Young man, please remove your hands. Pressing down is not good for your health. With no other option, Cheng Lei reluctantly moved his hands away. Unbeknownst to him, the young nurse had already positioned herself beside him. In that fleeting moment when his hands were lowered, he distinctly noticed her eyebrows arching and her eyes widening in surprise. What did that expression mean? Wasn't it said that the doctor-patient relationship was devoid of gender distinctions? Qi Chunjing carefully examined a certain part of Cheng Lei. Speaking up, I need to collect some prostate fluid for testing. What? Collect what fluid? Isn't just looking enough? Cheng Lei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, desperately wishing to know when he could put his trousers back on. How do you collect it? He asked, his face a mask of anxiety. Qi Chunjing pointed to a spot beside him. Stand over there, facing away from me. He then gestured for the young nurse to come closer, applying a transparent liquid to his rubber gloves. Cheng Lei protested. No way am I turning my bare backside towards any living man. Young man, please exercise restraint. Qi Chunjing tapped on the table before him. As medical staff, how can we treat you if you do not cooperate with the examination? Cheng Lei was left speechless. Yes. How could he expect treatment without the doctor's examination? He had already come this far, waited in line, spent money, and stripped down. What was a little more discomfort? Though 1,000 protests echoed in his mind, he resignedly positioned himself, turning his back to Qi Chunjing and awkwardly fixating on the young nurse who stood before him. Having no idea when she had approached, the young nurse continued to stifle her laughter behind her hand. Standing so close, the fragrance accompanying her laughter wafted directly onto Cheng Lei's neck. In an attempt to alleviate the awkwardness, he simply closed his eyes. Oh! With a sudden exclamation, Cheng Lei, a man known for his strength and resilience, who had weathered a decade in prison, found himself utterly at the mercy of Qi Chunjing. In that moment, he resolved that the most formidable individuals in the world were indeed doctors. Even the most fearsome and violent souls had to yield when faced with a physician. The young nurse, producing a glass petri dish from an unknown source, swiftly captured the expelled fluid. You can put your trousers back on now. Cheng Lei felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, hastily pulling up his trousers. His face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by a sense of humiliation. Qi Chunjing removed his gloves and instructed the young nurse. Please take this to the laboratory for testing. Then return and escort this young man to the next apartment. The young nurse waited until Cheng Lei had fastened his trousers before unlocking the door and exiting with a sample for examination. The next apartment? Cheng Lei's unease grew as he questioned. Is it not over yet? What's wrong with me? Is the situation serious? Qi Chunjing shook his head, feigning an air of mystery. Let us wait for the test results. It's not wise to speculate now. Cheng Lei felt a rising tide of anxiety. He had often eaten kidneys before without issue. Why was it that after his rebirth, a mere skewer of kidneys had led to such circumstances? This was troublesome. Rebirth offered no manual. At least a list of precautions would have been appreciated. A few minutes later, the young nurse returned. Come on, Mr. Cheng. We're off to the next apartment. Cheng Lei, who usually enjoyed the company of beautiful women, now felt too embarrassed to look at her. He turned his head aside, following the young nurse out. They took the elevator to the second floor and stopped in front of a department labeled observation. The young nurse gently pushed the door open and called out, Sister Gu, I brought in patient 79, Cheng Lei. A soft voice from within beckoned. Let him in. Chapter 28, The Ultimate Tough Guy. The young nurse stood at the door, allowing Cheng Lei to enter alone. Hearing the voice of a female, Doctor put him at ease, and he placed a hand on his chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. For some reason, Cheng Lei felt more at ease facing a female doctor during this examination, possibly due to his recent interactions with women. Taking a deep breath, he strode confidently inside. As he entered, he spotted an extraordinarily beautiful woman seated at a computer, casually crossing her legs and swaying her calf back and forth. Only when she noticed him did she look up and smile. This must be the Sister Gu the young nurse mentioned. The doctor appeared to be around 23 or 24, with a neat bun, clear features, and exquisite facial contours. She wore a pair of black-framed glasses which lent her an air of sophistication. Cheng Lei couldn't help but steal a few more glances at her stunning beauty. Dressed in a formal white coat, white trousers, and white shoes, he quickly noticed the stark contrast of black stockings peeking from beneath the hem of her pants. Stockings, Cheng Lei thought, licking his lips in anticipation, his mind wandering to the alluring figure that lay beneath her formal attire. Observing Cheng Lei's gaze lingering on her ankle, Dr. Gu naturally uncrossed her legs, adopting a more proper sitting posture that concealed her stockings completely. Mr. Cheng, please come forward, she instructed. Faced with such beauty, Cheng Lei found himself less embarrassed than before. He approached her with a newfound confidence. Please remove your trousers and face the camera on the device, Doctor. Gu pointed to an apparatus connected to the computer. What? Cheng Lei was momentarily taken aback, as the embarrassment that had just begun to dissipate surged back. Undress? And then their filming? Regret flooded his mind. Had he known it would unfold this way, he would have endured anything rather than visit the hospital. Doctor, Gu patiently advised, Mr. Cheng, treatment is a process that necessitates consistent monitoring and documentation of the results. There's no need for embarrassment. All patients undergo this step. Rest assured, we will safeguard your privacy. All right, you're the doctor, so I'll comply, Cheng Lei conceded, raising his hands in resignation as he faced the equipment and reluctantly removed his trousers. Dr. Gu adeptly operated the apparatus, meticulously examining various areas and capturing images. All done. Mr. Cheng, please put your trousers back on. Cheng Lei felt as if he had heard a celestial melody, hastily pulling his trousers up and fastening his belt. May I leave now? I still need to add you on WeChat, Mr. Cheng, so I can conveniently send you treatment updates, Dr. Gu remarked, retrieving her phone. Add me. I must. Cheng Lei replied without hesitation. Having already bared himself before her, he certainly intended to reciprocate. He had long wished to request her WeChat, but the awkwardness of undressing had deterred him from doing so. After exchanging WeChat contacts, Dr. Gu smiled at Cheng Lei and said, You may proceed to the other departments now. Following the petite nurse to several other departments, Cheng Lei spent the entire morning in a state of disarray, his trousers constantly being donned and discarded. By this point, he had grown numb to the experience, utterly unable to recall how many times he had changed. Had he known, he would have simply come in his birthday suit to avoid the hassle. After more than half an hour, he finally completed all the examinations. The nurse led him to the rest area. Mr. Cheng, please rest here while I fetch the results, she instructed. All right, Cheng Lei replied, seeking a quiet corner to engage with his phone. A throng of nurses congregated in the observation room, pointing at the computer screen and chattering incessantly. Dr. Gu, now far removed from her previous serious demeanor, playfully removed a slender nurse's finger from the screen while giggling. Let me make this clear. I want this man for myself. No one else can stake a claim. The nurses immediately voiced their discontent, hissing in protest. Sister Gu, you're being too possessive. How can you monopolize him? We want him too. One nurse extended a finger, suggesting, how about we each take a day? Others quickly chimed in, yes, 1 day each. This exquisite specimen is unparalleled. You can't hoard him all to yourself. Dr. Gu shook her head firmly, unwilling to yield. No, I must have him entirely. None of you should harbor any designs on him. Oh, Sister Gu, you're being unreasonable, they retorted. We want him too. We must have fair competition. Yes, fair competition. Whoever secures him first wins. A glint of mischief flickered in Dr. Gu's eyes as she smiled. Fine, it's settled then. In the specialist department, Chi Chunqing scrutinized the test results laid before him, shaking his head in dismay. It seems this patient won't be making us any money today. A nearby nurse scoffed. Just like before, prescribe him some nourishing tonic. This was the ruse these hospitals employed. Every man over 40 has some ailment. They lure them in with the promise of free checkups. But once the tests are complete, the real costs begin. Even if one was in good health, they would prescribe kidney tonics to take home, which, after all, would benefit their health. Once they entered the hospital's doors, a series of tests would inevitably lead to spending thousands before they could leave. Chi Chunqing shook his head even more vigorously. This is challenging. His bodily functions are remarkably sound. All indicators are normal. The reason for his condition is likely due to excessive consumption of aphrodisiacs. Prescribing him tonics could lead to complications. After waiting for over half an hour, Cheng Lei had cast aside his phone and succumbed to slumber on the resting chair. Mr. Cheng? A sweetly familiar voice beckoned. Cheng Lei jolted awake, rubbing his eyes. Dr. Gu? He exclaimed in surprise. What brings you here? Dr. Gu stood before him, adjusting her large glasses with a serious expression. I have come to discuss your test results. Witnessing her meticulous demeanor, Cheng Lei felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. So, how is it, Dr. Gu? What is the situation? Is it treatable? Dr. Gu shook her head repeatedly. It's rather complicated to resolve. Cheng Lei felt disoriented upon hearing her words. What the hell? I've only been reborn for less than a month. I haven't even enjoyed life fully, and now I'm faced with this predicament? After pausing for effect, Dr. Gu continued, traditional treatments offered by the hospital are ineffective for you. Based on my years of experience, I have an alternative method. However, this approach cannot be conducted at the hospital. Please wait until I finish work this afternoon, and I will send you the address to meet me. Traditional treatments are ineffective. Cheng Lei broke into a cold sweat, urgently asking, Dr. Gu, what should I do now? Do I need to take medication? Dr. Gu waved her hand dismissively. No medication is necessary. You may leave now and await my message this afternoon. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Cheng Lei in a state of bewilderment. Had I known, I would have heeded Sister Sayun's advice and refrained from indiscriminate eating. Having spent the entire morning on examinations without a bite to eat, Cheng Lei wandered aimlessly down the street, weakly calling Gu Qingqing. Qingqing, I want to go work this afternoon. I'm unwell. Gu Qingqing's irritated voice crackled through the phone. Are you trying to deceive me again? Just 2 nights ago, you were as robust as an ox. And now you claim to be ill? Cheng Lei felt on the verge of tears. I'm not deceiving you. I'm speaking the truth. The doctor said to wait for news. Hearing Cheng Lei's earnest tone, laced with a hint of distress, Gu Qingqing's concern grew. What is wrong with you? Where are you now? I'll come find you, and we can check at another hospital. Chapter 29. An unexpected encounter at the school entrance. Upon hearing the genuine concern in Gu Qingqing's voice, Cheng Lei felt warmth spread through him. It's really not necessary. You have trouble walking. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Qingqing resolutely asserted, for you, I'll risk it all. Cheng Lei, overwhelmed with joy, laughed heartily. Qingqing, I truly adore you. The doctor mentioned another treatment method, and I'll see her this afternoon. It should be fine. I'm so caring toward you. And you dare to play me? You scoundrel. Cheng Lei was genuinely touched, responding with a smile. I'm not deceiving you. It's the truth. If this afternoon's treatment doesn't work, I'll have to seek you out, and I'll relish every moment. Get lost. Don't come back. Today will count as an absence, and I'll deduct 300 yuan from your salary. Gu Qingqing snapped before abruptly hanging up. Cheng Lei sighed in resignation, chuckling softly to himself. Feeling famished, he randomly entered a noodle shop and ordered a bowl of beef noodles, devouring it ravenously. He needed to recover his health swiftly to retrieve funds from Yuxing. Money was of utmost importance. Upon arriving in Henan province, it is essential to reside there for a while. With a mere sum of over 1,400, covering transportation, accommodation, and meals appears somewhat precarious. However, once funds are located, matters will become manageable. The ill-defined money is something Cheng Lei intends to seize entirely. He is well-versed in such affairs, having often trespassed in his youth. This is merely an old craft resurfacing. Purchasing a house is absolutely out of the question. Firstly, due to a lack of funds, and secondly, because real estate transactions require identification. In a few years, should the old man emerge, complications would ensue. Thus, directly appropriating the money proves to be the more convenient option. As long as he exercises caution, dealing with such properties, which have remained idle for over a decade, combined with his professional skills, will pose no issue. Cheng Lei slurped the last noodle into his mouth, leaving only a few thin slices of beef in the bowl. After several attempts to pick up the remaining morsels with his chopsticks, he ultimately clenched his teeth in frustration and discarded them. Although the meat was enticing, he decided against eating it for the time being. Who knows what unforeseen circumstances may arise? Upon noticing Cheng Lei putting down his chopsticks, the shop owner approached to clear the table, his gaze falling contemplatively upon the leftover beef. What's going on? He looked up at Cheng Lei, puzzled. What are you staring at? I don't eat beef. Cheng Lei retorted before rising to leave. Fine, if you want to eat it, then so be it, the owner replied smugly, taking the bowl back to extract the beef and casually placing it atop another bowl of noodles. Cheng Lei strolled leisurely to the entrance of a university, seeking refuge in the shade of a tree to cool off. With nowhere else to go, he opted to observe the vibrant college students. In his previous life, he had never attended university, leaving him with a plethora of regrets. Large stone ball-shaped stanchions partitioned the open space at the school's entrance, where various vehicles were parked. Cheng Lei found this curious and took delight in watching the cars and the throngs of students. Most of the vehicles were from luxury brands, BBA, with bottles of drinks perched atop their roofs or affixed to the windshields. Mineral water, cola, iced tea, and a myriad of other beverages were on display. Some female students, dressed boldly, approached the cars to converse with the drivers. Most exchanged a few words before departing, while others, after a brief chat, climbed into the vehicles, which then drove away. On the other side, even more luxurious cars were parked, Porsches, Maybachs, Lamborghinis, and the like, none adorned with drinks on their roofs. Yet they attracted more attention, with girls flocking to them, lingering by the vehicles but rarely getting inside. After observing for a while, Cheng Lei came to an understanding. Being wealthy is splendid. Once I acquire a car, I shall park it here too. At that time, I will simply place a 20-liter bottle of purified water atop it. If you can lift it, you may enter. If not, you'll remain outside. There's no helping it. I have a penchant for those who are strong. Having seen enough, Cheng Lei turned his gaze elsewhere. Ah, that girl is rather striking, but isn't she too hot? Following Cheng Lei's line of sight, one could see a tall girl holding a bottle of mineral water, clad in an extremely short JK uniform, her derriere nearly exposed, with two long, snow-white legs emerging from her skirt, her thighs curvaceous, her calves slender, epitomizing the classic hourglass figure. Cheng Lei wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, unable to resist the allure of such legs, and the girl's skirt was so short that half of her bottom was visible. After a moment, the girl, seemingly fatigued, spotted a nearby stone ball and plopped down onto it. Ouch! She squealed, clutching her backside as she jumped up. Cheng Lei struggled to contain his laughter, nearly gasping for breath. Ha ha! A university student, and yet so lacking in common sense. This is too amusing. In such sweltering weather, the stones must be scorching hot. At least 70 or 80 degrees. It's a wonder she was tea-burnt. The girl, still holding her rear, had tears welling in her eyes, and upon noticing the shade where Cheng Lei sat, she made her way over. Cheng Lei exerted considerable effort to suppress his laughter as he regarded her. The girl had delicate features with a rounded face, a hint of baby fat, and an endearing expression that made her quite charming. Ha ha, wearing so little. You must be cooked by now. Cheng Lei could not hold back, laughing as he inquired. The girl shot him a fierce glare, removing her hand from her backside, then turned away, sitting on the opposite side. Cheng Lei, with a mischievous grin, couldn't help but continue teasing. A program once mentioned that high-end ingredients require only the simplest cooking methods. What are you talking about? The girl, evidently confused, stared at Cheng Lei with a puzzled expression. At that moment, Cheng Lei's phone rang. He pulled it out to check and burst into laughter as he walked away. It was a voice call from Dr. Gu. I'm off work now. Do you have time today? If so, I'll book a place and then provide your treatment. Cheng Lei promptly replied, I have time. I've already taken a day off for the treatment. All right then, I'll book the place and send you the location shortly. Cheng Lei, feeling a twinge of concern, cautiously asked, Dr. Gu, the treatment 1 TB too expensive, will it? Your condition ISNT serious, so at 1 TB costly. Rest assured, Mr. Cheng. That's good to hear. Cheng Lei sighed in relief as he ended the call. He was quite worried. If it were too expensive, he wouldn't be able to afford it, and would have to leave home with his firearm concealed. After wandering for a while, Cheng Lei received a message from Dr. Gu with the location details. Xin Yuan Grand Hotel, room 719. I'll prepare in advance. Come by after 6. Ah, it's a hotel, Cheng Lei thought, a sly grin spreading across his face. After the treatment, he could perhaps indulge in some other activities with Dr. Gu, a delightful evening indeed. It was only just past 4 in the afternoon, and with 2 hours until 6, Cheng Lei was uncertain about where to go next. While he pondered, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Cheng Lei turned to find the same girl from earlier. This time, she wasn't clutching her backside, indicating that the pain had subsided. What did you mean by that statement earlier? What about high-end ingredients and simple cooking methods? Cheng Lei struggled to suppress his laughter, his face nearly cramping from the effort. With you dressed like that, you don't understand? Upon noticing Cheng Lei's scrutinizing gaze, the girl's cheeks flushed crimson. It must not have been a compliment. I dressed this way because... The girl stammered for a while, but could not articulate her thoughts, eventually turning to walk away. I'm not talking to you anymore. Think what you will. Cheng Lei felt he had gone too far and hurried after her, gently grasping her arm. I was just joking. Please don't be upset. After all, she was a university student, and it was inappropriate to tease her excessively. Moreover, university had once been his own unfulfilled dream. So, after mocking me, you think saying it was just a joke makes everything all right? The girl bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Cheng Lei shrugged helplessly. What do you want then? After a moment of silence, she glanced around at the other people before expressing her disappointment. I didn't wait for anyone. Please take me out for a meal. Chapter 30. The Female University Student. Cheng Lei pondered for a moment and thought it was reasonable. After all, time was still on his side, and he had nowhere else to be. Considering his finances, treating her to a meal was feasible, provided she chose something affordable. What do you feel like eating? The girl lowered her head in contemplation before responding. I'm not picky. Anything is fine. Across the street, there's a shop renowned for its delectable fried sauce noodles. Would you treat me to a bowl of them? Upon hearing the girl's request, Cheng Lei felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, her demands were not extravagant. However, having just indulged in beef noodles for lunch, he was reluctant to consume more noodles that afternoon. Instead, he suggested, how about we forego the noodles? I know a restaurant nearby that serves excellent stir-fried dishes. Let me take you there. All right, the girl agreed readily. Just as they were about to set off, she suddenly remembered something and glanced down at her outfit. Please wait for me here. I'll quickly change into something else and be right back. Cheng Lei grinned mischievously. No need to change. I quite like what I see. The girl shot him a glare, but said nothing, turning to leave. In about 10 minutes, she returned, dressed in a charming white blouse with a Peter Pan collar, paired with a khaki pleated skirt that gracefully fell to the mid-thigh. She wore white knee-high socks and white canvas shoes, exuding a fresh and clean look. The attire suited her much better now. Cheng Lei couldn't help but nod in approval. This outfit truly made her resemble a vibrant university student. Shall we go? Now that she was in more appropriate clothing, the girl appeared more cheerful, shedding the timid demeanor she had moments ago. Let's go. Cheng Lei offered his hand. The girl glanced at him, then tucked her hands behind her back, refusing to let him hold her hand. Cheng Lei clicked his tongue, feeling that this meal was a loss. He couldn't even touch her hand. Nevertheless, it didn't matter as he still had to eat, and at least he had company. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Cheng Lei did not hesitate to order several dishes and requested 2 bowls of rice. Soon, the food arrived: stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, garlic broccoli, sweet and sour pork, and a bowl of seaweed and egg soup. The girl tasted a few bites, nodding appreciatively. Cheng Lei had ordered simple home-style dishes, yet she did not express any disdain. After sampling the stir-fried pork, she looked up and asked, "Isn't it customary to check if the girl can handle spicy food before ordering? Why did you skip that step and order something spicy without asking?" Cheng Lei chewed on the broccoli and casually replied, "But I ordered other dishes as well. More importantly, I'm concerned about whether you can eat cold food today." "Forget it," the girl retorted, casting him a sidelong glance, though there was no malice in her eyes. Cheng Lei grinned. "Did you finally understand that?" The girl chose not to respond to him, instead continuing with, "My name is Lin Jingyi. What's your name? Which department are you in, and what year are you?" Cheng Lei. He polished off the rice in his bowl and then lit a cigarette, taking slow, deliberate puffs. "Do I look like a college student to you?" Lin Jingyi set down her bowl and scrutinized him closely. He was young and handsome, but exuded a certain roguish charm, making it unlikely he was a student. "I thought you were from the same school as I am." Cheng Lei exhaled a cloud of smoke, tossing his hair back and gazing out the window at the campus. "I wish I were from your school, to be a university student." After a moment, he turned back to Lin Jingyi, asking, "Why were you dressed like that this afternoon? Were you waiting for someone?" Lin Jingyi fell silent for a long time before finally speaking. "I might soon be in the same boat as you, no longer a student." "Why?" Cheng Lei inquired, puzzled. It was well past the graduation month. How could she soon cease to be a student? Lin Jingyi listlessly picked at her food. "I was supposed to graduate next year, but my family can't afford to pay my tuition for this semester." Cheng Lei looked at her, suddenly reminded of his own experience dropping out. Lin Jingyi swallowed her mouthful of rice and continued, "I have a roommate who claims to know many wealthy businessmen and can introduce me to one. If he takes a liking to me, he'll pay my tuition. The catch is, he must find me appealing." She explained how her roommate had provided her with the outfit she was currently wearing, suggesting she stand at the school gate for the businessman to see her. "I stood there all afternoon, but she never showed up. I guess the businessman didn't fancy me." At this point, she raised her gaze to Cheng Lei, her eyes reflecting some confusion. "Am I not pretty enough?" Cheng Lei extinguished his cigarette, looking at her thoughtfully, contemplating how to respond. Lin Jingyi had a tall, slender figure, exquisite features, and fair skin. Innocent yet vibrant, she was undeniably beautiful. The only incongruity was the dullness in her eyes, clearly stemming from her family circumstances. What had transpired today might have been a cruel jest. After a moment of silence, Cheng Lei said, "You are indeed beautiful." "Really?" Upon receiving Cheng Lei's compliment, Lin Jingyi's eyes shimmered with joy. "If you had worn this outfit at the school gate, the businessman would have approached you without hesitation." Lin Jingyi glanced at her attire and remarked, "You must be just trying to comfort me." Cheng Lei pushed the rice bowl toward Lin Jingyi. "Eat first. No more talking." She nodded in agreement, accepting the rice and digging in enthusiastically. Noticing Cheng Lei leaving the meat untouched while only consuming vegetables, she was curious. "Aren't you eating the meat?" Cheng Lei glanced down at his plate. "I do eat, but not right now." Lin Jingyi looked at him, puzzled. Cheng Lei, wishing to avoid further entanglement in this topic, swiftly shifted the conversation. "What are you majoring in?" "International economics and trade," Lin Jingyi replied. Cheng Lei's eyes lit up, invigorated. "Give me your phone number." Lin Jingyi set down her bowl, looking at Cheng Lei with hopeful anticipation. "Are you interested in me?" Cheng Lei scoffed. "Dream on. I have plenty of women. I consider it if it were free." "You." Lin Jingyi stood up in anger, pointing at Cheng Lei, only to sit back down in frustration. "Forget it. I'm full. Pass me your phone." Cheng Lei pulled out his phone, unlocked it, and handed it to her. Lin Jingyi took it, entered her number, dialed it, then returned the phone to him. "Here's my number. If you wish to pursue me, feel free to call. I think you have a chance." Cheng Lei glanced at the number. Save her name without lifting his gaze. "It's more like you should contact me when you can handle cold food." "How disgusting," Lin Jingyi remarked, rising and heading to the door. "Thank you for treating me to lunch today." Cheng Lei remained seated, lighting another cigarette and taking a puff. And don't heed your roommate's nonsense again. Also, don't rely on those wealthy businessmen. Very few are decent. Lin Jingyi paused, turning back to Cheng Lei, her eyes sparkling with a hint of hope. Will you lend me my tuition? Cheng Lei blew a smoke ring, pondering before responding, wait for my news. Lin Jingyi beamed at his words. One more thing. What exactly were those high-end ingredients you mentioned earlier? Cheng Lei grinned, abalone. Lin Jingyi's face flushed as she suddenly understood, muttering a curse under her breath as she lowered her head and exited the door. Cheng Lei continued to smoke, muttering to himself, Lin Jingyi, majoring in trade. Though I didn't get to hold her hand, this meal was not a loss. Perhaps one day, she might be of help to me. At 6:15, Cheng Lei arrived at the door of room 719 at the Xinyuan Hotel and gently knocked. Moments later, the door swung open, and Dr. Gu invited Cheng Lei inside. Cheng Lei surveyed the room's decor, noting its unremarkable nature, before turning his attention to Dr. Gu. She still wore her oversized glasses perched upon her nose, her bun having unraveled into a neat arrangement cascading down her back. Dressed in a beige, form-fitting crop top paired with wide-leg jeans, Dr. Gu extended her delicate hand towards Cheng Lei. Hello, Mr. Cheng. I am Gu Feifei, a physician in the observation department at Dingley Hospital. Cheng Lei gently squeezed her small hand, pleasantly surprised by its softness and smoothness. Hello, Dr. Gu. What will the next steps in my treatment be? Is this your only outfit? There's no need to rush, Gu Feifei replied with a radiant smile, gesturing towards the bed. Just lie down, and I will change into something else. Chapter 31. An unconventional treatment. Cheng Lei's heart raced at her mention of changing clothes. Surely, she wouldn't do so in front of me. Nevertheless, for the sake of treatment, he lay down on the bed, his eyes fixed intently on Gu Feifei. She pulled a white suitcase from behind her desk, opening it to reveal a neatly folded pink nurse's uniform, identical in color to that worn by the nurses at Dingley Hospital. His heart, which had been in suspense, now settled with a hint of disappointment. He had hoped for something more tantalizing, only to realize she was genuinely preparing to treat him. Without stepping into the restroom, Gu Feifei began changing right before Cheng Lei's eyes, oblivious to his leering gaze. Cheng Lei strained to keep his eyes open, afraid to miss a single moment of this delightful scene. The wish he had made that very morning had come to fruition far sooner than he had anticipated. What man wouldn't relish such an opportunity? You see me as a patient, disregarding the finer details, but to me, you are simply a woman. Cheng Lei compared her alluring figure to that of other women. Gu Feifei stood about 165 meters tall, slightly shorter than Yan Kaiyun, and even a tad less than Lin Jingyi. However, her physique was no less impressive than Yan Saiyun's, as her youthful skin appeared even more taut and radiant. She pulled a hair tie from her pocket, biting it lightly between her teeth as she removed her loose jeans, revealing white, thigh-high stockings beneath. Cheng Lei's gaze was fixated on her, his eyelids frozen in disbelief. He distinctly remembered her wearing black stockings earlier that morning. How had they transformed into white? Thigh-high stockings? This was unexpected. Gu Feifei continued changing clothes, seemingly unaware of Cheng Lei's ravenous stare. Once she donned a nurse's uniform, Cheng Lei was rendered speechless, his excitement overwhelming. This nurse's outfit is different from those in the hospital. It exposes your midriff. And why are you wearing a skirt instead of pants? And such a short one at that? Gu Feifei swiftly completed her transformation. Releasing the hair tie and tying her hair up, her enchanting eyes fixed on Cheng Lei as she approached him. Cheng Lei's eyes widened in astonishment. Dr. Gu, what are you doing? Are you certain this treatment will be effective? An hour later, the treatment concluded, and Cheng Lei returned to normal, looking at Gu Feifei with exhilaration. Dr. Gu, your treatment method is truly unique. I feel fine now. Gu Feifei covered her mouth, giggling softly. You were never really unwell, you big fool. Cheng Lei's jaw dropped in astonishment. Not unwell. Then what was I experiencing all night and day? Gu Feifei turned over, resting her chin on Cheng Lei's chest. Who told you to consume so many aphrodisiacs? You were in perfect health. There was no need for such things. What? Cheng Lei was even more perplexed. I haven't taken anything like that. Admit it. You did take them, and too many at that. Gu Feifei replied. Suddenly, Cheng Lei recalled the sashimi and grilled lamb kidneys he had consumed the night before, realization dawning upon him. He pushed Gu Feifei away, getting out of bed with a scowl as he headed to the bathroom, dialing Yan Saiyun's number. Kaiyun, are you free to talk? I am. Zhang Chao won't be back for a few days. Yan Kaiyun replied cheerfully, her upbeat tone evident. Xiaolei, what's wrong? Are you missing me? Cheng Lei's annoyance only deepened at her glee. Kaiyun, tell me the truth. Did you put something in the salmon and lamb kidneys? Her laughter echoed through the phone. Did you eat it? I warned you not to eat too much, but you didn't mention anything about it being spiked. Oh, come now. It was just a tiny bit. I was merely worried you couldn't handle it. So, I made a little preparation. A tiny bit? A little preparation? Cheng Lei was on the verge of losing his temper at her choice of words. Don't be angry. I didn't know it would affect you this way. Now I realize I was wrong. Please don't hold it against me. Cheng Lei rubbed his chest, his voice softening. I felt miserable all night and day. Yin Saiyun's enthusiasm surged. Should I come keep you company now? Not necessary. Cheng Lei replied coldly, hanging up abruptly. It became evident that Yin Kaiyun had long since devised a plan, and he had unwittingly become a crucial pawn in her scheme. To maintain her position, she had clearly exerted considerable effort. Though Cheng Lei felt anger, he also recognized the advantages for himself. With Yin Kaiyun orchestrating such a setup, her loyalty was undoubtedly secured. Moreover, she was now cornered into siding with him, with no escape route remaining. Cheng Lei offered a cold smile at his reflection in the mirror. Once his expression returned to normal, he stepped out of the bathroom. Gu Feifei greeted him with a sultry smile, beckoning him over. Brother Cheng, which sister is seeking her own punishment? Cheng Lei shrugged. She ran away, and I bore the consequences. His gaze shifted back to Gu Feifei, filled with desire. However, at this moment, I no longer wish to endure. Then come to me. Gu Feifei's eyes sparkled with allure. She was already prepared. The following morning, Gu Feifei slipped back into her jeans and crop top, draping a cardigan over her outfit. She glanced at Cheng Lei, still lying in bed, and smiled warmly. In the future, if you feel unwell, don't go to the hospital. Just come to me. I will be your dedicated doctor. Let's agree on that then. You are mine from now on. Yes, Gu Feifei replied, casting Cheng Lei a lingering glance before wheeling her suitcase out. As she reached the elevator, she felt a twinge of discomfort and paused for a moment to rest. In her heart, she assessed Cheng Lei, a quintessential tough man, the kind one simply cannot resist. This man is mine to claim. She pondered what that sister was thinking, administering drugs to such a man. Did she not fear for her life? Purely a submissive type. Upon returning to her shift, a group of young nurses cornered Gu Feifei in the lobby. Sister Gu, confess. Did you let him go yesterday? When we went to find him, he had vanished. And why did you leave early? Did you manage to win him over? Don't think you can fool us. If you don't tell the truth, we might have to resort to torture. Exactly. You're going too far. All right, stop the commotion. Gu Feifei, trapped against the wall, quickly sought mercy. I must speak candidly. I have succeeded in capturing him. It is now impossible to deceive them, so I can only speak the truth. Please, elaborate on his abilities. The young nurses, one more excited than the other, gazed at her with hopeful eyes. Gu Feifei wore a helpless expression. He is merely a facade of strength, a weakling at heart. Are you trying to fool us? The nurses surged forward, once again cornering Gu Feifei, rendering her breathless. I must see for myself. Give me his phone number and WeChat ID. Chapter 32. The cream of the crop among humanoid dogs. Just as the argument escalated, the director pushed open the office door and emerged with a stern countenance, reprimanding them. Patients are queuing. What are you all doing? Do you still wish to receive your salaries? Only when the nurses noticed the director's fury did they relent, retreating to their respective stations with tails between their legs. Gu Feifei clutched her chest, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and let out a sigh. Sisters, although we share a strong bond, I must apologize this time. He is my man, and no one else can have him. Cheng Lei, having satisfied his slumber, strolled into the bathroom in the nude. As he bathed, he pondered his forthcoming plans. He considered whether to head directly to Y province to collect money and then abandon his job. With 77 million, only a fool would think of working again. However, such a course would impose limitations on his means of revenge. Only by continuing to follow Zhang Chao could he perpetually create trouble for him, ensuring his discomfort. Moreover, a significant concern loomed if he were to go to Y province now. The funds he currently possessed might not suffice. Just as he was entangled in such thoughts post-shower, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was Zhang Chao calling. Better to hold on until payday, Cheng Lei mused before answering. Zhang Chao's voice resonated. Brother, have you resolved your personal matters? Since when did this scoundrel become so concerned about my affairs? It defies logic. Cheng Lei pondered before responding. All settled, President Zhang. Good. I'll be at the company by 10. Come find me in my office then, Zhang Chao instructed. After hanging up, Cheng Lei contemplated the tone of his voice. It sounded rather displeased. No wonder he suddenly took an interest in me. He must have encountered yet another issue requiring my attention. Dressed, Cheng Lei made his way to the company. Zhang Chao had not yet arrived, so he first visited the logistics office to seek out Gu Qingqing. Since the day they returned from Shirgui Bay, Zhang Chao had tasked her with extensive recruitment. He insisted that the company needed to expand and must bring in a substantial number of talents. For several days, Gu Qingqing had been tirelessly posting job advertisements online and organizing heaps of documents. She harbored doubts. Could the company truly afford to hire so many people? They had spoken in a meeting about the meager profits. After half a month, they had only earned 50,000 from 9 containers. And Ying had mentioned that a trip to Shirgui Bay alone had cost over 10,000. As Gu Qingqing clutched her documents and was about to exit, she collided with Cheng Lei, who had just entered. Having not seen him all day yesterday, her face flushed with joy upon their reunion. Cheng Lei steadied her by the shoulders and pushed her back gently. Where are you off to? Are you feeling better? Do you want me to give you a massage? He asked with a mischievous grin. Gu Qingqing placed the documents on a nearby desk, her cheeks reddening further as she listened to Cheng Lei's barrage of questions. You scoundrel. It's all your fault, and you still have the audacity to ask me. Cheng Lei chuckled lewdly, extending his hand. Let me give you a massage. Hey, you scoundrel. What are you doing? Wrong. That is not where it hurts. Gu Qingqing hurriedly swatted away Cheng Lei's teasing hand, her face a portrait of embarrassment. This is the office. There are people around. Stop it. Cheng Lei retracted his hand, grinning broadly. Not a bit of change in these few days, huh? Get lost. Gu Qingqing shot him a glare, retorting, Who are you looking down on? I am A.B. B? Cheng Lei extended his hand once more. I doubt I'll be mistaken. Let me try again. Get away. Gu Qingqing quickly stepped back, avoiding Cheng Lei's grasp. He took a step closer, becoming more audacious. You are my woman. What is wrong with me caring for you? Hearing him refer to her as his woman filled Gu Qingqing with happiness. Yet she still grasped his hand, urging him to cease his antics. Stop it. This is the office. Later tonight, we can. She faltered, unable to finish her thought. Cheng Lei teased her. Tonight, I'll experience it with my mouth. My precision surpasses a ruler. I guarantee it won't be wrong. Gu Qingqing mumbled, her voice barely above a whisper. As Cheng Lei noticed Zhang Chao's car entering the company grounds, he pinched Gu Qingqing's warm cheek with a laugh before stepping outside. He took a cigarette at the entrance of the office building, estimating that Zhang Chao had already taken the elevator up. Cheng Lei then ascended to the second floor and knocked on Zhang Chao's office door. Come in, Zhang Chao called from within. Indeed, he was inside, having taken out some fine tea from the cabinet and brewed a pot. Cheng Lei swaggered to the chair opposite Zhang Chao and greeted him. President Zhang, what brings you to seek me? Zhang Chao poured a cup of tea for Cheng Lei and slid it across the table. Brother, why do you call me President Zhang? Aren't I your big brother? Cheng Lei took a sip of tea, relishing the flavor. Oh no, you're a well-known businessman in Xiqing. The title of Big Brother is far too trivial to apply to you. Zhang Chao was visibly taken aback. He had indeed considered that. But it was not yet the right time. He scrutinized Cheng Lei, his brow furrowing deeper. How'd you come to know my thoughts so clearly? Have you seen through me? Cheng Lei continued, savoring his tea, seemingly oblivious to the expressions crossing Zhang Chao's face. After a few moments, Zhang Chao's demeanor returned to normal, and he politely said, Brother, calling me President Zhang creates distance. It sounds more pleasant when you call me Big Brother. Huh? You are quite the actor. In a few years, you may not hold such views, Cheng Lei teased. Since you've claimed that President Zhang feels distant and Big Brother is beneath your stature, how about I call you boss instead? Very well. Zhang Chao acquiesced, not wishing to linger on that topic further. Cheng Lei also preferred not to squander words. After payday, he would need to request leave to avoid complications. He decided to inform Zhang Chao in advance. Boss, in a few days, I may need to take a few days off for personal matters. Zhang Chao regarded Cheng Lei intently. When did you begin to have personal affairs? Haven't you always been occupied with my matters? Why do you seem a bit off these past few days? Let us discuss that later. For now, I would like you to accompany me on an outing. Me? Cheng Lei lit a cigarette nonchalantly. ISN T. Zhang Cheng, Chiu Wei, and the others available? A flicker of displeasure crossed Zhang Chao's gaze, but he quickly reined it in. They'll accompany us as well. However, I find it more reassuring to have you along this time. Cheng Lei chuckled inwardly, thinking how Zhang Chao's sudden concern for him was indeed indicative of an underlying matter. He was eager to discover what trouble this scoundrel had encountered. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Cheng Lei casually inquired, Where are we going? What is the purpose? Zhang Chao took a sip of tea, refilling both their cups before reaching for his phone. Let Chiu Wei explain shortly. With that, he dialed Chiu Wei. With a singular chime, the call was connected, and Zhang Chao promptly instructed, Come to my office. In less than 20 seconds, Chiu Wei burst through the door, his face glistening with sweat, panting heavily. Damn, Cheng Lei thought to himself. Chiu Wei, you truly are the epitome of a human hound. No wonder Zhang Chao holds you in such high regard. Your kind of servitude is exceptional. Zhang Chao's office was situated on the second floor, while the procurement department was located at the far eastern end of the fifth floor. Arriving in such a brief span of time surely meant he had not taken the elevator. He must have run. Yet, under normal circumstances, even a fit person would find it challenging to sprint that distance in such a short time, let alone someone as portly as Cheng Lei. After mulling it over, Cheng Lei arrived at a conclusion. The only plausible explanation was that Cheng Lei had dashed out of the office the moment he saw Zhang Chao's call, answering while in full flight. At this thought, Cheng Lei felt a pang of inadequacy. Truly, such is the life of a dog. Impressive indeed. No wonder you, despite lacking skill and capability, have been entrusted with such a vital department as procurement by Zhang Chao. You certainly know how to ingratiate yourself. I've risked life and limb to earn mere pittance, only to end up as a scapegoat. Chapter 33. Journey to Wanqing. Zhang Chao looked upon the panting Cheng Lei with satisfaction. His mood markedly improved. My employees and subordinates should emulate Cheng Lei. At the sound of a phone ringing, he runs like a hound, making no demands, and is easily appeased with a few words of praise. Cheng Lei, please share the challenges you've encountered, Zhang Chao prompted. After a considerable moment of catching his breath, Cheng Lei recounted the situation. There was nothing too pressing. It was merely that several shipments from Xinhao Light Industry in Anqing had arrived for delivery, yet they had not been dispatched. Is that all? Cheng Lei scolded, directing a disdainful glance at Zhang Chao. Isn't that a matter for the procurement department? Simply send Cheng Lei to the factory to ascertain the situation. Cheng Lei looked up at Zhang Chao, his expression one of considerable distress. I've already pushed them, but they refuse to ship. Then go to the factory and see for yourself. Cheng Lei retorted scornfully. Cheng Lei's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. I dare not. The owner of Xinhao Light, Diao Wei, was once a local gang leader, and I fear him. Moreover, he said he wouldn't ship unless Brother Zhang himself came to see him. Cheng Lei interjected with a mocking tone. He wants to see you, the dog. The dog, the dog, dog, dog. Zhang Chao's expression darkened, his eyes seemingly brimming with murderous intent, yet he held his tongue, suppressing his fury. Cheng Lei lowered his gaze, unable to meet Zhang Chao's piercing stare, and continued. He said that only if Brother Zhang comes in person would they consider shipping. Cheng Lei let out a cold laugh. If you are too timid for that, what purpose does your position serve? Perhaps it would be more prudent to hand over the procurement department to me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chao hastily replied, Brother, this is not the time for such discussions. These shipments are settled via letter of credit, and our foreign clients are pressing us urgently. Further delays could result in penalties. We must find a way to secure the goods. Very well. Cheng Lei lit a cigarette, puffing leisurely. Boss, it's just a matter of accompanying you to the factory. I'll go. Zhang Chao's expression brightened considerably at this. Brother, you truly are the best. Cheng Lei waved his hand, exhaling a plume of smoke, but hold on, boss. I have conditions. Zhang Chao, slightly displeased, inquired what conditions. Speak. Cheng Lei leaned back against the chair. Since the procurement department is so inept upon my return, I want to be transferred there. Zhang Chao scrutinized Cheng Lei, attempting to discern his intentions through his expression. Lately, this young man had been increasingly unpredictable. Something must have transpired. It was no longer as easy to manipulate him as before. The most troublesome aspect was that his services were still needed, requiring a delicate approach. Damn it, this is truly vexing. After weighing the matter for a moment, Zhang Chao acquiesced. Fine, upon your return, I will arrange for you to join the procurement department. He had already devised a plan. If Cheng Lei wished to enter the procurement department, he would instruct Cheng Lei to employ certain tactics to ensure Cheng Lei could not remain there. After years of being treated like a fool, could he now dare to rebel? Cheng Lei, enjoying a cigarette while observing the changes in Zhang Chao's expression, was aware of his scheming but remained unfazed. So, it's settled then. When do we depart? Right now, Zhang Chao declared, retrieving his phone to call Zhang Cheng. Come to my office for the keys. We're heading to Anqing. Cheng Lei mentally counted, and once again, in under 20 seconds, Zhang Cheng rushed in. Thankfully, the vehicle fleet's office was nearby, located on the ground floor, so Zhang Cheng did not arrive panting. A classic duo indeed. Cheng Lei had initially intended to confirm Guo Qingqing's measurements that evening, but it seemed time would not permit it. 2 hours later, Zhang Cheng drove at breakneck speed, Cheng Lei in the passenger seat assisting in monitoring the road conditions. While Cheng Lei reclined in the back seat, fast asleep, Zhang Chao also took a brief nap, but upon awakening and glancing at Cheng Lei sprawled across the back seat, he felt quite irked. Damn it, who is the boss here? He turned to gaze out the window, asking, Haven T, we entered Anqing yet? Cheng Lei quickly replied, Yes, Brother Zhang. You may rest a bit longer. The factory is in the suburbs, and we still have half an hour of driving. Zhang Chao acknowledged, closing his eyes to rest. After 3 hours of travel, they finally arrived at the Xinhao Light Industry factory. Zhang Cheng drove directly into the factory yard. The factory was modest in size, yet bustling with activity, as workers moved in and out of several workshops. Zhang Chao disembarked and led Cheng Lei and the others into the factory office. During the journey, Xiao Wei had called ahead, and Diao Wei was already waiting in the office with 7 or 8 men. Diao Wei, older than Zhang Chao, was slightly portly, with slanted eyes and an inscrutable expression. The surrounding men were all broad-shouldered and imposing, exuding an intimidating presence. The office, already small, felt even more cramped with Zhang Chao and his companion's arrival, compounded by the fierce glares from the surrounding men, creating a stifling atmosphere. Both Xiao Wei and Zhang Cheng exchanged worried glances at the intimidating figures nearby. Cheng Lei, however, remained unperturbed, exuding an air of calm confidence. Upon seeing Zhang Chao and his group enter, Diao Wei stood and extended a hand to Zhang Chao. Little brother, long time no see. What brings you here? A man of your stature need only make a call. There is no need for you to come in person. Internally, Zhang Chao cursed. Damn it, wasn't you who insisted I come myself? Yet his face betrayed none of this. Brother, it has indeed been a while. I happened to be passing by and thought I'd check on the goods and inquire when they might be shipped. Shipping, you say? That is quite straightforward. Diao Wei replied, releasing Zhang Chao's hand and returning to the tea table to sit down. My space is limited. I apologize for any shortcomings in hospitality. After saying this, he gestured to those beside him, instructing them to bring seats for Zhang Chao and his companions. One man retrieved a few stools from the corner and placed them before Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao glanced at the stools, the muscles on his forehead twitching, but he remained stationary. Cheng Lei, however, picked up one of the stools with an air of nonchalance and swaggered over to the side to sit down. With idle time on his hands, he found himself aimlessly surveying his surroundings, occasionally glancing at the calligraphy and paintings adorning the walls, and at other times, observing the flowers nurtured in the corner. You all continue your conversation. I have nothing to do but to take a rest. A man standing behind Diao Wei fixed his gaze on Cheng Lei and leaned in quietly to whisper in Diao Wei's ear. Diao Wei nodded silently and cast a glance at Cheng Lei. Zhang Chao also directed a brief look towards Cheng Lei before shifting his focus back to Diao Wei. Brother, shouldn't we be sending out my shipment? Diao Wei lifted his teacup, savoring a sip, and replied, Brother Zhang, business has become quite challenging in recent years. You and I have been in similar situations, both conducting legitimate enterprises. Yet, this lawful trade is arduous, yielding minimal profits, albeit with a legitimate approach. The batch of goods I sent you last month remains unsettled. Zhang Chao pondered for a moment before responding, Brother, our overseas clients discovered some quality issues with the previous shipment, and we're currently addressing that, so the payment will have to wait. Diao Wei's expression shifted to one of impatience. You have dabbled in this realm before. You must understand the rules, right? Your clients' problems do not concern me. When you received my goods and found no issues, you were obligated to remit payment. My brothers depend on me for their livelihood. If you wish to continue receiving goods, payment must come first. You are placing me in a difficult position, brother, Zhang Chao remarked, seemingly unfazed by the fierce glares of the surrounding men. Once our clients resolve the matter, I will deduct the losses and then pay you. However, there is a prerequisite. You must send me the current batch of goods. Difficult? Diao Wei slammed his hand on the tea table. If you fail to pay, we'll see if my brothers are willing to wait. The atmosphere in the office grew so heavy that breathing became laborious. Xiao Wei and Zhang Cheng's legs had begun to tremble, their eyes darting nervously around the room as they leaned closer to Zhang Chao, whispering, Brother Zhang, what should we do now? Zhang Chao glanced back at Cheng Lei, who remained composed and replied calmly, Do not worry, everything is fine. Cheng Lei maintained his serene demeanor, lounging comfortably. Yet he was prepared. Should Diao Wei's men make a move, he would spring into action to subdue Diao Wei. Although the conflict was directed at Zhang Chao, his association with Zhang Chao meant he could not expect leniency. Zhang Chao, undeterred, pressed on, Diao Wei. I ask you one last time, will you send the goods or not? I won't send your damn goods. Diao Wei spat through clenched teeth. Fine, you have some nerve. Do not expect to receive any money. Zhang Chao pulled Xiao Wei and Zhang Cheng toward the back exit, hastily making their way to their vehicle. Diao Wei's face twisted in rage as he stood abruptly, ready to issue commands to his men. The man who had been standing behind him tugged at his sleeve once more, signaling that Cheng Lei remained seated. By this time, Zhang Chao had already reached the door with Xiao Wei and Zhang Cheng. As they exited, Zhang Chao turned to Cheng Lei and said, Thanks for covering our backs, brother. Cheng Lei let out a cold smile and slowly rose to his feet. Diao Wei, watching Zhang Chao flee, felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Yet, he masked his displeasure, stepping out from behind the table to approach Cheng Lei. Brother, you must be Cheng Lei? Cheng Lei, somewhat taken aback, replied, I am. Observing Cheng Lei's unwavering demeanor, Diaohui felt a flicker of admiration. Today's youth truly surpasses our generation. However, Brother Cheng, it is only right that I receive payment for the goods I sell. This is beyond my control. Cheng Lei interrupted him before he could finish. Lighting a cigarette, he took a drag and continued, do not expect to receive any money. Zhang Chao will not pay you. Having followed Zhang Chao for decades, he understood his style of operation all too well. What did a mere sum of money matter? These men, once entrenched in the shadows of society, had now turned to legitimate business. Yet, legitimate business must adhere to its own protocols, not the verbal agreements of the underworld. No contract signed during the transaction. Now, who shall you pursue for payment? No payment. Diaohui's countenance morphed back into a menacing glare. Then I shall arrange for someone to take him out. Suit yourself, Cheng Lei replied. His gaze icy as he exhaled a plume of smoke. You may target whomever you wish, but make it clear to your men to recognize their targets. Do not provoke me. With that, Cheng Lei flicked a cigarette but onto the office floor and extinguished it with his foot before striding out. Diaohui stood in shock. How could he have spoken so boldly? He had heard tales of Zhang Chao's fierce subordinate, Cheng Lei, known for his unwavering loyalty and brutal fighting style. Yet, the words he had just uttered contradicted the rumors. Diaohui turned to the man behind him, confusion etched on his face. Did you not say he regarded Zhang Chao as a brother? Why does his tone seem so different? Have you mistaken him for someone else? The man behind him slowly pulled up his jacket, revealing his muscular chest marred with scars that crisscrossed like grotesque centipedes. Even if I misjudge my father, I can never misjudge him. Cheng Lei sauntered out of the office, where Zhang Cheng awaited him, the engine already running. Upon seeing Cheng Lei emerge, he eagerly beckoned him to enter the vehicle. Cheng Lei remained unhurried, strolling to the car, opening the door, and taking a seat. Zhang Cheng, burning with impatience, slammed the accelerator as soon as Cheng Lei was inside, screeching out of the yard. No confrontation. Zhang Chao observed Cheng Lei's calm demeanor with a tinge of suspicion. Cheng Lei casually replied, They fear you, Brother Zhang. They dare not lay a hand on me. Hearing Cheng Lei's sarcasm, Zhang Chao's expression twitched, but he refrained from further inquiry, redirecting his gaze. Zhang Cheng sped along the highway, flooring the gas pedal. After more than an hour of travel, they passed a small town, prompting Zhang Chao to speak up. There's a restaurant ahead. Let us stop there to eat. We've been on the road all day without a meal, and everyone is famished. Zhang Cheng parked the car in front of the restaurant, finding a suitable spot. Zhang Chao exited the vehicle and pointed to the sign above the establishment, Authentic Sticky Chicken of Anqing. This place serves delicious chicken. We shall dine here. With that, he led Zhang Cheng and Xiaowei inside. Cheng Lei was the last to alight, staring at the worn sign hanging outside, lost in thought. After a considerable time, he emerged from his reverie, gently brushing his hand over his chest, a glimmer of light in his eyes. Dining here? Ha ha ha. A good show is about to unfold. Entering the restaurant, Cheng Lei found Zhang Cheng and Xiaowei already set up at a table by the window, with the tea poured and utensils arranged, standing by in anticipation. Zhang Chao was at the front counter placing their order and had yet to join them. Cheng Lei approached the table and boldly took the seat facing the entrance. Zhang Cheng quickly grabbed his arm. That seat belongs to Brother Zhang. You cannot sit there. Cheng Lei glanced at the hand that held him back and coldly replied, Have you no memory? Remove your filthy hand from me. He then lifted his head, fixing his chilling gaze on Zhang Cheng. I am resolute in occupying this position. Dare you utter another word? In Cheng Lei's eyes, even among dogs, there exists a hierarchy of worth. Should a dog exhibit loyalty and bravery, remaining steadfast in its allegiance, Cheng Lei would commend it as a fine canine. However, the likes of Zhang Cheng, who merely barks without substance, are the lowest of the low. Earlier, within the factory, he dared not utter a sound, trembling in fear as if he might soil himself. Now, surrounded by his own kind, he resumes his yapping. Such individuals are even less admirable than dogs. Given Cheng Lei's temperament, he would afford him merely 3 seconds. Should Zhang Cheng's hand remain upon him after that interval, he would not hesitate to take action. Zhang Cheng, meeting Cheng Lei's frigid gaze, swallowed hard and withdrew his hand. 2 seconds spared him from a bloody calamity. With Zhang Cheng subdued, Xiaowei seized the moment, having just spotted Zhang Chao approaching with the ordered dishes. Seizing the opportune moment to ingratiate himself, he pulled out a chair beside him and spoke. Cheng Lei, you ought to sit here while Brother Zhang takes that seat. We are juniors and must observe the proper order. There are rules to follow. It was quiet just now, and yet you resume your barking? Cheng Lei remained unmoved, casting a glance at Xiaowei. Weren't you cowering just moments ago in the factory? And now your tail is up? Xiaowei glared at Cheng Lei in anger. yet he dared not point a finger. He was no newcomer, having long followed Zhang Chao. He was well aware of Cheng Lei's temperament, having witnessed him break the fingers of those who dared to point at him more than once. At that moment, Zhang Chao arrived at the table, his displeasure evident upon noticing Cheng Lei's position. He had overheard the exchange between Xiao Wei and Cheng Lei, but chose not to comment. Instead, patting Xiao Wei on the shoulder before taking a seat across from Cheng Lei, his expression unchanging. It's merely a meal. What does it matter where one sits? Choose your places freely, everyone. Come, do not dawdle, sit down and eat. With Zhang Chao's arrival, both Xiao Wei and Zhang Cheng felt a sense of relief, begrudgingly taking their seats and casting exaggerated glares at Cheng Lei, fully committed to the performance. Cheng Lei paid them no mind. If they wished to stare defiantly, so be it, as long as they did not overstep their bounds. Minutes later, a steaming pot of sticky chicken was served. To lighten the mood, Zhang Chao instructed, "Do taste this. It is a specialty of Anqing, truly delectable." Xiao Wei hastily took a soup spoon, filling Zhang Chao's bowl with chicken and generously ladling on the rich broth, his face a mask of flattery. "Brother Zhang, please, you try it first." Zhang Cheng too reached out, but as he failed to seize the spoon, he awkwardly withdrew his hand, lamenting his missed opportunity to curry favor. Cheng Lei observed the two, shaking his head in disbelief. Such sycophants. Perhaps they even served their own fathers with less deference. Finding their antics distasteful and wishing to preserve his appetite, Cheng Lei snatched the spoon from Xiao Wei's grip and served himself. "Hey, I haven't even served myself yet." Xiao Wei glared at Cheng Lei. Cheng Lei, having filled his own bowl, tossed the spoon back to him. "Is there not more in the pot? Will my serving delay your gluttony?" Chastised, Xiao Wei glanced at Zhang Chao, and seeing him engrossed in his meal without a word to defend him, he sulkily closed his mouth. At that moment, another dish of sliced scallion pancakes was presented. Cheng Lei, having been famished during his journey, wasted no time, devouring the food without a glance around, consumed by hunger. The establishment's sticky chicken was tender and not at all dry, with a rich and fragrant broth that was utterly delightful. Cheng Lei dipped the scallion pancakes into the chicken soup, consuming 3 large bowls of chicken and 5 pieces of pancakes. Zhang Cheng and Xiao Wei, however, were too preoccupied with watching Zhang Chao eat to focus on their own meals, fearing they might miss their chance to fill their bowls and lick their spoons. Chapter 35. A dog that does not block the knife is not a good dog. Cheng Lei was the first to feel full, rubbing his belly and picking his teeth as he observed Ergo's antics, patiently awaiting the forthcoming drama. In his previous life, having followed Zhang Chao for over a decade, he had never noticed these subtleties. Now, however, he had gained much insight. He recognized where he had previously faltered, loyal yet lacking in restraint. He had failed to act as a true dog, ultimately gaining nothing and becoming a scapegoat. Zhang Chao soon finished his meal as well, letting out a satisfied belch as he reclined against his chair to rest. Zhang Cheng and Xiao Wei, no longer needing to watch his bowl, began desperately scrambling for the remaining chicken in the pot, fearing Zhang Chao would finish his rest and depart before they could satiate their hunger. Cheng Lei, positioned facing the entrance, suddenly spotted a van speeding towards them, skidding to a halt at the restaurant's entrance. The show was about to begin. Without uttering a word, Cheng Lei stood and stepped aside. As the van came to a halt, the door swung open with a loud clatter. 5 men leaped out, brandishing long knives, their faces fierce as they charged inside. The foremost man, upon spotting Zhang Chao with his back turned, wasted no time in swinging his blade. Zhang Chao, seasoned in this life, was not caught unawares. Hearing the screech of tires and noticing Cheng Lei's movements, he had already heightened his guard. Sensing danger approaching from behind, he could not afford to turn. Instead, he pushed the table forward and rolled away, narrowly avoiding the descending blade. Before he could rise, he shouted to Cheng Lei, "Act swiftly. I want them dead. I want them dead." Cheng Lei acknowledged with a grunt, but took a step back, asserting, with subordinates present, "There's no need for concern, big brother." Meanwhile, the 5 men had stormed into the establishment, swinging their knives menacingly at Zhang Chao. Chaos erupted as other patrons and staff screamed and scrambled for cover. Though Zhang Chao was stout, his reactions were swift. Rising, he quickly cleared the table of its pots and dishes, using the table as a shield against the blades. Zhang Cheng's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Despite his earlier bravado in front of Zhang Chao, he now felt paralyzed by fear. Having only been with the company for a year and having never encountered such violence, he found himself unable to flee or move, trembling as he edged closer to Cheng Lei. Xiao Wei, too, lacked courage, but had witnessed such scenes before and did not retreat, though he dared not advance. The 5 knives took turns hacking at the table Zhang Chao held above his head, splintering the wood and creating numerous dents. Seeing the table was about to give way, Zhang Chao shouted again. Stop dawdling. Act now. Cheng Lei, however, was lost in thought, his hand resting on his chest. In his previous life, he had taken a blade for Zhang Chao here, sustaining severe injuries that nearly cost him his life. A new scar, larger and deeper than the longest one he bore, marked his chest as a reminder. Only upon hearing Zhang Chao's urgent call did he snap back to reality, pushing Zhang Cheng. For heaven's sake, aren't you a dog? Your master is in peril, and you still hesitate. I'm not going. Zhang Cheng trembled uncontrollably. Not going? Cheng Lei smirked wickedly, casting him an insidious grin. What are you intending to do? Before Zhang Cheng could respond, Cheng Lei forcefully pushed him forward. Just as the table Zhang Chao was using for protection splintered, a knife descended sharply toward Zhang Cheng's head. Zhang Cheng screamed in terror as he leaped forward, placing himself before Zhang Chao. The blade struck him squarely, slicing down from his chest. Zhang Cheng's chest was torn open, blood gushing forth and staining his garments crimson. Overwhelmed by pain and fear, he glanced at his injury, and with a roll of his eyes, succumbed to unconsciousness. Cheng Lei slowly approached Chiu Wei, observing his eager yet hesitant demeanor. Despite his attempts to muster courage, his body refused to cooperate. Alas, Cheng Lei silently lamented for Zhang Chao. Zhang, the individuals you have chosen are utterly inadequate. They may feign loyalty, serving you as devotedly as a son, yet in critical moments, they prove utterly useless. He patted Chiu Wei's shoulder. Your father is in peril. Are you not going to act? Chiu Wei turned to Cheng Lei, muttering softly, your father. Cheng Lei retorted, your father is on the brink of death. Why are you not stepping up? With that, he delivered a forceful kick to Chiu Wei's backside, exclaiming, I shall assist you in your quest for glory. Chiu Wei stumbled forward, his rotund frame crashing into two men. He sustained several gashes from the blades, particularly a deep cut on his arm that bled profusely. With the pressure on Zhang Chao momentarily lifted, he seized the opportunity to thrust the table forward with all his might, snatching the car keys that had fallen to the ground and bolting for the exit. A few men hastily reached out to block the incoming table, but as they steadied themselves, the force of the table intensified, sending them flying. In an instant, Zhang Chao had started the car and sped away. Cheng Lei withdrew his foot from the table, casting a cold glance at the remaining men. Zhang Chao has escaped. That should suffice. The men rose, converging with menacing glares directed at Cheng Lei. One man, having stealthily circled behind Cheng Lei, brandished a chair and brought it crashing down upon his head. Cheng Lei, having noted there were 5 of them, recognized the absence of one and swiftly retaliated with a kick that sent the assailant crashing into the wall. He turned and stepped upon the man's arm. You had better provide me with an explanation, or I shall render your arm useless. Earlier in the factory office, Cheng Lei had warned them to recognize him as a force not to be trifled with. Since they had disregarded his warning, he was prepared to demonstrate the extent of his ruthlessness. The man stared defiantly at the cold-hearted Cheng Lei, unafraid, spitting blood as he chuckled. If you have the guts, kill me. I'm Dao Ge, and I shall take you down, Cheng Lei. Cheng Lei scrutinized him closely, a flicker of recognition sparking in his mind, yet failing to recall the name. Douye, you know me? The man's hand regained mobility, tearing open his shirt to reveal a chest marred by scars resembling centipedes. 3 years ago, Zhang Chao brought you along to seize my sister, Ge Yunwei's land. Upon hearing this, Cheng Lei's memory surged forth. It is you? You are Ge Yunzhao? That year, when Zhang Chao had orchestrated the attack on Ge Yunwei's family, they had all been left battered and bruised on the ground. Only her brother, Ge Finzhao, had fought valiantly, undeterred by the odds, rising repeatedly to continue the fight. In the end, Cheng Lei had been forced to deliver a brutal kick to his chest. The scar that now marked his own torso had been inflicted by Ge Yunzhao's blade. Thus, when he had stepped upon Ge Yunzhao's chest, he had shown no mercy, merely intent on ending his life. Ah, you finally remember, Ge Yunzhao coughed through his laughter. That kick of yours shattered all my ribs, one nearly piercing my heart. You once vowed that if you saw me again, you would kill me. Thus, I distanced myself from my sister, fleeing to a city, never expecting you would find me again. Regardless, if death is inevitable, I shall take you with me. Ah, Cheng Lei replied, nonchalantly. At that moment, he had merely uttered words in anger, paying no heed to the situation, nor could he clearly recall Ge Yunzhao's features. Cheng Lei removed his shirt, gesturing to the longest scar upon his body. When you attacked me, you intended for me to perish. We owe each other nothing. You need not hide. Go wherever you wish, but do not provoke me again. Douye, Siverol menapruashi tu assist ye yunsiu. He brushed them aside, struggling to rise, his face a mask of astonishment. Cheng Lei, are you saying you will not kill me? I can go wherever I please from now on? Cheng Lei offered no reply. instead walking over to hoist the unconscious Zhang Cheng and toss him on a Chiu Wei. Go hail a cab. We are heading to the hospital. Chiu Wei supported Zhang Cheng, having already torn fabric from his own clothing to bind his arm. Just then, Zhang Cheng regained consciousness, gazing at his blood-soaked chest and nearly fainting again. Cheng Lei took a few steps before turning back in confusion. If you wish to kill me, why did you not act when you had the perfect opportunity in the office? Chapter 36. A Man Resembling Oneself. Cheng Lei could not comprehend why, despite their numbers, they had not seized the chance to eliminate him. Gu Yunjiao huffed, his gaze resolute. I, Gu Yunjiao, may not be a leader, but since my brothers call me Dao Gu, I must uphold loyalty and righteousness. After arriving in city, my brother Diao Hui has provided for me as if I were his own kin. As a man, I cannot allow personal vendettas to endanger Di Gu. I have witnessed your methods. Had we acted, you would have surely targeted Di Gu first. We knew we could not stop you, hence our reluctance to strike. Cheng Lei applauded. You understand me well. I indeed intended to do just that. In that situation, my only means of escape was to swiftly move in and take Di Yaohui hostage. How to do so was another matter entirely, if necessary. Breaking a leg or an arm would not have been off the table. From their encounters, it became evident that Gu Yunjiao was a man of loyalty, reminiscent of Cheng Lei's former self, a true man. Contemplating this, Cheng Lei felt compelled to grant him mercy. A person like Gu Yunjiao was infinitely superior to the sycophants surrounding Zhang Chao. You may return to report to Di Yaohui. I shall take my leave. Cheng Lei refrained from further conversation and continued on his way. Cheng Lei, Gu Yunjiao called after him once more. Cheng Lei halted, waiting for him to speak. I wish to return to Xiqing, to be by my sister's side and assist her. Cheng Lei nodded slightly, saying nothing, and exited the door. I have already stated that our grievances are settled. You may go wherever you wish. Moreover, I intend to find your sister to atone for my past mistakes. Upon exiting, Chiu Wei had already hailed a taxi and awaited their arrival. Cheng Lei climbed into the vehicle, and they proceeded to the nearest hospital. Half an hour later, Cheng Lei paced the hospital corridor, permeated with the scent of antiseptic. Agitated, he longed for a cigarette, pulling one out only to notice the no smoking sign on the wall, returning it to his pocket. A few minutes later, the consultation room door swung open, and Chiu Wei emerged. Cheng Lei glanced at him, noting the thick bandages wrapped around his arm, casually inquiring, "Are you all right?" Chiu Wei shot Cheng Lei a fierce glare, grinding his teeth. Had it not been for that kick, he would not have been injured. Yet, despite his resentment, he lacked the courage to confront Cheng Lei. After all, he had saved Zhang Chao. Regardless of the circumstances, he deserved credit for it, lest his pain be in vain. Teeth ground to dust must be swallowed. Even if the Lord of Heaven himself arrives, one must take the initiative to leap into danger at the sight of a friend in peril. With this thought, Chiu Wei suppressed his displeasure and remarked, "The wounds on my body are not severe. It is of no consequence. The injury on my arm is deeper and required several stitches." Cheng Lei gestured towards the examination room and inquired, "What about Zhang Cheng?" Chiu Wei was aware that Zhang Cheng had also been pushed forward by Cheng Lei, and he felt a surge of indignation as he retorted, "His chest wound is long and deep. Fortunately, it did not damage any organs. He needs many stitches and will require hospitalization for injections to combat inflammation. Once the sutures are completed today and he receives his anti-inflammatory shots here, he should be transferred to the hospital in the West City." Cheng Lei smiled indifferently, deeming the outcome relatively bearable. "It's not too bad. Those two dogs have truly gotten off lightly, sustaining only these minor injuries. How fortunate they are. Since they've done well as dogs and reaped tangible benefits, it's not enough to merely act. They must also engage in more perilous tasks. One cannot simply lounge about, indulging in self-gratification while expecting to thrive. I have faced far greater dangers in the past and gained nothing from them. Now it's your turn to engage in some real work. This is my way of assisting your advancement. The impression left on Zhang Cheng is far superior to simply serving tea. I'm going out for a smoke. You stay here and wait for him," Cheng Lei concluded, dismissing Chiu Wei as he exited the hospital building, seeking a secluded corner to light a cigarette and reflect. Today, he had encountered Gu Yunjiao and formulated his next plan. While smoking, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Zhang Cheng calling. Cheng Lei smiled coldly as he answered. On the other end, Zhang Cheng inquired, "Brother, where are you now? How are things?" It seemed rather hypocritical for him to call him brother after abandoning everyone during their escape. "We are at the 4th hospital in Anqing. Both Zhang Cheng and Chiu Wei were attacked, but fortunately, their injuries are not severe." Zhang Cheng fell silent, and after a prolonged pause, he asked, "How much has the hospital cost?" Cheng Lei nearly cursed at his insensitivity. "You gotta be kidding. Those knives were meant for you." Your dogs took the hits for you, and instead of asking about their well-being, you inquire about the financial burden? Reflecting on his past life, he realized how foolish he had been to not recognize Zhang Cheng's true character after years of association. It shouldn't cost much. Zhang Cheng will need to continue his hospitalization, while Qiu Wei will just need to change his dressings a few times. Cheng Lei was uncertain of the expenses, but he hadn't paid anything. Well, that's a relief, Zhang Cheng sighed. And you, where are you now? Cheng Lei pressed. Zhang Cheng did not respond, but instead asked, is it safe at the hospital? Cheng Lei glanced around before assuring, it's safe. Come pick them up shortly. Zhang Cheng seemed puzzled. You're not leaving? Cheng Lei replied calmly. I'm returning to the factory to inquire with Di Yaoi about the shipment. Brother, I appreciate your efforts. Make sure to give that old man a good talking to. I'll head over to retrieve them now. Take care. Cheng Lei, feeling irritated, abruptly ended the call. Such insincerity was truly despicable. Half an hour later, Cheng Lei hailed a taxi and returned to Xian Hao Product Factory, entering the office where 7 or 8 people gathered. Upon seeing Cheng Lei, they immediately surrounded him. Guiyun Zhao had also returned, standing behind Di Yaoi. At that moment, Guiyun Zhao looked at Cheng Lei with admiration rather than hostility. Di Yaoi waved his hand for his subordinates to step back and stood to welcome Cheng Lei. Brother Cheng Lei, please sit here. Unfazed by the surrounding pressure, Cheng Lei walked directly to the chair opposite Di Yaoi and sat down. Di Yaoi brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup for Cheng Lei. Brother Cheng Lei, what brings you back again? Cheng Lei lifted the cup, took a sip, and stated, Director D, I've come to ask whether you will be shipping the goods. Di Yaoi's expression darkened at this. Cheng Lei, I'm giving you face. Don't overstep your bounds. If you push me too far, don't blame me for turning hostile. The men nearby took a step forward at Di Yaoi's words, with Guiyun Zhao poised at his side, ready to defend him. Cheng Lei, however, remained unfazed, sipping his tea nonchalantly. I'm not referring to sending the goods to Zhang Cheng. I mean to send them to me. Di Yaoi scrutinized Cheng Lei closely, sensing he was not jesting, and waved his hand for the others to retreat. He then filled Cheng Lei's cup again, a smile returning to his face. Brother Cheng Lei, I didn't mishear you, did I? You want this batch of goods? Indeed, I do, Cheng Lei stated, downing the tea in one gulp. Di Yaoi refilled the cup once more. I require cash. Whoever pays me will receive the goods. Cheng Lei replied calmly. That is assured. Good. Di Yaoi slapped the table, exclaiming, Director Cheng, you're quite straightforward. Cheng Lei raised a hand to decline. I'm not yet worthy of that title. Prepare the goods. Within 3 days, someone will contact you. After finishing his tea, Cheng Lei stood to bid farewell to Di Yaoi, who also rose to see him off. I will await favorable news here. At 10:10 p.m., Cheng Lei switched several modes of transportation to return to the West City, then took a taxi to the east suburb. Walking for over 10 minutes until he stood before a quaint courtyard. Cheng Lei gazed at the distinctive courtyard, lost in thought. Within this very yard, he had committed an act that weighed heavily on his conscience. It was here that Guiyun Zhao had sustained his injuries. The owner of the small courtyard was none other than Guiyun Zhao's sister, Guiyun Wei. Chapter 37. Adding insult to injury. Yi Yunwei, though born with a silver spoon, has faced a tumultuous fate. Her parents, in their youth, were hard workers. Initially, they hired a few workers in West City, Esdong County, and established an assembly factory. Due to their diligence and dedication, their clientele grew and their business flourished. As their scale expanded, they founded a company. After several years of steady growth, they acquired extensive real estate and constructed numerous workshops. The company's strength ranked among the top 10 in this small county. Guiyun Wei was born during this prosperous time and enjoyed a comfortable upbringing. She also received a good education, attaining a high level of cultural literacy and refinement. However, it was precisely this smooth trajectory of growth that became her downfall. Surrounded by beauty throughout her life, Guiyun Wei remained oblivious to the darker facets of human nature. After graduation, to alleviate her parents' burden, she voluntarily returned home to join their company, assisting in business operations and management. Her enthusiasm and earnestness indeed eased her parents' workload. Yet, despite her capabilities, Guiyun Wei was still merely a woman, often facing constraints and inconveniences. At this time, Guiyun Zhao was still in his teens, and their parents recognized the necessity of finding a man to support Guiyun Wei. Thus, a man named Jiao Yi entered their family's vision. Jiao Yi initially began as an ordinary employee within the company, but his sharp intellect and industrious nature quickly distinguished him from his peers. Eventually, he directly assisted Guiyun Wei in management and business operations. With Jiao Yi's presence, collaboration with clients became remarkably smoother. He adeptly engaged them in conversations over drinks, arranged karaoke and spa sessions, and effortlessly catered to their interests. Not only was Jiao Yi eloquent, but he was also quite handsome, and the inexperienced Gu Yunwei soon developed feelings for him. Furthermore, Jiao Yi expressed his willingness to become a son-in-law to the Gu family, aiming to support Gu Yunwei in her endeavors to expand the company. Gu Yunwei's parents were equally fond of Jiao Yi, with him aiding their daughter. They could comfortably enjoy a life of leisure in the background. Before long, Gu Yunwei and Jiao Yi wed, and a year later, they welcomed a daughter, followed by a son 2 years thereafter. With both a son and a daughter, their family life was blissfully harmonious, and the company thrived. However, at this juncture, Jiao Yi began to harbor ulterior motives. He deceived the trust of the entire Gu family, no matter what he intended to pursue. The Gu family believed in his vision and supported him wholeheartedly. Jiao Yi, with insatiable ambition, vowed to double the company's business and commence strategizing for future prospects, which undeniably required substantial investment. In addition to utilizing existing funds, Jiao Yi persuaded Gu Yunwei to mortgage the company, securing millions in loans from a bank. He also leveraged connections through Gu Yunwei's father to borrow several million from various underworld figures. Once he amassed all the funds, Jiao Yi vanished without a trace. His actions were ruthless. After years of meticulous planning, he executed a grand scheme, ultimately abandoning both children and fleeing with the money. The Gu family searched for him relentlessly, as did the underworld figures. After a prolonged search proved fruitless, they were left with no choice but to seek assistance from Gu Yunwei's family. For a runaway, monk cannot abandon the temple. One fateful night, Gu Yunwei's 1-year-old son developed a sudden high fever, leading to a state of shock. Upon receiving the critical condition notice, Gu Yunwei stood outside the hospital room, her gaze blankly fixed on the ceiling, unable to shed a single tear. In the corridor, a dozen underworld figures, along with numerous lackeys, awaited an explanation. Zhang Chao was also present with Cheng Lei. He had no money to lend to the Gu family, but had his sights set on a parcel of land owned by them. Regardless of the questions posed to her, Gu Yunwei remained silent, her complexion pale as a ghost. This tense standoff persisted until midnight when a somewhat reputable figure approached her and said, "This matter isn't over. I'll spare you for today, but take care of yourself." With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the crowd. As dawn broke, the doctor emerged from the room to inform Gu Yunwei that her son had passed the critical period and was recovering from the fever. Gu Yunwei buried her face against the wall and slowly knelt down, finally releasing her pent-up tears, which cascaded down the wall to the floor. Just as the sun began to rise, before she could even check on her son, the police arrived to take her away. Jiao Yi had not only borrowed money from both legitimate and illegitimate sources, but had also exhausted her relatives and friends. In the interrogation room, Gu Yunwei wiped away her tears. "I acknowledge all the circumstances. Please proceed as per the protocol." She was the greatest victim, suffering more than anyone else. Following judicial procedures, the bank seized all of the Gu family's assets and auctioned off most of the company's real estate. By the end of the liquidation, the Gu family was left with not a single penny, retaining only a few remnants of their factory premises. After the bank concluded its dealings, it was time for the underworld to take action. They stripped the family home and factory of any valuables. Yet even then, it scarcely covered the debts owed. The factory held some value, but the underworld figures had no interest. They sought cash, not property. Gu Yunwei reiterated, "I recognize the debt, but my family has nothing left. Please grant me some time. I will earn money and repay you gradually." The same influential figure spoke again, "I'll give you 5 days. I don't care whether you steal or rob. Produce 1 million, and the rest can be paid in installments. If you fail to do so, your entire family will meet a gruesome fate." The other figures dispersed, as the stark reality was that killing her family would yield no benefit. However, Zhang Chao remained behind with Cheng Lei and a group of lackeys, surrounding the Gu family in their courtyard. "I can provide you with 1 million, but I want the 30 acres of land in the outskirts of Dong County." Dong County was merely a small town, and while the land wasn't too expensive, the 30 acres with factory buildings were worth much more than 1 million. 1 million? You might as well try to rob it, Gu Yunwei's father shouted in anger. "I wouldn't sell that factory for 3 million. Zhang Chao smirked coldly. "How do you know I won't rob it?" Cheng Lei, motioning to his brothers, instructed, "Show them a lesson. They are tough, so don't go easy on them." Cheng Lei promptly rallied several men, overpowering all members of Gu Yunwei's side. Among them was a young man, roughly Cheng Lei's age, who repeatedly struggled to rise against him. Ultimately, Cheng Lei delivered a forceful kick, sending him collapsing beside Gu Yunwei. Unconscious, groans filled the ground, and Cheng Lei approached Gu Yunwei, clenching his fists, yet he ultimately relaxed them. This woman did not wish to fight. The Gu family's plight was too tragic. Her face was as pale as a corpse, her eyes devoid of life. This must be what a broken spirit looks like. Cheng Lei thought, feeling a pang of reluctance to strike her. When a few lackeys attempted to harm Gu Yunwei's parents, Cheng Lei intervened. No more fighting. Let them see the reality. Gu Yunwei's eyes expressed a glimmer of gratitude as she looked at Cheng Lei and nodded gently. Though young and inexperienced, Cheng Lei could discern right from wrong. The task Zhang Chao had assigned him was akin to kicking someone when they were down. The Gu family was not part of the underworld. They were already suffering immensely, and to do this was simply excessive. As Cheng Lei became lost in thought, the young man he had previously knocked unconscious suddenly picked up a knife from the ground, leaping up to strike Cheng Lei, inflicting a wound that extended from his shoulder to his abdomen. Cheng Lei felt as though he had been skinned alive. Yet he gritted his teeth and kicked the assailant away. Clutching his shirt to staunch the bleeding, he hurriedly moved forward. Gu Yunwei, eyes wide with terror, rushed to shield Cheng Lei. Let my brother go. Cheng Lei, however, would not relent. He shoved her aside and delivered a swift kick to the young man's chest. The sickening sound of breaking bones echoed as blood poured from the young man's mouth and nose. Several lackeys rushed in to restrain Cheng Lei. Stop! You'll kill him. Had they not intervened in time, Cheng Lei's next kick would have surely been fatal. I want him dead. Cheng Lei seethed, drenched in blood. You better die. If I see you again, I'll ensure you meet a worse fate. Blood had already obscured the young man's face, and Cheng Lei could barely make out his features. In that instant, it became evident that this young man was Gu Yunwei's brother, Gu Yunzhao. A group of lackeys hastily lifted Cheng Lei into a van and rushed him to the hospital. Chapter 38. I will compensate you. With no one left to restrain him, Zhang Chao approached the Gu family once more, pressing his demands. I will repeat myself. 1 million for the 30 acres of factory land in the outskirts of Dong County. Do you agree or not? Dream on. Gu Yunwei's father resolutely refused once more. I do not consent. The answer pleased Zhang Chao immensely. A sinister smile spreading across his face as he gestured to his lackeys. I implore you to strike them mercilessly until they acquiesce. The underlings surged forward, their compassion for the Gu family extinguished. They knocked them to the ground and ruthlessly kicked them. Gu Yunwei lunged forward to shield her parents from blows. In a matter of moments, her entire body bore the marks of their assault. Exhausted from their exertions, the thugs stepped aside to catch their breath. Zhang Chao approached, clapping his hands, and pointed at Gu Yunwei's prostrated parents with a malevolent grin, saying, Do not focus solely on the young one. Those two old relics deserve some attention as well. Several thugs advanced to drag Gu Yunwei's parents. With a feeble voice, Gu Yunwei protested, No more, I agree. I will sell you that piece of land. Zhang Chao waved his hand, dispersing the thugs, his smile vanishing as he inquired, Is it truly your decision? Gu Yunwei took a few deep breaths, expelling the blood from her mouth, and after a prolonged moment, mustered the strength to speak. My younger brother is still too young. My father transferred the company to my name years ago. I will sell you the factory in the suburbs, but please cease your assault on them. Oh dear, look who we have here, the esteemed Gu. Zhang Chao remarked as he stepped closer to Gu Yunwei, assisting her to her feet and gesturing at his subordinates. Such rudeness. Look at what you've done to her. Gu Yunwei shrugged off Zhang Chao's hand, moving to help her parents up, brushing the dirt from their clothes. I can sign the contract at any time, but it must be in cash. At that moment, in a county like Dongxian, the land was not in high demand and difficult to sell, and the land she possessed was something no one dared to buy. 5 days without money would lead to ruin. Since Zhang Chao was audacious enough to demand it, she might as well sell it to him to alleviate her immediate plight. Thus, Zhang Chao acquired 30 acres of the Gu family's factory land at an extraordinarily low price. He cobbled together funds, even coercing some from his underlings with empty promises of shares, barely managing to gather 770,000 yuan in 5 days, which he handed over to Gu Yunwei. The remaining 230,000 yuan was never paid, as he claimed that he had resolved significant issues for the Gu family, and that such a sum was a bargain. After Cheng Lei was discharged from the hospital and learned of these events, he felt a deep sense of shame. Every encounter with the Gu family left him uncomfortable. Although these matters were beyond his control, he had been complicit at the time. Furthermore, he had not seen Gu Yunzhao since then. 5 days later, a respected elder took the 770,000 yuan that Gu Yunwei had just received, choosing not to further torment her. The elder even later assisted Gu Yunwei in resolving numerous issues, aiding her resurgence. He recognized her character and permitted her to repay her debts gradually. The other elders looked down upon Zhang Chao's actions, but such is the nature of humanity. Victors are revered, and as long as one possesses wealth, all actions are deemed justifiable. Consequently, after Zhang Chao's rise to prominence, all parties tacitly agreed to remain silent about these events. Yi Yunwei, accompanied by her family and 2 young children, worked tirelessly day and night. No one could have anticipated that the pampered young lady would endure such hardship. For several years, she had not purchased any clothing. Her once expensive dresses were now marred with grease and tears, and the paint-stained dirt beneath her nails remained inescapable. After years of relentless effort, she finally began to rise again. Although she had not completely repaid her loans, the remaining balance was manageable. Each quarter, Gu Yunwei divided her earnings into two portions, one for debt repayment and the other for reinvestment to grow her company. The gang leaders did not pressure her for immediate repayment, acknowledging her capabilities and allowing her to proceed in this manner. Now, Gu Yunwei had become the head of a considerable company once more. She had clawed her way out of the abyss, shedding tears and blood, and her ascent had not been without struggle. Cheng Lei returned to his thoughts with a gentle sigh as he stepped into the courtyard. It was already late at night, yet the lights in the main house remained aglow. Through the curtains, he discerned Gu Yunwei still seated at the table, engrossed in her work. Cheng Lei approached the door and knocked softly. "Who is it?" Gu Yunwei's voice held a note of panic. She distinctly remembered locking the courtyard gate. How could anyone have entered? Moreover, her parents were usually at the factory, leaving her alone with her 4-year-old son. "It is I, Gu," Cheng Lei replied. Hearing a familiar voice, Gu Yunwei felt a slight sense of relief. She moved to the door and turned on the courtyard light. Cheng Lei greeted her through the glass. "Gu, it has been a long time." "Cheng Lei?" Gu Yunwei expressed her surprise. Cheng Lei smiled gently. "Indeed, it is I. Will you not invite me in for a moment? I have something to discuss." Gu Yunwei scrutinized Cheng Lei, hesitating briefly before finally opening the door. Cheng Lei nodded slightly as he entered. The room was spacious yet sparsely furnished, with only a few essential pieces of furniture scattered about and some children's toys strewn across the floor. After observing the room's arrangement, Cheng Lei turned his attention back to Gu Yunwei. Her long hair was now gone, replaced by a neat and simple bob that framed her face. Though still under 30, the burdens she bore had begun to etch lines of weariness at the corners of her eyes. Fortunately, she had once been a pampered young heiress, and despite the hardships, she retained her beauty. Her gaze was now steadier, exuding the confidence of a leader. Noticing Cheng Lei's scrutiny, Gu Yunwei tightened her grip on the silk nightgown she wore. Inadvertently, her nervous gesture clung the garment to her figure, accentuating her curves. Despite having given birth to 2 children, her physique remained alluring. Cheng Lei instinctively swallowed hard and turned his gaze away. Realizing Cheng Lei bore no ill intent, Gu Yunwei coldly inquired, "What brings you here at this late hour?" "Return to Zhang Chao and tell him I'm no longer afraid of you." Cheng Lei shrugged, feigning helplessness. "Gu, you misunderstand. I am not here on Zhang Chao's orders. I have come to offer you compensation." "Compensation for what?" Gu Yunwei assessed Cheng Lei from head to toe, noting his tall, handsome stature and robust physique, radiating a potent masculine energy. Her cheeks flushed as she instinctively grasped the neckline of her nightgown. In recent years, she had ceased to labor alongside her employees in the workshop, and the grime of paint had long vanished from beneath her nails, replaced by a glossy coat of nail polish. She unbuttoned her gown, allowing it to slip gracefully from her shoulders to the floor, followed by her undergarments. Cheng Lei stood transfixed. "Gu, what are you doing?" "No, that's not what I meant." As he gazed at Gu Yunwei's pristine form, Cheng Lei swallowed again. "Very well, this could be acceptable." The night was still young. Cheng Lei caressed Gu Yunwei's smooth back. "Gu, you have misconstrued my intentions. The compensation I refer to is of a different nature." "You understand?" Ye Yunwei replied softly. "You do?" Cheng Lei paused, perplexed by her response. "I have not been with a man for many years," Gu Yunwei sobbed, her body trembling as she buried her face in Cheng Lei's chest. After a lengthy bout of tears, she lifted her gaze to him, her face streaked with moisture. "Do you know how much agony I have endured these years?" Cheng Lei sighed silently. "I was unaware, but now I comprehend." That night, sleep eluded them, as they indulged in unrestrained desires, time and time again. Had it been anyone else, exhaustion would have long since claimed them. Cheng Lei gently wiped her tears away. He comprehended that this was an eruption of her emotions accumulated over the years, a release of her pent-up grievances. "The child has called for me several times. You should rest for a while. I shall tend to him." Chapter 39. It was indeed meant for you to come at night. Due to prolonged overtime at the factory. For ease of management, Gu Yunwei's parents had taken up permanent residence there. Gu Yunwei was also engrossed in her work, unable to care for her child. Thus she had enrolled her daughter in a fully enclosed school. The daughter spent most of her time there, returning home only on weekends and Wednesdays to sleep. The son was still young and unable to part from his mother, sleeping in a separate bedroom. The noise they had made earlier was quite loud. The son had already called for his mother several times, yet she had not attended to him. She rose from the bed, stood still for a moment to acclimatize, then padded barefoot into the adjacent bedroom. After years of inactivity, her body struggled to cope with the sudden exertion. After half an hour, Gu Yunwei had finally lulled her son to sleep and gently returned to her room, softly patting Cheng Lei on the bed. "Cheng Lei, wake up." Cheng Lei stirred awake, rubbing his bleary eyes. After a long night, he had just fallen asleep when he was called again. "What is it, Miss Gu?" "The dawn is approaching. You must get up and dress quickly. We need to leave." "Leave?" Cheng Lei sat up, urgently exclaiming, "I have something to discuss with you. I haven't had the chance to say it yet." Gu Yunwei handed Cheng Lei his clothes, resolutely refusing. "No, we shall discuss it tomorrow. You must go back now. Hurry. Get dressed." After a brief pause, she added, "I do not wish for anyone to see and tell my son that his mother is unworthy." Cheng Lei, filled with anxiety, replied, "But the matter I need to discuss must be kept from Zhang Chao. It's not suitable to do so during the day, as it can easily be discovered. This must be conducted in secrecy." Gu Yunwei's face flushed instantly, her expression turning bashful. "I never suggested you come during the day. Today, I shall have my mother take our son to the factory for a few days. You may come back at night then." She turned her face aside, her voice trailing off. "All right." Cheng Lei conceded with a sense of resignation, rising to dress while stating, "I shall return tonight to find you. This time, I must insist. The matter is truly urgent and must be addressed first." "Yes, understood. Let's discuss the important matters first." Gu Yunwei softly acquiesced, lifting her gaze to gaze affectionately at Cheng Lei, a long-lost smile gracing her face. Seizing the moment when Cheng Lei was distracted, she lowered her head and whispered, "I never said we couldn't discuss important matters." At 7:20 a.m., Cheng Lei stepped through the company's entrance just as the final bell rang. Although Zhang Chao had stipulated that work commenced at 7:30 a.m. and concluded at precisely 5 p.m., he mandated that employees arrive 10 minutes early and leave 10 minutes late. Otherwise, it would be deemed tardiness or an early departure. Zhang Chao justified this peculiar regulation by claiming it ensured employees were formally present at their workstations, stating that even cleaning could not be accounted for within working hours. He believed this odd requirement favored the employees significantly, unaware that today's workforce was far from naive, often wasting time to extend their work hours. Cheng Lei ambled into the office building. As soon as he stepped into the lobby, he heard the sound of an argument emanating from Zhang Chao's office. He smirked and turned to enter the logistics office of Guo Qingqing. Upon seeing Cheng Lei, Guo Qingqing immediately discarded the documents in her hands and rushed to him. She scrutinized him from head to toe, before suddenly throwing herself into his arms, crying, "Brother Lei, you scare me to death. I was so worried about you." Today, Zhang Cheng called in sick, stating he would be hospitalized for several days. Xiao Wei arrived with his arm heavily bandaged. "You went out with Zhang Chao yesterday, and now you come in so late. I thought you were injured too." Cheng Lei feigned a pained expression. "Oh, it hurts. My arm is injured too." Guo Qingqing freed herself from Cheng Lei's embrace, grasping his arm to examine it closely. Where are you hurt? Is it serious?" "Ah, mifine. I was just teasing you." Cheng Lei grinned, playfully pinching Guo Qingqing's conscience. After scrutinizing him for a long while, Guo Qingqing realized Cheng Lei was merely jesting and taking advantage of her concern. She quickly stepped back, evading his grasp. "You are simply incorrigible. How could I worry so much for you? This is a company. We must be mindful of our conduct. Cease your antics." "Mindful? Who is it that just leaped into my arms?" Cheng Lei withdrew his hand, bringing it to his nose, inhaling the scent of youthful innocence. "It's quite slow today. I need to massage it more. Get lost. You scoundrel." Guo Qingqing returned to her desk, resuming her organization of the documents she had earlier discarded. "You should have come last night. You didn't even call, and I had no idea where you were off gallivanting." I was fine. I waited for you all night." She had begun with fervor, but faltered, her cheeks flushing as she spoke. "I was merely assisting Zhang Chao. I just returned. You see, as soon as I came back, I sought you out." Cheng Lei understood that Guo Qingqing genuinely cared for him. Hearing Cheng Lei's words filled Guo Qingqing's heart with sweetness. Cheng Lei pointed towards Zhang Chao's office on the second floor and inquired, "Who is in Zhang Chao's office? What are they arguing about?" Guo Qingqing set down her documents and quietly informed Cheng Lei, "Chao Hongda from the trade department arrived early and has been waiting at the door. I heard it's about a very urgent client demand. Since Zhang Chao's arrival, they have been in discussion ever since. Then I shall go up and take a look," Cheng Lei remarked, stepping out of Guo Qingqing's office. Ascending the stairs to the second floor, Cheng Lei did not directly enter Zhang Chao's office. Instead, he lit a cigarette, standing by the door to listen. "Chao Hongda. Boss," the client replied last night, stating they have run out of stock. Not only does this affect the letter of credit deductions, but it will also impact several other products. If the client cancels the order, the entire batch will be left unsold. Zhang Chao's voice conveyed a sense of helplessness. I coordinated this issue yesterday, but there is still no solution. You must stabilize the client for now. I will ponder a solution further. At this point, Cheng Lei pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing Cheng Lei, Zhang Chao's eyes lit up, rising with barely contained excitement. Brother, what is the outcome? Cheng Lei glanced at Chao Hongda and shook his head. Zhang Chao, deep in thought, instructed, Hongda, you may return to your tasks. I will come up with a solution shortly. Chao Hongda glanced at Cheng Lei before rising to exit. Given the current situation, further debate was futile. It would be best to return and communicate with the client to see if any leeway could be found. Brother, sit down and talk. Zhang Chao offered, pouring a cup of tea for Cheng Lei and gesturing for him to take a seat. Cheng Lei pushed Chao Hongda's chair aside and retrieved another chair to sit down. This is difficult. No matter how I pleaded, Diaohui simply refuses to authorize the shipment. Zhang Chao slapped his thigh in frustration, exclaiming, that stubborn old fool has ruined my plans. You saw how Chao Hongda came to me precisely regarding this matter. The client has already run out of stock, and if we delay shipping any longer, they will cancel the order, leading to significant losses. Cheng Lei lit a cigarette, smoking leisurely without a hint of worry. Observing Cheng Lei's calm demeanor, Zhang Chao felt a surge of hope. Brother, did you not finish your thoughts? Cheng Lei exhaled a puff of smoke and grinned. Indeed, there exists a possibility for negotiation, provided that one is willing to undertake a singular action. What is it? Doing leaguing me. Zhang Chao's face was alight with astonishment as he awaited Cheng Lei's elaboration. To remit all the outstanding payments owed to him, inclusive of the shipment that has yet to be dispatched, in one single transaction. That is out of the question. Zhang Chao immediately retorted. I, Zhang Chao, have always engaged in transactions devoid of financial risk. A shipment reaching the client typically requires at least 1 to 3 months. Payment from the client only follows upon receipt of the goods. Why should I pay the suppliers before I have received payment from the clients? That defies all logic. Furthermore, my payment cycle to all suppliers spans 5 to 6 months. If I were to pay the ancient and obstinate Diaohui in advance, it would disrupt the established order. What would ensue when other suppliers come demanding payment? It appears I am left with no alternatives. Cheng Lei spread his hands in exasperation, reclining against the chair's backrest. You wish to profit while bearing no risk whatsoever, demanding payment from clients before compensating the suppliers. Indeed, this business model is foolproof. Who would be inclined to engage in trade with someone of your disposition? Zhang Chao, agitated, rose to pace the office, returning to sit down after a brief interval. His gaze fixed once more on Cheng Lei. Something is amiss. You must have more to convey. Cheng Lei, known for always achieving results in his endeavors, could not possibly have returned without a glimmer of hope. Cheng Lei smirked enigmatically. Brother, I cannot hide anything from you. Chapter 40. Not a drop of soup for my brother. Zhang Chao scrutinized Cheng Lei's expression closely. What else is there? Speak, I implore you. Cheng Lei had refrained from addressing him as brother for a few days. Thus, hearing it again heightened his alertness. Cheng Lei leaned forward, his urgency palpable as he extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, a glimmer of hope illuminating his features. Brother, there exists a method to ensure he dispatches the goods, which entails increasing the payment by 10. Nonsense. Zhang Chao furrowed his brow. What absurdity is this? You do not wish to pay him the current amount, yet you propose an increase? Are you out of your mind? However, he realized that Cheng Lei had likely not finished speaking and, maintaining a stern visage, continued to listen. Cheng Lei, undeterred by Zhang Chao's displeasure, leaned in closer. Brother, if you merely increase the payment by 10, you need not pay the full amount now. Diaohui has stated that if you arrange for 30 of the payment, he will dispatch the goods. The remaining 70 can be settled as before, upon receiving payment from the clients. No way. Zhang Chao did not hesitate for a moment, his refusal resolute. You are dreaming. I will not pay him a single cent. Cheng Lei, anxious, stood up, nearly leaning over the desk, clearly invested in the matter. Brother, if you pay 30 first, Diaohui will send the goods, and all issues will be resolved. That extra 10 is negligible in terms of profit. Why not seize the opportunity? Silence. Zhang Chao waved his hand, cutting off Cheng Lei. Tell that ancient relic that I will not pay him a penny. If he wishes to send the goods, he may do so, and if not, I am indifferent. At worst, I shall sell the other goods to clients. Cheng Lei, in desperation, pleaded loudly. Brother, leave. Zhang Chao irritably turned his face away, dismissively gesturing for Cheng Lei to exit. Cheng Lei, disheartened, returned to his chair, visibly defeated. I said leave. Zhang Chao glared at him, reiterating his command. Cheng Lei, apathetic, rose as if drained of all strength, stumbling out of the room. Zhang Chao lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply as he gazed at the doorway, letting out a cold huff. You think you can deceive me with such trivial ruses? The desire to increase the payment by 10 is likely aimed at lining your own pockets. Such schemes are remnants of my past, and attempting them in my presence reveals a lack of self-awareness. After Cheng Lei exited, a cold smile crept upon his face, shedding any semblance of despondency. My dear brother, you have not changed in the slightest. If you genuinely wished for me to experience a modicum of success, I cannot sway you. Yet, you are merely a callous opportunist, devoid of sentiment. Cheng Lei had feared that Zhang Chao would force him into a corner, compelling him to remit funds to Diaowei. If that were to occur, he would find himself unable to act, with Diaowei dispatching goods to Zhang Chao before he had a chance to intervene. Thus, he resolved to stage a performance, feigning the ability to extract a kickback from the arrangement. Given Zhang Chao's temperament, such behavior was unequivocally unacceptable. He would not permit anyone beneath him to reap even the slightest benefit, preferring to squander more money on himself than allow his subordinates a morsel of advantage. Ironically, this utterly unsentimental individual could manipulate the bonds of brotherhood to maintain control over his former self. To his surprise, this tactic proved effective. Knowing Zhang Chao's character intimately, he found it easier to navigate the situation. Cheng Lei ascended the staircase, reaching the 4th floor and arriving at the entrance of the trade department. He observed Chao Hongda, who sat glumly at the computer and gently knocked on the open door. Chao Hongda, hearing the knock, glanced up at Cheng Lei. Not in good spirits, brother. Let us step downstairs for a smoke. Cheng Lei, having spoken, turned to leave. Chao Hongda, recognizing Cheng Lei, quickly rose to follow him. Having seen him in Zhang Chao's office moments prior, he surmised that Cheng Lei might have some promising news. They descended the stairs, exited the office building, and reached the shade of a few large trees by the courtyard wall. Cheng Lei lit a cigarette for himself, and then offered one to Chao Hongda. How is communication with the clients progressing? Cheng Lei inquired. Chao Hongda lit his cigarette, taking a deep drag before shaking his head. Communication is fraught. The foreign clients are quite obstinate, insisting on a week's time frame, or else they will cancel all orders, including other products. Cheng Lei placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, casually remarking, that does sound quite troublesome. Chao Hongda took another deep drag on his cigarette, irritably kicking at the stones and dirt beneath his feet. Indeed, I have exhausted all my options. The clients remain unyielding. Mr. Zhang insists I continue to communicate with them. But this is not merely an issue of communication. After listening to Chao Hongda's grievances, Cheng Lei fixed his gaze intently upon him for a moment before suddenly asking, what if someone else were to send that particular product to the foreign clients? What do you mean? Chao Hongda shot his head up, glancing around before finally locking eyes with Cheng Lei. Unfazed, Cheng Lei leisurely smoked his cigarette, reiterating, I am asking. If another company possesses that product and sends it to the foreign clients, would that be acceptable? Chao Hongda, now alert, fixed his gaze intently on Cheng Lei. What are you implying? Cheng Lei finished his cigarette, extinguishing it underfoot, his expression growing cold. Do not feign ignorance with me. I will not beat around the bush. I mean exactly what I say. Surely, a person of your intellect comprehends this. I do not understand what you are saying. Chao Hongda cast aside his half-smoked cigarette, refusing to extinguish it, and turned to leave. Cheng Lei, entirely unconcerned, merely stood there, a cold smile playing on his lips. Once Chao Hongda had reached a more populated area, Cheng Lei suddenly raised his voice. The kickbacks from the buyers, you seem to be enjoying them quite thoroughly. Chao Hongda jolted, his face paling as he glanced nervously at the nearby individuals before hastily returning to Cheng Lei's side. What do you know? Cheng Lei continued to smirk. You might as well inquire what I do not know. Chao Hongda suddenly fell silent. How do you know about this? Does anyone else know? Cheng Lei laughed sinisterly. Hee. How do I know? In my previous life, I witnessed your downfall firsthand, so I am well informed. After Zhang Chao registered the company, the first batch of salespeople he employed were all relatives, with Chao Hongda being the sole outsider. Zhang Chao's working style was consistent. He did not distribute profits, not even to Cheng Lei and his group of underlings, nor to the salespeople. In recent years, the profits from foreign trade have been exorbitantly high, with Chao Hongda's annual sales exceeding $1 million. The profits, coupled with tax rebates, allowed Zhang Chao to net an annual profit of 2 to 3 million RMB from Chao Hongda alone. Despite the substantial earnings Chao Hongda generated, the miserly Zhang Chao viewed it as merely the duty of a salesperson and never regarded him with any esteem. Of course, the monthly salaries for these salespeople were certainly higher than those of Cheng Lei's underlings, ranging from 3 to 4,000. By year-end, bonuses were dispensed based on Zhang Chao's mood. On good years, Chao Hongda might receive 6 to 8,000. On bad years, he would receive nothing. Excuses were plentiful. Claims of company development, infrastructure projects, low profits, or financial losses. Each time, there would be a new justification, and the bonuses would be withheld temporarily. Cheng Lei, having worked with Zhang Chao for over a decade, had grown accustomed to this. However, Chao Hongda, being a person of higher education, would not be easily swayed by such tactics. Since he was not treated as a human, he decided to take a different path. When negotiating orders with buyers, Chao Hongda would arrange to sell goods to them at prices lower than competitors, receiving kickbacks in return. To maintain discretion, he also utilized his relatives' accounts. However, as Chao Hongda's wealth increased, he became somewhat arrogant in his dealings. Not only did he accept kickbacks, but he also transferred orders to his friends' companies during his tenure and even referred the company's clients to them. His excessive actions soon caught Zhang Chao's attention. What sort of person is Zhang Chao? He is one who harbors a deep-seated resentment for anyone who dares to take even a dime from him. With such blatant attempts to undermine his foundation, how could he tolerate it? After more than a decade as a boss, Zhang Chao had established connections in both the underworld and legitimate sectors. He mobilized over $1 million in funds to leverage these connections, determined to eliminate Chao Hongda. Fortunately, by that time, the criminal elements had become thoroughly intimidated and were unwilling to engage in murky dealings. Thus, Zhang Chao adopted a different approach and enlisted several legal advisors. I don't care what methods you employ or what means you utilize. You must take care of Chao Hongda for me. The legal advisors toiled day and night for several days and discovered a criminal act applicable to Chao Hongda: embezzlement. As Chao Hongda plugged a USB drive into the company computer, Zhang Chao arranged for the computer to be taken away and handed over to the local police. The USB drive contained no incriminating evidence, merely Chao Hongda's personal quirks, his penchant for recording his romantic escapades. Of course, as long as these recordings were not disseminated, they did not constitute a crime, only a moral issue. However, once the police intervened, their investigation extended beyond the USB drive. All communication devices, including phones and computers, were confiscated and all data was retrieved. They traced back 10 years, unearthing all chat logs and transaction records, thereby solidifying the charge of embezzlement against Chao Hongda. Ultimately, he was sentenced to 13 months in prison and ordered to compensate Zhang Chao for economic losses amounting to $790,000. Zhang Chao specifically sought out Chao Hongda's wife and children, as well as his relatives, to show them those recordings. After viewing several of the videos, Chao Hongda's wife left with their child before finishing. All employees who had ever chatted with Chao Hongda on QQ or WeChat had their chat logs printed on A4 paper, stacked high in Zhang Chao's office. Whether it was the videos or the chat records, Zhang Chao was not supposed to obtain them. But in a small county like Xiqing Dongxian, who could argue that law outweighed money? It was said that the $790,000 in compensation was never claimed by Zhang Chao, its ultimate recipient remaining a mystery. Moreover, Zhang Chao took it upon himself to ensure that his associates in prison would look after Chao Hongda. Zhang Chao's singular aim was to see Chao Hongda dead. Yet, Chao Hongda survived the 13 months in prison. However, upon his release, he was left mentally shattered. Now, in the third year of the company, Cheng Lei was uncertain whether Chao Hongda had begun accepting kickbacks. He merely wished to probe, and indeed he found out. Cheng Lei leaned closer to Chao Hongda, sneering as he threatened him. You needn't concern yourself with how I found out. However, I can assure you that currently, I'm the only one aware of it. If you obediently comply, aside from you, there will be no third party privy to this information. Chao Hongda's legs felt weak as he nervously gazed at Cheng Lei. What do you want me to do? Cheng Lei turned Chao Hongda's head towards him and whispered in his ear, in the next couple of days, someone will approach you. When they do, you will provide them with the information of your overseas clients and assist them in fulfilling the orders. I won't make it difficult for you. Only the goods we cannot handle will be shipped from their company, while the rest will still come from ours. This way it serves two purposes, and you needn't worry about clients canceling their orders. Chao Hongda scratched his head anxiously, feeling quite unsettled. The risk was too great. If Zhang Chao found out, he would not let me off easily. Cheng Lei pushed his head away, continuing, you can tell Zhang Chao that the client has taken down the listing because you couldn't fulfill the order. This way, it won't delay the shipment of other goods. The company won't incur any losses, and you'll have helped him solve a problem. He won't say anything about it. As for the risk, I have already devised a way for you to avoid it. You two will not meet in person, and all communication will be conducted via phone, without using email, QQ, or WeChat, leaving no evidence. Then, Cheng Lei suddenly paused, capturing Chao Hongda's attention. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Once the deal is done, I will give you half of the pure profit from that shipment in cash. Is that a promise? Chao Hongda exclaimed, his worries dissipating as he looked up in surprise. Have I ever gone back on my word? Cheng Lei mit Xiao O Hongdao Gage Ernestly. Are you still concerned about the risk? Not at all. I have no worries now. Chao Hongda's eyes sparkled with excitement, overwhelmed with enthusiasm. This is even more lucrative than a kickback. Moreover, I am merely assisting from the sidelines. With almost no effort required, there really isn't much risk at all. Cheng Lei was known for keeping his promises. Come the time, he would collect cash without leaving any trace. Seeing Chao Hongda's agreement, Cheng Lei smiled in satisfaction. All right, you may return and await the call. Chao Hongda nodded and turned to leave. Wait, just a few steps away. Cheng Lei called him back again. There's one more thing. Chao Hongda turned back, puzzled, and noticed Cheng Lei's serious expression. What is it? That USB drive you use for the videos, don't plug it into the company computer anymore. Also, could you lend it to me for a few days? I would like to observe it. Chao Hongda was taken aback. At that moment, he felt as though he were transparent before Cheng Lei, devoid of any secrets. Later that night, Cheng Lei once again stood at the entrance of the small courtyard on the outskirts of Dongxian. You're here, coming quickly. Before Cheng Lei's hand could touch the door, it swung open. Gu Yunwei swiftly pulled him into the courtyard, craning her neck to glance outside before gently closing the door and securing the latch. Were you waiting for me at the door? Cheng Lei inquired, his curiosity piqued by the darkness enveloping the courtyard, obscuring Gu Yunwei's expression. The precision of her timing was uncanny. It seemed too coincidental unless she had been anticipating his arrival. Yes, I've been waiting for quite some time, Gu Yunwei replied softly, her tone sultry as she led Cheng Lei into the house. She then locked the door and drew the curtains. Before Cheng Lei could take a seat, he turned to find that Gu Yunwei had shed most of her clothing. Manager Gu. No, Gu Jia, what are you doing? Didn't we agree this morning that we had urgent matters to discuss? With an entranced gaze and biting her lip, Gu Yunwei sauntered toward Cheng Lei. I am precisely here to discuss important matters, she purred. 2 hours later, Cheng Lei had risen from the bed and made his way to the sofa, lighting a cigarette and savoring a deep inhalation. Gu Yunwei, languidly resting on the bed with her chin propped on her hand, gazed at Cheng Lei with eyes brimming with tenderness. I have already promised you. Just tell me what you want me to do next. Huh? Cheng Lei was momentarily taken aback. Is it truly possible to approach it this way? Has she completely surrendered after those 2 hours? After finishing his cigarette, he began outlining the subsequent tasks with meticulous detail to avoid any mishaps. Several minutes later, he concluded, Manager Gu, I shall not be involved in the next steps. You must follow my instructions precisely. Do you understand? I understand, Gu Yunwei replied nonchalantly, her gaze lingering on Cheng Lei's face. Cheng Lei furrowed his brow, questioning whether she was truly listening. Additionally, once we successfully receive the payment, we need to allocate half of the profits to that scoundrel, Chao Hongda. What do you think? That is agreeable, Gu Yunwei said, swinging off the bed and padding barefoot to sit on Cheng Lei's lap. I already mentioned that I would comply with all your requests. Look outside. It is still dark, Cheng Lei remarked. As dawn broke, he ambled along the road to the company, leisurely smoking. Though reluctant to part so early in the morning, Gu Yunwei had insisted he leave, as his conspicuous presence could jeopardize their plans, which required utmost secrecy. To avoid any complications, Cheng Lei had to navigate his departure in the dim light. Unfazed, he preferred to exercise caution. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he reflected on the high-stakes exertions of his recent days. Particularly during the past 2 nights, Gu Yunwei's insatiable demands had left him drained. It was no wonder her husband, Jiao Yi, had fled with their savings. Now he understood all too well. Cheng Lei chuckled to himself, recalling his recent experiences as a shiver coursed through him. Women with such relentless appetites required careful handling. Gu Yunwei, on the other hand, bore the brunt of her indulgences. After Cheng Lei departed, she fell back asleep, only to awaken past 10 o'clock. Oh no, this cannot be happening, she muttered, attempting to rise and dress. Yet, after several futile attempts, her legs felt like jelly, rendering her unable to leave the bed. This is disastrous. What should I do? She fretted, recalling all the arrangements Cheng Lei had made that she could not afford to neglect. Gritting her teeth, she turned her gaze toward her phone. Chapter 42. The career-oriented power woman with trembling hands. Gu Yunwei picked up her phone and began mobilizing her subordinates. Hello, Mayu. Find a way to prepare 500,000 yuan. Yes, I need it within 2 days. What? Difficulties? I don't care how challenging it is. Pause payments to the suppliers and gather that money. Hello. Is this manager, Chao Hongda? I am Gu Yunwei from AI Ing International Trade Company. After several more calls, she had arranged everything, leaving her voice hoarse from strain. Hastily, she opened the drawer of her bedside table and popped a few throat lozenges into her mouth. After finalizing her plans, she exhaled a sigh of relief and set her phone down. Cheng Lei was concerned that Gu Yunwei had merely acquiesced to his requests in the heat of the moment, disregarding his carefully laid plans. Thus, he had been discreetly monitoring the progress of their initiative. However, after several days of observation, he realized there was no cause for concern. Gu Yunwei was not only competent, but exceptionally capable. In just one day, she had successfully transitioned client information to Chao Hongda and inspected the goods at Di Yaohui's factory. Thanks to her brother Gu Yunjiao's connections, the collaboration with Di Yaohui proceeded remarkably smoothly. The following day, she arranged for payment, and Di Yaohui promptly loaded the goods for shipment to Gu Yunwei's company. With the promise of substantial profits following the shipment, Chao Hongda was particularly attentive to the matter, diligently negotiating with clients to allocate a portion of their orders to Gu Yunwei's company. He even recommended additional products from her company, amassing 4 containers worth of goods. Once Gu Yunwei received the shipment from Di Yaohui, she immediately contacted the freight company to book space. 3 days later, the goods were successfully loaded onto the ship, well within the client's timeline. The plan concluded flawlessly. Zhang Chao, Gu Yunwei, and Chao Hongda collectively breathed sighs of relief as they awaited client payments. Cheng Lei also felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Yet another issue loomed over him. He was out of money, having no savings to speak of. His recent expenditures on transportation and meals, while discreetly overseeing the plan, had left him nearly broke. Fortunately, tomorrow was August 5th, the day he would finally receive his salary. Zhang Chao's payroll system operated on a 1-month delay, meaning he would be paid for June tomorrow. Cheng Lei calculated his remaining funds. He had only 170 yuan left. However, he decided to indulge himself with a nice meal tonight to celebrate his impending payday before heading to Yu Province. After work, Cheng Lei felt buoyant, contemplating what delicious treat to enjoy when his phone rang. Checking the screen, he saw it was Guo Qingqing. Oh no, I've neglected her these past few days. He realized, hastily answering the call. Qingqing, what's the matter? Did you miss me? He teased, his tone lighthearted, caught up with tracking the progress of his plans. He had not visited Guo Qingqing's office or even called her in days. You wretched man, have you forgotten me? Or do you not wish to see me? Guo Qingqing's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of tears. I could never forget you. I've missed you terribly these past few days, Cheng Lei hurriedly reassured her. You're lying. You Haven T even called. Why you didn't T come to my office during work hours, and you Haven T contacted me after hours either? You must not like me. You've forgotten all about me. Why am I really that unlikable? Guo Qingqing lamented, her sobs overwhelming Cheng Lei. Qingqing, please don't cry. You are wonderful. I truly have not forgotten you. I have simply been too busy these past few days. Is it that my absence has left you worried about not growing up properly? You've been crying less now. That was not my intention at all. Besides, I can manage it myself. Hee, this is something I must handle. Cheng Lei continued to tease her with a playful grin. My hands are larger, my strength is greater, and I can massage you more evenly and powerfully, which will help you grow quickly. Then come to me now. I'm waiting for you. Guo Qingqing responded, her tone resolute and devoid of tears. Cheng Lei hesitated as he fiddled with the 170 yuan in his pocket, feeling rather distressed. With this amount, he could treat himself to a decent meal alone. However, if he were to meet Guo Qingqing, it would be a different story, especially considering the possibility of needing to book a hotel room. I'll come to see you, he decided, but Guo Qingqing would not give him a moment to contemplate, nor would she allow him to refuse. Tell me where you are right now. Tonight, I must see you no matter what. With her insistence, Cheng Lei felt it would be unreasonable to decline, especially since he had indeed neglected her over the past few days, and his conscience pricked him. More importantly, he had taken something precious from her, her first time. After having taken such a valuable gift, to have ignored her for so long felt utterly despicable. Fine, I'll come. With just this 170 yuan in my pocket, I'll take it step by step. I'm heading to the Shiji Yipin Food Street. Let us meet there. Great. I'll be there by 7, Guo Qingqing replied promptly. Cheng Lei glanced at the time. It was barely past 5, quite a distance to travel. It's too late for you to arrive. Should I come pick you up? No need, just wait for me. With that, Guo Qingqing hung up. Upon reaching the food street, Cheng Lei entered a KFC, ordered a drink, and found an empty table to wait. The air conditioning was pleasant, and he wouldn't be hurried along. Reflecting on his life, he felt a deep sense of suffocation. A man of loyalty and sentiment, following someone like Zhang Chao, had led him to such a state. Had it not been for the 1,000 yuan he had forcibly taken from the Jinju 4 brothers a few days prior, he might not have made it this far. I absolutely must have money. Cheng Lei silently vowed. In due time, the goods he had just shipped would return a profit. For containers, with profits and tax refunds amounting to approximately 220,000 yuan. After taxes, he would give 100,000 to Chao Hongda. The remaining 100,000 If Yunwei only gave him a 20% cut, would still yield 20,000, equivalent to 10 months' salary. By then, he would no longer have to live so miserably. Before 7 o'clock, Guo Qingqing called again. Brother, I've arrived. Where are you? I'm at KFC, number 168 in the middle of the food street. Enjoying the air conditioning. Where are you? I'll come find you. I'm right at the entrance. I guess you'd be inside, so hurry out. Clever girl. Cheng Lei said, quickly ending the call and stepping outside. He immediately spotted Guo Qingqing standing at the entrance, and his eyes brightened. Her exceedingly fair skin shone under the surrounding lights, making her exceptionally radiant. No wonder she had arrived so late. She had clearly put in a great deal of effort to look good. Gone was the iconic high ponytail. Her dark hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders. The ends slightly curled. Her large eyes sparkled like gems in the night sky, her petite nose charming, and her lips adorned with a subtle shade of lipstick, sensual yet understated. She wore a pristine white short-sleeve shirt paired with a navy blue double-breasted A-line skirt, the hem just covering the mid-thigh. Her long, straight legs emerged from beneath the skirt, as smooth and pure as jade, complemented by white ankle socks and white platform shoes, though the shoes added height, making her only 163 meters tall. They made her appear even more adorable and endearing. This outfit was far more vibrant than what she wore to work. The contrast was so striking that Cheng Lei was momentarily rendered speechless. Look at you. Guo Qingqing approached and grasped Cheng Lei's large hand. Let us go. Cheng Lei held her delicate hand, savoring its softness. After walking a few steps, Guo Qingqing inquired, what do you think? I dressed up specially to see you. Am I pretty? Cheng Lei was utterly enamored but feigned indifference. It's just all right. Just all right? Guo Qingqing retorted, releasing his hand in frustration. I spent half an hour picking out my clothes and another half hour on makeup, and you say it's just all right? Indeed, Cheng Lei stood his ground. At the very least, you should have worn double ponytails. There should be some sense of occasion when we meet. You. Guo Qingqing was both shy and angry. Pointing at him. Moments later, her expression softened into a coy smile. After dinner, I'll tie your hair up at the hotel. But first, let us have dinner. Cheng Lei laughed heartily, taking her smooth, delicate hand once more as they strode forward. At this hour, many young couples were out shopping. Cheng Lei and Guo Qingqing, with his handsome demeanor and her stunning beauty, especially her radiant skin, caught the attention of passers-by. Had it not been for Cheng Lei's mischievous air, men would have already rushed over to ask Guo Qingqing for her WeChat. As they walked, Cheng Lei internally murmured, just a light meal will do. Please don't choose an expensive place. I only have 170 yuan left. Guo Qingqing, however, was unbothered, shaking her head at every restaurant they passed. By the time they exited the food street, they had yet to settle on a place. Qingqing, how about we go back and take another look? I saw a few that seemed decent, Cheng Lei suggested. That one tea do. Guo Qingqing pouted. This is our first date. We can't just eat anywhere. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. I know where we should go. Follow me. With that, she pulled Cheng Lei along until they stopped before a standalone building. This is the place. We're dining on the 5th floor. Opening ocean? Cheng Lei stared blankly at the large sign. It seemed that the more one feared something, the more would come to pass. He had only dined there once in his previous life, but the exorbitant price of 369 yuan per person was forever etched in his memory. Qingqing, I seem to have an allergy to seafood. Should we perhaps choose another place? Cheng Lei tentatively suggested. Allergy? Guo Qingqing's eyes widened. You didn't shy away from fish and shrimp at the last gathering. What symptoms do you have? Feeling embarrassed. Cheng Lei scratched his head. Certain parts of me swell up. Go away. Guo Qingqing yanked her hand from his grasp and marched inside. I'm eating here today. At the elevator entrance, she turned around and waited for Cheng Lei to catch up. You horrible man. Even if you truly have an allergy, you're still eating here today. You've been ignoring me all day. With no option left, Cheng Lei followed her inside. As they walked, he scanned the area, hoping to encounter someone like the Jinju four brothers to perhaps get some cash for emergencies. Arriving at the elevator, Guo Qingqing wrapped her arm around Cheng Lei's, grinning as she pulled him inside. At the reception of Opening Ocean, the hostess greeted them with a smile. Hello, dining for two? Guo Qingqing replied, yes, for two. Very well. Your total is 738 yuan. Will you be paying by card or cash? Guo Qingqing stood to the side, her eyes shining with anticipation as she looked at Cheng Lei. With a resigned sigh, Cheng Lei gritted his teeth and said, just a moment. Let me find where I stashed my money. Strangely, despite having placed it here, he could not locate it. Cheng Lei stepped aside, incessantly rummaging through his pockets. His face flushed with embarrassment. Guo Qingqing trailed behind him, unable to contain her laughter. Her heart was already bubbling with joy. That scoundrel was still putting on a show. After having ignored her for the past few days, how utterly humiliating for him. After reveling in her amusement, she approached and linked her arm with Cheng Lei's. All right, enough of the pretense. If you keep digging in those pockets, you'll surely tear them apart. It's been a month since payday, and with your meager salary of 2,000, it would be a miracle if you had anything left. With that, she pulled Cheng Lei back to the front desk, producing a card to hand to the receptionist. Swipe this card. My boyfriend's money might have been stolen on the way. The receptionist, seeing through the ruse but saying nothing, smiled as she completed the transaction, handing back the table sign and card to Guo Qingqing. Table 27, just follow the path inside and take a seat on the right. Enjoy your meal, both of you. Guo Qingqing escorted Cheng Lei to table 27, gently pushing him into a chair while tilting her head playfully. Feeling a bit sheepish, are we? Here's a little warning for ignoring me. She smiled sweetly. Wait here. I'll fetch you some delicious food. Cheng Lei stood up, eager to assist her. However, Guo Qingqing turned, gently pushing him back into his seat, and planted a quick kiss on him. I made you uncomfortable earlier. Now it's my turn to pamper you. Just relax here while I ensure you have a delightful time. So you 1T forget me. I would T want you to get busy again and neglect me. With a flirtatious smile, she picked up 2 small buckets and headed to the seafood section. Guo Qingqing was lively, mischievous, and full of energy. More importantly, she was sweet, beautiful, petite, and had fair, flawless skin. From their few encounters, it was apparent she also possessed a nurturing spirit. Cheng Lei found himself genuinely fond of such a girl. Before long, Guo Qingqing returned, struggling with 2 hefty buckets. She retrieved a chilled beer from one, opened a bottle, and placed it in Cheng Lei's hands. Drink this first. I'll go steam the seafood. She then carried the other bucket, filled with seafood, to the steaming area. Once the seafood was ready, she dashed back, wrapped her arms around Cheng Lei's neck for a moment, then sprang up again. Cheng Lei felt a bit embarrassed and hurriedly called out, "You should take a break. Let me get something for you." Guo Qingqing refused. It'll be ready soon. Just wait. A few minutes later, she set 2 small plates of condiments on the table and finally took a seat. Cheng Lei, feeling tender, pulled her into his embrace, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. Despite the air conditioning in the restaurant, she had been busy and was still perspiring. After a few wipes, he glanced at his hand. No trace of makeup, her skin naturally pale and delicate. Guo Qingqing, nestled against him, felt utterly at ease. Enjoying the moment, she wriggled free, opened another bottle of beer, her face radiating charm. "Brother, tonight I'll keep you company, drink to my heart's content, and give you a chance." Cheng Lei poured his beer and clinked glasses with her, acknowledging her thoughtfulness. "Let us drink until we can't anymore." After downing 2 beers, Guo Qingqing dashed to the barbecue area and returned with several skewers of grilled lamb kidneys, handing one to Cheng Lei. "Brother, eat this. It'll give you a boost." Cheng Lei was taken aback. "Wow, you really have no fear." With her physique and beauty, she was already a complete package, and yet she dared to add more. Still, he waved his hands. "No, take it away. I'm too scared to eat that. It'll hurt." What he said was the truth. Just a week prior, he had eaten one and ended up with a rather embarrassing visit to the hospital. The memory still made him cringe. Hurt. Guo Qingqing took a small bite of the grilled kidney. "Isn't this just lamb's kidney? You're not a lamb. Why would it hurt you? This is highly nutritious. What man doesn't enjoy this?" Cheng Lei smirked. "I know it's nutritious. I'm just worried you'll be begging for mercy tonight." "Oh, please." Guo Qingqing set down the lamb kidney and got up to fetch more food. Cheng Lei, feeling tempted, swallowed hard before finally picking up the grilled kidney. Who was afraid of whom? After all, he had a woman with him tonight. He had nothing to fear. In one bite, he devoured a skewer, savoring the flavor. Before long, Guo Qingqing returned with a server carrying a steaming basket. "Just set it on the table. Thank you." Once the steamer was placed, she lifted the lid. A plume of steam wafted up, revealing a magnificent assortment within. 6 lobsters, 2 crabs, and a bed of abalone, shrimp, and various clams. The vibrant colors and enticing aromas made one salivate. Cheng Lei wiped his mouth, reaching out eagerly. Guo Qingqing quickly grasped his hand, casting him a glance. "Don't touch. Seafood is fishy. I'll peel it for you. You just wait to eat. Your hand can be used for something else later." Cheng Lei withdrew his hand, puzzled. "Aren't they all fishy? What is the difference? I can't keep letting you do all the work. When it's time to sleep, I'll handle your clothes. I'm the expert at that." Guo Qingqing blushed and chuckled. "You're so annoying." She retrieved an abalone, extracted the succulent meat, dipped it in her sauce, and fed it to Cheng Lei. "Brother, try it. Is it tasty? This is also very nourishing." Guo Qingqing's gaze held a flirtatious glimmer as she watched him. "Delicious indeed." Cheng Lei praised, his mouth full, but his eyes wandered mischievously. "However, this delicacy tastes even better raw." "Ugh, you're so annoying." Guo Qingqing quickly shifted away, avoiding his gaze. "You can't say anything serious." Although she feigned annoyance, she wasn't truly upset. She then took a large crab, opened its shell, and fed Cheng Lei the crab roe, her eyes filled with affection. Seeing him enjoy the food brought her joy as well. Cheng Lei took a sip of beer and said, "Ching Ching, you should eat too. Why are you always feeding me?" Gua Ching Ching raised her beer to clink with his, responding, "Just eat. I prefer fruits." Cheng Lei chuckled. "No wonder you look so fresh and radiant. You could squeeze water from anywhere." After devouring a few strawberries, Gua Ching Ching brought over a plate of durian. Cheng Lei grimaced, clearly displeased. "How can you eat that? Are we not kissing tonight? Are you repulsed by me?" Gua Ching Ching glanced at him, continuing to eat. "If you don't want to kiss, then don't. Durian isn't actually smelly. It has a hint of wine flavor. You just don't understand." Cheng Lei didn't misunderstand. He simply couldn't afford it. Each piece cost over 100, and he usually wouldn't splurge on such a delicacy, nor did he particularly enjoy it. Whereas the wine flavor. "Come here, let me smell your mouth." As expected, Gua Ching Ching foolishly leaned in, presenting her alluring lips. "Smell it. Am I lying?" Cheng Lei immediately leaned in, taking a hearty bite and licking his lips. "No lies. It really is fragrant." Gua Ching Ching nibbled on her sore lips, filled with happiness as she continued to peel shrimp to feed Cheng Lei. She had created a mountain of seafood shells in front of her, having eaten very little herself, as most of it had gone to him. The two of them kept drinking. Cheng Lei downed a bottle with each 2 bites, while Gua Ching Ching sipped daintily. Cheng Lei consumed more and ate plenty, including 5 large skewers of grilled lamb kidneys, which he had previously feared. He spoke between mouthfuls. "The prices here are exorbitant. One must indulge without restraint, or else how can one recoup the expenses? Look at you, consuming so little. What a waste of money." Gua Ching Ching gazed affectionately at Cheng Lei, unfazed by the cost. "What I desire is to share a date with you, to relish the experience of dining together. Happiness is what matters. Why overindulge? It's detrimental to the stomach and easily leads to weight gain." Clearly, they're the offspring of affluent families. Those truly wealthy individuals do not concern themselves with the quantity consumed. They seek only attentive service and delightful company. After their meal, Cheng Lei found himself intoxicated. With half-closed eyes, he leaned against Gua Ching Ching, his large hand firmly encircling her, stumbling out of the restaurant. Observing his inebriated state, Gua Ching Ching was anxious he might fall, and she grasped him tightly with both hands. This left her unable to control his large hand, which roamed freely over her. Despite being put in such a compromising position, Gua Ching Ching felt no anger, her cheeks merely tinged with crimson. Cheng Lei peeked at her through squinted eyes. "Aha, you embarrassed me earlier. Now it's my turn for retribution." He wasn't truly drunk, nor did he lean all his weight against her. He was merely feigning intoxication to take advantage of her. Upon exiting the elevator, Gua Ching Ching supported Cheng Lei as they reached a taxi, helping him into the back seat before joining him. Driver, to a hotel, a more upscale one. The taxi driver glanced back. The girl speaking was stunningly beautiful, her skin fair and delicate, her attire fashionable and of excellent quality, clearly indicative of a prosperous background. Yet, the man was a different story. He bore a wicked demeanor, reeking of alcohol, unable to keep his eyes open, clad in cheap attire. What a shame it was that such a fine girl was with such a scoundrel. The driver mused bitterly, thinking, why would she choose to go to a hotel? Perhaps she should visit an optician instead. As the driver's disdain grew, he hatched a plan, pressing down on the accelerator and merging onto the main road. "Let us see how you handle this, you little brat," he thought. 20 minutes later, the driver halted in front of an opulent building and issued a parting command. "We've arrived at the luxury hotel. You may disembark." Gua Ching Ching rolled down the window to survey the grand edifice before her, satisfaction illuminating her features. "Thank you so much, driver. I'm very pleased with this hotel." She handed him 30 yuan, refusing change. The driver accepted the money begrudgingly, feeling quite disgruntled. Damn it. Once again the girl pays. I can only imagine she'll be footing the bill for the room as well. Gua Ching Ching roused Cheng Lei. "Hey, don't sleep now. We've arrived at the hotel. You can rest upstairs in a bit." Reluctantly, Cheng Lei removed his hand from her thigh, opened the door, and stepped out. Ugh. The Triumph Grand Hotel. He lit a cigarette, taking a moment to inhale deeply while admiring the lavish structure before him, a smile gracing his face. "I just stayed here a few days ago." Gua Ching Ching exited the car, observing Cheng Lei's expression with curiosity. "What makes you so happy? What are you looking at?" Cheng Lei exhaled a plume of smoke. "Oh, nothing. I just find this place quite luxurious." Gua Ching Ching scrutinized him sideways. "Have you stayed here with another woman?" One must commend a woman's intuition. It is indeed quite sharp. Cheng Lei discarded his cigarette, but, feigning seriousness. "How could that be? I'm a virgin." He lied without a hint of shame. Such a cad. Gua Ching Ching shot him a disapproving glance as she headed toward the hotel. thinking to herself that she couldn't possibly trust him. While Guo Qingqing was nearly perfect, her lack of generosity regarding his past conquests was a flaw that needed rectifying. Tonight, she would ensure he understood that her affection was not to be taken lightly. After all, he had returned to this life for enjoyment. How could he settle for just one woman? Since Guo Qingqing treated him so well, he would simply prioritize her position in his life. Upon reaching the entrance, Guo Qingqing turned back to see Cheng Lei lagging behind. "Come on, brother." When she noticed he still hadn't moved, a blush crept on her face, and she added, "Don't worry, I'll cover the room. I promise you won't feel embarrassed." "Oh, you remember this?" "I'll remember too. I'll settle the score once we're inside." Cheng Lei chuckled, following her into the hotel. Cheng Lei moved with steady grace, showing no signs of intoxication. Guo Qingqing quickly realized his ruse. "Ah, brother, you're pretending to be drunk to take advantage of me." Cheng Lei wrapped his arm around her slender waist, his hands becoming increasingly mischievous. "Who said I can't take advantage of you when I'm sober?" Guo Qingqing hastily grasped his large hand. "Stop it. There are people around. We'll continue this in the room." Upon entering, the hotel receptionist immediately recognized Cheng Lei. He had been there just a few days ago. His tall, handsome figure was hard to forget, despite his unremarkable attire. The receptionist maintained her professionalism, her smile unwavering. "Welcome to the Triumph Grand Hotel. Are you two here to check in or dine?" Guo Qingqing stepped forward, asserting, "We would like to check in." The receptionist gestured toward the wall, displaying room options. "Certainly, madam. Please select your room type." After a moment of consideration, Guo Qingqing declared, "I'll take the luxurious one-bedroom suite with a city view." Cheng Lei caught a glimpse of the price and smirked. "Wow, 668 yuan. Very well, 668 yuan, plus a 100 yuan deposit. May I ask who will be settling the payment?" True to form, Guo Qingqing did not put Cheng Lei in a difficult position. Instead, she proactively produced a bank card from her purse. "I'll pay. My husband's money is in my hands." She turned to Cheng Lei and winked. "Isn't that right, husband?" "Why, yes," Cheng Lei replied, awkwardly averting his gaze. Guo Qingqing felt a pang of anxiety. She was well aware of Cheng Lei's true capabilities, and if he embarrassed her further, she would have to face the consequences later. Unbeknownst to her, Cheng Lei had already harbored a grudge, and tonight he had no intention of letting her off lightly. After completing the check-in process, Guo Qingqing linked her arm with Cheng Lei's as they entered the elevator. She pressed several buttons, but nothing happened. Cheng Lei took the room card from her, swiped it at the reader, and pressed the floor number. "Ah." Guo Qingqing glared at him, still insisting he had never stayed there before. Cheng Lei chuckled, "That's common knowledge. You simply didn't pay attention." Guo Qingqing attempted to retort, but Cheng Lei silenced her with a kiss, leaving her breathless. After much effort, she finally pushed him away. Her cheeks flushed as she pointed to the camera in the corner of the elevator. "This isn't appropriate. There's a camera. That's common knowledge." The receptionist, having witnessed everything via the surveillance footage, held a newfound respect for Cheng Lei. She had encountered a myriad of guests, and it was evident that the two individuals she had just seen were neither a married couple nor a long-established pair of lovers. The man was rather remarkable, having visited twice within a fortnight, accompanied once by a sophisticated woman and another time by a youthful girl, both possessing exquisite beauty. Not only that, but both instances had been financed by the women themselves. Upon entering the room, Guo Qingqing locked the door securely, then leapt onto Cheng Lei, wrapping her slender legs around his waist, her cherry lips seeking his for a kiss. Cheng Lei, quick to understand her intentions, embraced her delicate waist and twirled her around, kissing her deeply. Once satisfied, Guo Qingqing hopped down, pushing him away. "I need to take a shower. I'm covered in sweat and the scent of seafood." Cheng Lei stepped forward again, encircling her waist. "Let's wash together." "No." Guo Qingqing shook her head vigorously, like a rattling drum. "I'm shy and not used to it. I'll wash first, and then you can go." With that, she wriggled out of Cheng Lei's embrace and entered the bathroom, locking the door with a click. "Why lock the door? I'm a gentleman. I wouldn't dare look. If I wish to see, it would be done openly," Cheng Lei remarked, boredom settling in as he sat on the sofa, smoking. "Still shy? When you come out, you'll have to face me anyway." The more he pondered, the more Cheng Lei felt that Guo Qingqing's background was not as simple as it seemed. She had only been with the company for a few months. Aside from her fair and flawless complexion and striking beauty, there was nothing particularly remarkable about her. Even with a high degree under Zhang Chao's management, her salary would barely exceed 2,000 yuan. Dining at a seafood buffet and staying in such an expensive hotel without hesitation, coupled with her consistently upscale attire and belongings, clearly indicated that her family was quite affluent. He resolved to inquire further once she finished her shower. Half an hour later, Guo Qingqing emerged, her hair still damp. Cheng Lei took in the sight of her, her body wrapped tightly in a towel, with only her feet exposed. Yet even in this modest attire, she remained captivating. Besides being slightly shorter, Guo Qingqing had no discernible flaws. Her features, skin, physique, and the elegant lines of her form were all exceptionally beautiful. In a moment of impulsive desire, Cheng Lei disregarded his earlier intention to question her background and greedily approached, lifting her into his arms. "Oh no, don't!" Guo Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. "What are you doing? Hurry and take your shower." Cheng Lei paid no heed. "Shower? We can discuss that later." 2 hours passed. Cheng Lei was in the shower, singing merrily, when Guo Qingqing entered, offering to wash his back while also cleansing herself. She had grown accustomed to the intimacy, and as she lathered him, she softly complained, her face betraying her contentment despite her words. "Cheng Lei merites mild, unfazed. Qingqing, how much does Zhang Chao pay you? You've only been here for a few months. How can you afford all this?" After finishing his back, Guo Qingqing began to lather herself. "I just completed my internship period. Now, I earn 2,300. A few new outfits, and it's all gone. I don't rely on my meager salary. My family is well off." Cheng Lei understood. It was no wonder. Given Zhang Chao's nature, he doubted she would be compensated generously. Guo Qingqing nodded in agreement. "My mother is a teacher, and my father is the owner of a furniture store. His earnings are sufficient for my needs. He always says that the most complex beings in this world are people. So after I graduated, he encouraged me to find a job for experience, to understand the various types of people in society, to avoid being deceived in the future." Cheng Lei silently nodded, realizing that, as a businessman himself, Guo Qingqing's parents possessed more foresight than Gu Yunwei's. Besides experience, the cultural background of family also held significant importance. Yet he wondered if Guo Qingqing's practical training would lead her to be swept away by him, and whether her father would regret allowing her to venture into the workforce. After her shower, Guo Qingqing nestled into Cheng Lei's embrace, acting coy. "Darling, compared to personal safety, the matters concerning your boss are trivial. Please don't go out to fight for him anymore. You've all returned either hospitalized or injured, and I am so afraid. I fear you may be hurt one day too. I have enough money for both of us. I can support you." Before her shower, she had already begun calling him darling, a shift prompted by his insistence on her addressing him as brother. Now, it flowed from her lips with ease. Cheng Lei found it impossible to comply with her request. Although he was financially struggling, he would never stoop to being a kept man, relying on a woman for support. Moreover, he was determined to seize everything from Zhang Chao. He understood the ruthless nature of his rival, knowing that avoiding risks would not yield favorable outcomes. Noticing Cheng Lei deep in thought without responding, Guo Qingqing shifted her request. "Darling, will you only love me from now on?" Cheng Lei playfully pinched her delicate nose, a mischievous smile on his face. "Those two requests are utterly impossible. I cannot acquiesce to that." Throughout the night, Cheng Lei was met with a variety of endearments, brother, darling, and others, each name fluctuating with the mood. At 4 a.m, with her hair styled in twin ponytails, Guo Qingqing clutched her pillow, weeping like a sorrowful flower. "Darling, please, enough. I beg you." Cheng Lei felt a pang of sympathy as he held her close, offering comfort. "I promise, don't cry anymore." Guo Qingqing nestled against him, her sobs intensifying unexpectedly. "Darling, perhaps it's better if you don't love me exclusively. Maybe love a few others as well." "That's out of the question," Cheng Lei responded firmly. "I must love only you." "Please." Guo Qingqing wiped her tears, her sorrow lessening. "Darling, for my sake, you must love others too. And remember, I love you. I cannot allow you to be unhappy." "Very well." Cheng Lei caressed her rounded shoulders, his expression conflicted. "Since you insist, I reluctantly concede." Inside, however, he was elated. "Little woman, can I manage you? This was your own declaration. I have not coerced you." Despite her tears, Cheng Lei felt a twinge of pain but recognized the need for guidance. Otherwise, how could he explain to Yin, Kaiyun, Gu Feifei, and Gu Yunwei when the time came? Who would care for them? If I do not enter hell, who will? Upon hearing Cheng Lei's reluctant agreement, Guo Qingqing ceased her tears, wrapping her arms around his neck, softly saying, "Darling, let us sleep now." Chapter 46. Who's lost their mind? As dawn broke, Guo Qingqing found herself unwilling to rise. "Darling, I'm not feeling well. I believe I must rest today." "Very well. Then you should take good care of yourself." Cheng Lei gently stroked her smooth back. "Perhaps I should rest too, so I can look after you." No. Guo Qingqing hastily waved her hands. "That's out of the question. It's because of you that I feel this way. If you care for me, it would only wear me out further. If I let you take care of me for another day, I'd likely need to recuperate for 10 more. I can manage on my own. You hurry and get up, wash up, and head to the office. If we both rest, people will start to speculate." Cheng Lei was unfazed as he lit a cigarette and took a puff. Let them speculate. We are indeed in a relationship, and there's nothing shameful about it. That's not acceptable, Guo Qingqing insisted, pushing Cheng Lei to get up. In the company, there are established regulations, and their implications are rather unfavorable. You should hasten to freshen up, otherwise you will be late. Guo Qingqing had resolutely decided today that she would do everything in her power to ensure Cheng Lei's departure. Otherwise, that little wolf dog, Cheng Lei, might become overly enthusiastic and plead with her once again, and if she were to relent, it would mean a few more days of inconvenience. Very well then. Seeing her unwavering determination, Cheng Lei reluctantly rose to dress. I will fetch breakfast from the dining hall to the room shortly. If you feel hungry, do get up to eat. While I am away, take good care of yourself. Guo Qingqing replied gratefully. As long as you do not trouble me, I can check out on my own this afternoon. Once Cheng Lei was dressed, he suddenly smirked mischievously and, with a swift motion, yanked the blanket off Guo Qingqing. He licked his lips, admiring the enticing view before him. The previous night had been too dim to see clearly. Why don't you stay for another day? I can come by to take care of you tonight. Guo Qingqing gasped, hastily pulling the blanket back over herself. She then extended her delicate foot and kicked Cheng Lei forcefully. You despicable creature, you lecher. Get lost. Though she scolded him, her face betrayed her bashfulness. Cheng Lei laughed heartily as he exited, heading to the second-floor dining hall to collect 2 breakfasts. Sir. Takeout is not permitted, the server hastily interjected. Just pretend you didn't see. Cheng Lei dismissed her and continued on without pausing, carrying his bounty away. The server was left speechless. Back in the room, Cheng Lei devoured one of the breakfasts, still feeling unsatisfied. So he munched on some Wangzai steamed buns before reluctantly heading to the office. After a considerable time, Guo Qingqing touched her flushed cheeks and sighed in relief. Thankfully, he had left. She had nearly succumbed to his teasing. Early in the morning, the second floor of the office building erupted with commotion. 1900? This must be a mistake. My salary should be 2,200, right? Cheng Lei, increasingly agitated, raised his voice in the finance department. Zhang Yingying pointed towards Zhang Chao's office at the end of the corridor and whispered to Cheng Lei, keep it down. Manager Zhang arrived early today and is already in his office. He will hear you. The finance department and Zhang Chao's office were both on the second floor, and the distance between them was not great. He can come and go as he pleases, Cheng Lei scoffed. Check thoroughly. There must be an error. There is none. Zhang Yingying set aside her work, leaning back in her chair as she regarded Cheng Lei. Do you truly believe I would make a mistake? Cheng Lei pondered. Zhang Yingying was meticulous, earning the respect of everyone in the company. How could she possibly miscalculate the salary? Nevertheless, a reduction in pay was unacceptable. Then how could I have lost 300 yuan? Zhang Yingying counted on her fingers, patiently explaining to Cheng Lei, back in June, you took 2 days off. And according to company policy, your performance bonus, position salary, and safety bonus would be proportionally deducted. Cheng Lei, feeling vexed, interrupted her, don't lecture me. I have been with Zhang Chao for many years, contributing greatly to his endeavors. Now that the company has expanded, is it necessary to be so meticulous over 2 days off? It shouldn't be. Zhang Yingying shrugged. Then why the deduction? She added, exasperated. I have been here since the company's inception, and I am aware of your relationship with Manager Zhang. While you have played a significant role in the company's establishment, Manager Zhang stated, what did he say? Cheng Lei inquired. Manager Zhang said that from now on, the company has its regulations. Even if it were his father, he would still face deductions for taking days off. Cheng Lei fell silent. If even his father was subject to deductions, what more was there to discuss? He would just consider a loss of his money. Cheng Lei exited the office building, leaning against a pillar on the porch to smoke. Having received 1,900 yuan, he now had 2,000 yuan on him, which would suffice for a trip to Yuzhou. It was hardly worth getting upset over. While he was smoking, Chiu hurried down from the upper floor, approaching Cheng Lei in haste. Brother Zhang wants you to come to his office immediately. Cheng Lei ignored him, continuing to smoke silently, reluctant to waste the remaining cigarette. After a few moments, Chiu turned back, noticing Cheng Lei had not budged, and returned with a frown. Are you deaf? I told you Brother Zhang called for you. Do you have a problem? Cheng Lei turned to Chiu, slowly exhaling smoke, his gaze turning icy. What'd you just say about me? I didn't catch that. Repeat it. He was already simmering with anger, and Chiu's provocation only added fuel to the fire. You and your lot are worse than dogs. Do you truly think everyone is like you? When Zhang Chao calls, do we all drop everything to respond? It had been over a week since returning from Anqing, and Chiu's arm had healed. He glanced at the colleagues bustling in and out, emboldened. I don't believe you would dare to touch me in the office. Emboldened, he spoke up. I said, are you deaf? Before Chiu could finish, Cheng Lei pressed the cigarette but into his mouth. then seized his head and forcefully slammed it against the porch's support pillar. Cheng Lei let out a muffled grunt and collapsed to the ground, a large bump rapidly forming on his head. Cheng Lei did not allow him to remain down. He yanked him up by the collar. "What did you say? Who has a problem?" "I do," Cheng Lei stammered, spitting out the cigarette but in a hurry. "Having a problem is easily rectified. I can see your thick skull has grown a bit. Shall I assist you with a few more hits?" "Please no." Cheng Lei desperately shook his arms. "I was wrong. I want to do it again." Cheng Lei released his grip, letting him fall back onto the ground. "You insolent wretch. Learn to keep your mouth shut around me from now on. I'll let you off this time, but remember it." With that, he turned and strode back into the office building without a backward glance. Cheng Lei, disregarding the pain in his backside, hurried to rub the large bump on his head. Grimacing in pain, Cheng Lei entered Zhang Chao's office and casually took a seat across from him, nonchalantly inquiring, "Boss, what do you need?" Zhang Ducao scrutinized Cheng Lei, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Brother, I heard you speaking quite loudly in the corridor this morning. What transpired?" "Nothing significant. Just that the finance department deducted 300 yuan from my salary, claiming it was your directive." Zhang Chao pretended to understand, exclaiming, "Oh, I thought it was something serious. It's only 300 yuan. Brother, one must possess vision. You cannot solely focus on immediate gains. You must consider the long-term perspective, don't you agree?" "What do you mean?" Cheng Lei replied, unfazed. "I have been with you for years. You call me brother while you fill your pockets. Yet I am left with a meager salary, and you still wish to deduct more? Brother, you must understand, I just mentioned that you cannot fixate on short-term benefits. You need to have a broader vision. In the future, when we grow larger, what do these trivial gains matter?" "Enough, enough," Cheng Lei waved his hand dismissively. "Get to the point. I still need to request leave." Zhang Chao paused, his expression shifting slightly. "Let us wait for Cheng Lei to come back. We can discuss it together." After glancing at his watch, he mused, "It's curious. I told him to fetch you, but he hasn't returned yet." As the conversation unfolded, Cheng Lei pushed the door open and stepped inside. Chapter 47. "Come to my house for dinner. What happened to you?" Zhang Chao inquired, noticing the large bump on Cheng Lei's head with evident curiosity. Cheng Lei, casting a glance at Cheng Lei, who was seated nearby seemingly unfazed, stammered, "I just accidentally bumped into a pillar. Come and sit down. I have something to discuss." Zhang Chao beckoned. Cheng Lei hurried over and took a seat opposite Zhang Chao. "Busy de Cheng Lei." Zhang Chao handed each of them a cigarette, lit his own, took a puff, and began to speak. "Let me first address the issues we are currently facing. A few days ago, our client from the ROK placed an order for a total of 9 high-capacity containers. However, due to that old fool Di Yaohui's refusal to ship, the client has taken down several of the products he supplied, resulting in a loss of revenue equivalent to 4 containers. After deliberating for several days, I concluded that this cannot be left unresolved. I will inevitably confront that old coot Di Yaohui. However, before that, there is an even more pressing matter at hand. The profit margins on those products are substantial, and we cannot allow that revenue to slip away. We need to find new suppliers to replace Di Yaohui's contributions. Over the past few days, I have investigated and discovered that there is a factory in Qing City producing these items. I have too many commitments and cannot go myself. So I would like both of you to take a business trip, assess the factory, and discuss potential collaboration." "Me too?" Cheng Lei asked, puzzled. "Yes," Zhang Chao replied, glancing at Cheng Lei. "Didn't I promise you that once you return from Anqing, you would join the procurement department? I have decided to transfer you to the procurement department to work alongside Cheng Lei." "Wow, you've suddenly become so accommodating?" Cheng Lei observed with interest, trying to discern something from Zhang Chao's expression. Initially planning to head straight to Yuzhou after payday, he found himself willing to take this trip if it meant joining the procurement department. After all, the money would remain stagnant for 3 or 5 years. After a moment's contemplation, Cheng Lei agreed. "All right, I'll go." Cheng Lei felt a twinge of concern, but knowing this was Zhang Chao's decision, he did not dare object and nodded in agreement as well. "Very well, brother Zhang." Zhang Chao nodded in satisfaction. "In that case, you shall depart tomorrow." He then turned to Cheng Lei. "Brother, I will need to trouble you to act as the driver for your department head." "Of course," Cheng Lei readily acquiesced. "Boss, is there anything else?" "That's all." Zhang Chao waved his hand. "You may go about your business." After finishing his cigarette, Cheng Lei stubbed it out in the ashtray and exited. "Excellent. Once you are in the procurement department, there will be ample opportunity for you to showcase your abilities." Cheng Lei, however, did not leave. Once Cheng Lei had departed, he stood up anxiously and asked, "Brother Zhang, are you serious about having Cheng Lei work with me?" "Is this a joke?" "Absolutely serious," Zhang Chao replied, offering Cheng Lei another cigarette. "Didn't I promise you a few days ago? You were also present at that time." I have given this considerable thought and intentionally arranged for him to be under your supervision. Why? Chiu Wei asked, clearly perplexed. He has been rather disobedient lately. I wanted to help me rein him in. Huh? Chiu Wei set down his cigarette, his expression conflicted as he pointed to the bump on his head. Brother Zhang. He is too formidable. I cannot take him on alone. To be honest, this bump is a result of his earlier confrontation. Zhang Chao clenched his teeth in frustration and stood up, delivering a few sharp slaps to the side of Chiu Wei's head. How can you be so foolish? In this day and age, one must use their intellect. Who says everything must be resolved through fighting? Brother Zhang, please stop, Chiu Wei implored. I genuinely do not know how to handle this. Please just tell me what to do. Zhang Chao sighed in resignation and extinguished his cigarette. He was well aware of Chiu Wei's limited capabilities. Otherwise, he would not have been so cautious in utilizing him. It's simple. You are the leader of the department, and how you manage your team is solely your prerogative. There are ample tasks in your department involving inventory management, loading and unloading goods, and container preparation. Just assign him to those responsibilities. Keep assigning him work, make him put in overtime, and fill his schedule to the brim, ensuring he has no time to ponder anything else. Exhaust him with tasks, so he has no opportunity to think. With so many methods at your disposal, won't that be sufficient to discipline him? Chiu Wei's eyes sparkled with realization. Brother Zhang, I understand now. I will act on your advice immediately. Upon returning, Cheng Lei gathered all his belongings, including a water cup, and made his way to the 5th floor procurement office. The procurement department had only one female member, the office administrator, Dang Xiao. She was a classmate of Guo Qingqing and had joined the company a few months prior. Cheng Lei directly moved a chair and sat next to Tang Xiao. One of the procurement staff passed by and remarked, "Hey, that's my seat." Without looking up, Cheng Lei retorted, "It's mine now." The procurement staff, left with no choice, had to relocate their belongings to a different seat. Despite having promised Zhang Chao to manage things well, Chiu Wei faltered at the sight of Cheng Lei. As the day wore on, he did not dare assign any tasks to Cheng Lei. With nothing to do, Cheng Lei constantly teased Tang Xiao, leaving her blushing throughout the day. When the bell rang, Cheng Lei finally released Tang Xiao's hand and stood to leave. Cheng Lei, Chiu Wei, unable to contain himself any longer, called out. Cheng Lei had not yet reached the door when he halted, turning around with a smirk. "What do you want?" Summoning his courage, Chiu Wei called out loudly, "We haven't team moved yet. Where do you think you're going?" Cheng Lei glanced back, amusement dancing in his eyes. "I'm leaving. What you do is of no concern to me. Besides, hasn't the closing bell rung? If you're not leaving after work, do you have a problem? You can't leave. You need to work overtime." "Overtime?" Cheng Lei frowned. "Damn it. I've been idle all day. And now that it's time to leave, you suddenly want to be proactive. You lot are all show and no substance. What is this nonsense about overtime? Is there even extra pay?" Chiu Wei replied, somewhat exasperated. "Of course not. We all voluntarily work overtime." "Really?" Cheng Lei clicked his tongue. "Then you might as well send me your mother's WeChat ID." "Huh?" Chiu Wei looked bewildered. "What do you need my mother's WeChat ID for?" "I want to add your mother," Cheng Lei declared before turning on his heel and walking away. Chiu Wei glared at his colleagues, who were laughing uncontrollably, and shouted, "What are you laughing at? Get back to work and pack those boxes." As Cheng Lei reached the front door of the company, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Turning around, he found Zhang Yingying from the finance department smiling at him. "Cheng Lei, would you like to come to my house for dinner?" Cheng Lei scrutinized her. She had changed out of her formal attire and was now dressed in form-fitting athletic wear, accentuating her perfect physique, curvaceous bust, and exaggeratedly pert posterior, indicative of a fitness enthusiast. He was taken aback by how stunning Zhang Yingying looked without her formal attire. "Sister Yingying, what prompted this sudden invitation for dinner?" "Consider it an apology for deducting your wages," she replied. Cheng Lei shrugged. "That was Zhang Chao's decision, not yours." Zhang Yingying chuckled. "What? Are you afraid I'll eat you? Brother Liu also wishes to invite you over for dinner, after our last encounter at the resort. He mentioned that you are a great person and worth getting to know better. He has prepared everything at home, and I can't cook. I'm relying on him. So, what do you say? Will you come?" Feeling unable to refuse, Cheng Lei contemplated that dining alone at home would be rather underwhelming. Thus he agreed. "Thank you, Sister Yingying. Then wait for me. I will bring out my steed," Zhang Yingying said with a playful blink as she walked towards the bike shed. After a short while, she rode up to Cheng Lei on her bicycle and patted the back seat. "Hop on." Cheng Lei was taken aback. "Sister Yingying, is this really your steed?" "Indeed. As long as it doesn't rain, I ride to work and back, also getting some exercise in the process." "What? Do you think my bicycle is beneath you?" No. Cheng Lei hurriedly replied as he mounted the bike. "Hold on to my waist. I'm about to pick up speed." With that, Zhang Yingying climbed onto the bicycle and gradually accelerated, prompting Cheng Lei to obediently wrap his arms around her waist. Her waist felt firm and elastic, a clear indication of her regular workouts. With both of their weights combined, Zhang Yingying could only pedal while standing. The scenery whizzed by, and Cheng Lei found himself feeling rather restless throughout the journey. 20 minutes later, Zhang Yingying stopped at the entrance of a residential complex, wiping the sweat from her brow. We've arrived. Cheng Lei reluctantly released his grip. Why did we get here so quickly? They followed Zhang Yingying into the complex. Chapter 48. I want that too. As soon as they stepped into Zhang Yingying's home, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Her husband, Lu Heng, emerged from the kitchen, greeting Cheng Lei while still donned in an apron. Brother Cheng Lei, please, make yourself comfortable. Cheng Lei sat down, his eyes eagerly scanning the array of dishes laid out on the table, his nose twitching with delight. Luga, did you make all these dishes? Your culinary skills are truly exceptional. I'm practically drooling. Lu Heng, slightly bashful from the praise, grinned broadly. I often enjoy perusing cookbooks in my spare time, experimenting with gourmet creations. If you like the food, feel free to come over after work and join us for dinner anytime. Zhang Yingying shot Lu Heng a disapproving glance and turned to Cheng Lei. If you're hungry, go ahead and start eating. I worked up a sweat pedaling the bike, so I'll take a shower first. With that, she changed her shoes, grabbed a few articles of clothing, and headed to the bathroom. Listening to the sound of running water from the bathroom, Cheng Lei's thoughts drifted back to the scene of sitting behind her on the bicycle, and he quickly shook his head to dispel the errant thoughts. Oh no, my fish is burning, Lu Heng exclaimed, sniffing the air before rushing back into the kitchen. Cheng Lei called out, Lu Ge, with so much food, we want to be able to finish it. Please stop cooking. Lu Heng continued working in the kitchen while encouraging Cheng Lei to eat. Just wait for this braised carp. It'll be ready shortly. Enjoy the other dishes in the meantime. Cheng Lei, already salivating, couldn't resist grabbing a piece of the fragrant taro ribs, nodding in approval as he ate. This is incredibly delicious. Sister Yingying is truly fortunate. Lu Gu's culinary skills are unparalleled. Before long, Lu Heng emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of braised carp. Placing it on the table. I almost burned it, but thankfully I caught it just in time. He wiped his hands on his apron, removed it, and took a seat. He picked up a pair of fresh chopsticks and placed a piece of fish meat into Cheng Lei's bowl. Brother, enjoy. Thank you, Lu Ge, you too. Cheng Lei replied. Brother Cheng Lei, I admire young men like you with such vigor. And with your robust physique, you should eat heartily. Cheng Lei realized that Lu Heng was quite impressed by the incident at Shigui Bay, and it seemed that Zhang Yingying had shared other stories with him as well. Cheng Lei continued to savor the dishes, unable to contain his praise. Lu Ge, your cooking surpasses that of five-star hotel chefs. Lu Heng beamed with pride, patting his chest. Brother, I may not compare to you in physique and spirit, but in culinary skills, I am definitely among the best in the entire county. It was my cooking that won over Sister Yingying back in the day. Just then, Zhang Yingying emerged from the bathroom, having overheard his boastful claims. She chimed in, That's absolutely true. I was so tempted by your cooking back then that I failed to notice you only excelled in this one area. With a playful glare at Lu Heng, she grabbed a hairdryer and retreated back inside. Lu Heng chuckled, slightly embarrassed. Brother, enjoy your meal. Cheng Lei quickly changed the subject. Lu Ge, where's the child? I haven't heard him at all. Lu Heng filled Cheng Lei's bowl with a portion of pork bone soup. He's upstairs with his grandmother. I've been busy cooking today, so I'll go pick him up later. Zhang Yingying, having dried her hair and changed into fresh clothes, came over and glanced at the dishes on the table. Oh, why aren't you drinking? She looked at Lu Heng reproachfully. Old Lu, how can you host guests without offering them a drink? Lu Heng scratched his head, looking quite troubled. Dear, you know I can't handle alcohol. I get drunk easily, and I still need to pick up the child later. Cheng Lei chimed in. Let us skip the drinking. Sister Yingying, it's fine just to enjoy the food. That one tea do. Zhang Yingying insisted, turning to grab a bottle of liquor from the cupboard. I'll pick up the child. It's just a short walk, not far at all. After all, it's a rare occasion to have Cheng Lei over. You must drink with us. She promptly poured each of them a glass. I'll join you both for a bit. Let us toast. All right, Lu Heng lifted his glass. Then let us drink. My tolerance is low, so I'll just have this one glass as a token. He raised his glass and downed a third of it in one go. Cheng Lei was taken aback by this bold move. Is he really going to finish it in 3 sips? He quickly followed suit, drinking nearly a third of his own glass. A fiery warmth surged down his throat and spread to his stomach, enveloping him in a cozy heat. Cheng Lei licked his lips, realizing the alcohol had quite a kick. After finishing their drinks, Cheng Lei looked up just in time to see Zhang Yingying leaning over to pick up food. After a shower, she had changed into a particularly loose shirt with nothing underneath, and as she leaned forward, a glimpse of her fair skin was visible. Cheng Lei was momentarily entranced. Quickly averting his gaze, Zhang Yingying placed a piece of kidney into Cheng Lei's bowl. Cheng Lei, you must try the kidney. Lu Ge makes it exceptionally well. Oh, sure, Cheng Lei replied eagerly, stealing another glance at Zhang Yingying's neckline. Seemingly oblivious to Cheng Lei's gaze, Zhang Yingying continued to encourage him to eat. Just as Cheng Lei swallowed a piece of kidney, Lu Hang raised his glass again. Brother, let us keep drinking. Pace yourself, don't rush. Cheng Lei quickly advised. Lu Ge, take it easy. No need to drink so fast. Lu Hang, however, paid no heed and took another swig, leaving only a third of the glass full. Cheng Lei, resigned, had to keep up and drank another gulp. After consuming 2 drinks, Lu Hang's neck had turned red, and his speech began to slur. Brother, I truly admire you. Your physique is remarkable. You're quite the man. Cheng Lei urged once more. Lu Ge, there is still a bit of alcohol left in your glass. Let us stop here. This is enough. Hey, who says I can't drink? Lu Hang, hold that. I can hold my drink. Cheers. He spoke without regard for others, lifted his wine glass, and downed it in one gulp, then reclined against the chair, becoming unresponsive. Cheng Lei hurriedly stood up, still clutching his glass, unsure whether to drink or not. Such a single glass had led to this. His tolerance was too poor, and he hoped nothing unfortunate would occur. Fortunately, mere seconds later, Lu Hang began to snore, allowing Cheng Lei to breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Yingying tugged at Cheng Lei's arm, urging him to sit down and continue eating. No need to worry. Your brother Lu has this kind of tolerance. He doesn't get rowdy when drunk. He simply falls asleep. Come on, let me drink with you. Cheng Lei glanced at the wine in his glass and drank it all at once. Luckily, it was the same type of wine. Otherwise, he might have suspected that his sister-in-law had poisoned him. Zhang Yingying poured another glass for Cheng Lei, and he quickly said, Sister Yingying, just this one more glass. This wine is quite strong. I need to pace myself. All right. Zhang Yingying lifted her beer and drank alongside Cheng Lei. After several glasses, Zhang Yingying's complexion had turned rosy, and her gaze towards Cheng Lei was tinged with a hint of flirtation. Cheng Lei hastily drained his glass. Sister Yingying, I'm full. Let's call it a night. Zhang Yingying propped her chin on her hand, looking at Cheng Lei with a gaze full of affection. Then help me carry brother Lu to the bedroom. All right. Cheng Lei replied, rising to assist Lu Hang into the bedroom and laying him on the bed. Upon returning to the living room, he found Zhang Yingying already lounging on the sofa, her eyes glimmering as she gazed at Cheng Lei. Cheng Lei, come here. Cheng Lei swallowed hard, hesitant to approach. Sister Yingying, this doesn't seem appropriate. Brother Lu is asleep in a bedroom. We should at least step outside. Zhang Yingying, with her eyes slightly squinted from intoxication, rose and wrapped her arms around Cheng Lei's neck. Cheng Lei, I knew it was you that night at Shigui Bay. Just this once, please. I want to feel that way too. The faint, enticing scent of alcohol wafting from her lips shattered Cheng Lei's resolve, and he succumbed. Fine, Sister Yingying, I agree. Chapter 49, What Great Authority. At 11 p.m., Cheng Lei was smoking as he exited Zhang Yingying's community, the lights still glowing from the upper windows. He turned back, exhaling a cloud of smoke, contemplating how the dinner had stretched over 4 hours. Why had it taken so long? After dinner, they had indulged in various other activities. The games they played earlier had been quite exhilarating. He had thoroughly enjoyed them. Cheng Lei's mind was filled with images of twisting towels. No wonder Yingying had remarked previously at Shigui Bay that Lu Hang lacked the capability. A woman like Yingying was not easily managed by the average man. After finishing his cigarette, Cheng Lei extinguished the butt underfoot, reluctantly stepping onto the main road. He decided he would frequent Yingying's house for meals in the future. In the morning, Cheng Lei was deep in slumber when the sound of his phone ringing jolted him awake. Having exhausted much energy the previous night, he felt irritable at the disturbance. Damn it. Who is interrupting my beautiful dream so early? Don't they know how much I exerted myself last night? He picked up his phone to find it was a call from Gu Feifei. Dr. Gu? Instantly, images of Gu Feifei in her alluring pink nurse's uniform flashed through his mind, and his irritation vanished. He sprang from his bed, answering the call. Gu Feifei's voice, usually sweet and charming, was now crisp with anger. Du Man, what is going on? Cheng Lei was taken aback by the accusation. Dr. Gu, did you dial the wrong number? And who bullied you? I'll go give them a beating. No one else. Gu Feifei responded with a huff. It's you. Cheng Lei. Gu Feifei's temperament was unpredictable. In the hospital, she exuded an air of elegance and seriousness, yet deep down, she was bold and fiery. Now, in her fury, she was as fierce as a blazing inferno, direct and unyielding. Me? Cheng Lei began to piece things together and hurriedly attempted to soothe her. Feifei, you're wronging me. I think about you every day. Every day? Gu Feifei's tone softened slightly. Stop lying to me, you dog man. After all this time apart, have you even called me once? Here I was, devoted to your treatment, and you've forgotten me. Her reminder triggered memories of their steamy sessions, causing Cheng Lei to swallow hard. No, I truly think of you every day. Then you must come find me tonight. I'll be waiting. Cheng Lei's eyes lit up, ready to agree, but suddenly remembered he was supposed to go on a business trip to Qing City with Chiu that day. He had no choice but to fabricate an excuse. Fei, I want to visit, but I've been traveling for work lately and can't make it right now. How about I come see you when I return? Upon hearing Cheng Lei was on a business trip, Gu Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking her charm hadn't failed her, he was simply away. In her years of work, even when dressed in formal attire, male doctors and patients often regarded her with lustful eyes, their gazes revealing their eagerness to pounce on her. Cheng Lei, however, had boldly approached her, yet seemingly overlooked her. She had thought perhaps he had vision issues and planned to help him with that next time, only to discover he was merely away on business. With this thought, Gu Fei's voice returned to its usual soft allure. So when will you be back? Cheng Lei calculated the distance. Dong County was less than 400 kilometers from Qing City, but driving would still take at least 4 hours. He would need time to inspect factories and negotiate business, making it impossible to return the same day. Maybe tomorrow or the day after. Oh, Gu Fei replied, counting the time in her mind, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Good thing it's not a week from now. My aunt is coming then, and these days happen to be safe. Your aunt? Cheng Lei was puzzled. What does my return have to do with your aunt? Isn't she quite young? Should I invite her to? Get lost. I mean my period. Gu Fei retorted, exasperated. As she continued, her tones softened once more. When you return, you must come find me right away. I'll be waiting. Also, I have a surprise for you. Curiosity piqued, Cheng Lei felt elated as he hung up the phone. It was wonderful. Upon returning from his trip, he would get to see this enchanting woman again. Upon arriving at the company, Chiu had already parked the car at the entrance, waiting for him. When he saw Cheng Lei approach, he handed over the keys. Here, drive. Cheng Lei completely ignored him, walking past to open the back door and settling inside. Chiu awkwardly held the keys, his jaw twitching as he refrained from scolding. After a moment's contemplation, he begrudgingly trudged to the back seat and opened the door. President Zhang arranged for you to be my driver yesterday. I know. I heard it yesterday, Cheng Lei replied from the back seat, adjusting himself to find the most comfortable reclining position. But I'm quite tired from last night. I need to rest today, so I've decided not to drive. You, Chiu, angry, pointed at Cheng Lei but quickly withdrew his finger. Cheng Lei found a comfortable position and reclined against the back seat. What about me? Either hurry and drive, or go find your brother Zhang. I am about to indulge in a brief slumber, so it would be best if you kept your silence and spared me from the sound of your eunuch-like voice. At this point, Cheng Lei's gaze turned icy, his tone laden with menace. I loathe being disturbed while I sleep, and I trust the consequences of such disturbances need not be elaborated upon. With that, he stuffed a few articles of clothing beneath his neck and comfortably closed his eyes. Chiu, lacking the courage to persist in his words, gently shut the car door behind Cheng Lei. Though filled with resentment, he dared not confront Cheng Lei directly. In recent days, Cheng Lei seemed increasingly irritable, ready to resort to violence at any moment, showing no regard for Zhang Chao. Previously, he had treated Zhang Chao with utmost respect, never laying a hand on his own subordinates. Now, however, that appeared to have changed. Moreover, when it came to trivial matters like driving, he did not dare to approach Zhang Chao, for if he could not resolve such minor issues, how could he lead a department? After much contemplation, he grit his teeth in frustration and took the wheel. After over 3 hours of driving, they had covered just over half the distance, arriving at the Gucheng service area. Chiu once again halted the car to seek a restroom. Cheng Lei opened his eyes and pointed an accusatory finger at him. Do you have a problem with your prostate? You stopped 5 times at 6 service areas. Do you possess that much urine? You might as well head to the hospital for a surgical procedure. Chiu, angered, retorted, I am your department leader. You've been reclining in the back, sleeping soundly, while I've been driving and suffering from back pain, and you dare to scold me. Cheng Lei, with a mocking glint in his eye, replied, I had almost forgotten your leadership status. Lord Chiu, how grand your authority seems. With that, he stood up, exited the vehicle, and opened the front door. Chiu, seated in his place, stared in horror at the exuberant Cheng Lei, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Cheng Lei, what are you planning to do? Do you still regard Zhang? He understood Cheng Lei well. When Cheng Lei wore a serious expression, it usually indicated a lack of trouble, but if he bore this particular expression, it signaled impending violence. Cheng Lei grinned wickedly, revealing a set of white teeth. I hold General Zhang in my heart. How can you keep mentioning him? With a sudden change in demeanor, he seized Chiu by the hair and dragged him from the car. During this period of rebirth, Cheng Lei discovered 2 things that thrilled him immensely. One was the company of women, and the other was the thrill of violence. Furthermore, he realized that striking Zhang Chao provided even greater exhilaration than assaulting outsiders. He had been itching for a fight for quite some time. And now he finally had the justification. Come now, leader, I find your face still lacking in size. Allow me to assist in enlarging it. Cheng Lei sneered, delivering a swift kick, followed by a flurry of blows to Chiu Wei's arms and legs. Once satisfied, he raised his hand and delivered slaps to Chiu Wei's pudgy face. Moments later, Chiu Wei's countenance had swollen significantly, resembling that of a pig's head. Cheng Lei, concerned that Chiu Wei might be unable to drive, refrained from striking his eyes, focusing instead on delivering blows to his mouth to avoid hearing him speak. After the beating, Cheng Lei retrieved a cigarette, lighting it and savoring a puff. My department leader, how do you feel now? Pleasant. I feel quite pleasant, Chiu Wei stammered, his mouth already swollen beyond recognition, hurriedly spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood in a muffled response. Cheng Lei observed him for a while, finding no further areas on Chiu Wei's face to strike, and decided to cease his assault. Since it has come to this, let this be the end for now. Should you wish to indulge again in the future, do not forget to signal me. All right, Chiu Wei quickly agreed, struggling to rise from the ground, where a puddle lay. Cheng Lei, upon seeing this, widened his eyes in disbelief. What the hell? Have you urinated yourself? Chiu Wei, mortified and lacking a place to hide, was relieved that his swollen face concealed any blush. I just intended to use the restroom when I stopped. I couldn't make it in time, so I had to. Cheng Lei stubbed out his cigarette and aggressively grasped Chiu Wei by the back of his neck, pressing his face into the puddle on the ground. Are you a dog? How can you relieve yourself indiscriminately? When we step out, we represent General Zhang's dignity. By doing this, aren't you essentially urinating on his face? Clean it up. Chiu Wei struggled in the puddle, gasping for breath. Please loosen your grip. Fearing he might be splattered, Cheng Lei hastily released him and stepped back a few meters. Chiu Wei stood, licking his lips, and suddenly burst into tears. I need to go to the hospital. I think I might have diabetes. Cheng Lei stood by the car, finishing his third cigarette, when Chiu Wei finally emerged from the service area restroom. He had changed his clothes, although his face remained swollen. It was not as disheveled as before. Cheng Lei casually inquired, Do you still remember you were a department leader? I do not remember. Chiu Wei fervently shook his head, his swollen mouth unable to close properly, causing saliva to dribble out. I swear, I completely forgot. Exactly. Cheng Lei nodded in satisfaction. Did you truly believe you were a civil servant? Once you step outside the company, you are nothing. Focus on your duties, consider your own affairs more, and do not let these hollow titles lead you astray. Chiu Wei, 2 years Cheng Lei's senior, had not only failed to find a wife in his previous life, but he also saw many other unmarried men of a similar age within the company. These individuals had been misled by Zhang Chao during their youth, fervently dedicated to him while neglecting their own lives. Following Zhang Chao, they earned little and with no solid financial foundation. Where could they find a partner? Anyone from a better background would not remain in Zhang Chao's company. Chiu Wei not only failed to accumulate wealth, but he also spent his days pondering Zhang Chao's thoughts. Thus, he had prematurely succumbed to baldness, and by the time he turned 30, he had essentially bid farewell to women. Cheng Lei relished this moment of satisfaction, taking the opportunity to offer a reminder. Whether Chiu Wei heeded, it was his own affair. After all, in this world, one can save the wicked, but the foolish are beyond redemption. Can you drive? Cheng Lei feigned concern. Yes, I can drive. Chiu Wei cautiously lifted his eyes to Cheng Lei as he settled into the driver's seat. Cheng Lei smirked, having initially anticipated that Chiu Wei would claim he couldn't drive, allowing him to administer further slaps. Afterward, they found a larger service area to grab a meal, which cost them considerable time. Only as the sun began to set did they successfully locate the factory based on their GPS. With the gate open, Chiu Wei drove straight in, parking in a designated spot within the factory premises. Phone-run light industry products factory? Cheng Lei stared intently at the company's sign, his eyes brimming with anticipation. There was no possibility of error. In his previous life, this factory was undoubtedly situated in the West City, owned by a strikingly attractive woman named Shang Min, a widow. Her late husband shared the same surname, Cheng, having passed away only a few years prior, leaving behind 2 daughters. The elder, Cheng Jin, was of a similar age to him, while the younger, Cheng Sa, was still in school. The clarity of these memories stemmed from his deep affection for Cheng Jin. However, due to their vastly different backgrounds, he had never dared to pursue her, longing for something unattainable. Shaking off his reverie, Cheng Lei silently observed the factory. The workshop was eerily quiet, with few individuals coming and going and no cacophony of machinery to be heard. It was tidily maintained, yet devoid of life. How could it be so desolate? I distinctly remembered when the factory was located in the West City, bustling with activity. As Cheng Lei pondered this, 2 women emerged from the office across the way. Cheng Lei smote his thigh in realization. Indeed, it was them. The elder of the two was Shang Min, with her eldest daughter, Cheng Jin, following closely behind. The younger daughter must be at school at this hour. Cheng Lei observed them, his fists gradually clenching. In his previous life, after Shang Min's husband had passed, the mother and daughter had lost their anchor and fallen prey to the unscrupulous Zhang Chao. This time around, he would ensure they did not fall into Zhang Chao's clutches again. His gaze first fell upon Cheng Jin. She was strikingly beautiful, her skin flawless and delicate. Today, she wore a light blue puff-sleeve blouse paired with a vibrant yellow high-waisted skirt, exuding the same youthful exuberance as in the past. Although she was undeniably lovely, Cheng Lei's attention quickly shifted to the elder Shang Min approaching middle age. She possessed an allure that captivated men. Her enchanting eyes could ensnare any soul. Her long, raven hair cascaded in waves over her shoulders, and her lips were adorned with a seductive crimson hue, exuding an undeniable charm. She wore a gray, one-shouldered, deep v-neck gown that accentuated her ample bosom, revealing a deep cleft, while the waist was tightly cinched, highlighting her curvaceous abdomen and perfectly sculpted hips and thighs. Each step she took from the office radiated an unparalleled femininity. While Cheng Jin was youthful and vibrant, it was Shang Min who commanded a more potent allure, stirring desires within those who beheld her. Cheng Lei could not help but marvel at the beauty of this woman, reflecting on how he had failed to notice it in his previous life. Innocence paled in comparison to sensuality. Realizing it was them, he understood that in his former life, they had been deceived into moving to the West City for the factory. Back then, he often drove Zhang Chao to the factory for business discussions. Zhang Chao frequently remarked on how difficult it was for them, a widow and her daughters, to establish a factory in the West City, promising to provide them with orders and support. Not long after the death of Shang Min's husband, her strong desires led her to succumb to the loneliness, and soon enough, Zhang Chao was taking care of her in bed as well. Later, Cheng Jin even went to work for Zhang Chao's company. And Cheng Lei initially thought his own opportunity had arrived, only to realize it was Zhang Chao's. Zhang Chao first had her handle business, then took her out to broaden her horizons, attending various exhibitions. However, things soon took a turn for the worse. Zhang Chao began spending time with Shang Min at the factory, then took business trips to Dali with her daughter Cheng Jin, engaging in scandalous affairs. Eventually, he became brazen enough to entertain Cheng Jin directly in the office. Over time, the entire company became aware of the situation, and the gossip spread like wildfire. Initially confined to whispers among employees, the scandal eventually reached Shang Min's ears. She confronted Zhang Chao at his company, hurling insults at him, calling him a beast, lower than swine or dogs. Zhang Chao merely listened, refusing to stoop to her level. Once such a situation unfolded, the woman invariably became the victim. No one condemned Zhang Chao. Instead, they envied him. The blame was laid squarely on the women, who were labeled as immoral and lacking self-respect. Unable to bear the pressure, Shang Min quickly deteriorated, both physically and emotionally. In a fit of rage, she arranged for Cheng Jin to marry far away and sold the factory, returning to Qing City, disappearing from sight. Who could be blamed? Their gullibility and misfortune of encountering a shameless scoundrel like Zhang Chao were their undoing. Cheng Lei sat in the car, unable to suppress a cold laugh. He silently vowed that this time he would save them. He would not allow the mother and daughter to suffer such a fate again. As for Cheng Jin, he intended to claim her. Chapter 51. The two conditions for hiring by the boss. The mother and daughter approached, waiting for the occupants of the car to disembark. Chiu Wei opened the driver's side door and stepped out, his swollen face contorting into an unappealing smile as he stepped forward to introduce himself. Hello, I am Chiu Wei, the head of procurement at West City Han Hong International Trade Company, Limited. I have come to evaluate your factory and discuss potential collaboration. Upon seeing Chiu Wei's pig-like visage, Shang Min was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, offering a slight nod in greeting. Cheng Jin, on the other hand, quickly covered her mouth, barely stifling a laugh. At that moment, Cheng Lei emerged from the rear of the car. Shang Min's eyes lit up as she hurried a few steps forward to meet him, extending her delicate hand, her fingers long and as white and smooth as spring onions. Hello, welcome. If that pig-headed fellow is a department head, this young man must at least be a manager, right? I must say, what a handsome man. Cheng Lei graciously shook her hand, noting its softness and fragility, entirely unlike the hands of someone nearing middle age. Her skin was well-maintained, indicative of a life of comfort, free from hard labor. Hello, Aunt Shang, it's been a while, Cheng Lei said, but then abruptly realized his error and quickly corrected himself. General Manager Shang. I am Cheng Lei, a procurement officer. In his previous life, Cheng Lei had frequently visited her factory in the West City, becoming quite familiar with both mother and daughter. Moreover, he had harbored a secret affection for her daughter, hence the casual address of Aunt Shang slipped out in a moment of familiarity. Aunt? Shang Min's expression darkened slightly upon hearing the term. Although it was not inaccurate given their ages, women often prefer to be addressed in a manner that suggested youthfulness. How do you know my surname is Shang? Shang Min asked, puzzled. Do you also share the surname Cheng? After glancing at Cheng Jin, her expression grew even more peculiar. Cheng Jin stuck out her tongue and made a face in response. Cheng Lei explained, I came across your company profile on a website. Oh, that explains it. Shang Min replied, scrutinizing Cheng Lei once more and nodding silently. You appear to be around the same age as my daughter, Xiao Jin. Calling me Aunt Shang is acceptable. This young man was strikingly handsome, and if he possessed any competence, he might even make a fine match for her daughter. Coincidentally, she found herself in need of assistance. Aunt Shang, Cheng Lei readily acquiesced, introducing QA. This is my department head, Manager Chiu Wei. I am accompanying him for the factory assessment. Manager Cheng, you do have a sense of humor. Shang Min chuckled softly, covering her alluring lips with her hand. After a few seconds, she gradually withdrew her smile. Realizing that Cheng Lei's expression was not one of jest, Cheng Lei emphasized again, Aunt Shang, Chiu Wei is indeed my direct superior, the head of the procurement department. Shang Min's hand fell to her side, stunned. What on earth? I have interacted with numerous owners and leaders from various companies and factories. Never have I encountered someone so lacking in grace, with a face swollen like a pig-s, driving in front. Moreover, this Cheng Lei emerged from the back seat. As Cheng Lei observed Shang Min's alluringly parted lips, his imagination began to wander. After a moment of effort, she finally managed to close her mouth, awkwardly saying, regardless, the two of you should come inside to discuss matters. Cheng Lei and Chiu Wei followed Shang Min into the office. After sitting down and sipping tea for a while, Chiu Wei grew restless. He found himself unable to contribute to the conversation and lacked the skill to engage. I need to use the restroom. And I'll also take a moment to inspect your factory's production workshop, he stammered, finding a pretext to excuse himself. Historically, Chiu Wei had always accompanied Zhang Chao on business outings, with Zhang Chao handling negotiations personally while he merely observed the merchandise. Furthermore, he was inherently inept, investing all his energy into pleasing Zhang Chao, so he never bothered to focus on other matters or deemed it worthwhile. His purpose for this visit was merely to fulfill a formality, to scrutinize the factory closely and later boast to Zhang Chao about his diligence. As for the business discussions, he intended to pass along contact information to Zhang Chao for him to negotiate, as he understood Zhang Chao well enough to know that trust was scarce. Once negotiations were concluded, the subsequent collaboration would entail the factory shipping the goods, while Zhang Chao handled the payments, leaving little to discuss. After all, engaging in such talks was futile. It was far more beneficial to examine the factory closely and ponder Zhang Chao's motivations, ensuring he would have substantial points of conversation upon his return. When Zhang Chao eventually praised his attentiveness, it would be far more valuable than indulging in meaningless chatter. Shang Min poured tea for Cheng Lei, her face a mask of confusion. Manager Cheng, you're not deceiving me, are you? Is this Manager Chiu truly your departmental leader? Cheng Lei raised his teacup, savoring a sip, and smiled as he replied, absolutely. Shang Min looked even more perplexed, remarking, but he seems rather taciturn. Can someone like him truly engage in business? Indeed, Cheng Lei gestured with his head. His thought processes are flawed. His mind is not focused on this. Shang Min chuckled. Your company is quite unique. I can't believe your boss would employ someone like him in management. Cheng Lei laughed softly in response. And Shang, you do not grasp our boss's perspective. Only someone like Chiu Wei can catch his eye. Shang Min's interest was piqued. I truly do not understand. I've been overwhelmed with work lately, and the factory is in utter disarray. Manager Cheng, I sincerely seek your guidance. Could you share your insights with me? Her words were sincere. Her husband had passed away suddenly the previous year, leaving her with two daughters who were not yet independent. The burden of managing the factory now rested squarely on her shoulders. Prior to her husband's death, she had never been involved in factory operations and possessed no experience. Now, she had no choice but to take the reins herself. Despite her earnest efforts over the past year, the factory had not improved. In fact, it had deteriorated, leaving her feeling utterly helpless. Cheng Lei, looking to cultivate rapport with Shang Min, began to elaborate. Aunt Shang, regarding personnel management, I must first explain the nature of our company. We are an international trading firm. We source products from various domestic factories, repackage and assemble them, then sell them at a premium to foreign clients. Consequently, the industry has a low entry barrier. To put it plainly, it is akin to a shell company. We do not manufacture anything ourselves. We rely entirely on external procurement. Typically, we pay the factories only after receiving payment from clients, which keeps our costs low. In a company like ours, it suffices for the boss to be knowledgeable. Subordinates merely need to be obedient. At this juncture, Cheng Lei turned to Shang Min and Shang. Do you think a company like this can afford to employ highly capable individuals? Shang Min furrowed her brow in contemplation. Such a company indeed sounded problematic. Yet she struggled to pinpoint the exact issue. Cheng Lei paused for a considerable time after sipping his tea before continuing. If highly capable individuals were employed, they would swiftly uncover the company as secrets. With sufficient startup capital and a few clients, they could easily branch out on their own. Even more so, they could poach clients directly from the company. Our boss would never permit such a situation to arise. Thus, to garner our boss's favor, 2 conditions must be met. Cheng Lei stated, raising 2 fingers. Loyal as a dog, yet foolish as a donkey. Xiu met both criteria perfectly. Now you understand, and Shang Min nodded, then shook her head. She did grasp the dynamics of Cheng Lei's foreign trade company. However, this approach was utterly inapplicable to her own factory. Operating a factory required substantial financial investment and numerous regulatory considerations. It was not something just anyone could undertake. On the contrary, a factory needed talent, not foolish workers, but rather exceptional management personnel. With this realization, Shang Min lifted her gaze, regarding Cheng Lei with newfound interest. He was handsome, articulate, and if he could be persuaded to assist her, it would be most advantageous. Manager Cheng, if you comprehend this so well, why not venture out on your own? Is it a lack of startup funds? Or does your boss provide you with a generous compensation package? Cheng Lei took a sip of tea, redirecting the conversation. Aunt Shang, I believe it would be prudent to first examine the products being manufactured at the factory. Cheng Lei understood the implications behind her previous question, yet he maintained his own rhythm, guiding her to follow suit. Noticing his reluctance to answer, Shang Min regarded him with profound interest once more before turning to Cheng Jin. Instructing, Xiao Jin, please fetch the current products being produced so Manager Cheng can inspect the goods. Cheng Jin complied and exited the room. With only the 2 of them remaining in the office, Shang Min's gaze toward Cheng Lei was filled with admiration. Chapter 52. The Art of Dealing with Men. While Shang Min may have struggled with factory management, her discernment of men was keen. Initially, she had intended for her daughter, Cheng Jin, to grow closer to this man, hoping he might become her son-in-law. However, after observing him, she noticed that Cheng Lei's gaze lingered on her more often, and the glimmer of desire and greed in his eyes was unmistakable. This young man was intelligent, meticulous, and strikingly handsome. Shang Min was not averse to his attention. Her current objective was singular. Either her daughter or herself must win over this man to assist in managing the factory. While she may lack in management skills, she was well versed in the art of captivating men. With this thought, Shang Min lifted the hem of her elegant gown, gracefully crossing her legs. The high slit of her dress revealed her smooth, alluring thighs, while her high heels slipped off her feet, dangling delicately on her toes, swaying gently. She exuded confidence in her allure, believing she could captivate even a young man like Cheng Lei. The reason her husband had passed away in middle age was partly due to her relentless allure. This was not entirely her fault, as her irresistible charm played a significant role. After 20 years of marriage, her husband remained infatuated with her, desiring her nightly. Ultimately, he had enjoyed his fair share of pleasures, departing this world contentedly. Cheng Lei, undeniably stirred by her provocations, hastily averted his gaze, redirecting his attention to the office surroundings. Shang Min was undoubtedly meticulous and organized. The office was immaculately tidy, devoid of any dust. The spacious office featured a security door on the western wall, indicating the presence of another room within. After observing for a while, Cheng Lei found a topic to discuss. Aunt Shang, you truly are a detail-oriented person. Whether in the factory yard or this office, everything is impeccably arranged. As she spoke, Cheng Lei's gaze shifted back to Shang Min. However, given the factory's impressive management and substantial scale, why had the workshop seemed so desolate upon their arrival? Was the product not selling well? This question struck a chord with Shang Min, prompting her to let out a sigh. Over the past year, orders had indeed dwindled, or else she would not be so desperately yearning for assistance. Observing her demeanor, Cheng Lei felt justified in his inquiry. Just then, Cheng Jin walked in, cradling several products in her arms, which she gently placed on the coffee table. Shang Min approached the table, bending down to arrange the items, gesturing for Cheng Lei to come closer. Manager Cheng, the products are here. Please take a look and let me know if you're satisfied with the quality. Cheng Lei had yet to move when his gaze was drawn to the expanse of white revealed by Shang Min's bent posture. He found himself captivated by the alluring sight of her deep V-neckline, unable to stifle his admiration. Very satisfactory, he declared. Shang Min, puzzled, queried, aren't you supposed to examine the products first? How can you claim satisfaction without even looking? Lifting her head, she caught Cheng Lei's greedy gaze lingering on her chest and instantly understood. With a charming smile, she gently placed her hand over her chest. Manager Cheng, let's focus on the products first. You can see this later. Cheng Lei, roused from his reverie, hastily averted his gaze, swallowing hard and awkwardly responding, yes, yes. Let's look at the products first. Rising, he approached the coffee table, picking up a few vitrified items for closer inspection. After a moment, he murmured, white, with a rich luster, smooth and rounded, excellent. Shangmin shot him a sidelong glance, smiling softly. Are you sure you're talking about the products? Of course, Cheng Lei replied, placing the items down with utmost seriousness. These pieces are nothing short of art. Yet, one thing puzzled him. With the factory producing such high-quality goods, why did the workshop appear so unbusy? Shangmin sighed again, returning to her seat. For many years, my husband managed this factory successfully, and I rarely came here. My role was primarily to care for our family's daily needs. Everything was going well until last year when my husband fell gravely ill and passed away. He left enough funds for our mother-daughter trio, allowing me to do nothing. However, the factory was the culmination of his life as work, and I couldn't bear to let it close. Reluctantly, I had to take over, but I have no experience in managing production or running a factory. Despite my efforts over the past year, the factory remains stagnant, and I'm on the verge of shutting it down. Upon hearing this, Cheng Lei comprehended the situation. So, that was why she had ventured to the West City to establish a factory. Her husband had left her a considerable sum of money. He had previously wondered if Zhang Chao had coerced them into this venture, but given Zhang Chao's miserly nature, that seemed improbable. Having gone to the West City, the mother and daughter not only invested their money, but also sacrificed their health, ending up with nothing. Cheng Lei pondered this tragic turn of events before returning to his seat. Aunt Shang, you need not worry. I can help increase your future orders. Shang Min stood up, excitement radiating from her. Are you serious? Cheng Jin, glancing at Cheng Lei, also displayed a flicker of hope. This man, who was roughly her age, seemed to possess some capabilities. She knew well how challenging it was to run a factory. Over the past year, her mother had tirelessly toiled. Yet the factory showed no signs of improvement. Some small business owners had approached them, but her mother had dismissed them, believing they had ulterior motives and deeming them unworthy. Indeed, Cheng Lei affirmed confidently, the superior quality of your products is undeniable. The only reason for the lack of orders is the scarcity of complementary products and trade companies in Qing City. West City has several substantial foreign trade companies. I can recommend your factory to them, and I can also assign our company's orders to you. Joy illuminated Shang Min and Cheng Jin's faces. If this were true, the factory would indeed be saved. Cheng Lei regarded the two women, pausing briefly before continuing in a measured tone. However, I have a condition. Cheng Jin met Cheng Lei's piercing gaze, her cheeks flushing as she looked down. Shang Min, however, met his gaze head-on, her eyes glimmering with a hint of flirtation. Manager Cheng, please speak plainly. As long as you are willing to assist me, what condition could possibly deter me? Since her husband's death last year, she had felt desolate and lonely for far too long. A young and handsome man like Cheng Lei, even if he offered no orders, could easily entice her for a night together. She would agree to it, even if she had to beg. This man was youthful, charming, and composed, meeting all her desires. Cheng Lei did not keep them in suspense for long. For products sold to West City, the price will be raised by 15%. Shang Min was taken aback. Usually, people requested price reductions, yet he was proactively increasing the price. Cheng Lei continued without explanation. Once the payment is completed, this 15% will be deducted from the tax and returned to me. He slowed his speech, articulating each word. I will not accept any form of transfer. It must be in cash. In this era, a multitude of foreign clients surged into the domestic market through trade fairs, eagerly purchasing local products. The 15% increase was insignificant compared to the profits made from selling to foreign clients. After all, since Zhang Chao was not sharing his profits with her, she believed it was only fair for her to claim a portion as well. Cheng Jin lifted her head to gaze at Cheng Lei, a look of disappointment crossing her features. I thought you might desire something more, but it seems your ambition is merely for this small sum of money. Chapter 53. A woman who knows how to handle men. Cheng Jin, having been born into privilege, was entirely unaware of the significance of money to those of ordinary means. Her father had run a factory for many years, ensuring she had everything she needed from a young age. Although her father passed away last year, the funds he left behind were sufficient for her to live comfortably for a lifetime. Thus, she had little concept of money's value. She simply understood that the profits from selling products were substantial and 15% was hardly significant. Moreover, this 15% constituted an increase, not accounting for normal profits. Xiang Min, contemplating, smiled at Cheng Lei. So, this man had a weakness. He was in need of money. Since he had a vulnerability, he would be easier to manage. Manager Cheng, your condition poses no problem. I accept. Very well, Cheng Lei replied, feeling pleased with Xiang Min's agreement. It's settled then. Manager Cheng, don't you desire anything else? Xiang Min gazed at Cheng Lei, her eyes laced with allure. Anything else? Cheng Lei's gaze flitted between Xiang Min and Cheng Jin. As Xiang Min rose, about to speak, Chiu Wei walked in, prompting her to sit back down and instead say, Manager Chiu, are you in a hurry to leave today? We're not leaving today, Chiu Wei replied without a moment's hesitation. If we rush back now, it will be dark. Even if he hurried back today, given Zhang Chao's temperament, he would likely not appreciate it and instead feel that the visit was too perfunctory, lacking a thorough inspection of the factory. Such a thankless endeavor is not one he would undertake. Based on his experience, finding a hotel to stay overnight and returning after work the next day would undoubtedly please Zhang Chao more. He had long since discerned Zhang Chao's true nature. Very well, Xiang Min exclaimed cheerfully. Let me make arrangements. We can enjoy dinner together and engage in a deeper conversation. Sounds good, Chiu Wei readily agreed. With no other matters at hand, saving on the expense of a dinner would likely earn him Zhang Chao's praise. Upon seeing Chiu Wei's acceptance, Xiang Min instructed Cheng Jin, Xiao Jin, please go ahead to the Wanghai Hotel and reserve a private room. We will join you shortly. Then she turned to Chiu Wei, saying, You've traveled far and inspected the workshop upon arrival. Why not take a moment to relax with some tea? I will go change my clothes, and then we can leave together. After winking at Cheng Lei from a vantage point where Chiu Wei could not see, she retreated into the inner suite, the sound of the door locking going unheard. Outside the office, only Cheng Lei and Chiu Wei remained. After sipping a few cups of tea, Chiu Wei stood up and began to pace around the office, inspecting this and that. Cheng Lei, visibly annoyed, pointed to the door. It's sweltering outside. Why don't you go to the car, start it up, and turn on the air conditioning? Chiu Wei, feeling disgruntled, curled his lip but refrained from saying anything, muttering as he exited. Cheng Lei lit a cigarette, sipping tea while smoking. After a while, Xiang Min emerged from the suite, now clad in a more revealing outfit, a wine-red evening gown with a plunging neckline that, even while standing, accentuated her rounded curves. Approaching Cheng Lei, she leaned down, not covering her chest this time, deliberately presenting herself before him. Manager Cheng, do you truly have no other requests? Or perhaps you did not catch my earlier glance? I did see it, Cheng Lei responded casually. Xiang Min's eyes sparkled with playful reproach. Then you. Cheng Lei waved his hand, interrupting her. There's not enough time. Let us eat first. He extinguished his cigarette and exited the office. It was a jest. When it came to serious matters, 2 hours would barely suffice, and the brief interlude for her to change clothes was hardly adequate, especially with Chiu Wei waiting outside. Xiang Min nodded in understanding, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she followed him out. Chiu Wei, watching Xiang Min leave the office in her new attire, was momentarily taken aback. Her noble demeanor and the alluring grace with which she walked exuded a captivating femininity. Wow, this woman is truly something. As Cheng Lei entered the car, he playfully slapped the back of Chiu Wei's head. What is your problem? If you find her captivating, keep it to yourself. Just drive the car. Upon arriving at the hotel, Chiu Wei paused again to gaze, prompting Cheng Lei to give him a forceful kick. Can you not wait until you're in the room to gawk? Don't embarrass yourself here. After being seated, Xiang Min stood and spoke. The West City is far from the sea, while Qing City is coastal, primarily known for its seafood. You've traveled a long way, so I took the liberty of ordering some dishes. If they don't suit your taste, we can always order more. Chiu Wei and Cheng Lei looked at the dishes laid before them. Steamed king crab, boiled mantis shrimp, a sashimi platter, and garlic vermicelli steamed lobster. Not to your liking? Cheng Lei thought, nearly drooling. While Cheng Lei savored the meal, Chiu Wei, for reasons unknown, kept dropping his chopsticks, repeatedly retrieving them from under the table. Damn it, Cheng Lei muttered under his breath, kicking Chiu Wei lightly beneath the table. Is there honey down there? Such exquisite dishes, and you're crawling under the table for them. Chiu Wei stood up, his face flushed, not uttering a word. Cheng Lei observed him, knowing that something beneath the table was undoubtedly amiss. Although he was curious, he refused to partake in such an embarrassing display. Cheng Jin had only eaten a few bites before setting her chopsticks down. I'm done, she declared. Having grown up dining with her father and entertaining clients with similar dishes, she was utterly fatigued by them. Xiang Min sighed, Xiao Jin, if you find it tedious, you may leave. Feel free to buy whatever you wish. Yay! Cheng Jin exclaimed, bounding toward the door. She had long wished to escape. She had always detested such social gatherings filled with endless pleasantries, finding them utterly dull. Initially, she had hoped that Cheng Lei's presence might make it more enjoyable. But he had been engrossed in conversation with her mother about the factory, a topic that held no interest for her. Xiang Min quickly added, "While you're at it, could you please request 2 bottles of little Glant red wine from the front desk?" Cheng Jin acknowledged and skipped away. Xiang Min shook her head helplessly, glancing at Cheng Lei. Xiao Jin is no longer a child. She needs someone to keep an eye on her. Cheng Lei remained silent, thinking to himself. He would be willing, but he wondered if she would be. The hotel staff entered, bringing 2 bottles of red wine. Xiang Min asked for a decanter, pouring both bottles into it. After a while, she filled their glasses and raised her own. "Let us toast to a prosperous collaboration in the future." Cheng Lei and Qiu Wei raised their glasses in unison. After drinking, Qiu Wei again dropped his chopsticks, and after picking them up, he covered his nose and rushed out. Xiang Min, holding her wine glass, seated herself beside Cheng Lei. "Manager Cheng, since you call me Aunt Xiang, may I call you Xiao Cheng?" Her eyes sparkled seductively. Her body nearly pressed against Cheng Lei, the alluring scent of femininity wafting around him. Of course, Cheng Lei replied, somewhat entranced, making an effort to sit up straight while greedily inhaling her fragrance. Xiang Min raised her glass to her crimson lips. "Xiao Cheng, I'm feeling quite joyful today. Shall we drink to that?" "Cheers," Cheng Lei said, lifting his glass and downing it in one gulp, licking his lips afterward. After finishing the wine, Xiang Min did not return to her seat, but instead cozied up next to Cheng Lei, crossing her legs. Her gaze was dreamy as her high-heeled shoes lightly grazed his leg. Cheng Lei set down his glass, his hand reaching down to grasp her ankle, soon becoming bolder. In no time, Cheng Lei understood Qiu Wei's repeated chopstick mishaps. This woman truly possessed an artful skill. Despite being nearly 2 decades his senior, she had him thoroughly entranced. While she may lack in factory management, her ability to entice men was unparalleled, successfully igniting his interest. Tonight, he was determined to explore where this would lead. Chapter 54. I want to see the little cat do a backflip. As Cheng Lei finished his cigarette, Xiang Min emerged once more. She spotted Cheng Lei standing outside and inquired, "Xiao Cheng, why haven't you returned?" Cheng Lei raised the cigarette in his hand and replied, "I stepped out to get some fresh air and smoke a cigarette before heading back." "Aunt Xiang, what brings you outside as well?" "It's nothing," Xiang Min began, but suddenly fell silent. A flush crept across her face as she cast a playful glance at Cheng Lei. "I need to visit the restroom. I accidentally spilled some wine on my seat, and it has soaked my skirt." After delivering this with a charming smile, she turned and entered the restroom. Cheng Lei gazed at Xiang Min's retreating figure, noticing the wine stain on her skirt. He extinguished his cigarette, feeling somewhat puzzled. How could one accidentally spill wine on a seat? Nonetheless, this wine appeared to be rather expensive, exuding a sense of vintage richness and high viscosity. Upon returning to the room, Cheng Lei and Qiu Wei ignored each other, each engrossed in the sumptuous feast laid out before them. After quite a while, Xiang Min had yet to return. Cheng Lei felt a pang of concern and was about to rise to find her when she pushed open the door. Biting her lower lip, she wore a somewhat embarrassed expression, attempting to shield her body with the door. The evening gown she wore was crumpled in her hands, revealing her smooth, shapely calves. "Xiao Cheng, I wish to change into another outfit. Could you accompany me?" Cheng Lei looked up and saw that a large portion of Xiang Min's dress was indeed soaked, clinging awkwardly to her form, her face marked with embarrassment. He quickly nodded in agreement and stood, giving Qiu Wei a light pat on the head. "Enjoy the feast, don't waste it. Once you're done, just find a hotel room to rest." Qiu Wei, setting down a crab leg, chewed contentedly and mumbled, "When will you be back? Should I book you a room too?" "No need." Cheng Lei waved his hand in rejection. "I just searched for people nearby on WeChat, and someone mentioned their cat can do backflips. I want to be returning tonight. I'm going to see if that's true." Intrigued, Qiu Wei pulled out his greasy phone, scrolling through the screen. "Who is it? I didn't find anything. Share it with me. I want to see too. Just focus on your meal." Cheng Lei snapped, giving Qiu Wei another playful pat on the head before exiting. He wrapped an arm around Xiang Min's shoulders, shielding her as they left the hotel. It was only after they settled into the back of the taxi that Xiang Min's demeanor softened, and she provided the driver with an address. Cheng Lei's eyes widened. "Wasn't that the address of the factory? Aunt Xiang, weren't you going home to change? Why are we headed to the factory? And what is going on with you?" Hearing Cheng Lei's barrage of questions, Xiang Min glanced at the focused driver before quietly responding. "I intended to rinse my dress a bit, but once I soaked it, it only got worse. To manage the factory, I've been living in the office this past year, and all my usual clothes are there." At this, her face flushed again as she leaned against Cheng Lei. "Also, Xiao Jin is at home. It would be inconvenient to return." Cheng Lei understood her predicament. Living at the factory certainly demonstrated her dedication, though it seemed she struggled with management. He smiled lightly, suggesting, "Why not just stay at a hotel? Returning home is such a hassle." The taxi driver, appearing to concentrate on the road, was actually eavesdropping, Upon hearing this, he glanced back at the pair. Shangmin gently nudged Cheng Lei, chiding him, "Keep your voice down. I need to wear this tomorrow, and there will be more people during the day. It would be so embarrassing." Cheng Lei chuckled, tapping the back of the driver's seat to remind the listening driver, "Master, stop eavesdropping and pay attention to the road." All right, the driver replied repeatedly, though his ears remained perked up, straining to listen. He didn't turn back around, but instead stole glances at them through the rearview mirror. The man appeared youthful, perhaps in his 20s, while the woman seemed at least a decade his senior, yet exuded a captivating sensuality and elegance. The nature of their relationship was ambiguous, with no clear indication of who might benefit or lose. Upon entering the office, Cheng Lei was impatient to take action. Shangmin firmly pushed him away, saying, "Didn't we agree you'd help me change? You can't be so hands-on. I'm still your Aunt Shang." Though reprimanding him, her eyes sparkled with allure. Afterward, she pushed Cheng Lei onto the sofa and made her way toward the suite. Pausing at the door, she turned back and flashed him a beguiling smile. "You can only come in when I call for you. I need to tidy up." "Very well. I shall await your summons," Cheng Lei replied, resigned to sitting on the sofa and smoking. Growing weary, he sprawled out on the sofa, feeling as if he had dozed off, unaware of whether he had missed Shangmin's call. "I hope I didn't fall asleep and miss it." Cheng Lei sprang up from the sofa and approached the door, pressing his ear against it to listen intently. There was no sound, just a faint mewing. Does Aunt Shang have a cat in her office? I wonder if her little cat can do backflips? With that thought, Cheng Lei pushed the door open. Shangmin had already removed her damp evening gown. She reclined on the bed, her complexion rosy, appearing somewhat fatigued. Cheng Lei bore a mischievous grin, his eyes filled with intense desire as he approached her. "Aunt Shang, what are you doing? Why didn't you call for me? I could have easily helped you with such a small matter." At 1 o'clock in the morning, Cheng Lei lit a cigarette, leaning back against the headboard in satisfaction. Shangmin also sat up, leaning against him. Cheng Lei reached out his large hand to caress her smooth shoulder and back. This woman bore little resemblance to her age. Her skin was smooth and delicate, her figure curvaceous. Most importantly, she was not thin at all. Her body was pleasantly plump in all the right places, making her embrace feel warm and comfortable. As Cheng Lei savored the moment while smoking, he felt an indescribable sense of fulfillment. "Why aren't you asleep?" Shangmin gazed at Cheng Lei, her eyes filled with enchantment. "Moreover, what are you thinking about? Why do you keep smiling?" Cheng Lei glanced at her and, with a quirky smile, replied, "Aunt Shang, I was thinking how impressive you are." "What do you mean impressive?" Shangmin playfully pinched Cheng Lei's arm, her cheeks flushed. Cheng Lei grinned mischievously. "Well, it's just that you're remarkable in every way. When I was young, my family was not well off, and I couldn't afford toys. So I would play with the neighbor's child's toys. I particularly loved his Transformers toy. Every time I played with it, I would try to pull it apart. I never expected you to be even more impressive than that Transformer. Oh my, you are incorrigible." Upon hearing this, Shangmin blushed and shot Cheng Lei a playful glare before burying her face in his chest. "How would you tease Aunt Shang like that?" After a long while, Shangmin finally lifted her head again, tracing circles on Cheng Lei's chest with her slender fingers. "Before last year, I was quite happy. I didn't have to manage anything. My only responsibility was to enjoy life and take care of my husband and children. My days consisted of shopping, cleaning, and cooking, and when everyone returned home, we would enjoy lively family meals together. When my husband and children were busy, I often felt a bit bored. So I cultivated many hobbies: cooking, binge-watching dramas, and focusing on health. But what captivated me the most was yoga. I have practiced yoga for many years. It has enhanced my flexibility and helped me maintain my figure, making me appear younger." As she spoke, Shangmin propped herself up, casting a somewhat resentful glance at Cheng Lei. "You are being excessive. Regardless of the circumstances, I am not exactly young. Last night, you completely disregarded my humanity." Cheng Lei retorted with a smile. "Not at all. I found great joy in your presence and did not refuse you in the slightest. Only you can see that." Shangmin shot him a fierce glare, though her expression bore no trace of reproach. "Moreover, who allowed you to barge into my room last night?" Cheng Lei assumed a serious demeanor. "After you entered, I noticed you hadn't locked the door, and I intended to come over to secure it. However, upon approaching, I heard a cat meowing inside. I wondered if your cat could perform a backflip, so I came in to investigate." "Such a smooth talker," Shangmin smiled sweetly, her eyes glimmering like water. After a moment, she averted her gaze and asked anxiously, "What shall we do?" Cheng Lei, perplexed, inquired what needed addressing. Shangmin sighed lightly and looked back at him. "After returning last night, I contemplated our situation. I believe it would be best for you to be with Xiao Jin. If you marry her, I can entrust the factory to you, and you will take care of her in the future. In that case, I will have nothing to worry about, and could continue to enjoy life joyfully. I longed to return to the carefree life I once had, unlike now, where I am perpetually busy and overwhelmed, unable to manage anything well. Thus, last night I intended to resolve matters on my own in my room. But then you suddenly barged in, intruding into both my body and heart. She gazed at Cheng Lei with a look of melancholy. What do you suggest we do? Chapter 55. This dog is not so simple. Cheng Lei's eyes widened in surprise at Shang Min's words. So, this is how you play it? You have been the one enticing me all along, and yet you turn the tables? After a moment's thought, he felt compelled to delve deeper into the matter. Aunt Shang, it was you who kept touching my leg and enticing me last night. How can you now ask me what to do? Shang Min protested. I accidentally brushed against you, but that doesn't give you the right to touch my thigh. And who gave you permission to roam about? Cheng Lei feigned innocence. Yet you didn't refuse me at the time. Besides, when you wear skirts, do you not wear anything underneath? Shang Min shot him an exasperated look. It's comfortable without anything. Enough of this pointless chatter. You are clever, so quickly tell me what to do. Cheng Lei gently stroked her silky hair. What is so difficult about this? I want Cheng Jin, and I will take care of her for you. You. Shang Min sat up angrily, pointing at him. What? Cheng Lei grasped her hand and caressed it gently. Rest assured, I'm quite adept at caring for women. Is there anything you are worried about? Unable to articulate her thoughts, Shang Min simply leaned against his chest and bit down hard. Cheng Lei grimaced in pain, tugging at her, yet he did not exert force. Unable to dislodge her. Once she had her fill, she released him. You wish to have it all. You truly are insatiable. Did I not serve you well last night? Were you simply not satisfied? Cheng Lei flashed a toothy grin, licking his lips with a greedy expression. It was good, yet I must admit, I'm still not fully satisfied. After saying this, he rolled over with an air of dominance. As dawn broke, Shang Min awoke and hastily nudged the still sleeping Cheng Lei. Wake up quickly, it's getting light. Cheng Lei stirred, rubbing his sleepy eyes. What is it? Get up and dress, it's dawn. And the workers will soon arrive at the factory, Shang Min urged anxiously while putting on her clothes. Realizing the impracticality of the situation, Cheng Lei reluctantly got up and began dressing. Shang Min stood before the full-length mirror, adjusting her attire. Cheng Lei observed her steady gait, nodding silently. Truly, she was a woman accustomed to yoga. Despite a night of exertion, she showed no signs of fatigue. Upon returning home, he would have to encourage Guo Qingqing to practice yoga, as her body was far too fragile. If the results were favorable, he might consider taking it up himself. Shang Min, adjusting her appearance in the mirror, suddenly spoke without turning. Your department head, Chiu Wei, is rather unscrupulous. Cheng Lei bowed, looking up at Shang Min with curiosity. He found it puzzling since she had hardly exchanged more than a few words with Chiu Wei and had never been alone with him. Are you suggesting he was lurking under the table to spy on you? Shang Min turned around, glaring at him with irritation. What are you thinking? He has been watching me ever since I left the office. I'm well aware of that. There are many men who have spied on me. This is hardly a significant matter. But you, with such foul thoughts, make me hesitate to entrust Xiao Jin to you. Is it not that? Cheng Lei chuckled. And what else could it be? Shang Min adjusted her clothing and sat down on Cheng Lei's lap. Last night, while you were outside smoking, Chiu Wei quietly told me he could secure orders for me, but I would need to provide him with a kickback. Cheng Lei was taken aback. He had not expected Chiu Wei, who appeared so foolishly loyal, to be so astutely calculating behind the scenes. He had underestimated him. In comparison, his past self seemed utterly foolish, having been loyal and righteous, yet receiving nothing in return, ultimately becoming a scapegoat. This comparison revealed that Chiu Wei was indeed clever, pretending to be dim-witted before Zhang Chao to earn his trust while secretly profiting. Noticing Cheng Lei's changing expression, Shang Min quickly inquired, what is wrong? What are you thinking about? Cheng Lei came back to his senses and pondered for a moment before asking, how much of a kickback does he want? Did he specify how to deliver it? No. Shang Min shook her head. I was feeling unwell at that moment. No, I spilled wine on my clothes. So I didn't catch the rest before I left. Cheng Lei thought for a moment, his eyes brightening. He pulled Shang Min closer and planted a kiss on her. Aunt Shang, from now on, follow my instructions. When you have a moment, call Chiu Wei and tell him you can give him a kickback, but it can't exceed 5 points. You should quote the price as I instructed, and you can take those 5 points from my 15. Have him provide you with his bank account number, and when the time comes, you could transfer the money to him. I still want my 10 points in cash. Understood. Shang Min nodded. I will follow your lead. Whatever you say goes. After speaking, she disengaged from Cheng Lei's embrace and leapt off his lap. Hurry up and dress. We're running out of time. Cheng Lei finished dressing and was about to head out when Shang Min stepped in front of him again. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she spoke with reluctance. Hold me once more. Once you leave, you'll head straight back to Xiqing. and we don't know when we'll see each other again. Cheng Lei embraced her tightly, gently patting her back to comfort her. Suddenly, he playfully pinched her bottom, laughed heartily, and released her, striding out. Just as he stepped out of the suite, the office door was pushed open from the outside. Cheng Jin entered the room and beheld Cheng Lei standing at the doorway of the suite. You. She stammered for quite a while, yet could not articulate her thoughts. Cheng Lei remained stationary, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Upon hearing the commotion, Shangmin hastily emerged from the suite. Xiao Jin, do not overthink this. I have witnessed everything. Is there any need for speculation? Cheng Jin glanced at her mother and then at Cheng Lei, her expression growing more grave. You two were just inside? Shangmin quickly approached, taking Cheng Jin's hand. In truth, I summoned Cheng Lei, as he is leaving early this morning. I called him in to discuss your impending nuptials. Unable to find a more coherent explanation, she could only speak as thoughts came to her. Cheng Jin's face flushed instantly. She furtively glanced at Cheng Lei before hastily lowering her gaze. Mom, what nonsense are you spouting? Marriage? I haven't even made a decision. Shangmin guided Cheng Jin to the sofa. I believe it is a suitable match. Cheng Lei is distinguished in appearance, sharp-witted, and capable. What is your opinion? Cheng Jin stole another glance at Cheng Lei, but remained silent. She found herself uncertain. When she had seen Cheng Lei yesterday, her heart had stirred with emotions. Regardless, marriage is a significant matter and cannot be decided lightly. You two continue your conversation. I must take my leave as I need to hurry back to West City. Cheng Lei, the subject of the discussion, was left to absorb the commentary, unable to articulate his feelings. He quickly fabricated an excuse and exited the office. Shangmin and Cheng Jin promptly bid farewell. Cheng Jin watched Cheng Lei's retreating figure, a faint flutter of emotion stirring within her. Shangmin, with her extensive experience, sensed trouble brewing. It seemed Cheng Lei had captivated her daughter entirely. However, upon reflection, she considered Cheng Lei's physical prowess and intellectual acuity. Her daughter would surely find happiness if she were to marry him, as she had experienced the joy herself. After leaving the factory and walking a considerable distance, Cheng Lei's heartbeat finally began to stabilize. He hastily lit a cigarette to calm his nerves. The recent encounter had left even him feeling peculiar. Although he had anticipated seducing both mother and daughter, such an overt display was not his intention. After finishing his cigarette, Cheng Lei resolved to take a taxi to the hotel to meet Xiu Wei. While in transit, Shangmin's call came through. Xiao Cheng, I was quite clear in the office earlier. Why not resign and remain here to marry Xiao Jin? Her father has passed. It is just myself and my 2 daughters. If you stay, the factory will be yours. Even if you find it too taxing to manage, we can close it down. The money we have at home is sufficient to ensure we live comfortably for the rest of our lives. Chapter 56. A Tempting Reward. Shangmin's heartfelt words resonated with Cheng Lei, stirring his emotions. Xiao Jin was youthful and vibrant, and he had harbored a secret affection for her since his previous life. Now, the opportunity lay before him. With a mere nod, he could marry her and enjoy a life free from financial worry. Yet, the thought of the scoundrel Zhang Chao, who continued to live carefreely, gnawed at him. How could he allow such a wretch to benefit? This man had taken everything from him, ultimately leading to his demise in prison, filled with bitterness. Such profound hatred could not simply be overlooked. With this realization, Cheng Lei's gaze hardened as he resolutely spoke into the phone. Aunt Shang, I cannot agree at this moment. Why not? Shangmin was incredulous at Cheng Lei's response. After all, he was merely an employee. With such generous conditions offered, he had no reason to decline. Xiao Cheng, think carefully. If you agree, my daughter and our family fortune will be yours. And as long as you desire, I am yours as well. Surely, your boss's offerings cannot compare to mine. Aunt Shang, please stop. Cheng Lei took a deep breath. It is not as you think. A person as unprincipled as Zhang Chao could never offer something of true value. What he provides pales in comparison to your proposal. I risked life and limb for his success, only to find myself ensnared in a disaster while he reaped the rewards. I cannot find peace in enjoying life without reclaiming everything he has taken from me. I can agree to Aunt Shang's terms, but not now. Cheng Lei, excited, his voice unwavering. Aunt Shang, I still have unfinished business. Once I have completed it, I will return to you. Shangmin remained silent for a considerable time before finally responding. Very well. Xiao Jin and I will await you in Qing City. Understanding the allure of her daughter's beauty and her own charm, she realized that such a substantial temptation would not easily sway Cheng Lei. He must have more pressing matters at hand. For now, her and her daughter's task was to maintain contact and support him, trusting he would eventually acquiesce. After ending the call, Cheng Lei leaned back against the car seat, feeling drained. Such generous conditions should have swayed him, but it was all due to Zhang Chao that he could not enjoy his fortune. Zhang Chao, Everything you have done your past life, I will ensure you pay for it all. Upon returning to the hotel, Cheng Lei found Qiu Wei's room and knocked on the door. After a lengthy wait, Qiu Wei, bleary-eyed, opened the door, barely acknowledging Cheng Lei before retreating back to bed. He had opted for a standard room to avoid any surprises should Cheng Lei return unexpectedly. Cheng Lei entered and made his way to the vacant bed, stretching comfortably and savoring the opportunity for rest. Having barely slept the previous night, he intended to catch up on sleep now. As he lay there, he turned to see Qiu Wei, once again deep in slumber, and could not help but smirk. Zhang, look at your loyal dog, your most devoted eunuch, bowing and scraping before you, pretending to be more earnest and faithful than anyone else. But in truth, once outside, he spends extravagantly, never pinching a penny on food or lodging. More importantly, his foolishness is but an act. He is pocketing kickbacks. Surely, your vision is clouded. Before long, Cheng Lei drifted into a deep sleep. He continued to slumber until it was time to check out, reluctantly disentangling himself from the bed. After gathering his belongings, he went to the front desk to settle the bill. Exiting the hotel, he sought out a local restaurant for a meal before preparing for the journey home. As Qiu Wei approached the car, he glanced at Cheng Lei, shaking his head in resignation as he settled into the driver's seat. He no longer had the audacity to request Cheng Lei drive. The car roared to life, speeding towards West City. Cheng Lei reclined in the back seat, feeling utterly relaxed. The journey would take at least 4 hours, coinciding with the end of the workday. He had accomplished nothing, yet would still receive his pay, a delightful arrangement. Feeling fatigued from the journey, he reclined once more to continue his slumber. Meanwhile, Qiu Wei, listening to Cheng Lei's thunderous snores, seethed inwardly. Damn it. Next time, I will never accompany him on a business trip again. What a joke. I am a leader at the company, yet I must play chauffeur for him. Just as Cheng Lei was lost in pleasant dreams, his phone rang. If you're interrupting my sleep, you had better have something important. Cheng Lei groggily opened his eyes. Glancing at his phone, Gu Feifei, the displeasure etched on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a burst of energy as he sat upright and pressed the answer button. Brother, Gu Feifei's voice was sultry, imbued with an irresistible allure. Will you be coming back today? Cheng Lei felt a jolt of excitement, his body involuntarily shivering as he became fully alert. He had mentioned to her yesterday that he would return today or tomorrow, and now she was calling to inquire. You miss me that much? Cheng Lei chuckled mischievously. I'm already on my way back. I should arrive before nightfall. Really? Gu Feifei exclaimed with delight. Then I'll go to that hotel we visited last time and wait for you. I have a surprise for you. So you must come? A surprise? Cheng Lei feigned indiferentia. What kind of surprise? Tell me first, and I'll consider whether to come or not. After all, if I go, I'll have to exert quite a bit of effort. Oh, you tease. Gu Feifei's voice took on a shy tone. The ground isn't that hard. Why do you say that? Her voice suddenly softened, taking on a hint of mystery. Brother, weren't you tired of me dressing as a nurse last time? This time, I've ordered a flight attendant uniform online. When you arrive, I'll wear it for you. With that, Gu Feifei giggled and hung up the phone. A flight attendant uniform? Cheng Lei's mind was instantly filled with visions of Gu Feifei's graceful figure, nodding in approval. But soon he began to shake his head. Her figure was rather voluptuous. With a uniform suit her, it would suit you perfectly. No one could wear it better than you. How could she be so stunning? At 8 p.m., in room 921 of the Xinyuan Grand Hotel, Cheng Lei wiped his mouth, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at Gu Feifei, who was clad in a flight attendant uniform, showering her with admiration. Feifei, in my opinion, you shouldn't remain a physician at Dingley Hospital. You would be splendid as a flight attendant. Oh, Gu Feifei replied coyly, casting Cheng Lei a sidel glance. Would you be at ease with me as a flight attendant? Cheng Lei paused momentarily, then quickly pulled Gu Feifei onto his lap. Perhaps it's better to reconsider. As he scrutinized her from head to toe, his hands began to roam restlessly. Gu Feifei seized Cheng Lei's wandering hand, reassuring him, don't worry. I want to be a flight attendant for anyone but you. With that, she jumped off his lap and stood 2 meters away. Mr. Cheng, welcome aboard this flight. I am your private attendant, Gu Feifei. Are you satisfied with my service? She playfully lifted her long, slender leg and winked at Cheng Lei, striking a cheeky pose. Absolutely satisfied, Cheng Lei drooled, his admiration unabated. Before him, Gu Feifei sported a wine-red airline cap tilted at a Johnny angle, complemented by a white long-sleeve shirt and a sleeveless wine-red vest. A red and white silk scarf was tied in a charming bow around her neck. Her lower half featured a custom-made, ultra-short wine-red skirt, significantly shorter than the standard flight attendant's uniform, accentuating her long, straight legs clad in nude stockings, which perfectly outlined her breathtaking silhouette. Elegantly poised black high heels adorned her delicate feet, producing a crisp sound with each step. Gu Feifei paraded back and forth, showcasing her outfit before leaping into Cheng Lei's embrace. Mr. Cheng, since you are pleased, shall we take off? Cheng Lei, utterly captivated, nodded vigorously. Leaning in close to Cheng Lei's ear, Gu Feifei whispered softly, "Imagine how wonderful it would be for me to be your exclusive doctor. If you're feeling unwell, I can treat you, and I can also delight you in various ways. Would you ever be inclined to overlook me?" What man could possibly ignore a woman as enticing and versatile as Gu Feifei? Though Cheng Lei was robust and faced no issues himself, having her around to manage any unforeseen circumstances was undoubtedly prudent. Chapter 57. The Devil and the Angel. Never again, absolutely never again. Cheng Lei was already entranced, mindlessly acquiescing. Gu Feifei, the ever-transformative enchantress, knew precisely how to wield her charm over man, adept at donning various professional attires and embodying diverse roles. What man could resist such a woman? Really? Gu Feifei wrapped her arms around Cheng Lei's neck, her gaze dreamy. Really, Cheng Lei replied, playfully scratching her delicate nose. You are truly a little enchantress. Gu Feifei pouted, extending her hands to flaunt her vibrant nails, feigning a threat to Cheng Lei. The next time I see you, I'll dress as a fairy and devour you. Cheng Lei regarded her, unperturbed, finding her even more endearing. The flames of desire had long since consumed his reason, and he hoisted Gu Feifei into his arms, rising to his feet. Several hours later, with a snap, Cheng Lei lit a cigarette, reclining against the headboard in blissful reverie. Clothes littered the floor around the bed. His garments remained mostly intact, but Gu Feifei's wine-red flight attendant outfit was in tatters, strewn about haphazardly. Gu Feifei lay beside him, her cheeks flushed, exhaling softly, exuding an alluring aura. The stockings on her legs were snagged in several places, yet they still showcased her flawless leg contours. Cheng Lei's habit, formed during his previous life in prison, of tearing clothes, seemed unlikely to dissipate anytime soon. While he could justify shredding men's clothing in prison, doing the same to women's was a different matter altogether. Gu Feifei, however, bore him no grudge. Instead, she found Cheng Lei's wild side particularly masculine and allowed him to ravage her clothes, knowing she could always buy new ones. In a moment of tranquility, Cheng Lei finished his cigarette and tenderly caressed Gu Feifei's silky shoulder. Feifei, must you work at the urology hospital? Could you consider changing jobs? What is wrong? Gu Feifei lifted her head, smiling at Cheng Lei. Are you jealous? She felt a sweetness in her heart. This man was finally beginning to care about her. Cheng Lei nodded. Gu Feifei was simply too captivating. Her face was angelic, but in his embrace she was devilish. She effortlessly oscillated between sultry charm and earnest demeanor, skillfully teasing his desires. Cheng Lei now harbored a fierce possessiveness over Gu Feifei. She was his, and no one else could touch her. The female nurses and doctors at the urology hospital encountered countless men daily, of all ages and sizes. The thought of her interacting with other men during her work stirred a sense of unease within Cheng Lei. Gu Feifei, sitting up and caressing Cheng Lei's chest, reassured him. All right, no need to be jealous. I think this job is great. It's not exhausting and pays well. I wear work attire at the hospital, which is quite conservative. You've seen it before. Cheng Lei still felt a twinge of discontent, but before he could voice it, Gu Feifei silenced him with her lips. After an extended moment of intimacy, Gu Feifei pushed Cheng Lei away, gasping for breath. Brother, what are you so jealous about? You should feel more at ease knowing I work at a urology hospital. Huh? Cheng Lei was confused. In a urology hospital, you interact with men every day, and it's all quite intimate. How could I possibly feel at ease? Gu Feifei wrapped her arms around Cheng Lei's neck, laughing sweetly. It's precisely because of that you should feel reassured. Why is that? Because when it comes to you, I have no interest in anyone else. You, like all my loyal readers, are a rare gem among men. With you by my side, how could I possibly look elsewhere? Upon hearing her words, Cheng Lei experienced an epiphany, lowering his gaze to scrutinize his own figure, his eyes glistening with avarice. Since you have lauded me so generously, I must indeed put forth an impressive performance tonight. The following day, Cheng Lei and Qiu Wei found themselves seated in Zhang Chao's office. Zhang Chao, in high spirits, handed each of them a cigarette before lighting one for himself. According to your assertions, this foam-run light industry products factory can entirely replace Anqing's Xinhao light industry? Indeed, Cheng Lei affirmed, nodding. After a meticulous 2-day inspection of the factory with Minister Qiu, I can confidently say that this factory boasts excellent quality and considerable scale, perfectly capable of fulfilling our supply demands. Zhang Chao glanced at Cheng Lei, shifting his focus to Qiu Wei. What do you think? Qiu Wei promptly replied, Yes, Brother Zhang. Cheng Lei is correct. I have conducted a thorough examination of the factory. The production equipment in the workshop is highly advanced, and quality control is stringent, ensuring that supply will not be an issue. That is splendid news, Zhang Chao exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. With this, we can secure that portion of profit and gradually settle accounts with that old fool, Diao Wei. He pondered for a moment before inquiring, what kind of person is the owner of Feng Run Light Industry? Just as Chiu Wei was about to respond, Cheng Lei interjected. Everything about the factory is commendable, except for the owner. She is a bitter old woman approaching her 40s, rather acerbic and difficult to communicate with. Zhang Chao appeared skeptical and sought confirmation from Chiu Wei. Is it as he describes? Although Cheng Lei was known for his loyalty, Zhang Chao had never fully trusted him. While Cheng Lei might engage in underhanded dealings without issue, when it came to legitimate business transactions, he deemed it necessary to exercise caution. Cheng Lei possessed a fatal flaw, his magnetic charisma and capability. If he were to gain self-awareness, he would become uncontrollable. Thus, for many years, Zhang Chao had only assigned Cheng Lei to nefarious tasks, never permitting him to engage in anything above board unless absolutely necessary. Dealing with individuals in the shadows yielded little valuable information for Cheng Lei. However, legitimate affairs presented different challenges, as they would expose him to those with ulterior motives who might influence him. To maintain control over a person, one must prevent them from pausing, ensuring they remain preoccupied with the struggle for survival, devoid of time to ponder other matters. Consequently, to manage Cheng Lei, Zhang Chao had to continuously shroud him in camaraderie and brotherhood while withholding tangible benefits. Only in this manner could Cheng Lei, as a subordinate, remain under control. Had it not been for his recent unease regarding Cheng Lei, he would not have allowed him to accompany them this time. Now that they had ventured out, complete trust was unattainable. Chiu Wei glanced at Cheng Lei and continued to echo his sentiments. Director Shang is indeed not the most amiable, but the products produced by the factory are undoubtedly of high quality. Last night, Shang Min called to inform me that she would provide a 5 kickback. Considering his own interests, Chiu Wei was cautious, aware that Zhang Chao's shrewdness necessitated avoiding any contact with Shang Min to prevent exposure. Upon hearing Chiu Wei's confirmation, Zhang Chao felt relieved. You both may return to your tasks. For the next round of goods, let the factory produce a small order as a trial run. In Zhang Chao's eyes, Chiu Wei remained the same foolishly loyal subordinate, lacking courage, which gave him a sense of reassurance. Zhang Chao believed that with his ability to manipulate, he could easily control all his subordinates and employees. However, he overlooked one crucial detail. It was the 21st century. In this era, all young individuals have received at least 9 years of compulsory education. Moreover, this is merely the foundation. Most young people have even attended high school and university. Each individual possesses some level of awareness and personal calculations. It is no longer an age where mere slogans can ignite fervor. Treating these individuals as simpletons would only result in mutual deception. Individuals like Cheng Lei, who were excessively loyal, would become increasingly rare. Upon exiting Zhang Chao's office and returning to the procurement department, Cheng Lei found himself incessantly teasing Tang Xiao. With nothing else to occupy his time, flirting with women had become his primary interest. Cheng Lei caressed Tang Xiao's delicate hand resting upon the keyboard of her computer. Tang Xiao, could you kindly send me a copy of the supplier list? Although Tang Xiao's cheeks flushed from his advances, she promptly shook her head. Brother Cheng, I can only send it with Minister Chiu's approval. That eunuch? Cheng Lei scooted his chair closer, almost pressing his body against Tang Xiao's. What does it matter? I've already been transferred to the procurement department. I should familiarize myself with the suppliers. Cheng Lei leaned in too closely, his breath brushing against Tang Xiao's ear. The sensation sent shivers down her spine, causing her face to heat up and an inexplicable desire to draw nearer to him to arise. She pondered that she had only been with the company for a few months. Cheng Lei was a veteran here. So what difference would it make to send him the list? Chapter 58. Here are 100,000. Take it. Tang Xiao's impression of Cheng Lei was that he was both handsome and robust, exuding a strong masculine aura, and everyone in the company dared not provoke him. In the few months since her arrival, he had scarcely exchanged more than a few words with her, always giving off an impression of being difficult to approach. Unexpectedly, just a few days ago, he had been transferred to the procurement office, and their conversations had flowed effortlessly, contrary to her previous assumptions. With this in mind, Tang Xiao resolved to send him the list. All right, Brother Cheng, I will send it to your email. As Tang Xiao busied herself with the mouse, Cheng Lei continued his playful caresses. Sister, your skin is so smooth, it feels delightful to touch. What moisturizer do you use? Tang Xiao merely blushed, remaining silent. She allowed Cheng Lei to fidget with her hand as she exerted considerable effort to compile the supplier list and send it to Cheng Lei's email. Once the task was accomplished, Cheng Lei withdrew his hand and moved back to his own computer. The warm sensation of her hand vanished, and Tang Xiao felt an inexplicable pang of loss. She worked on her documents for a while, then discreetly glanced at Cheng Lei, only to find him engrossed in his tasks. After contemplating, she nudged her keyboard closer to him, deliberately tapping the keys, hoping to attract Cheng Lei's attention once more to caress her hand. However, her efforts were in vain, until the closing bell rang. Cheng Lei's gaze remained fixed on his computer screen. Tang Xiao felt a surge of frustration. Was her allure insufficient? What could he possibly be so occupied with for hours? Completely oblivious to Tang Xiao's subtle gestures, Cheng Lei was solely focused on categorizing the supplier information, organizing it, and transferring the crucial details to his phone. This was his first earnest work since his rebirth, devoted to pilfering the supplier information from Zhang Chao's company. When the bell rang, Cheng Lei had just completed his task. He stretched contentedly, leaning back in his chair. "Brother Cheng, do you have time after work?" Tang Xiao gathered her belongings, rising with her handbag in hand. Cheng Lei remained reclined in his chair, smiling as he regarded her. "Sister Tang, what is it?" Tang Xiao bit her lip, hesitating as though she hadn't fully formulated her thoughts. Just as Cheng Lei was about to speak, his phone, which had been resting nearby, rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Gu Yunwei calling. Quickly, he pressed the button to decline the call and tucked his phone into his pocket. He rose to his feet, facing Tang Xiao, and once more extended his large hand to gently squeeze her delicate, fragile little hand. "Sister Tang Xiao, feel free to speak your mind. There's no need to feel embarrassed. If you have the time, I would like to." Tang Xiao hesitated, her shyness evident. And despite pondering for an eternity, she could not articulate her thoughts. "Are you hinting that you would like me to treat you to a meal?" Cheng Lei discerned her intentions. "How about in a few days? I have several commitments at the moment, and I truly lack the time." No, Tang Xiao's cheeks flushed deeper. "That's not it, Brother Cheng Lei. I merely want to tell you that I use Nivea moisturizing lotion. I have some samples at home, and I can bring one for you to try tomorrow, if that's all right." With that, she hurriedly withdrew her hand from Cheng Lei's grasp, lowered her head, and exited the office. Cheng Lei watched her retreating figure, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he tidied his belongings and left the office. "Sister Tang Xiao, it's not that I lack understanding. It's simply that I genuinely have no time these days. Once I am free, I will seek an opportunity to express my gratitude to you." After descending from the office building, Cheng Lei found solace beneath the sprawling branches of a large tree in the courtyard, lit a cigarette, and proceeded to dial Gu Yunwei's number. The call connected swiftly. Cheng Lei exhaled the smoke lingering in his mouth. "Gu, what is the matter?" he inquired. "What did you just call me?" Gu Yunwei's tone was tinged with annoyance. "Cheng Lei, we have done everything together. I have always treated you sincerely, never as an outsider. You are being unreasonable. Refer to me as President Gu. Call me sister." Cheng Lei chuckled and quickly complied, "Sister Gu." "Now you are being sensible," Gu Yunwei replied, her tone softening. "Please provide me with your bank card number." Upon hearing her request, Cheng Lei understood. It was undoubtedly regarding a payment from an overseas client, and she intended to allocate a portion of the profits for herself. Despite his financial constraints, he decided to be courteous, remaining obstinate. "Sister, your company needs funds too. You should keep it. Additionally, from the very beginning, I stated that this was to compensate you. Do you think this meager compensation is sufficient to placate me?" "Ye Yunwei Rietutiet, Uni Yielding. Stop wasting time. Give me your card number. This amount is inadequate, and when I require further compensation, I will seek you out." She was correct. To her, this sum was trivial. In these past few years, she had tirelessly worked day and night to resolve her family's financial burdens. Yet, unbeknownst to others, she remained ensnared in the quagmire of emotional turmoil. Ever since Jiao Yi vanished with the money, Gu Yunwei had been engulfed in endless guilt, attributing all the misfortunes to her misjudgment of character, which had led her family into such dire straits. A pampered heiress, she had never encountered such tribulations before, and her spirit was thoroughly crushed. The only reason she persevered was the support of her parents and children. Now, as her family finally glimpsed hope, she continued to bear the torment of guilt and silence, burying her emotions deep within, ensuring her family remained unaware of her struggles. No one noticed that she was on the brink of collapse, teetering on the edge of madness or rash actions. It was during this tumultuous period that Cheng Lei entered her life. That fateful night, she unleashed her pent-up rage and emotions, crying and shouting until all her grievances and helplessness poured forth. When the sun rose, she felt a renewed brightness in her heart, and the world regained its vibrancy. Gu Yunwei recognized that it was Cheng Lei who had extricated her from the mire, saving her life. This was the greatest form of compensation, one that no amount of money could procure. Cheng Lei, no longer obstinate, relented and provided her with his card number. 6228-4802. This time, he did not insist on cash, for he was untroubled by Gu Yunwei. Her company, being a semi-competitor to Zhang Chao's, had no overlapping interests, ensuring that whatever transpired in the future would not implicate her. In truth, Gu Yunwei had already placed her heart in Cheng Lei's hands, even if trouble arose. She would shoulder the burden alone, keeping him insulated from the fallout. After concluding the call, Cheng Lei exited the company and began his journey home. He had not ventured far when a notification pinged on his phone. Agricultural Bank. Your bank card ending in 960 has received a transfer of 10 renminbi, 000,000. Cheng Lei halted, staring at the screen, his hand trembling around the phone. He counted the amount repeatedly. 10,000. Gu Yunwei had actually transferred a full 100,000 to him. This sum equated to 4 years' salary from Zhang Chao. It dawned on Cheng Lei that, aside from brawls and women, possessing wealth could also elate him. After a considerable duration, his mood gradually restored to tranquility. He dialed Gu Yunwei's number once more. Sister, why did you send me so much? Gu Yunwei laughed heartily on the other end. Is it too much? Cheng Lei, are you frightened? Afraid to accept it? Spend it boldly. This is from my personal account and has no ties to the company. Sister, you know that's not my intention. Cheng Lei began, but Gu Yunwei interrupted him. Your intentions are irrelevant. In my heart, you deserve this money. I will fulfill my obligation to Chao Hongda. You need not concern yourself with that. I will ensure you can accept this without any worries. Aside from the agreed portion for Chao Hongda, Gu Yunwei had essentially allocated the remaining profits to Cheng Lei. She did not lack for this amount. It was Cheng Lei as a person that she valued. Years ago, Zhang Chao had forced her to sell 30 acres of her factory land to Cheng Lei, but Gu Yunwei was not naive. Cheng Lei had merely been a subordinate at the time, and this matter bore little relation to him. After absorbing Gu Yunwei's words, Cheng Lei remained silent for a long moment before sincerely expressing, Sister, thank you. Chapter 59. Even after eating, he remains unyielding. Gu Yunwei's delighted laughter resonated from the phone. Don't rush to thank me. I'm not finished yet. Cheng Lei was perplexed. I've sent my mother to pick up the child. Tonight? I will be home alone. So tell me, what time will you come over? The anticipation in Gu Yunwei's voice was palpable. This woman, who had long suppressed her desires, was now overwhelmed with longing. Sister, I have other plans today and cannot come. Cheng Lei didn't hesitate to pour cold water on her enthusiasm. Just receive the money and you're off to work? That would be utterly disgraceful. Although he indeed found it hard to be without women, he was resolute in not becoming a mere tool for their desires. In his heart, he regarded them all as his own, deserving of affection. Yet he was not motivated by their wealth. Oh, you have something to attend to? Gu Yunwei's disappointment was palpable upon hearing Cheng Lei's refusal. Ultimately, she acquiesced. Well, let us leave it for tonight. Call me when you're free. After hanging up, Cheng Lei found himself at a loss as to where to go. Zhang Chao had been at the company for several days, making it impossible to seek out Yan Kaiyun. Gu Feifei was exhausted from the previous night and needed rest. As for Guo Qingqing, her frail health had led her to request a day off, claiming she was still unwell. Perhaps it was best to grant himself a day of rest, considering he had not had a break in many days. Cheng Lei pondered for a while, but could not discern a suitable candidate. However, he remained resolute, vowing never to approach Gu Yunwei. Although he had indeed accepted the money, a portion of it rightfully belonged to him. It was merely that Gu Yunwei had been overly generous. Cheng Lei was not ungrateful. When he next sought Gu Yunwei, he would exert himself a bit more. Initially, he had considered introducing Shangmin to Gu Yunwei, but that could wait a few days. If the two of them could collaborate, they would undeniably become more competitive in the market, thereby exerting substantial pressure on Zhang Chao's company. Regardless of the circumstances, Cheng Lei's primary objective remained to undermine Zhang Chao. With the 100,000 in hand, he felt a newfound confidence. He had no immediate need for additional funds, as this amount would suffice to sustain him comfortably for a while. In truth, any woman in his vicinity would, with a mere nod from him, enable him to live a life free of financial worries. Yan Kaiyun, Gu Yunwei, Shangmin, each of them was a petite heiress, and even Guo Qingqing possessed a considerable family fortune. Yet, Cheng Lei refrained from such reliance. He believed that earning money should be a matter of personal endeavor. He had resolved to set out for Hunan province in a few days to procure funds, planning significant ventures thereafter. With money in hand, Cheng Lei was disinclined to return home. The solitude there was oppressive, leading him to dwell on sorrowful memories. He walked to the bustling Century Gourmet Street, casually selecting a small eatery for dinner, and then sat in the establishment, observing the passers-by. As his gaze inadvertently fell upon a restaurant, he was reminded of Lin Jingyi from the nearby university. He had treated her to a meal there last time. How could he have forgotten her? A few days ago, He had promised to lend her tuition fees. Now that he had the funds, he could fulfill that promise. With this thought, Cheng Lei exited the eatery and made his way to the bank on the street. Unfortunately, the bank had closed for the day, leaving him with no choice but to use the ATM. Entering the ATM booth, he took out his phone and called Lin Jingyi. The call connected swiftly, and he held the phone between his ear and shoulder while inserting his bank card into the machine. Hello, Lin Jingyi, how much is your tuition? Quickly provide me with your bank card number. I'll transfer the money to you now. After a long wait, there was no response. Cheng Lei glanced at his phone. The call was indeed connected. What was the matter? Was she silent? Did she require persuasion to accept the money? He switched to speakerphone and called out, "What is wrong? Are you too excited to speak? Are you there?" Still, there was no reply. Cheng Lei fiddled with his phone, surveying the surroundings, wondering if there was no signal in the booth. "Speak. Are you there or not? Is my phone malfunctioning?" Just as he was about to hang up and redial, he heard Lin Jingyi's muffled cries. "Don't transfer, don't give me money. Let go of me, sob." It seemed her mouth had been gagged. And then the line went silent. If all was as it should be, Lin Jingyi must have encountered an unfortunate incident. Cheng Lei's brow furrowed as he pressed the phone to his ear, straining to hear the sounds on the other end. Could it be a kidnapping? After a moment's contemplation, he quickly dismissed that notion. During their meal, Lin Jingyi had confided that her family situation was dire. Who would waste their time kidnapping someone unable to pay their tuition? This was clearly an encounter with nefarious individuals. Someone was bullying her. With this realization, Cheng Lei regained his composure and calmly inquired through the phone. "Who are you? Are you after money?" A young man's voice responded, 5,000. "Transfer it, and we will release her today." Cheng Lei noted the youthfulness of the voice. Just 5,000? He was increasingly convinced of his assessment. Who would kidnap someone for a mere 5,000 yuan? He recalled the first time he had seen Lin Jingyi, her wearing a playful JK uniform, and the answer became clear. Someone was indeed harassing her. Just 5,000? That is reasonable. I'll give it to you. Cheng Lei casually agreed. He could hear a few people whispering on the line, but their words were inaudible, clearly deliberating. Not wanting to give them too much time to negotiate, Cheng Lei continued. "How about this? You tell me your location, and I will personally deliver the money to you. Transferring funds is cumbersome, and you might leave evidence when you pick it up. Cash is much better." There was still no response, followed by another flurry of hurried discussion. Cheng Lei remained patient, waiting. At the top of Bailipo, only one person can come and bring cash. After an extended deliberation, a response finally came. Cheng Lei's lips curled into a cold smile. "No problem. I'll arrive shortly. Before I do not harm her." He ended the call, contemplating whether to go or not. His relationship with Lin Jingyi was not particularly deep. They had merely met once and shared a meal. After a few moments of consideration, Cheng Lei resolved to go. From the earlier conversation, he had deduced that the other party was likely a group of small-time thugs. They might not even qualify as thugs. Possibly just a band of delinquents from a school. Given their nature, rescuing Lin Jingyi would be a relatively straightforward task. Moreover, her field of study might be beneficial to him in the future. He also empathized with her, as he too had dropped out due to financial hardships. More importantly, Cheng Lei was well acquainted with the terrain of Bailipo. It was a remote area where he had often ventured during his high school days. The summit was desolate, with several factories long abandoned. Back then, he had often mingled with local delinquents, engaging in fights under the pretense of claiming territory. Crowds of dozens or even hundreds would gather, and at the first sign of trouble, they would disperse. Those severely injured either had to call family or friends for assistance or were left to fend for themselves. Throughout 3 years of high school, he frequently heard of fatalities occurring on that mountain. He had never anticipated that, in this day and age, a respectable university student like Lin Jingyi would be taken there. With 6,000 yuan withdrawn from the ATM, Cheng Lei exited the booth and hailed a taxi. To Bailipo and step on it. The taxi driver scrutinized Cheng Lei hesitantly. Nowadays, gangsters have become increasingly rare. The desolate Bailipo was almost devoid of visitors. Furthermore, with night approaching, who would venture to such a place if not for dubious purposes? The driver hesitated, contemplating whether to refuse the fare. Noticing the driver's reluctance to start the journey, Cheng Lei's expression grew progressively unfriendly. The driver assessed Cheng Lei's demeanor and decided against inviting trouble, pressing down on the accelerator and racing toward the destination. Chapter 60. Do not bully women. At the summit of Bailipo, a dilapidated vehicle, long passed through many hands, sat in a weed-infested clearing. Not far from the car, 4 scruffy young men encircled the girl, none other than Lin Jingyi. She lay on the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably, yet she pressed her lips tightly together, refusing to utter a sound. Her clothing was in tatters, carelessly discarded by the roadside, leaving only her underwear clinging to her body, which she desperately shielded. Her hair and skin were caked with mud, and her arms and legs bore numerous bruises, unmistakably fresh, the aftermath of a recent beating. Surrounding her were 4 young men and women, their phones raised as they laughed and snapped photos from various angles. A youth with yellow hair and a mischievous grin approached, brandishing a pair of scissors and tugging at the strap of Lin Jingyi's bra. He glanced back at the others, questioning whether to cut it. Lin Jingyi clutched her underwear tightly, terror evident in her eyes as she shook her head vigorously. "Make it quick," urged a girl clad in fishnet stockings, her face alight with mischief. "Aren't you all skeptical? Just cut it and see for yourselves. My roommate, the campus beauty, is quite something. I couldn't possibly deceive you." Beside her, a buzz-cut young man wore a serious expression. "Let us not go too far. It would be troublesome if her family comes looking for her." "What are you afraid of?" scoffed the girl in fishnets. "Haven't you seen her frugal, pathetic appearance? It's clear her family is poor and likely ineffectual. Even if she had the audacity, she wouldn't dare inform them. Just cut it. I assure you, you've never seen anything like it." The last male youth interjected, twirling a car key on his finger, evidently the owner of a dilapidated vehicle. He gestured to the tattooed young man, halting the yellow-haired youth. "Didn't someone mention there would be money involved? Let us prioritize that." The yellow-haired youth shot a fierce glare at Lin Jingyi's desperately guarded chest, ultimately retracting the scissors. The girl in fishnets, feeling somewhat frustrated, took a few steps forward, kicking and cursing her. "Damn you. Just seeing you makes me furious. You excel in your studies, maintain a great figure, and have admirers. How dare you call yourself a campus beauty when you're just a poor wretch? Why don't you just die?" After delivering several kicks that still left her unsatisfied, she yanked at Lin Jingyi's hair. Lin Jingyi winced in pain, hastily trying to shield her hair. It was then that everyone clearly saw her bra size, at least AD. The 3 young men involuntarily swallowed hard. Despite the pain of being yanked, Lin Jingyi bit her lip resolutely, refusing to shed a tear or utter a sound. Blood trickled from her lips, cascading down her neck. The buzz-cut young man rushed over, pulling the girl in fishnets away. "All right, that's enough. Don't hit her anymore." Reluctantly, the girl released her grip, casting a jealous glance at Lin Jingyi's chest. "It's so unfair. This poor wretch gets all the good fortune." Tears brimmed in Lin Jingyi's eyes, yet they refused to fall. This was her last thread of defiance. The tattooed young man approached the girl in fishnets, whispering, "Your roommate's figure is indeed impressive. The more I see, the more it stirs me. This time, we must secure the money first. Next time, find an opportunity to lure her out again. Let the boys indulge a little. By the way, open your album for me to see. She looks stunning in those clothes." "Sure thing," the girl in fishnets replied, pulling out her phone to display her album, beckoning the other 2 youths. "Come here quickly. Feast your eyes." She scrolled through several photos, showcasing Lin Jingyi in a super short JK skirt at the school gate. The group huddled together, exchanging lewd comments. Zoom in, I can't see clearly. Wow, this is so enticing. I can't help but want her. How would she even buy such clothes? It's thrilling." The girl in fishnets giggled, "The outfit is mine." Yet, she soon cast a forlorn look at herself. "What a pity. I simply can't fill it out, so I let her wear it." Unbeknownst to them, among the photos, a seemingly inconspicuous passerby stood in a corner. Cheng Lei. The taxi driver pressed the accelerator, speeding for over 20 minutes until they reached the foot of Bilipo Mountain. He halted the vehicle, and Cheng Lei rolled down the window to inspect the area, dissatisfied. "We're not there yet. Keep going." The driver, glancing at the dimming sky outside, gritted his teeth and extended his hand. "First, the fare." Cheng Lei understood. The driver was wary of not getting paid. He produced 50 yuan and handed it over, urging, "Hurry up and drive." The driver tucked the money into his pocket, driving a bit further up the mountain before stopping. "The road up ahead is rough. It's just 200 meters to the top. You'll have to walk from here." Cheng Lei nodded, not pressing the matter further. Stepping out of the car, it was reasonable for taxi drivers to be cautious. During his school days, he had taken taxis here without ever paying. Back then, the people coming here were either thugs or ruffians. If they didn't rob you, you'd be lucky. The taxi sped off without hesitation. And Cheng Lei took his time approaching, a habit he had developed over the years, to observe his surroundings before a fight. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply while scanning the area. Over the years, this place had changed not at all. After finishing his smoke and extinguishing the stub, he strode purposefully towards the summit. At the top, several youths lounged on the ground, and upon noticing someone approaching, they stood up warily. When they saw it was just one person, they relaxed their guard. Cheng Lei stood a few meters away from them, not even glancing their way, as his gaze was drawn to Lin Jingyi, who lay curled up on the ground. She was left with only her underwear, her body devoid of any clean spot, her hair disheveled, obscuring her face. Upon witnessing this scene, Cheng Lei's expression turned cold, his gaze shifting slowly to the group of youths. 3 males and 1 female, clad in what they believed to be trendy attire, stood there nonchalantly. How brazen, these ignorant thugs. In his youth, he rarely resorted to violence against women. These individuals had no sense of boundaries whatsoever. The tattooed man tilted his head, glaring at Cheng Lei. Got the money? Cheng Lei nodded, a cold smile playing on his lips. Here, to collect. The tattooed man slapped the buzz-cut youth on the shoulder. You go. The buzz-cut youth discarded the cigarette he was smoking, spat on the ground, and swaggered up to Cheng Lei. Hand it over. Cheng Lei reached into his pocket, rummaging, before seizing the youth's arm. What do you think you're doing? The buzz-cut youth was taken aback. I told you to hand over the money. The money? Cheng Lei replied with a sinister grin. You're not worthy to take money from me. Don't bully women. If you want to fight, come find someone like me. With that, he twisted the youth's arm sharply, and with a faint crack, the buzz-cut's shoulder dislocated. Cheng Lei maintained his grip, continuing to twist the arm downward, pressing the youth to the ground while raising a foot to plant on his back. You bastard, let go of me. The buzz-cut youth, pinned to the ground, continued to curse, his free hand flailing aimlessly. Within mere seconds, sweat beaded on his forehead from the pain, yet he refused to beg for mercy. Grasping a stone with his other hand, he swung it wildly behind him. However, he could not turn over to reach Cheng Lei. I see you possess a fierce disposition. Cheng Lei nodded silently, a more sinister smile creeping across his face. I am indeed quite merciful. I truly hope you are clutching a piece of dung in your hands, lest you find yourself unable to chew or swallow it shortly. Having said that, Cheng Lei lifted his foot and delivered a brutal kick to his other shoulder, rendering his second arm immobile as well. He then struck mercilessly at his groin. The buzz-cut youth let out a pained shriek, arching his back. With both arms incapacitated, he could only support himself with his chin and knees. Yet even in this position, the agony below rendered him temporarily unable to move. Cold sweat pouring from him. Such intense pain is known only to men. Cheng Lei had controlled the force of his kick, ensuring it caused pain, but did not reduce him to a state of being neither living nor dead. Damn it, let us finish him off. The tattooed man rushed to the car, retrieved 2 steel pipes, tossed one to the blonde youth, and pointed at Cheng Lei while he remained rooted in place. The blonde youth shouted and charged toward Cheng Lei, swinging the steel pipe down at his head. Chapter 61. Enough with the nonsense. Strip. Cheng Lei effortlessly sidestepped, taking a step forward as he seized the blonde by the neck. The latter instantly felt as if a vice were clamping around his throat, struggling to breathe, and hastily discarded the steel pipe, desperately attempting to pry Cheng Lei's hand away. However, the strength in Cheng Lei's grip was beyond his capacity to resist. Cheng Lei let out a cold laugh, violently thrusting his knee into the youth's abdomen, then casually tossed him aside, no longer concerned with him. The blonde crashed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, breathing heavily, unable to utter a word. After a moment, he lay on the ground and retched. Finally feeling somewhat better, the tattooed man, observing Cheng Lei's performance with a face full of terror, gritted his teeth and hurled the steel pipe at Cheng Lei's face. Cheng Lei raised a hand, catching the pipe and casually tossing it to the ground, advancing toward him with a wicked grin. Nice throw, but next time, don't throw it. The tattooed man, seeing Cheng Lei approach, glanced at his 2 crumpled companions on the ground, filled with resentment, and turned to flee towards the car. Cheng Lei did not pursue, but stood still, watching. Just as he had anticipated, once the tattooed man got into the vehicle, he revved the engine and accelerated toward Cheng Lei. Cheng Lei quickly dove to the side of the road, rolling away just in time to narrowly avoid the collision. The car showed no signs of slowing down as it sped down the mountain path. Damn it, you little brat, you really dare to do this. Cheng Lei got up, spitting out the hay he had bitten into, cursing as he brushed off the dust from his clothes. Behind him loomed a cliff about 7 or 8 meters high. Had he not predicted the tattooed man's actions and evaded in advance, he would have been in serious trouble today. Now only the girl in fishnet stockings remained standing. Cheng Lei cast a cold glance in her direction and approached her. The girl, her face a mask of fear, dared not move. Fortunately, Cheng Lei merely shot her a frosty look and bypassed her to reach Lin Jingyi. Upon seeing Cheng Lei approach, Lin Jingyi vigorously shook her head, tossing her disheveled hair aside to reveal her eyes. Cheng Lei, brother, I finally waited for you. She slowly released her bitten lip, tears streaming down her cheeks and falling onto the dirt below. Cheng Lei crouched before her, gently smoothing her hair, then walked over to pick up the clothes lying on the ground. The garments were torn and shredded beyond recognition, utterly unwearable. After a moment of contemplation, he took a deep breath, removed his own shirt, and draped it over Lin Jingyi's upper body, helping her to her feet. Lin Jingyi threw herself into Cheng Lei's embrace, holding him tightly as her emotions finally unraveled, sobbing loudly with her body, trembling uncontrollably. Cheng Lei gently patted her back in comfort. After a considerable time, she gradually calmed down, her sobs subsiding. Cheng Lei waited until she had wept enough before gently pushing her away, guiding her to sit down on a nearby solid ground. Glancing at his bare legs, "You sit here and rest for a while. I will handle them." With that, Cheng Lei's gaze turned cold again as he turned to face the girl in fishnet stockings. He casually lit a cigarette, puffing away as he scrutinized her from head to toe. "Strip." Cheng Lei exhaled the smoke slowly. "Big brother." The girl in fishnets began to cry. "I was wrong. Please let me go." She was not particularly attractive, and now her makeup was smeared from tears, making her look even worse. "Strip," Cheng Lei repeated, his gaze chilling as he remained indifferent to her pleas for mercy. After waiting for a moment without any movement from her, he coldly reiterated, "Strip." Cheng Lei's eyes turned icy. "If you do not comply, I shall take action." The girl, terrified by Cheng Lei's murderous glare, finally began to disrobe. Soon, she was left clad only in her undergarments and fishnet stockings. Cheng Lei stood still, smoking as he observed her. "Big brother," the girl pleaded once more, "is this enough? I beg you." Cheng Lei appraised her for a while, silently shaking his head. This figure holds no allure. He picked up the discarded clothing and tossed it to Lin Jingyi, but had no intention of sparing the girl in fishnets. "Continue stripping." The girl's eyes filled with terror, yet she remained motionless. Cheng Lei lost patience after a moment. "I already stated, if you do not strip, I will act." With that, he reached out, grasping her bra strap and yanking it down forcefully. The girl hurriedly crouched down, her hands clutching her chest, tears cascading down her face. "Big brother, I was wrong. I realize my mistakes. I beg you, please spare me." "Now you recognize your error? It is too late." Cheng Lei understood their nature all too well. They dared to commit any atrocity without understanding their wrongs, and he needed to instill a deep-seated fear within them. If he easily spared them today, within days they would forget their fear and continue to bully Lin Jingyi, their methods only becoming more vicious. "Do not speak to me of such useless matters. Keep stripping." Cheng Lei tightened his grip on her neck, lifting her up. "Do you still wish for me to take action?" The girl, her face streaked with tears, shook her head vigorously. Sensing Cheng Lei's unwavering resolve, devoid of any leniency, she finally shut her eyes and shed her final line of defense. Stripping herself of her clothing would at least allow her to preserve some semblance of dignity, rather than having it forcibly torn from her by the man before her. Cheng Lei nodded in satisfaction. This is how it should have been from the start. After that, he pulled out his phone, opened the camera, and began taking pictures. "Remove your hands." "Yes, perfect, maintain that pose." "Just like that, splendid, hold it." Cheng Lei relentlessly assaulted the girl's psychological defenses, making her feel overwhelming shame. After a while, she became numb, allowing Cheng Lei to pose her in various ways for more photographs. "All right, that's enough." Cheng Lei, having taken a satisfactory number of shots, finally closed the camera and pocketed his phone. The girl completely broke down, neglecting to even put on her undergarments, covering her face as she crouched on the ground. Weeping loudly, Cheng Lei ignored her and approached the blonde youth, seizing him by the neck and tossing him beside the buzz-cut youth. The latter, though no longer in as much pain as before, still found his arms immobile, yet he clutched a stone he had picked up from the ground tightly, glaring at Cheng Lei with fierce intensity. Cheng Lei approached, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he regarded the young man before him. Quite impressive. The lad displayed considerable spirit, proving to be rather formidable. "I shall see just how resilient you truly are." Cheng Lei stepped up to him, snatching the stone from his grasp and placing it into the hands of the blonde youth. "You, my friend, your gaze suggests you are famished. Here, his hands are not quite capable, so you shall feed him." The blonde youth hesitated, glancing between the stone in his hands and the buzz-cut young man. Yet he dared not extend his hand. "Afraid, are we?" Cheng Lei remarked, exasperation evident in his tone as he reclaimed the stone and shoved it into the buzz-cut young man's mouth. "Swallow it, and I shall spare you today." The buzz-cut youth, unable to move his arms, could only endure as Cheng Lei forced the stone into his mouth. He bit down fiercely, his eyes still glaring defiantly at Cheng Lei. Despite the prolonged effort, the steely gaze of the buzz-cut youth showed no sign of yielding. This was indeed a challenging situation. The lad possessed a certain tenacity. A direct approach would not suffice. Contemplating briefly, Cheng Lei retrieved a mobile phone from their pockets, thrusting one into the blonde youth's hands. He then dragged him to the precipice of a cliff, pushing the majority of his body over the edge. Should he release his grip, the blonde youth would surely plummet. "I find it hard to believe that both of you are so resolute." The cliff loomed 7 or 8 meters high, littered with jagged rocks below. A fall from such a height would surely result in severe injury, if not death. Cheng Lei spoke cheerfully. "I presume you do not wish for me to let go, do you?" No. The blonde youth fervently nodded in response. Very well, call your fleeing companion and instruct him to return post-haste. Inform him that I await his arrival here. Okay. The blonde youth nodded vigorously, inputting the number and pressing dial. The phone rang a few times before connecting. Hello, Li Ye. Where are you? Hurry back. What? I beg you, Li Go. If you don't return, I'll be done for. Don't hang up, Li Go. Though Cheng Lei could not hear the words on the other end, it was evident that the response was not one of compliance. He casually yanked the blonde youth back up and pressed the phone to his own ear. Hello, Li Go, right? You drove rather recklessly earlier, nearly incapacitating me. Listen closely. I shall grant you another chance. Return within half an hour. Li Go, already irritable, immediately began to curse. You think you can just command me to return? Who do you think you are, you fool? Damn it, I want to be coming back. Cheng Lei chakodarkli. Oh, little brat, you refuse to return? Your two companions are still here. Li Go continued to hurl insults. Fool, if you have the guts, kill them both. I want to go back. What do you do to me? Cheng Lei shook his head, recognizing another foolhardy individual. Do you truly believe that your absence will prevent me from locating you? Are you aware of a certain type of individual known as the invincible? At this point, Cheng Lei's demeanor shifted. His voice turned icy. I will give you half an hour. If you do not return within that time frame, I will come to your home to fetch you. Since you seem indifferent to the fates of your companions, I trust they will not hesitate to reveal your address to me. The vitriol from the other end ceased, and the once menacing gaze of the buzz-cut youth began to waver. Cheng Lei paused for a moment before continuing. You may choose not to return. However, when I arrive at your home, you shall gain a new understanding of my resolve. Mark my words, half an hour, and the clock is ticking. With that, he ended the call. Returning to the buzz-cut youth, he regarded him with a look of mock pity. You do possess spirit, yet your judgment is lacking. Associating with someone like Li Go. With that, he extracted the stone from the youth's mouth and casually discarded it onto the ground. Supporting his shoulder, he lifted his arm and applied firm pressure to reset it. The buzz-cut youth's expression grew complex as he tentatively moved his arm. As Cheng Lei turned to leave, the youth's gaze fell upon the stone he had discarded, and he picked it up once more, clenching it tightly in his hand. Cheng Lei, having noted the movement with a cold snort, did not turn back. Your arm has just been reset. If you wish to avoid making dislocation a habit, I suggest remaining still. Furthermore, I can easily render you incapacitated once more. If you doubt my words, feel free to test me by throwing that stone in my direction. After a moment of contemplation, the buzz-cut youth gritted his teeth and ultimately relinquished the stone. Cheng Lei paid him no further mind and strode towards Lin Jingyi. She remained draped in Cheng Lei's jacket, the outfit of the fishnet-clad girl discarded as it was, showing no interest in it whatsoever. Upon noticing Cheng Lei's approach, she took the jacket from her back, cradling it in her arms to shield her front. Cheng Lei, perplexed, gestured towards the fishnet-clad girl's clothing. Why not put on first? Lin Jingyi bit her lip, determination glimmering in her eyes. I will never wear her clothes again. I find them repulsive. With that, she looked at Cheng Lei, tears brimming in her eyes. Cheng Lei, brother, they took pictures of me. Please help me delete them. Cheng Lei said nothing further, picking up the discarded clothing and returning it to the fishnet-clad girl. Put your clothes back on and hand me your phone. The girl hastily grabbed the clothing and awkwardly donned it, then produced her phone from her pocket, offering it to Cheng Lei. Taking it, he meticulously scrolled through the photo gallery. After several thorough inspections, confirming that Lin Jingyi's photos had been completely erased, he returned the phone to her. Now, all that remained was to wait. Cheng Lei had no doubt that Li Go would return. In this world, who among us lacks a vulnerability? An individual may fear neither death nor pain, may disregard their own safety and well-being. Yet what are those around them? Parents, children, siblings, relatives, and friends. There will always be a few they cannot relinquish. Furthermore, who among them is not concerned about exposure? Whether it be fear of being apprehended by family for misdeeds or being blackmailed through compromising communications, it all follows the same principle. The foolish and malevolent actions one undertakes often evoke dread of discovery. This is the very reason some individuals feel compelled to delete chat histories and browser records even when facing death. Thus, it is evident that in life, every person possesses weaknesses. Of course, those Cheng Lei referred to as invincible are the rare exceptions. Such individuals are few and far between. They lack parents, children, siblings, or any ties at all. They operate independently, unburdened by attachments or vulnerabilities. Cheng Lei could be considered half of such a person. Hence, he had resolved to thoroughly resolve matters concerning Lin Jingyi. He must instill a profound fear within them. Otherwise, they would inevitably seek even more frenzied retribution. Cheng Lei understood this path well, having traversed it himself, familiar with the behaviors of these ruffians. He also feared that Li Go, in a fit of rage. Might once again attempt to ram his vehicle into them. After all, the recklessness of youth knows no bounds, and one can never predict their actions. Having secured Lin Jingyi in a safe location, Cheng Lei led the others to the edge of the cliff. Should Li Ge dare to charge, it would not only be these few who would fall, but he himself would leap into the abyss. If death were to come, let it come to all. He doubted Li Ge would have the audacity to follow through. As Cheng Lei grew weary of waiting, he reached for a cigarette only to find, to his dismay, that he had run out. The crew cut glanced at Cheng Lei, his gaze shifting with uncertainty. After a brief hesitation, he retrieved his cigarette from his pocket and tossed it to Cheng Lei. Cheng Lei caught it with surprise, lit one up, and returned the cigarette. You got some guts. What's your name? Cheng Lei. The crew cut also produced a cigarette, igniting it before stowing the pack back into his pocket. Cheng Lei, Cheng Lei repeated. I am Cheng Lei. We share the same character in our names. A person like Li Ge is unworthy of being a brother. You should join me instead. Cheng Lei looked up at Cheng Lei, his expression serious, a flicker of light in his eyes, yet he did not respond. Cheng Lei chuckled, refraining from further persuasion. Each person has their own aspirations. There is no need for coercion. 20 minutes passed, and darkness enveloped the landscape. The faint sound of a vehicle echoed along the mountain road, and moments later, an old model Cheng Lei arrived at the summit. Its modified headlights gleamed brightly, illuminating the figures near Cheng Lei. Just as Cheng Lei prepared to express his anger, the headlights extinguished, and Li Ge emerged from the driver's seat. Cheng Lei waved casually. His tone indifferent. Come here. Li Ge hesitated for a few seconds before approaching Cheng Lei. Big brother just now. Slap. Cheng Lei sprang up, delivering a powerful slap to Li Ge's face. Did I permit you to speak? The force of the blow sent Li Ge staggering sideways, crashing to the ground. He scrambled to his feet, his left cheek swollen like a bun, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Fearful, he stared at Cheng Lei, frozen and unable to utter a word. Slap. Cheng Lei waited a few seconds, his brow furrowing, and leaped up to deliver another resounding slap to Li Ge's right cheek. I've been waiting for you to say something for several seconds now. Speak up, brother. Big brother. Li Ge, desperately trying to rise, now bore a face akin to a toad, rubbing his cheeks in a plea for mercy. Please stop hitting me. I understand my mistake. I'll do whatever you ask. Cheng Lei followed up with a kick, sending him flying again. He then stepped forward, delivering several more kicks. Weren't you the one who said you wouldn't come back? Where's your bravado now? You little brat, do you still dare to hit me with your car? The crew cut, and Huang Mao merely observed coldly, not intervening. After a while, Cheng Lei commanded, get up. Li Ge, disregarding his pain, sprang to his feet. Big brother, please stop. Cheng Lei raised his arm, causing Li Ge to shudder in fear once more. However, Cheng Lei merely scratched his head and lowered his hand. The onlookers stifled their laughter. Li Ge was not faring well. He could only occasionally scrounge a few hundred yuan from home to spend, which earned him the title of Li Ge among a few. Cheng Lei beckoned the others to gather around him. The girl in fishnet stockings approached, but hesitated to come closer, her body trembling. Cheng Lei's cold gaze swept over them, his tone dark as he pointed toward Lin Jingyi in the distance. Take out your phones and delete all the photos you took of her. Cheng Lei pulled out his phone, opened the gallery, selected all the photos without hesitation, and hit delete. Li Ge and Huang Mao quickly followed suit, nervously scrolling through their albums to delete the incriminating images. Cheng Lei stood before them, his icy stare unyielding. Chapter 63. Indeed, quite compelling. Among these individuals' phones were candid shots or coercive photographs of other women, varying in age. It appeared they were a group of habitual offenders. Cheng Lei requested the ones he found appealing to be sent to him. After all, they were the ones who had committed the misdeeds, and the photos were theirs. He merely wished to appreciate them. In a world filled with wrongdoers, one cannot manage all. The pursuit of happiness is paramount. Cheng Lei not only viewed, but offered critiques as well. Wow, this woman is quite attractive. Where was this taken? This one is decent too, though the angle is lacking. Once he confirmed that they had deleted every photo of Lin Jingyi, Cheng Lei finally relented. The lewd expression he wore while perusing the photos vanished, his gaze returning to its icy demeanor. Cheng Lei's eyes slowly swept over their faces as he pointed to himself with his thumb. I am Cheng Lei, a solitary soul residing in the West City County. Should you desire vengeance, I welcome it at any time. He gestured towards Lin Jingyi, seated at a distance. This girl is not related to me, but I find her pleasing to the eye, hence I have taken it upon myself to protect her. Let me make myself clear. If you dare to harm her, you had better ensure I am dead first. Cheng Lei scanned the group once more, his gaze piercing. The girl in fishnet stockings dared to meet his eyes, trembling, before hastily lowering her gaze. I have memorized your faces. Should you doubt my words, feel free to test me. I will undoubtedly locate you and your families, allowing you to witness the true nature of my character. Did you hear that? Yes, we heard. The group nodded eagerly, like chicks pecking at rice, hastily agreeing. The chill in Cheng Lei's eyes gradually dissipated as he waved them off. If you heard me, then be gone. Li Gu and Huang Mao quickly dashed back to their car, starting the engine as they awaited Ren Lei and the girl in fishnet stockings. The girl took several deep breaths, summoning her courage to speak. Brother Lei, could you delete my photos? Cheng Lei remained silent, merely regarding her with cold eyes. The girl glanced up at Cheng Lei, then quickly lowered her gaze again. If you're unwilling, that's fine. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Please don't be angry. As she turned to return to the car, Cheng Lei handed her his phone. You delete them. The girl was taken aback, regaining her composure as she hurriedly accepted the phone, opening the gallery to delete her photos. Cheng Lei remarked, I'll let you off this time, but should you dare to bully Lin Jingyi again, I will not spare you. Hey, just delete your own photos. Don't remove the others. The woman's photos did not amount to much, lacking both chest and legs. Keeping them on the phone was merely a waste of storage. However, the photos they had sent earlier were truly exquisite. Thank you, big brother. After deleting her photos, the girl respectfully returned the phone to Cheng Lei before scurrying back to the car. Now only Ren Lei remained. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, Brother Lei, I've made my decision. I'll follow you. Excellent. That's the very phrase I was waiting for. Cheng Lei clapped his hands in delight. Leave me your phone number. After jotting down the number, Cheng Lei nodded. You can head back now. I'll find you in a few days. Ren Lei nodded and turned to join the others in the car. Once they drove away, Cheng Lei returned to Lin Jingyi's side. Why didn't you call me when you were in trouble? Lin Jingyi looked up at Cheng Lei, tears welling in her eyes again. Had it not been for this man's call and his rush to her aid, she could only imagine the torment she might have suffered at the hands of that scoundrel group. Lin Jingyi was the embodiment of a gentle spirit, raised to be kind and humble by her parents. She had always believed in the inherent goodness of people, utterly unable to fathom the depths of malice they could sink to. Her roommate was a quintessential green tea bitch, someone who would believe anything she said. Just the other day, she had deceived her into wearing an revealing JK outfit, insisting that it was necessary to meet the boss. She foolishly believed it, truly donning a playful JK uniform on the streets, and even had her roommate capture the moment in photographs. She was entirely oblivious to the distinction between playful outfits and genuine JK attire. Fortunately, the JK uniform, compared to other playful costumes, is relatively modest. It merely features a shorter skirt and thinner fabric, barely qualifying as normal clothing, which spared her from too much embarrassment. Coincidentally, that day, she encountered Cheng Lei, prompting her to return and change her attire. This time, however, her roommate threatened her with the photos, insisting she follow along if she wished for them to be deleted. Astonishingly, she believed her once more and was led to this place. Had Cheng Lei not appeared, she would undoubtedly have been subjected to severe humiliation. A fine university student, nearly ruined simply for trusting too readily. Upon seeing her weeping again, Cheng Lei quickly patted her back gently to comfort her. After a considerable time, Lin Jingyi's emotions finally stabilized. In the future, do not trust others so easily. Don't you have my number? If anyone bullies you, just call me. Cheng Lei extended his large hand, saying, Get up, I will take you down the mountain. Lin Jingyi protected her chest with one hand while extending the other to grasp Cheng Lei's, rising to her feet. Cheng Lei supported her as they descended the mountain. After just 2 steps, Lin Jingyi stumbled and fell to the ground. She hissed through her teeth, rubbing the bruised area on her thigh, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. When others had bullied her earlier, she had bitten her lip until it bled, refusing to cry. Now, seeing Cheng Lei, a wave of grievance surged within her, and her tears flowed freely. Cheng Lei looked at her with pity. After a moment, he pulled his jacket back. Lin Jingyi, caught off guard, was shocked as it had been shielding her chest, and now it was suddenly yanked away. She shrieked, hastily wrapping her arms around her chest. Cheng Lei's pupils dilated, frozen in place. What the hell? How could it be so large? Her undergarments barely contained her. No wonder she had been deceived. Large breasts and little brains. They had shared a meal just last time, and he had failed to notice. After a long pause, Cheng Lei shifted his gaze back, steadying himself. He tore his t-shirt down the middle and draped it over Lin Jingyi, covering her upper body and thighs perfectly. Lin Jingyi, still in shock, found herself cradled in his arms, startled into another gasp. Throughout her life, aside from her father, no other man had ever held her. Although panic coursed through her, an indescribable sense of security enveloped her, her heartbeat quickening and her breath becoming slightly erratic. It was her first time being embraced by a man as an adult, and a strong, handsome one at that, with a bare torso. The pain she had felt vanished entirely, replaced by a warm sensation spreading throughout her body, leaving her feeling inexplicably comfortable. "Let us descend the mountain," Cheng Lei said with a cheerful smile, carefully adjusting the clothing covering her to ensure it concealed her body as much as possible, and took bold strides down the path. Although Lin Jingyi was bundled securely on the outside, her body beneath the clothing remained bare and pressed tightly against Cheng Lei. She could distinctly hear the rhythm of her heartbeat, her face burning with embarrassment as she buried her head into Cheng Lei's chest, daring not to utter a word. Her body could feel every muscle in Cheng Lei's upper frame, robust and powerful. Lin Jingyi felt an overwhelming sense of security, filled with a profound sense of safety. Once they reached the bottom, Cheng Lei hailed a taxi, cradling her as they entered the back seat. The driver turned to look, instantly wide-eyed. "Wow, impressive. I've seen plenty of wild encounters, but never one where the clothes were completely gone. Have you seen enough?" Cheng Lei raised an eyebrow and said, "Never seen a woman before? Hurry up and find a place to stay. A hotel will do. The closer, the better." Although he encountered women daily, undressed women were a rarity. The driver nodded, averting his gaze, adjusting the rearview mirror, and proceeded toward the nearest hotel. Along the way, he couldn't resist glancing at the rearview mirror repeatedly. Who wouldn't he want to behold such a sight? Chapter 64, A Considerate Man. Lin Jingyi noticed the driver stealing glances at the rearview mirror and hastily adjusted the clothing covering her. However, her figure was too alluring. As she covered one area, another would be exposed. Even with Cheng Lei's shirt torn open, it could not cover her entirely, leaving parts of her body still visible. After struggling for a while, she resigned herself to the fact that she could not hide her body and opted to cover her face instead. Preserving her modesty was paramount. She nestled closer to Cheng Lei, turning her face away and resting it against his chest to avoid the driver's gaze. As they descended the mountain, Cheng Lei contemplated whether to escort her back to school. However, seeing her in nothing but her undergarments, he decided against it. In such a state, being carried by a man would leave her with no face to return to school. After a brief drive, the taxi stopped in front of a hotel. Cheng Lei carried Lin Jingyi inside. The front desk staff nearly called the police, suspecting that this man had drugged the woman in his arms. Thankfully, Lin Jingyi lifted her head from Cheng Lei's chest just in time, her expression normal, not showing any signs of coercion. With their doubts dispelled, the front desk inquired, "Would you like a double bed or a standard room?" "Double bed. Standard room." Cheng Lei and Lin Jingyi simultaneously blurted out, then both froze. Cheng Lei had intended to say standard room, while Lin Jingyi had blurted out double bed. Lin Jingyi's face flushed crimson as she buried her face into Cheng Lei's chest once more. "Then let us go with the double bed," Cheng Lei added, a bit flustered. What had he miscalculated? Once inside the room, Cheng Lei placed Lin Jingyi on the bed, covering her with a blanket. "You rest for a bit. I'll go buy you some clothes and pick up a pack of cigarettes." "Don't leave," Lin Jingyi protested, grasping his hand tightly. "I am scared." "Please don't go." Her eyes reflected terror as tears streamed down her cheeks once more. "Don't abandon me here." The events of the day had left her terrified. Closing her eyes conjured images of those who had beaten her, insulted her, and torn her clothes, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Cheng Lei gazed at her, the blanket sliding down, revealing her curves once more. He steadied himself, gently guiding Lin Jingyi back down, covering her with the blanket. "This place is safe. It's all right now. I'll just go downstairs to grab a few things. I'll be back in no more than half an hour." It took Lin Jingyi a long while to cease her tears, finally releasing Cheng Lei's hand and sitting up against the headboard, clutching the blanket. "I'll wait like this for you. You must return." "Okay," Cheng Lei replied, turning on all the lights in the room before glancing at her and stepping outside. There were no shops nearby selling clothes, and Cheng Lei was not entirely comfortable leaving her alone for too long. Hence, he only purchased a pack of cigarettes, some cotton swabs, gauze, iodine, and a bottle of antiseptic spray before hurrying back. Lin Jingyi remained leaning against the headboard, motionless, nervously staring at the door. Only when Cheng Lei opened the door and stepped inside did her expression lose some of its fear. Cheng Lei placed the medicine on the bed, unscrewed the bottle caps, and then went to the bathroom to fetch a towel, wringing it out before emerging. "Can you apply the medicine yourself?" Lin Jingyi, her entire body aching, attempted to move but soon relented, casting an expectant glance at Cheng Lei. He understood her silent plea. "You wish for my assistance in applying the medicine?" Lin Jingyi bit her lip and nodded gently. After a moment's hesitation, she slowly lifted the covers. Cheng Lei's pupils constricted, his gaze fixated upon her. At that moment, Lin Jingyi was devoid of her own clothing and the blanket, revealing her graceful form marred only by dirt. Particularly, the pronounced curves at her chest were striking. Regaining his composure, Cheng Lei swallowed hard and approached the bed, using the damp towel to cleanse the grime from Lin Jingyi's skin. As the wet cloth first made contact, she shivered, prompting Cheng Lei to swiftly retract his hand. Is it too cold? I can fetch hot water. No, Lin Jingyi quickly interjected. I just need to acclimate. I'm not cold. Please continue. Cheng Lei nodded, meticulously tending to her, his touch as gentle as possible. After washing the towel 7 or 8 times, he finally removed all the dirt from her skin. Her complexion returned to a smooth, rosy hue, though the disarray of wounds and bruises remained disconcertingly evident. Cheng Lei regarded her with a tender pity, shaking his head as he inhaled deeply. He then applied iodine and antiseptic spray to her injuries before gently assisting her to lie back down, covering her with a blanket. Having completed this task, Cheng Lei felt a wave of fatigue. He, a grown man, had never before engaged in such tender ministrations. As he prepared to rise, Lin Jingyi emerged from beneath the covers, her small hand grasping his larger one. Don't go, she implored. Cheng Lei smiled softly. I'm not leaving. I'm merely a bit weary and wish to stretch my legs. No, Lin Jingyi insisted, shifting closer and embracing his arm. Please lie down and rest with me. I feel uneasy. I want you to stay by my side. Her gaze was filled with affection, and her heart had been thoroughly captured by Cheng Lei. For the first time, experiencing such meticulous care from a man fostered in her a sense of unprecedented dependence. Growing up in a troubled household, the only aspect in which she felt assured was her academic prowess. She had never dared to dream of love. Thus, she dedicated herself to her studies, believing that excelling academically would earn her respect. Little did she anticipate that today, she would almost find herself irrevocably lost. In this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of security and a sudden desire to remain by Cheng Lei's side, to be protected by him. Very well, Cheng Lei relented, lying down beside Lin Jingyi, still fully clothed. Yet, she did not loosen her grip on his arm. Instead, she nestled closer, holding him tighter. Whether from exhaustion or newfound tranquility, Lin Jingyi soon succumbed to sleep. Her expression softened, her breaths gentle and fragrant as she exhaled. While Lin Jingyi slept soundly, Cheng Lei, on the other hand, endured an internal struggle. Sleep eluded him as he lay wide awake, staring at the ceiling. The sound of her rhythmic breathing filled his ears, the sweet scent of her breath enveloped him, and the warmth of her body pressed against his arm was almost overwhelming. With such a stunningly beautiful young woman beside him, how could any normal man find rest? Cheng Lei turned to gaze at the sleeping Lin Jingyi. Despite her lack of makeup, her beauty was undiminished. Not only was she strikingly lovely, but her figure was also captivating, embodying youthful innocence. As he watched her, a heat coursed through him, yet the sight of her injuries held him back from taking advantage of the moment. He attempted to gently extricate his arm from her embrace to step outside for a cigarette, seeking solace. However, he found it impossible to withdraw without causing her discomfort. Lin Jingyi had already endured enough trauma. She deserved to sleep peacefully. Thus, he endured the restless night, only to find Lin Jingyi stirring at dawn, her eyelashes fluttering open as she slowly blinked awake. Have you not slept at all? She asked, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters, filled with emotion as they met Cheng Lei's. He casually glanced at his arm. I feel a bit restless. I can't seem to sleep. Lin Jingyi's face flushed as she released her hold on him. Cheng Lei quickly added, That's not what I meant. You can continue to hold on while sleeping. Without a word, Lin Jingyi blushed and sat up, gazing intently at Cheng Lei. After a moment's pause, she suddenly threw off the covers. Cheng Lei, not only did you save me, but you have also treated me so kindly. I'm deeply grateful to you. With that, she placed her delicate hand upon her clothing. I don't know how else to express my gratitude. I like you. Please allow me to be your woman. Is that all right? As she made this declaration, Cheng Lei felt as though he had been blinded by a spotlight, the brightness overwhelming. Perhaps we should wait a few days. You still have injuries. He continued, moreover, it was merely a small favor. There's no need for thanks. Lin Jingyi, however, silenced him by leaning into his embrace, melding into his warmth. Chapter 65, The Chosen One. Cheng Lei wished to say more, but Lin Jingyi raised her small hand, halting his words. Cheng Lei, the most precious thing I possess is myself. I beg of you, take me. I fear that if I encounter another malicious person, I may lose the chance to offer you my most important gift. She then looked up at him, her eyes brimming with emotion, summoning the courage to offer him her lips. Cheng Lei, intoxicated by her alluring scent, lost all sense of reason. Moments later, he gazed tenderly at Lin Jingyi, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and held her tightly in his embrace. Lin Jingyi nestled against Cheng Lei's warm body, trembling slightly, traces of tears still visible on her cheeks. It wasn't that Cheng Lei lacked tenderness. Rather, the surge of emotion had rendered him uncontrollable. "Are you feeling any better?" he asked softly. Lin Jingyi replied, biting her lower lip, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, her eyes still shimmering with tears. Cheng Lei, feeling a pang of concern, gently patted her back in comfort. After a considerable time, Lin Jingyi's expression finally relaxed, regaining its brightness. She propped herself up, facing Cheng Lei. Her cheeks flushed as she asked, "Do you feel sleepy now?" Cheng Lei exaggerated явно, smiling softly. Lin Jingyi cast him a playful, reproachful glance, feigning disappointment. "But I am not sleepy anymore." Lowering her head, her voice barely above a whisper, she added, "I still want more. Is that all right?" "Huh?" Cheng Lei exclaimed, taken aback. Furrowing his brow, "Is your body up for it?" Lin Jingyi bit her lip, resolutely responding, "It is." Cheng Lei scrutinized her for a moment, shaking his head vigorously. "I think it's best if we refrain. I'm afraid the neighbors might call the authorities." Lin Jingyi shot him an exasperated look, wriggling free from his embrace to wrap her arms around his neck. As dawn broke, Cheng Lei sat at the writing desk, demeanor serious, jotting down notes while posing questions. Lin Jingyi, lacking clothes to wear, found it inconvenient to go out, prompting Cheng Lei to decide to purchase some for her. Lin Jingyi lounged lazily on the bed, her complexion rosy, a smile dancing on her lips as she answered his inquiries earnestly. "Your height?" 167 meters. "Very good. And your weight?" 59 kilograms. Do you really weigh that much?" Cheng Lei turned around, furrowing his brows as he glanced at Lin Jingyi, ultimately letting his gaze linger on her chest before nodding. "It is only reasonable for it to be so substantial." After noting everything down, he inquired, "What are your measurements?" After a few seconds of silence, with no response from Lin Jingyi, Cheng Lei raised his voice once more. "What are your measurements?" Yet, Lin Jingyi remained silent. Cheng Lei turned to look at her, only to be met with an eye roll. "Very well, let's just leave it at that for now." Cheng Lei tore off the notepad, stood up, and said, "Before I return, do not go out. Just rest in the room." Lin Jingyi obediently nodded. "I will do as you say." Cheng Lei grinned, pocketed the note, and left. After a night had passed, Lin Jingyi's spirits had markedly improved, and she appeared much more cheerful. Cheng Lei, on the other hand, was wandering around the streets shirtless, attracting quite a few curious glances. Fortunately, there were others who enjoyed jogging in the early morning without shirts, so it wasn't entirely unusual. Yet, Cheng Lei's physique certainly drew attention. After walking a considerable distance, he finally found a women's clothing store that opened early on a commercial street. Upon entering, Cheng Lei produced the note from his pocket and presented it to the shop owner. "Based on these measurements, please select an outfit for a girl. Price is not an issue. Quality is paramount." The shop owner was delighted to see a customer so early in the day. However, her demeanor shifted when she looked up and saw a shirtless man seeking women's clothing. Is he a pervert? Yet, this peculiar man does possess a remarkable physique. She scrutinized Cheng Lei from top to bottom and asked with curiosity, "Are you wearing it?" "No, I'm buying it for my girlfriend," Cheng Lei quickly interjected, waving his hands. The shop owner exhaled, relieved that she had not encountered creep. After examining the measurements on the note, she remarked, "Your girlfriend seems quite plump." "Plump? Is she?" Cheng Lei was taken aback, images of Lin Jingyi's figure flooding his mind. "Plump implies overweight, does it not? Yet she is not fat at all." The shop owner selected a few outfits and presented them to Cheng Lei. Unsure of how to choose clothing for a girl, he contemplated that Lin Jingyi was a year or two younger than Guo Qingqing, thus they were of similar age. Both exuded an innocent charm, full of youthful exuberance. Hence, he opted for an outfit reminiscent of Guo Qingqing's style, a white lace-trimmed short-sleeve blouse paired with a high-waisted denim A-line skirt. However, he focused solely on their ages. Neglecting a significant detail, their body types were entirely different, especially concerning their bust sizes, which were not even on the same spectrum. The total came to 176 yuan, but the shop owner rounded it down to 170 yuan. Cheng Lei, having sufficient funds, was too lazy to haggle. After exiting, he found a men's clothing store and casually purchased a t-shirt for 60 yuan, finally freeing himself from wandering the streets bare-chested. With a buoyant heart, Cheng Lei returned to the hotel and roused Lin Jingyi from the bed to try on the clothes. The skirt was slightly loose, but overall suitable. However, the blouse proved to be a bit unsatisfactory. It took considerable effort just to get Lin Jingyi into it, and looking at the stretch buttons, Cheng Lei feared they might pop off and hit him in the face. Lin Jingyi felt a bit breathless, gasping for air. Cheng Lei smacked his forehead. "Quickly take it off, it's not suitable." After removing it, Lin Jingyi gazed at Cheng Lei with confusion. "Didn't you memorize the measurements before going out? Moreover, you had quite a bit of hands-on experience last night. How could it differ so much? You really have no sense of measurement." "Wait here a moment." I'll go get you another one. Cheng Lei, frustrated, snapped his fingers and exited with the blouse in hand. As he walked, Cheng Lei grumbled about the size being too small, convinced that Lin Jingyi must be unusually large, defying conventional sizes. Lost in complaints, he momentarily forgot the delightful experiences of the previous night. Upon returning to the women's clothing store, Cheng Lei presented the blouse to the shop owner. The top is too small. I need to exchange it. Too small? The shop owner looked skeptical, reviewing the note. Height 167 centimeters, weight 59 kilograms. You're sure you didn't make a mistake? No mistake. I had you select a large based on these measurements. How could it be small? Cheng Lei gestured emphatically. The bust area is too tight. It won't fit. The shop owner regarded him knowingly, nodding repeatedly. I understand now. You are indeed a chosen one. Young man, you are quite fortunate. Given this, the style you chose won't fit. Allow me to fetch another design. With that, she moved to the back of the counter and after a few minutes, returned with a form-fitting, short black t-shirt adorned with a large U-neck, handing it to Cheng Lei. This one should fit, though it's slightly pricier, so I'll need an additional 15 yuan. Cheng Lei examined it closely, finding it quite appealing. All right. He nodded in satisfaction and handed the shop owner the extra 15 yuan. Then he hurried back to the hotel, eager to see Lin Jingyi in the new outfit. Once dressed, the fit was perfect and had a hint of allure. The U-neck cut beautifully showcased Lin Jingyi's neck and collarbone, while the fitted short design accentuated her ample bust and slim waist, perfectly outlining her graceful curves. Cheng Lei was captivated and intended to help her remove it once more. No, wait. This time it's really not appropriate. Give me a few days to rest. Cheng Lei, begrudgingly, withdrew his hands. One must treat women with tenderness, especially those who are new to the world. One cannot always be so impatient. How about I take you to school? Brother Lei. Lin Jingyi's eyes glistened with a plea. I want to go to your home. Huh? Cheng Lei's mind conjured an image of his sparsely furnished two-bedroom apartment, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Is that all right? Lin Jingyi, sensing Cheng Lei's hesitation, felt tears welling up again. It's fine, Cheng Lei reassured her, observing the earnestness in her eyes. As long as you don't mind. Chapter 66. I want to stay here forever. Upon hearing Cheng Lei's affirmation, Lin Jingyi's heart lightened, her face radiating happiness. Brother Cheng, I don't mind. As long as you don't find me a burden, that is sufficient. Cheng Lei contemplated before asking, Aren't you returning to school today? Lin Jingyi promptly replied, I graduate next year. I'm now in full-time study. I usually work in a restaurant to cover my living expenses. A hint of worry crossed her face as she continued. Moreover, I don't wish to stay in the dormitory anymore. I'd like to live with you from now on, if that is all right. Of course, Cheng Lei immediately consented. The events of yesterday had left Lin Jingyi with significant emotional scars, and it seemed she would need ample time to recuperate. Not returning to her former living environment was perhaps for the best, preventing her from dwelling on painful memories. Cheng Lei noticed that she seemed to be revisiting yesterday's unpleasantness, so he shifted the conversation. By the way, how much do you still owe for your tuition? I can transfer the funds to your account. Lin Jingyi hesitated to speak. Cheng Lei had already been exceedingly generous towards her, risking danger to rescue and protect her, and now he was offering her money. She felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, her childhood insecurities making it difficult for her to accept without giving something in return. Observing her indecision, Cheng Lei approached and gently grasped her small hand. You've entrusted yourself to me. What is wrong with spending my money? How much more do you need? Hurry and tell me. Perhaps in the future, you might even be able to assist me. Why are you hesitating? Are you unwilling to be my woman? I am willing. Lin Jingyi spoke without a moment's hesitation, snuggling into Cheng Lei's embrace. Cheng Lei wrapped his arms around her shoulders, offering comfort. Then why are you still hesitating? Tell me, and I will transfer the money to you, and then I'll take you home to see. Lin Jingyi finally let go of her worries, tearfully agreeing. After leaving the hotel, Lin Jingyi clung to Cheng Lei's arm, but after just a few steps, she came to a halt. Frowning, she took several deep breaths and then took small steps, trying her best to keep pace with Cheng Lei. The bruises on her body had worsened overnight, causing her more pain. Coupled with the torn wounds from the previous night, she felt as though she could barely move. Cheng Lei noticed the fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead and stopped, lifting her into his arms once more. You're not feeling well. I'll carry you. Lin Jingyi gasped in protest. There's so many people around. Please put me down. While she had been carried before, and even without clothes on at that time, it had been dark, and the streets had been nearly deserted. Now, however, the bustling crowd caused her great embarrassment as passers-by instinctively glanced over. No way, Cheng Lei insisted. With your tiny steps, it will be dark by the time we got home. That's all because of you, Lin Jingyi replied with a playful glare at Cheng Lei, her face glowing with happiness. She pressed her flushed cheeks against his chest, clinging tightly to his neck to lighten his burden. After walking a bit further, Cheng Lei's phone rang. He attempted to reach for it, but found his hands full. Lin Jingyi quickly retrieved the phone from his pocket, answered the call, and held it up to his ear. "Darling," came Guo Qingqing's voice. "Why didn't you come to work today? Did you not take a leave of absence? Where are you now?" It was nearly 10 o'clock, and after spending the morning caring for Lin Jingyi and buying her clothes, he had completely forgotten to ask for leave. "I have something to attend to today. I can't make it to the company," Cheng Lei replied casually. "That's fine," Guo Qingqing said sweetly. "Since Zhang Xiao isn't at the company today either, I'll just mark it down as a leave for you." Cheng Lei chuckled. "All right, my Qingqing is always so understanding. Flattery won't get you anywhere," Guo Qingqing retorted playfully. "Where exactly are you? Have you been unable to resist the temptation and sought out another woman?" Lin Jingyi, nestled against Cheng Lei's chest, could hear the conversation. She couldn't help but laugh at this. Cheng Lei shot her a disapproving glance, feeling somewhat helpless. He had intended to let them know about each other when the time was right, but now it seemed he could no longer hide it. "Oh, you scoundrel!" Guo Qingqing yelled angrily from the other end. "You really are with another woman." Cheng Lei protested. "Qingqing, didn't you say that night to let me find a few more?" "Well," Guo Qingqing was left speechless. It was indeed something she had said, but the situation had been dire at the time. If she hadn't said that, she didn't know how much more she would have been tormented. Besides, even if she had agreed, he shouldn't act so quickly. This couldn't continue. The number of women vying for his attention was increasing, and that was not a good sign. She needed to take action to secure his heart. Steadying her emotions, Guo Qingqing continued, "When will you be back?" Cheng Lei thought for a moment. It was already too late for today, so it would probably have to be tomorrow. "All right," Guo Qingqing replied tersely. "When you come back tomorrow, we'll discuss this." With that, she hung up the phone. Lin Jingyi placed the phone back in Cheng Lei's pocket, a worried expression crossing her face. "Are you married?" Cheng Lei chuckled. "Not yet." Lin Jingyi's expression relaxed. "Then, Guo Qingqing, she is a woman I like. Just like you." Lin Jingyi's eyes widened in understanding, and she nodded. So compared to her, who is more beautiful? Though she felt somewhat insecure about her family background, she remained confident in her appearance and abilities. Cheng Lei studied Lin Jingyi in his arms, his gaze lingering on her chest, his expression somewhat mischievous. "You two are incomparable. You are not of the same type." Lin Jingyi shot him a playful glance, dissatisfied with this answer. "Since she calls you darling, can I call you darling too?" "Of course," Cheng Lei nodded, gently kissing her rosy lips. "As long as it makes you happy, I have no objections." "Darling," Lin Jingyi called out happily, her face finally breaking into a smile. Cheng Lei first took Lin Jingyi to the bank, transferring 4,000 yuan to her account. Although he had intended to send more, Lin Jingyi vehemently refused, stating that she only needed tuition fees and could earn her living expenses herself. They then took public transport back to his cold and quiet two-bedroom apartment. Lin Jingyi wandered from room to room. The 70-square-meter space was small enough to explore in just 2 minutes. Since Cheng Lei lived alone, the place was not messy, primarily due to the sparse amount of belongings. It was hard to make a mess with so little. Her clear gaze did not reflect any disdain. Rather, she felt a surge of joy. Last night, at Bai Lipo, Cheng Lei had claimed to be a solitary man, invincible. Lin Jingyi had initially thought he was merely trying to intimidate those ruffians, but now she realized he was serious. She pondered for a moment and looked up at Cheng Lei, her eyes brimming with hope. "Darling, may I stay here permanently?" Cheng Lei did not answer directly. Instead, he pulled out a key from his pocket and placed it in her hand before speaking. "When we go out, we can make a copy of the key. As long as you are willing, this will be your home too. Stay as long as you wish." Lin Jingyi clutched the key tightly, happiness flooding her heart. Coming from a modest background herself, she felt no discontent with Cheng Lei's living situation. On the contrary, she was deeply touched that he, despite his own limited means, had offered her financial assistance. This man excelled in many aspects, yet was in one regard that he had left her feeling hesitant. Hearing Cheng Lei's affirmation, Lin Jingyi gleefully spun around with outstretched arms. "Darling, I cannot live here without contributing. I can take care of you and cook for you." Lin Jingyi was not merely speaking. She truly possessed those skills. Cooking, laundry, and household chores were all within her capabilities. Her mother had taught her from a young age. "We are not well off, so when you marry into another family, you must earn their respect. Therefore, you must learn to cook and clean. This way, when you meet a man who loves you, treating him well will earn his affection, and that will be your strength." Even if life was not perfect, she would not allow herself to feel slighted. Cheng Lei, too, felt delighted. He had not entered his kitchen in ages. With his parents gone, each return to the house had been a solitary affair, the kitchen utensils gathering dust except for the occasional instant noodles or fried eggs. It was now midday, and Cheng Lei cheerfully remarked, "Then wait for me a moment. I'll go buy some ingredients and test your culinary skills. Okay. Lin Jingyi readily agreed. Hurry back. Chapter 67. There's a way to cure you. Cheng Lei ventured out to the nearby market, procuring an assortment of vegetables, seasonings, and 2 pounds of pork. Upon his return, he discovered that Lin Jingyi had meticulously tidied their modest 2-bedroom apartment, both inside and out. Despite her injuries, which rendered her movements cumbersome, Cheng Lei hastily seized the cloth from her hands. You should focus on recuperating for the next few days. Why are you working the moment I arrive? These tasks are hardly burdensome for me. Lin Jingyi accepted the groceries from Cheng Lei and turned towards the kitchen. Now that the ingredients are here, allow me to prepare a meal for you. Cheng Lei quickly followed her into the kitchen, eager to assist. I can help you. No need, Lin Jingyi replied, setting down the vegetables and gently nudging Cheng Lei back toward the kitchen's threshold. From now on, I shall be the one to take care of you. The kitchen will be my domain, and men are not permitted. Cheng Lei raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. If men are not allowed, does that mean a certain lecherous individual may still enter? In truth, the kitchen held a certain charm. Oh, please. Lin Jingyi shot him a glare. That can wait a few days. It's not feasible right now. With that, she firmly pushed him outside. Cheng Lei, resigned, settled at the dining table to await his meal. As the ingredients sizzled in the pan, delightful aromas wafted from the kitchen. 20 minutes later, Lin Jingyi emerged, presenting a series of delectable dishes onto the table. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, fish-flavored shredded pork, and stir-fried pork slices. The colors, aromas, and flavors were exquisite. Cheng Lei could hardly suppress his saliva. Having Lin Jingyi by his side promised a life of culinary delight. Taste this and tell me how it is. Lin Jingyi offered a piece of pork to Cheng Lei with her chopsticks. Hot, hot, hot. Cheng Lei gasped as he opened his mouth to cool it down. After a few moments, he closed his mouth to savor the flavor, continuously praising, delicious, so fragrant. With her chin resting on her hands, Lin Jingyi gazed at Cheng Lei with affection. Am I qualified? Can I stay to take care of you? Qualified, Cheng Lei affirmed, eagerly piling his plate with food and chewing heartily. You must stay. The dishes were soon devoured, and Cheng Lei reclined in his chair, rubbing his stomach in contentment as Lin Jingyi skillfully cleared the table and washed the dishes in the kitchen before returning. Darling, I need to step out for a bit. I'll be back later in the afternoon to prepare dinner for you. Cheng Lei let out a loud belch. Are you heading to school? Yes, Lin Jingyi nodded, explaining that she planned to work at a nearby restaurant serving dishes to earn her living expenses. She insisted on working to support herself, refusing any extra money from Cheng Lei. Cheng Lei pondered how to dissuade her from serving at the restaurant. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, You are studying international economics and trade, correct? Indeed, she replied. I know a business owner involved in foreign trade and can introduce you for an internship. If you're interested. Absolutely, Lin Jingyi exclaimed in delight, rising from her seat. Isn't foreign trade associated with trading companies? This would serve as my practical training, and having hands-on experience would simplify my thesis writing. Darling, do you truly know the owner of such a company, and can you introduce me? Lin Jingyi's eyes sparkled with a fervent anticipation as she gazed at Cheng Lei. Cheng Lei fell silent for a few seconds, appearing somewhat conflicted. Lin Jingyi's expression dimmed. Please, don't feel pressured. If it's not possible, it's fine. It's not a matter of pressure. It should be feasible, Cheng Lei replied through gritted teeth. Reaching for his phone, let me make a call. At 2:30 in the afternoon, in the office of AI International Trade Company, Gu Yunwei lounged in an expansive executive chair, legs crossed, her expression a blend of amusement and curiosity as she observed Cheng Lei. He sat on the office sofa, his gaze darting around the room, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Gu Yunwei. Lin Jingyi stood shyly beside Cheng Lei, glancing between him and Gu Yunwei, her face a portrait of curiosity. Since Cheng Lei had brought her in and explained the situation, several minutes had elapsed without either of them speaking. She wondered about the nature of Cheng Lei's relationship with this businesswoman, sensing familiarity, yet distance. Gu Yunwei appraised Lin Jingyi, noting her youthful beauty and pure charm, complemented by an attractive physique. It was no wonder Cheng Lei had rejected her outright during their phone conversation yesterday. He had such a delicate girl by his side. Surrendering to the truth, she acknowledged that Lin Jingyi surpassed her in every regard. Sister Gu, could you provide an answer regarding what I proposed earlier? Cheng Lei finally broke the silence, his patience wearing thin, yet his eyes still wandered. Gu Yunwei ignored him, instead beckoning Lin Jingyi closer. Come here, little Lin. Let me take a closer look at you. Lin Jingyi hesitated, but seeing Cheng Lei remain silent, she nodded and made her way to Gu Yunwei's side. Hello, Miss Gu. Prior to arriving, Cheng Lei had briefed her on Gu Yunwei and her company. Observing Lin Jingyi's demeanor, Gu Yunwei's expression shifted to one of understanding as she pulled Lin Jingyi closer, gently grasping her delicate hand with concern. Is this your first time? Lin Jingyi's face flushed crimson as she glanced at Cheng Lei, nodding in response. Gu Yunwei shot an intense glare at Cheng Lei. You doggo man. With so much energy, why not direct it toward me? With such a delicate girl, you should exercise a bit more restraint. Clearing her gaze, Gu Yunwei gestured toward a chair beside her, inviting Lin Jingyi to sit. Lin Jingyi appeared demure and innocent, her eyes sparkling with clarity. And Gu Yunwei found herself increasingly fond of her. Cheng Lei had mentioned that Lin Jingyi was a student at West City University, majoring in international trade, excelling in her studies and yet to graduate. If she were to intern at her company, assisting with some of the workload, it would be highly beneficial. However, the memory of Cheng Lei's rejection the previous afternoon left Gu Yunwei feeling displeased. Since she felt this way, why should she allow this man to feel comfortable? She resolved to teach him a lesson. With that thought, Gu Yunwei's gaze returned to Cheng Lei. I agree. I am quite taken with this girl, and will allow her to intern at my company. However, Cheng Lei's heart raced at the word however. Finally meeting Gu Yunwei's eyes. Surely there are conditions? Indeed, Gu Yunwei smirked provocatively. It depends on how you perform. I cannot simply accept anyone you bring without scrutiny. Cheng Lei stood, moving closer to Gu Yunwei, anxiety evident in his voice. Sister Gu, is it really necessary? This outstanding university student is here to assist you, and I am proposing she receive only half the salary of a regular employee. Must there be additional stipulations? Now, Gu Yunwei interrupted, pointing to another chair, signaling for Cheng Lei to sit. I haven't finished speaking. Why are you so impatient? Cheng Lei, left with no choice, sat down. Ye Yunbei smiled gently. Little Lin certainly meets my expectations, but she is merely interning here, and who knows when you might whisk her away. Cheng Lei's next move indeed involved her, but he was momentarily at a loss for words. Gu Yunwei observed his demeanor and continued, I am not concerned about the salary. If little Lin can achieve results, I will ensure she receives her full pay, not a penny less. Cheng Lei, rising once more, pressed, then what exactly is your however? Why the rush again? Ye Yunbei ti seed. Gu Yunwei gestured once more for Cheng Lei to take a seat, her smile radiating with even greater brilliance. Hurry and sit down. Let me finish what I have to say. You stubborn man, just because you rejected me yesterday, are you really going to get away with it? Cheng Lei, resigned, sat down again, patiently listening as Gu Yunwei continued. As for Xiaolin, I'm certainly keeping her. She hasn't graduated yet, right? I can impose no restrictions on her schedule. She can come whenever she pleases, and if there are matters at school, she can leave any time. This way, she can intern without interfering with her academic commitments. Are you satisfied with this condition? Absolutely, Cheng Lei replied without hesitation. The offer was exceedingly generous, devoid of any flaws. Lin Jingyi's eyes brightened at this juncture. Her brother Cheng Lei's influence was truly formidable. Yet, she remained unaware that Cheng Lei's significance extended far beyond mere appearances. Cheng Lei, however, was not as elated, knowing there was more to come. Gu Yunwei gently grasped Lin Jingyi's delicate hand, caressing it softly, then cast a beguiling glance at Cheng Lei. Do I need to elaborate on what happens next? Cheng Lei shrugged. No need. Good, yeah, I'll go tonight. Oh dear, I haven't said anything. You agreed all on your own. Gu Yunwei released Lin Jingyi's tender hand. Cheng Lei, with a resigned nod, acknowledged, yes, I said it myself. Given such a generous offer, I must express my gratitude in full. Gu Yunwei rose, declaring, then it's settled. I'll reserve the venue and call you later. You should take Xiaolin back now. Cheng Lei was taken aback. Not going home? Gu Yunwei replied earnestly. Xiaolin can start work tomorrow. I have matters to attend to. You two should head back now. See you tonight. Faced with her resolute demeanor, Cheng Lei had no choice but to escort Lin Jingyi out of her office. Chapter 68. The Themed Hotel. Upon exiting Gu Yunwei's office, Lin Jingyi eagerly inquired, Hubby, when you said you were going, where exactly are you headed? She had grasped that Gu Yunwei was willing to allow her to intern at her company and had offered special privileges, enabling her to work and earn without hindering her studies. However, the subsequent conversation between the two had been somewhat ambiguous, leaving her utterly bewildered. Cheng Lei was at a loss for how to respond, casually remarking, to a place you will never reach. A place I will never reach? Lin Jingyi whispered, looking up. What kind of place is that? Wherever you can go, I can go too, right? Cheng Lei was somewhat speechless. After a moment's thought, he explained, it's just some plumbing work. A job like that is certainly not suitable for you as a girl, so you obviously cannot go. But I just heard her mention reserving a place. ISNT that her family has plumbing? Perhaps she wants to treat me to a meal first. After all, plumbing is quite labor-intensive. Oh, Lin Jingyi nodded, understanding. So you want to be home for dinner tonight? Cheng Lei scratched his head in exasperation. Actually, it wouldn't hurt to eat before going. Huh? Lin Jingyi's eyes widened with curiosity, Then you'll have to eat 2 dinners. Indeed. Cheng Lei was nearly at a loss for words. I have quite an appetite. 1 meal might not suffice. Well then, Lin Jingyi clapped her hands joyfully. I'll cook less at home, leaving room for you to enjoy a delicious meal outside. Huh? Oh. Cheng Lei's expression of happiness nearly brought him to tears. My dear girl, to ensure you can smoothly embark on your internship, I shall exert considerable effort tonight. You must repay me when the opportunity arises. That evening, dinner was indeed half of what it had been at noon, as Lin Jingyi had thoughtfully prepared to leave space in Cheng Lei's stomach. Cheng Lei grimaced as he polished off every last morsel, nearly licking the plate clean. Fortunately, Lin Jingyi had a small appetite and only ate a little, allowing Cheng Lei to barely feel satisfied. Once Lin Jingyi had tidied up the table, Cheng Lei stood, preparing for his appointment. I probably want to be back to sleep tonight. If you feel scared, just turn on all the lights at home, or you can find a hotel for the night. Lin Jingyi shook her head with a smile. Hubby, I'm not going anywhere. This is your home. It's filled with your essence. And here, I will never feel afraid. So go out without worry. After saying that, she approached Cheng Lei, pouting, Hubby, before you leave, give me a kiss. All right. Cheng Lei planted a firm kiss on her vibrant lips. Rest early. I'm off now. With that, he turned and exited the house. Before dinner, Gu Yunwei had already sent Cheng Lei a message. Rose S. Appointment Theme Hotel, Room 1917. Cheng Lei pondered the hotel as peculiar name as he read the message. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the hotel. After disembarking, Cheng Lei took his time, standing still to smoke while observing the hotel's grand structure. From the outside, the hotel was adorned in vibrant hues, strikingly flamboyant. Business was evidently thriving, as nearly all the windows were drawn with curtains. A few scattered windows that remained uncovered emitted a kaleidoscope of colors, creating a unique spectacle. How intriguing, Cheng Lei mused, finishing his cigarette before striding inside. Gu Yunwei had instructed him to collect the room key from the front desk, so he proceeded directly there. Hello, I would like a key for room 1917. The front desk attendant glanced at her computer, asking, May I have your name, sir? Cheng Lei. Very well, sir. The attendant expertly processed a room key and handed it to Cheng Lei. The themed room Caged Beast is on the 19th floor. Please take the elevator on the right. Caged Beast? Cheng Lei was puzzled by this novel term. The attendant smiled lightly, her expression somewhat suggestive. Yes, sir. Enjoy your stay. Cheng Lei said nothing further, accepted the key, and took the elevator to the 19th floor. Upon locating room 1917, Cheng Lei produced the key and swiped it to unlock the door. Once inside, he immediately understood. No wonder it was called Caged Beast. It was just as he imagined. The curtains were drawn tight, creating a dim ambience, illuminated not by white or yellow light, but by a suggestive pink hue. The decor was peculiar, featuring an enormous round bed positioned centrally in the room, surrounded by black metal railings that arched towards the ceiling, resembling a colossal black cage. Gu Yunwei stood atop the round bed, dressed provocatively. One hand held a black lace half mask, while the other brandished a pair of twisted goat horns. A black PU leather bodysuit concealed only the most crucial areas of her body. A pair of black demonic wings unfurled from her back, accompanied by a slender, pointed tail that swayed enticingly. How amusing, Cheng Lei chuckled. He circled the bed, his fingers gliding along the metal railings, before pausing at the door to step inside. The iron cage instantly reminded him of his years spent in prison. Who would have thought that, after decades behind bars in a past life, he would find himself in another cage in this one? However, as he gazed at the woman within, an impish grin spread across his face. This time, it wasn't he nearly as lonely as before. Upon noticing Cheng Lei's entrance, Gu Yunwei swiftly approached, wrapping a heavy iron chain around the door, locking it securely, and hanging the key around her neck. She extended her delicate hand, covering her crimson lips, and let out a soft, playful laugh. This evening, no one shall venture outside. Cheng Lei's smile grew increasingly sinister as he gazed at the peculiarly adorned Gu Yunwei before him. I have every intention of ensuring that, provided you refrain from calling out to leave, all will be well. Upon uttering these words, he seized a half-masked metallic demon mask hanging nearby. In the dead of night, Gu Yunwei opened her eyes, cautiously extricating herself from Cheng Lei's embrace. She tiptoed to the entrance of the cage and sought the lock upon the iron chain. As her fingers brushed against her chest, she froze. The key that had dangled from her neck had vanished. Are you in search of this? Cheng Lei's tall and imposing figure materialized behind her, holding the very key she had initially worn around her neck. Do we not agree that no one would be permitted to leave? Gu Yunwei turned to face Cheng Lei, a flicker of fear dancing in her eyes. I never intended to leave. I merely wished to ascertain whether the door was securely locked. Is it locked? It is indeed locked. That is reassuring. Cheng Lei revealed a chilling grin. exposing his teeth as he extended a large hand towards her. Then Du returned swiftly. As dawn broke the following day, Cheng Lei awoke. Feeling invigorated, he grasped the key hanging from his neck, unlocked the door, and stepped outside. After attending to his morning routine, he gazed at the still, slumbering Gu Yunwei, a smile creeping upon his lips. My apologies, Sister Gu. I inadvertently recalled the unpleasant memories of my past life in prison. It appears my resentments could not be contained, and you have suffered for it. Please rest well. I shall take my leave. Having dressed, he exited the premises. A few days prior, upon receiving a sum of 100,000 yuan, Cheng Lei had resolved to express his gratitude towards Gu Yunwei. Now, coupled with the presence of the cage, it evoked memories of his time in prison, awakening the primal instincts that lay dormant within him. At 11 o'clock the next day, Gu Yunwei finally returned to the office. The previous night had brought her to the brink of death multiple times, only to be forced back to life. Her phone displayed a plethora of missed calls. Despite the incessant ringing, they had failed to rouse her from her slumber. Lin Jingyi had been waiting at the office door for her return. Upon seeing her, she hurriedly greeted, "Gu, President Gu." Gu Yunwei offered a bittersweet smile. "Little Lin, have you been waiting long?" "Not for too long, President Gu, given your busy schedule. It was only right for me to wait for you," Lin Jingyi replied dutifully. Noticing Gu Yunwei's unsteady gait, concern etched across Lin Jingyi's face. Gu Yunwei waved her hand, prompting Lin Jingyi to rush forward to support her. "President Gu, what has happened to you? Were you not well yesterday?" Taking a few deep breaths, Gu Yunwei hesitated, ultimately shaking her head in resignation. "I brought this upon myself. I have no one to blame but myself."